The meeting. I laid there in the soft grass, staring up at the sky, watching as the clouds swirled around and the birds soared with the wind. I groaned internally at my wounded pride. That was a lousy move, you know, I said to my brother Gunnar. My brother and I are currently having a one-on-one training session, as I want to up my game, but man, he can be challenging at times. He looked down at me with a stern appearance and a tone to match his expression. Yes, it was, but remember, Freyja, your opponents won't always fight fair. They will fight dirty and use whatever tactic they can in order to take you out. So you need to be prepared for such moves, whether it's a bitch move or not. I growled at him and rolled my eyes, even though as much as I hate to admit it, he was right. The rogues are dirty fighters, and they don't care whether you are male or female. They will do whatever it takes to win the battle. My brother stood there looming over me, with a cheeky smile plastered on his stupid face. He kicked my boot with him. Now get your ass up, and let's try this again. I snarled at him. Fine. I rose to my feet, eyeing my brother as he took his position. I studied his form and remembered his previous movements, but knowing Gunnar, he will probably change up his plan of attack, so he can surprise me once again and kick my ass once again. He looked at me with that playful look, a grin stretched across his face, as he raised his hands and motioned them for me to come at him. I took my position and let out a battle cry. I then charged towards him at full speed. Gunnar dodged my move, and with a swipe of his leg, he took me out, causing me to fall smacked down on my back once again. Ugh. I groaned loudly and craned my neck to look up at him. You know, this isn't fair. Your name represents army. I don't stand a chance against you. I whined. He let out a chuckle, and as he was distracted, I took advantage of it for that split second. Then, rising to my feet, I barreled towards him. I put all my weight into it and knocked him to the ground. I threw my hands in the air and screamed at the top of my lungs, victory. But my internal victory dance was short-lived as he grabbed my leg, causing me to fall to the ground beside him. We laid there for a short while, chuckling and discussing other tactics before Mother called us for dinner, and our faces fell. Dinner with the family used to be exciting, something we all looked forward to after a long day. It was something we cherished as a family, where we would all gather together, smiles on our faces, and we would share the events that occurred throughout our day. But now, it only meant we had a short time left before the sun went down and the rogues would return to battle us once again, just as they had been for the past week. My name is Freyja Forrester. I am the second-born child of Alpha Val Forrester and Luna Revna Forrester of the Harvest Moon Pack. My parents had 3 children, the oldest being my brother Gunnar, who is 6 feet 6 inches and built like a shit brick house. I swear he works out more than he sleeps. He and I resemble our father, Gunnar, more so than I, inheriting Dad's golden eyes, short dark brown hair, sleek jawline, and intimidating stature. I am 5 feet 7 inches long dark brown hair, medium build, lean and hazelnut eyes, with flecks of sapphire blue, my eyes being the one thing that set me apart from them. My sister, Adela, is the smallest of us and resembles our mother. She is 5 feet 5 inches, skinny, has short golden brown hair and piercing blue eyes. Our family has always been close with each other. However, my relationship with Dad and Gunnar has always been stronger than with Mom or Adela. My sister enjoyed the same things as our mother and had always been a quiet person, making things difficult when trying to find common ground. We were different in our own ways, which put a wall between us at times and made it difficult to get close to her. On the other hand, Gunnar and I have always had a good sibling relationship. He was more than just a big brother to me. He was my friend, and I would do anything for him. As Gunnar and I entered the house, my internal thoughts began to consume me. All I could think of is, would this be our last supper? Would I lose my family tonight? Would I make it home? I pondered over these thoughts every night at dinner time since the war was declared. My pack had been facing an impasse with the Dead Pack for some time now. We all thought that things might take a turn for the better during negotiations between my father and the Alpha. However, we were so wrong. It felt like it wasn't enough for Alpha Kane, no matter my father's proposition. Just saying his name made my blood boil with anger. We had all been dreading war being declared between the packs because we knew we wouldn't win. We knew his resources were far more vast than ours. His warriors were ruthless and mad. His pack was also twice the size of ours. But even with all that in mind, we refused to back down and bury our heads in the dirt. But we also expected this outcome, as it felt like Alpha Cain was just playing with us and giving us false hope, something he was known for doing. So, we have been training all day in skin and fur. We recruited anyone capable of fighting in our pack in hopes of having a better chance, but we knew that we were still royally fucked. Even in our wolf forms, it still didn't give us much of an upper hand. My brother's wolf, next to my father's, was the biggest in the pack. Both were black wolves, vast and ferocious, but my dad's wolf had gray patches within his fur. That was the only thing that set them apart. My wolf was one of the few things that I loved about myself. She was beautiful in my mind, large, muscular, snow-white fur with hints of gray all over and silver eyes. She was my prized possession. Dinner had been quiet, we were all depleted, mentally and physically, and there wasn't much else to say to each other. So, as dusk approached, we gathered our gear, said our goodbyes to Mom and Adela, and made our way to the edge of the forest. We began to gear up and prepare ourselves for the fight ahead. I dreaded what was to come, but didn't let my fear show. I grabbed out my trusty bow and wolfsbane-filled arrows and began to climb a tree. My father and brother were against my request to fight, but I assured them that I could do this and wanted to fight for my family and fellow pack members. So they reluctantly agreed when I suggested perching myself in a tree, kind of like a sniper, and taking rogues out with my bow. I told them about the wolfsbane arrow tips that Eric and I had designed. It took us a long time to finally perfect them, but we did it. These arrow tips can kill most wolves. It depends on the size and rank. The bigger they are, the harder they are to take out. As I ascended the tree, I peered down at my father, who gave me a reassuring nod and then sauntered off to take his place. I found the perfect spot to sit and took my position. Then, looking out at my surroundings, I began to prepare myself mentally for the fight ahead. It was well past dusk now, and there was no sign of the dead pack. We knew it was a possible distraction to confuse us so that we would let our guards down, but we knew better. I sat there, taking in my surroundings, when I saw a rogue slowly creeping towards one of our warriors out of the corner of my eye. I let out the signal, and that's when it began. The rogues rushed around us with full force. I began taking them out one by one. Our pack fought with as much strength and courage as they could conjure up. The copper smell of blood filled the air and pooled on the ground beneath me. Blood-curdling screams flooded my ears from every direction. As I readied myself to fire another arrow, I noticed multiple rogues were ambushing Gunnar. I know he is a ruthless, strong fighter, especially when he was in his wolf form, but he was slowly becoming outnumbered at that moment. Without further hesitation, I leapt down from the tree, firing arrows left, right, and center at the numerous rogues surrounding him. As I came closer to him, I dropped my bow, began to discard my clothes, and shifted into my wolf, lunging at the rival wolves, shredding them to pieces and fighting alongside my brother. As the odds began to turn in our favor, the rogues started to retreat. Gunnar then mind-linked with me, and he was furious. "What the fuck were you thinking, Freyja?" He boomed at me. My wolf snarled at him, "Saving your SS." I yelled back at him. He huffed. "I didn't need your help. I had it under control. Now get your ass back up that tree, where you're supposed to be." I reluctantly shifted back into my human form with a loud chuff, threw on my clothes, and grabbed my bow. I began to jog back to the tree when I heard a noise come from my left. I stopped dead in my tracks and listened to everything that surrounded me. I continued to listen and scan the area when I heard a male voice. Well, what do we have here?" I looked around, searching for who the voice belonged to, but couldn't see anyone. I aimed my bow, ready to fire, and my eyes roamed the trees around me. Then, behind me, I heard a faint chuckle. "What do you think you are going to do with that?" they questioned with amusement. I remained silent, listening for footsteps and looking for a figure in the shadows, but there was nothing and no one. Then, as I stood there, my heart began to beat out of my chest. I tried to slow it down by taking slow breaths, but it felt like my heart rate only picked up in speed. Behind me, I heard another noise, and then the same deep, gruff voice. I can hear your heart beating erratically, love. Are you afraid? Because you should be, he said in a calm yet eerie tone. I turned around, looking for the man that belonged to the voice, but again he wasn't there. Moments passed by, and things were silent now. I almost thought he was gone for a second, but I was wrong. I was taken by surprise when my bow was ripped from my hands, and I was slammed into a tree. A large, rough hand wrapped firmly around my throat while the other held my hands together and pinned them above my head against the rough bark. At first, the impact from my head colliding with the tree made everything blurry, but I blinked rapidly, and the face that was mere inches from mine came into view. He was a tall man who stood at least a foot taller than I. He had the most vivid and intriguing green eyes, short, wavy black hair, with hints of gold in it that shined from the moonlight. He had high cheekbones, a sharp jawline, and plump lips. This man was so handsome and intimidating, he made my core tingle. As he held me against the tree, my heart rate peaked immensely, but I did everything I could to remain calm and not show any emotions, as I knew he would use that against me. I scanned the man's face, looking for any visible emotions, and the only ones I picked up were confusion, then surprise, but he quickly masked those emotions, hiding them under that dark facade. But why was he surprised? The man's features turned cold and angry now. He looked deep into my eyes, and a grin spread across his features. Aren't you a brave little wolf out here fighting with the big leagues? Shouldn't you be at home, like a good little bitch? Even though that comment made me want to tear his face off, I maintained a blank look and didn't answer him. He raised a brow. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue, the man said with a mischievous smile. He continued to observe me with those hypnotizing green eyes, searching for emotion. His eyes began roaming all over my face, then slowly wandered down my body, which only intensified the tingling sensation between my legs. His grin became impossibly wider. Let me introduce myself, love. I am Alpha Cain of the Dead Pack. At that, my eyes widened in surprise and also in fear. My father and our elders told tales of Alpha Cain, how ruthless he was, that he killed his father and mother just to gain power, that his heart was not made of flesh and blood, but made from the fiery pits of hell itself. Fear began to creep up my spine, my breathing became erratic, and my heart pounded within my chest. His eyes bore into mine. There's the fear I was looking for. He then let out a hair-raising chuckle. I mustered up what courage I had left and asked, "What do you want?" He bent down a little, bringing his face even closer to my own and cocked his head to the side. Cain's soft lips brushed against my ear, sending a shiver up my spine, and whispered, "To instill fear within you and to make you squirm beneath my hold." I squeezed my eyes, fearing what his words truly meant, and all I could think was, I am going to die. An ear-splitting howl sounded, catching both our attention. Cain whipped his head in the direction of the roar and remained still, staring into the woods for a second, before turning his attention back to me. His eyes sparkled, and he grinned. "Until we meet again, love." He then let me go, backed away from me, and shifted into his wolf. A massive yet beautiful black wolf, his fur glistened under the light of the moon. It looked so silky smooth, with hints of silver in it. His eyes were a bright and deadly yellow. His wolf turned towards me and snarled, which caused me to back myself into the tree even further. I closed my eyes, and after a few seconds, I opened them, only to realize I was alone and he was gone. I let out a shuddering breath and collapsed onto the mossy forest floor. As I sat there, I tried to think of what in the hell had just happened. From the stories I was told as a child, Alpha Cain never let anyone go, and he sure as shit had never let anyone survive his wrath during a war. So why me? Why did I feel slightly attracted to him? The proximity of his face to mine made me want to ravish him. His lips were so close to mine, and for a second, I prayed he would close that distance and dominate me. So what the hell is wrong with me? Especially when he was threatening me. Chapter 2. Eric. After erasing my insane thoughts, I stood up from the ground. Remembering the howl released throughout the forest, my mind began to race with negative thoughts now. What if Dad was hurt? What if Gunnar was hurt? I began to run as fast as my feet would take me, searching for familiar faces. Finally, I came to a sudden halt when I saw Eric's familiar and welcoming face. I raced towards him and jumped into his arms. "Are you okay? Are you injured? Where are the others? Did the rogues retreat?" He raised a finger and placed it on my lips, ceasing my rambling. He stared deep into my eyes with a half smile. He then removed his finger and began to caress my cheek. I closed my eyes, leaning into his touch. He always knew how to calm my overactive nerves. "I'm fine, Freja. A few scratches and bruises, but otherwise still alive." He chuckled, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "You are the first person I have found, and it seems as though the rogues have retreated, but I am not sure why." I questioned aloud. Eric looked away from me. A confused expression crossed over his face for a brief moment and then turned severe before turning back to me. "We have to find the others and figure out what is going on," he said in a severe tone. We both stood there for a second, turning our full attention to our surroundings. Eric and I listened intently. After a moment, we heard faint voices in the distance to our left. We exchanged a nod and began running towards the voices. After a brief distance, we located those who belonged to the voices. I frantically searched around for Gunnar and Dad. As I scanned the crowds, I finally spotted Gunnar. I looked at Eric. "I see Gunnar." We both rushed in his direction. Upon reaching Gunnar, he glanced at us both and relief washed over his face. I stood on my tippy toes and engulfed him in a big hug, to which he happily returned. Gunnar was a large and daunting man, but he had a soft spot for those he loved. He could be very playful at times, making jokes and pulling pranks, always trying to lighten the mood. Other times, he was earnest and played the role of alpha all too well. Finally, releasing me, he glanced at Eric and nodded. He turned his attention back to me. "Have you seen Dad?" he asked me. I shook my head. "No, I found Eric first, not far from here. We then came here, and I found you," I replied, questioning whether or not I should tell him about my encounter with Cain yet. He stood back and looked around, scanning the crowds to find our father, or at least someone that may know more than we do. After a moment, his eyes landed on something. "This way." That was all he said before jogging off to his target, and we followed closely behind him. As we came to a stop, I realized who it was that he recognized. It was Dad. I was so relieved to see him. I didn't wait and rushed to him, then stopped a few inches from him. He noticed me in front of him. His eyes widened, and he let out a relaxing sigh. Dad then closed the distance between us and wrapped me in that big teddy bear hug that only he could master and kissed the top of my head. "I am glad to see you both," Dad said, looking between Gunnar and me. Dad then released me from the hug and stood back. He looked to Gunnar. "The rogues have treated. Any ideas as to why?" he asked my brother, who stood there with a blank face and a solemn demeanor. "No, sir. I do not know why they retreated." After I heard the howl break through the forest, the rogues shortly after began to retreat. He replied. My father nodded his head. "Who is it that had howled?" he questioned. Gunnar's face turned grave and a saddened expression was visible on his features. "Oh no, it was Michael. He is dead." A small gasp escaped my mouth as I looked at my father, whose face looked so stricken. Michael was my father's beta and his best friend. They were always there for each other through thick and thin. He was family to us, and his death is devastating. I walked over and hugged my father. He was slow to respond, seeming like he was in shock. In a low tone, I whispered, "I'm so sorry, Dad." He didn't respond, just hugged me a little tighter. He let go after a moment, and there was no emotion on his face. Instead, he looked at my brother again. "We need to return home, and we need to find out why they retreated," he said in a cold demeanor. My brother nodded and then began to saunter off in the direction of the others, intent on informing them all to return home. Dad then looked at Eric. "Get her home, Eric, immediately," he bellowed out. Eric nodded. "Yes, Alpha." He took my hand and then began to lead me back home. We didn't speak the entire walk home. The silence between us was eerily quiet. I wanted so badly to tell Eric about my encounter with Alpha Cain, but at the same time, one didn't. I wasn't sure why I didn't want to either. Also, the news of Michael was heartbreaking, and I wasn't quite sure how to deal with it. We finally had reached the house. I turned to him and gave him a quick, half-assed smile. I then began to turn to head towards the house, but he grabbed my wrist and stopped me in my tracks. I looked at him, bewildered, and his facial expression was one of care, warmth, and sympathy. He slowly pulled me into a hug. I closed my eyes and basked in his touch. He didn't have to use words. This right here was enough to make me feel just a bit better. He pulled back and engulfed me in a deep and passionate kiss. I've known Eric since we were kids, and he is my best friend. Eric is an attractive man, 6 feet 4 inches, built, but not like the other males. He was lean and muscular, but not toned. He had soft blue eyes and sandy brown hair that came past his ears. Since I can remember, he and I have done almost everything together, and a month ago, we decided to take our friendship to the next level and date each other, although Eric and I aren't mates. Once we become of age, which is 18, the males are the ones who are made aware of and affected by the mate bond first. We females are gradually made aware of it. The male must grow the bond, and the female must willingly accept it. Eric says he doesn't feel anything similar to what has been described to us when it comes to the mate bond, and neither do I. However, Eric and I developed feelings for each other, and because neither of us had found our mate yet, we decided to explore those feelings. Everything has been going well, but deep down, we both crave that mate bond, and our wolves are uneasy about the whole situation. He finally released me from his hold. "Do you want me to come in with you?" Eric asked. I paused for a second, thinking it over. Then I nodded my head slowly, knowing deep down I needed him right now. We proceeded into the house, and we saw Mom and Adela sitting in the living room. Upon entering, they both jumped up and rushed to our sides, both my sister and mother engulfing us in a hug. "Oh, I am so happy to see you both," my mother said with watery eyes. She turned to me. "Where are your father and brother?" "We heard an awful howl. What happened?" Mom questioned as she glanced between Eric and me. We exchanged sorrowed looks and turned to them. "Dad and Gunnar should be home soon. The rogues retreated. We aren't sure as to why." And I closed my eyes, not wanting to tell them because, in truth, saying it out loud would only make it all the more real. Eric, noticing my hesitation, intervened and assisted me. "Michael was killed during the battle," he said with a compassionate tone. Both Mom and Adela gasped and covered their mouths. Their eyes began to well up with tears. They exchanged looks and then looked back at me. I didn't know what to say or how to console them. I wasn't good at that kind of stuff. I engulfed them both in a hug and let them cry on my shoulders. After a few more tears and sobs, we proceeded into the living room to wait for Gunnar and Dad. A little while later, they finally came through the door. Mom was fast on her feet. She looked to my father and gave him a remorseful look. They joined us in the living room, and my dad's face hardened. Alpha Kane has requested a meeting. He wants to discuss a treaty between the packs to end the war. I furrowed my brows, as did everyone else. I didn't believe my father. This never happened. Alpha Kane was not known for treaties. He always won the battle and left almost nothing and no one behind. So, the big question was why? What could he possibly want in exchange for concluding the war? Dad walked over to my mother, kissed her, then looked deep into her eyes for a moment, and she smiled lovingly at him. I envied their relationship. He then straightened himself and extended his hand to her, and she gladly accepted. He looked around at everyone. Everyone needs to get some sleep. It has been a long and exhausting day. We need to rest. There is much to do tomorrow. Dad then retreated to the hallway, with my mother close on his heels, and they bid us all good night. Gunnar looked at us, nodded his head, and then took his leave as well. My sister was sitting there, looking so confused, horrified, and anxious. I went to her side, rubbing her back in an attempt to comfort her. She peered up at me with sorrow-filled eyes and then embraced me in a shaky hug. I sat there with her in my arms as she sobbed. I pulled her back from me and looked into her innocent blue eyes. "Adela, everything will be okay. Do not worry or stress yourself. I want you to go and get some rest, okay?" She closed her eyes and wiped the tears from her face. Then, nodding her head, she slowly got up from the couch and began to make her way out of the living room. but not before glancing back to me, and I gave her a reassuring smile. Adela then proceeded out of the living room, leaving just me and Eric alone. I looked up at Eric, and he was standing by the fireplace staring attentively into the flames with an inquisitive look on his face. I stood from the couch and walked to his side, squeezing his bicep. He slowly turned to face me, scanning my face with his eyes. His hand came up and caressed my cheek as his thumb glided over my bottom lip, making my thighs clench together in an attempt to smother the heat building between my legs. He then leaned down and kissed me gently. His kisses soon became dominant and rough, as he trailed from my lips to my jawline and down my neck, nipping and biting at my sensitive skin. I moaned softly from the pleasure. Then, finally, he pulled back and looked at me with such a fiery lust in his eyes that the heat between my legs increased tenfold. I looked around us and noticed we were alone. I grabbed his hand and led him out of the living room. I led Eric downstairs to the basement where my bedroom was. We entered the room, which was dimly lit from the moonlight shining in through my window. He came in behind me and closed the door. His arm slipped around my waist and pulled me closer until my back rested against his chest. He held me securely while pressing a trail of passionate kisses along my neck, pausing at my collarbone. I couldn't help but let out a shaky breath. Every touch made my heart race, and the closeness between us sent warmth rushing through me. Eric held me a little tighter, and for a moment, neither of us spoke. We simply stayed there, caught up in the intensity of the moment. His hands came up to my jacket and gripped the collar before he yanked it down. His fingers then slowly trailed down my arms, tickling my skin. Finally, they stopped at the hem of my shirt, gripping it. He gently pulled it up over my head, then tossed it to the corner of my room. He spun me around and planted a heated kiss on my lips as his fingers entwined within my hair. Eric bit my bottom lip with his teeth and tugged it gently before releasing it. I stepped back from him, undoing my pants and slowly pulling them off of my legs, leaving me in nothing but my bra and underwear. I climbed onto the bed and spread my legs for him, making him growl at the sight before him. He pulled his shirt off, revealing his muscular chest while his boxers stayed on. He looked a little nervous as he walked toward me, but there was something warm and affectionate in his eyes. When he climbed onto the bed and leaned closer, my heart started beating faster. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how close he was. For a moment, neither of us said anything. We just looked at each other, both of us feeling the tension between us. His hands slowly traveled up my thighs, catching the edge of my clothing. He tugged gently, his gaze lingering on me with unmistakable desire. Heat rushed through me as our eyes met, and the tension between us seemed to fill the room. Eric drew closer, his touch sending a shiver through me. I could feel my pulse racing as the moment grew more intense, until everything beyond the two of us seemed to disappear. He nipped playfully at my thighs, drawing an excited gasp from me. I could practically feel the grin against my skin, as though Eric knew exactly how easily he could make my heart race. His touch lingered, sending a shiver through me. The closeness between us became almost unbearable, every breath and movement charged with anticipation. When his eyes met mine, I knew neither of us wanted the moment to end. Eric pulled me closer, and I melted into his embrace, overwhelmed by the intensity of everything I felt for him. His touch grew more intense, and a rush of sensation went through me. I couldn't stop the soft sounds escaping my lips as I held on to him, overwhelmed by the closeness between us. Eric stayed close, his attention completely focused on me. Every touch seemed to push me closer to losing myself in the moment. My breathing became unsteady, and my whole body trembled as the tension finally became almost too much to bear. For a moment, everything else disappeared. There was only Eric, the warmth between us, and the feeling that neither of us wanted this moment to end. Noticing how overwhelmed I was becoming, he pulled away, leaving me breathless and wanting more. I let out a quiet whimper at the sudden distance. Eric stood beside the bed for a moment before returning his attention to me. The intensity in his eyes made my heart race, and I could feel the anticipation building between us. He leaned closer, his expression softening as our eyes met, and the world around us seemed to fade away. Eric climbed back onto the bed and pulled me close, his body pressed against mine. He leaned down and kissed me, the heat between us making my heart race. I wrapped my arms around him, wanting him closer. He looked into my eyes with that familiar, teasing grin, his hands settling firmly at my waist. The tension between us finally broke. We disappeared into the moment, leaving the rest of the world behind. Our quiet breaths and whispered sounds filled the room as the night carried us beyond words. When it was over, we stayed close for a while, catching our breath and holding each other in the quiet. Our eyes met as the intensity between us reached its height. Eric leaned down and kissed me deeply, his fingers brushing gently along my cheek. For a few moments, we simply held each other, breathless and caught up in everything we had just shared. The tension gradually faded, leaving us quiet and exhausted. Eric brushed the stray strands of hair from my face and placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. Then he settled beside me, and I rested against him as the room slowly grew quiet. He collapsed on top of me and braced himself with an arm on either side of me. Eric brushed the stray hairs from my face and placed a loving kiss on my forehead. He then rolled off of me and laid on the bed, relaxed and spent. We laid there together, basking in the pre-orgasmic serenity for a while. Then, finally, I got up from the bed and lazily made my way to the bathroom to clean myself up. As I returned to the bedroom, I glanced at Eric, perched on my bed, fully dressed and reading a book. I walked over to him. "Are you leaving?" I asked him. He looked up from the book. "Yes, I don't think I should stay the night. Especially with your brother in the house. He would kill me, particularly if he found out what I do to you," he replied, with a cocky tone and smile. Eric got up from the bed before pulling me flush against his body and hugging me. We stayed like that for a moment, and then he pulled back, kissed me, and left as if he were never there. I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted and consumed by the events of the day. But as beat as I was, my thoughts took over, causing me to question everything that had happened today. I laid there with one thing on my mind, or should I say one person, Kane. All I could think of was my encounter with him, the way I felt around him, and the sensation that built between my legs due to his proximity. I also wondered why he let me go, why he retreated his warriors, and was now offering a treaty to end the war. It was a burning question that I needed to know the answer to, or I might go mad. I attempted to settle my thoughts and push them to the back of my mind for now. Finally, I rolled over, buried myself into the bed, and closed my eyes, praying for the sleep that I desperately craved. Chapter 3. Farewell. As morning approached, the sun began to engulf my room, causing me to let out a frustrated groan. Closing my eyes tightly, I pulled my blanket up and over my head in an attempt to shield myself from the blinding light. I barely slept. My mind raced all night from everything that had happened the previous day. Thoughts of the battle surged through my brain, Michael's death, the dead pack retreating, but mostly I thought about Alpha Kane and our encounter. I thought about how attractive he was, how his closeness made me wet and caused tingles to shoot through my whole body. I thought about his words, his threats, and especially how he had let me go, but not before telling me that we would meet again. What did he mean by that? Also, why did he want to propose a treaty? That was the biggest unanswered question. Pushing aside my endless thoughts, I got up from the bed and headed for the bathroom. First, I took a nice long shower, washing everything away. I then got out, brushed my teeth and hair, then proceeded upstairs to join everyone for breakfast. I entered the kitchen to find Mom and Adela cooking breakfast. They noticed my presence and looked at me. "Good morning, sweetheart," Mom said with a smile. "Morning, Mom," I replied. Adela just looked at me and gave me a half smile. I could tell she was still feeling very emotional regarding yesterday's news. She has always been such a passionate person at times. I am the opposite. I nodded at her, then went into the dining room to join Dad and Gunnar. They were sitting at the table talking, but they ceased their conversation as soon as I entered and looked at me. "Morning, Dad, Gunnar," I said in a grumbly tone. Gunnar just looked at me and grunted. He is not a morning person, something we had in common. "Good morning, Freja. How did you sleep?" Dad questioned. I rubbed my face and inhaled a deep breath. "Okay, I guess." That's an understatement, I thought to myself. Dad didn't reply, just gave me a curt nod. Then, after a few moments of silence, Dad broke the tension in the air and raised the subject that we all dreaded. Later today, we will hold Michael's cremation. The sooner we can send him off, the better. I have spoken to a few warriors, and they are working on assembling his pyre. Once it is finished, we will gather everyone at the river for the ceremony. The look on my father's face as he spoke was heartbreaking. I knew this was very hard for him, and it was taking everything in him to keep his composure. Gunnar remained still, staring down at the table, unmoving and silent. I looked at Dad. Is there anything that you need me to do? I felt as though it was my obligation to help. He cleared his throat. Yes. Could you help your mother and sister with preparing the food for after the ceremony, please? The whole pack will be there, so there are many mouths to feed. Yes, of course I can. Anything else? He sat there silent for a moment, and then shook his head. Mom and Adela walked in with breakfast just then, which was perfect because I was starving. We sat there enjoying our food. Very few words were spoken between us, but it was still nice to just be with them. Except for Gunnar, he kept stealing my food, and I swear, I was 2 seconds away from biting his damn hand off and then smacking that grin off of his face with it. I love him, but also hate that big buffoon. After finishing breakfast, Gunnar and Dad left to go to the main hall to prepare for Michael's cremation. I helped Mom and Adela clean everything up from breakfast and prepare the food for the after-ceremony gathering. Dad had a few other pack members come to help with the food, which we were thankful for as we had so much to do and very little time left. We worked together in the kitchen almost in complete silence. It was uncomfortable and made me want to run. It was lunchtime now, and we were close to being done, thank fuck. I needed out of this kitchen. As we continued to work away, we heard the front door open and close. We all whipped our heads towards the door only to see that Dad and Gunnar were back. I turned around, and Dad came into the kitchen. The funeral will begin at 3 o'clock. Is everything ready? He asked us. Almost, dear. We just have a few more things to finish up, but we will be done by 3 o'clock. Mom informed him with a smile. Dad nodded, placed a kiss on her forehead, and left the kitchen. Gunnar remained in the room, standing there watching us, with a devious look on his face. He constantly snuck into the kitchen and stole food whenever Mom was cooking. I looked at him with a brow raised. Is there something you want, Gunnar? I asked, suspicion lacing my tone. He smiled like he was so innocent. Nope, just observing. Yup, observing. Gunnar nodded his head rapidly. The man was definitely up to something. I continued working and kept a close eye on him. Finally, he stalked over to Mom, lightly nodding his head, humming along, with his lips pursed out, acting as if he was just looking. Then, when Mom turned to grab something, he snatched some of the cookies on the counter and bolted like a madman. I pointed my finger at him. I knew it. Thief. Get back here. I hollered at him. Gunnar dashed out of the kitchen and out the back door, laughing like a maniac. But I was close on his heels. I ran up behind him and leapt onto his back. I knew you were going to do that, just observing my ass. Now give the cookies back. I demanded and attempted to reach around him and snatch them back. Before I knew it, he shoved the cookies in his mouth and groaned in satisfaction. I got down from his back and he turned to face me with a massive smile on his face. I stared at him wide-eyed and mouth gaping. Are you fucking kidding me? You are such a pig, I said, groaning at his behavior. He smiled at me with that shit-eating grin of his. Yeah, maybe so, but it was worth it. He laughed. I shook my head at him. That's it. You are banned from the kitchen, I declared. Gunnar stared at me with shock. That's not fair. You can't do that to me, Freja. You're breaking my heart, he said with a pouty face and clutched his hands to his chest. Don't give me that look. You did this to yourself. I huffed and crossed my arms. His brows shot up in surprise. Oh, really? We will see about that. Gunnar then began to walk towards the house, no doubt to the kitchen. I started following him, trying to cut him off. Oh, no, you don't. I bellowed out. He picked up his pace, laughing like the maniac that he is. Gunnar looked over his shoulder and stuck his tongue out at me. Catch me if you can, loser. I jumped on his back again, covering his eyes with my hands, in an attempt to stop him. Gunnar then stopped, and his shoulders slumped. Really? Have you forgotten that we are wolves, right? We have a superior sense of smell, so I don't really need my eyes. He beamed proudly. Yeah, but it distracted you. I giggled. He then reached up, gripped both of my hands together, and held them together tightly before using his other hand to tickle me, knowing all too well that was my weakness. A shriek of laughter rose from the depths of my belly. No, Gunnar, stop it. No more. After a moment, I finally wiggled my way free, only to fall smack down on the ground. He looked down at me, roaring with laughter. I narrowed my eyes and gave him a "I'm going get you for that" kind of look, but before I could exact my revenge, Dad came outside looking rather annoyed. Enough with the horseplay, the both of you, and get inside, now. He boomed. Gunnar straightened himself and looked towards Dad. Yes, sir, he said quickly. After Dad went back inside, Gunnar turned to me and extended a hand to help me up, giving me a comforting smile. I sighed. How's he doing? I asked. Gunnar looked down at me, raising a brow. How do you think? He scoffed. He lost his beta, his friend, Freyja. He won't admit it, but he is struggling to deal with it. His face held a saddened expression with that last sentence. I looked at the ground, knowing he was right and that I had asked a stupid question. I sighed heavily and continued inside. After finishing up in the kitchen with Mom, Adela, and the others, we headed to the main hall to set everything up. We arrived at the hall, and it was packed already. Everyone was in mourning and crying. The atmosphere was beyond depressing. I noticed Eric standing in the crowd, speaking with his parents. He glanced in my direction and smiled. I smiled back at him and placed the food on the tables. Once everything was prepared, we all headed towards the river to begin the funeral. On the edge of the river stood the pyre. It was breathtaking. The structure was built from oak wood logs, adorned with gracy oak flowers, and personal items were scattered all over that loved ones had placed. In the middle was Michael, wrapped in a black blanket accented with gold stitching. It was beautiful. He was beautiful and was taken too soon. Everyone gathered around as Dad approached the pyre. He stood beside Michael and glanced at him quickly before looking away. His features looked pained. He then looked out at everyone gathered around. Today, we are gathered here together, under unfortunate circumstances, to bid farewell to a dear husband, father, beta, and friend. Michael was like no other man I've ever met in my lifetime. He was patient, kind, and fought with the strength and determination of 100 warriors. But most of all, he cared for this pack. Michael cared for every one of us. He will truly be missed, but never forgotten. Dad choked up a bit throughout his speech, but he kept it together as best as he could. After Dad said his piece, Michael's mate, Sarah, approached the pyre, tears streaming down her face. She looked to my dad with a half smile. He kissed her on the cheek and then handed her the torch. Pack tradition was that the deceased's mate light the pyre and send them off to the next life. As she approached the pyre, more tears flowed down her face. It was clear that she was hesitant to continue because she knew this was goodbye, and who could blame her? No one wanted to do this. No one wanted to say goodbye to the love of their life. She took a deep, shuddering breath and brought the torch down, lighting the pyre on fire. She stumbled back and clasped a hand to her mouth. Dad came to her side, placing a hand on her shoulder, and took the torch. Dad and Gunnar then pushed the pyre into the river, sending Michael off to rest and be with the moon goddess, Selene. We stood in silence, watching as the flames consumed Michael's body as he drifted down the river. Finally, after a few moments of silence, Dad came forward, getting everyone's attention once again. Now that we have sent Michael to rest, we will now proceed into the main hall to celebrate his life. Everyone slowly began to retreat back to the hall. Eric came to my side and gripped my hand as I started walking. He smiled at me, and I gave him a half smile. I just didn't feel like genuinely smiling at that moment. It had been a few hours now, and everyone seemed to be lighting up. People were laughing a little and smiling, reminiscing all the good things about Michael and the good memories that he gave us. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a warrior approach Dad and whisper something in his ear. His face went still, and anger was evident on his features. Finally, he got up and stormed away, with the warrior at his side. I looked at Gunnar, who was watching as well. "Gunnar, what's going on?" I asked him. His gaze remained on Dad, and he just shook his head. "I don't know, but I'll find out." He then quickly got up and followed in the direction that Dad left. Hours passed by, and everyone was beginning to leave the hall to go back home. Mom, Adela, and I started to clean things up, and Eric stayed to lend a hand. Thankfully, it didn't take us long to get everything cleaned up, and before I knew it, we were finally back at home. Shortly after arriving back at the house, we were in the kitchen putting things away when we heard the front door burst open with a crash. We peered out of the kitchen to see Dad stomping into the house, fury emanating off him. He didn't even glance at us. He just continued into his office and slammed the door shut, causing us to jump a little. Gunnar entered the house a moment after, with a grim and infuriating look on his face. We all rushed out of the kitchen towards Gunnar, all of us wondering what the hell was going on. Mom was the first to speak. "What is going on? What is the matter with your father?" she questioned. Gunnar's gaze locked with Mom's. "Alpha Kane was here," he said through gritted teeth. Everyone's eyes widened and shock consumed us. I raised a brow. "Okay, and? What did he say? What does he want?" I asked, becoming impatient. I needed to know, we all did. He closed his eyes and sucked in a deep breath. He came here to discuss the treaty, to discuss what he wants in return for ending the war. His nostrils were flaring, and his chest was heaving now. Something was wrong, and I could feel it. "So, what does he want?" Mom asked hesitantly. I could tell that he didn't want to tell us and struggled very hard to stay calm. His remorse-filled eyes then focused on me. "He wants you, Freja." My eyes went impossibly wide, and a shudder of fear took hold of me. I opened my mouth to say something, but nothing came out. "What? Please tell me that is not true," Mom asked, tears welling up in her eyes. Eric stepped in front of me. "No fucking way. He's not getting her," Eric said, growling. "That is not your decision, Eric. You will stand down and remember your position," Gunnar said with ferocity. Adela just started crying and remained silent. A million things were going through my mind. I didn't know what to do or what to say. Why did Alpha Kane want me? I couldn't go with him. I had heard the stories. He would use me, torture me, and then, "No, this can't happen. I won't let it, and neither would Dad, right?" I spun on my feet and headed towards Dad's office without wasting another second. Before I could reach for the door handle, Gunnar gripped my elbow. "Freja, I don't think that is a good idea right now," he said sternly. I scoffed at him, yanked my arm from his hold, and proceeded into the office. My mouth opened to say something but abruptly closed as I entered the room. I stood there taking in the sight before me. Dad sat in his chair with his head resting in his hands while tightly gripping his hair. His office was trashed, things were shattered into pieces, and papers littered the floor. He was hurting, that much was clear. I shook my head and cleared my throat to get his attention. "Dad, please tell me this is a joke?" I asked him calmly, not wanting to upset him further. He slowly raised his head and looked at me. His eyes were pitch black, fury radiating off of him in waves. "No, this is not a joke, Freja." My brows scrunched together, anger building inside of me. "Why does Kane even want me?" I asked, not sure if I wanted to know the answer. Dad closed his eyes. "He says that you are his mate," he replied through gritted teeth. Chapter 4. I gasped and stumbled back a bit. "No, this can't be possible. That monster cannot be my mate." I shook my head furiously. "No, that's not possible. I refuse to believe that, and even if it is true, I will not go with him," I said firmly. Dad ground his teeth. "I don't like this any more than you do, but Alpha Kane has made it clear that he wants you. He informed me that if you go with him, he will end the war and sign a peace treaty between the packs." He looked to be pained saying this. "No, I won't do it, Dad. I will not go with him." Anger was flowing through me now, like a never-ending river. Dad pinched the bridge of his nose. "Freja, you need to understand the situation. Alpha Kane has made it crystal clear that he will come and destroy the pack if you do not go with him, leaving no one and nothing behind, and then he will take you by force. Either way, he will get what he wants. he replied, raising his voice. So, then we fight. We recruit other packs to stand up and fight with us. I won't go with him. You can't make me do this, Dad. I was almost pleading with him at this point. Going with that man would mean the end of me. He stood to his feet and slammed his fists on his desk, causing the wood to crack a bit. Freja, you have no choice. I have no choice. Do you truly want to sacrifice the lives of all our pack members? Because I will not. He boomed at me. His tone and the height of his voice made me take a step back. He had never yelled at me like this before. I remained where I stood, shock taking hold of me. I couldn't comprehend the reality of this situation and that my own father was just going to hand me over to that monster without fighting. He sat back down in his chair, sighing heavily. He will be here within the hour to retrieve you. I suggest you pack quickly and say your goodbyes to everyone. Tears began to form in my eyes and my lip quivered. Finally, I didn't say anything else to him, just stormed out of his office. I couldn't look at him anymore or be near him. I was so furious, confused, and mostly scared of what the future held for me. As I exited his office, everyone stood there with a remorseful look plastered on their faces. I stood there for a minute, just staring at them, a million thoughts going through my mind. All I could think about was that this might be the last time I saw them. I was being taken away from my family, from the ones I loved and cared for, being taken away from them by a fucking monster. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My head was spinning. My chest ached with so much pain. I needed to gather my thoughts. I needed to take a moment and breathe. So, without wasting another minute, I spun around and headed for the back door. I could hear everyone behind me calling my name as I exited through the door and beelined it for the woods. The forest was my sanctuary. Something about the trees, the smells, the peacefulness brought me such tranquility. It was the place I always came to when I needed to be alone. As I entered the forest, I began to run. The leaves crunched under my feet, and the smell of the damp forest floor engulfed my nose. The branches from the trees brushed against my skin, and the moon shined down, illuminating my path. As I furthered into the forest, I began to slow down, my lungs now burning. I then came to a stop, collapsing to the ground. I stared up at the moon and stars that littered the sky with their beauty. I sat there wondering why the moon goddess would bestow me with such a fate, why she would allow this to be my destiny. Angry tears began to pool in my eyes as the realization of everything hit me. As I continued to sit there, I heard the sound of crunching leaves coming from behind me, and I didn't want to see or talk to anyone right now. So I picked myself up and began to jog away, hoping to avoid whoever was looking for me. But as I started to distance myself from them, I heard a familiar and unwelcome voice stopping me in my tracks. Now, my love. I wouldn't run if I were you. It will only make things harder for yourself. But if you truly want to, that's fine by me. I love a good game of hide and seek, he said in a menacing tone. I stood there frozen in my spot, debating on what to do. Finally, I thought to myself, if I just keep running, I may have a chance of escaping him, of escaping my future. But if I do, then that puts everyone I love in danger. I didn't know what the fuck to do. My internal battle continued for a second more before my instincts took over, as I heard him closing the distance between us, and I began to run from the monster that was hunting me. I ran deeper into the forest. The moonlight faded, and darkness was enveloping me. The forest was dead silent now, except for the sound of our feet lightly hitting the forest floor. Then, finally, I spotted a fallen tree that was now overgrown with moss and vines. I dashed towards the tree and burrowed myself into it in an attempt to hide from him. I lay there, attempting to slow my breathing, to slow my escalating heart rate so that I could listen closely to my surroundings. Nothing. It was now eerily quiet, and that frightened me even more. Just then, I heard the echoing crack of a breaking branch and another, each one growing louder than the last. I knew that Kane was close now. You know I can smell you, right? The scent of your fear is all I need to follow to find you, my dear, he said in an ominous tone. His voice was so close, he could be right on top of me for all I knew. I tried my absolute best to calm my nerves and gather myself, reminding myself of who I was. I am a fucking warrior. I've battled with the best of them and come out on top. Anything that has come my way, I've fought with courage and strength. But yet, This man scared the shit out of me for so many reasons, some I couldn't understand. With my fear subsiding, I was now becoming furious. Angry with myself for hiding, mad that Cain was taking me from my family, and the fact that he was hunting me like I was his fucking dinner. Pushing all my feelings aside, I decided to do something that I would probably regret. I slowly climbed out of my little hidey hole, carefully observing my surroundings and looking around for Cain. Then, as I rose to my feet, I stood there silently, listening for him and scanning the area for his presence. Suddenly, the tiny hairs on the back of my neck rose in alertness. "Boo," Cain whispered in my ear so quietly, so unnervingly. I jumped a little and attempted to run, but his large muscular arms wrapped around me. He pulled me back and into his hard chest, knocking the wind out of me for a moment. As I was about to scream, when one of his hands came up and wrapped firmly around my throat, he tilted my head back, bringing his lips to my ear and causing an electric shudder to course through me. Holy fuck, why am I so turned on right now? What is wrong with me? He brushed his lips against my ear ever so gently and whispered, "I always win at hide and seek, baby. But as fun as this has been, I am becoming bored and irritated at your games. We have quite the journey back to my territory. So now, you can either be a good girl and come with me willingly, and I will allow you to say your goodbyes, or I can take you by force, which I promise you will not enjoy, and you will not be allowed to say goodbye to your family. So, my love, what is your choice?" I closed my eyes, weighing my options. I knew I couldn't run, as the consequences would be dire for my family and myself. But on the other hand, I knew what I needed to do. I needed to go with him willingly, as much as my wolf and I hated the idea, but we both wanted to say goodbye to our family. Cain slightly released me from his hold before spinning me around to face him, gripping my arms and holding me close to him. I glared at him with hatred, and my wolf growled, causing him to smirk at me and before raising an eyebrow as he waited for my answer. I tried to release myself, but he just pulled me closer. I huffed loudly with frustration. "Fine. You win, asshole. I will come with you willingly." I finally answered him through gritted teeth, giving him what he wanted, but now rage was the only emotion coursing through me. He chuckled. "Good girl, a wise decision." I tried once again to release myself from his hold, but he only gripped my arms tighter, narrowed his eyes, and gave me a deadly glare. Finally, he brought a hand up and tightly gripped my throat, restricting my breathing just a bit. "I will warn you now and only once, my love. I will not tolerate any form of disobedience, sass, or backtalk. So, it is wise for you to watch that pretty little mouth of yours, because I have no problem with breaking that defiant streak of yours by crushing you, your spirit, and your wolf. Do I make myself clear?" His tone was deadly and frightening. I didn't reply, not that I couldn't, but I knew if I responded with words, I wouldn't be able to control what came out, and right now, I didn't want to push my luck, as I wanted to say goodbye to my family. So, begrudgingly, I just nodded in understanding. He released my throat from his grip and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, which threw me off. No more than a second ago, he appeared as though he was going to kill me, and now he was being so gentle. This man was fucked in the head. I pulled back from him and tried to release my arm. He hesitated for a second, staring at me like he wasn't sure if I would run or not, but he let me go finally. I straightened my clothes and looked at him with nothing but venom and hatred. He raised a hand and motioned for me to go first, and I did so without hesitating. We began walking back towards the house. I walked with my head held high and felt defeated. I wanted to run as far as I could away from this monster, but I knew if I did, it would endanger everyone, especially my family, and that was something I would never do. He walked behind me, and I could feel his gaze burning a hole in the back of my head. We were nearing the house, and I could hear the sound of everyone's voices now. I stopped in my tracks as the realization hit me that this may very well be the last time I see them or talk to them. My throat began to tighten, and my eyes started to burn as tears threatened to spill out. I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath, willing myself not to cry. As I stood there attempting to gather myself, I suddenly felt Cain's hand on the small of my back, ushering me to continue. I flinched at the contact and continued walking, but Kane grabbed my arm before I reached the back entrance. "I will be out front by the car. When you are finished, we will leave. Take your time saying your goodbyes, but don't drag it out, as I would like to get going, understood?" His tone was now a little more gentle, but still had a hint of authority. I didn't look at him, as I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was so angry with him, and I wasn't sure if I wouldn't rip his face off or not. So, I just replied with an I stepped forward towards the door, but he pulled me back and tightened his grip on my arm. "I'm sorry, what was that? Didn't hear you." Kane was now agitated with me and my behavior. That much was very clear. I still didn't turn around to face him. I clenched my fists and inhaled deeply through my nose. "Yes, sir," I replied through gritted teeth. He closed what little distance there was between us and brushed his soft lips against my cheek. "Good girl," Kane said, so sweetly, so seductively, that it sent shivers through my entire body. He finally let me go, and I entered the house. I entered the house and could hear everyone talking near the front of the house, so I followed the voices. As I neared the living room, everyone went silent and turned to face me. They all jumped from their positions and came to my side. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" Mom asked, worry lacing her voice. "Yes, Mom, I'm fine," I replied with a smile. I honestly didn't want to stress her out or worry her. I looked around at everyone, but it was only Mom, Gunnar and Adela in the living room, and Dad must still be in his office. But where is Eric? I thought to myself, "Mom, where is Eric?" I asked her. She sighed heavily. "I'm sorry, honey, it was too much for Eric, and he left," she informed me. I peered down at the floor, and my chest began to tighten. I couldn't believe Eric left without saying goodbye. That hurt. I took in a deep breath and rubbed my face with my hands. "Alpha Kane is here. He is waiting outside for me to take me back to his territory. I just came in to say goodbye to everyone," I said as my voice cracked with sadness. Mom began to cry and whimper. Then, she engulfed me in a tight, comforting hug. "Everything will be all right, sweetheart. I'm sure he will allow you to visit or us to visit you." She was trying to reassure me of things and make me feel better about the whole situation. I loved her even more for that because we both knew I was fucked. I looked at Adela and reached out to hug her. She began sobbing silently, and I rubbed her back, trying to comfort her. "It's okay, Adela, I'll be fine," I said, trying to reassure her. "I know you will be. It just isn't fair," she replied between sobs. I pulled back from her and wiped her tears away before kissing her forehead, but she continued sobbing and then left the living room. I turned towards Gunnar, and my lip quivered. Even though he and I didn't always see eye to eye, he was my big brother, my gigantic pain in the ass, and I loved him for it. He wrapped his arms around me and squeezed me tightly as he rested his chin on the top of my head. "I know this whole situation is unfortunate, but just remember everything that I've taught you. You are a strong, fierce, and independent woman, Freja. You will get through this," he whispered to me, and I held on to those words. I couldn't conjure up anything to say, as his words brought me to tears. All I could do was shake my head, not wanting any of this to be reality. Then, finally, he pulled back, wiped my tears away, and smiled. I took in a deep breath and calmed myself. "Is Dad in his office?" I asked both of them. They nodded in unison. I should go say goodbye to him. I turned away from them and made my way towards his office. As I got closer, I remembered our last words, and I refused to let that be our last conversation. I needed to make amends with him before leaving, as I didn't know if this would be the last time I saw him or not. I reached for the door handle and attempted to turn it, but it was locked. I knocked on the large wooden door, nothing. I struck again, still nothing. Feeling a bit heartbroken, I turned away from the door. Maybe Dad didn't want to see me. Perhaps he didn't want to say goodbye. My chest began to tighten, even more. First Eric, now Dad. As much as I protested, the tears escaped once again. I looked over at Mom and Gunnar, shaking my head. Mom tilted her head and gave me an apologetic look. Gunnar just clenched his jaw, clearly angry with our father. Well, I guess I should get going. Kane is out there waiting for me, and I don't want him to come in here to get me. I love you guys so much, and will do my best to stay in contact. No matter what it took, I would see them again, and I would return home. I packed you a bag, sweetheart. It's by the front door. Mom pointed towards the bag that lay next to the door. Thank you, Mom. I appreciate that. I smiled in appreciation, mainly because I hadn't done that myself yet. I gave them one last hug before making my way towards the door. I grabbed the bag by the door and was just about to reach for the door handle when I heard Dad's office door open. I turned around, and there he stood. His eyes were bloodshot, cheeks flushed. It was evident that he had been crying and was clearly distressed. I rushed over to him, and he embraced me in a desperate hug, one that held so much emotion. It was overwhelming. I'm so sorry, my little girl. I'm sorry that there isn't more that I could do to help get you out of this situation. Please know if I could have done something, I would do it in a heartbeat. I would sacrifice my own life to get you out of this, he said with heartbreak in his voice. I know, Dad, I know, and it's okay. I'll be fine, I assured him, not wanting him to feel guilty. He pulled back and looked me in the eyes. As much as I hate saying this, be a good girl. Do as he says, and please, for the love of Celine, try your best to not be yourself. I cocked an eyebrow at him. Now that I can't promise, Dad, I smirked. He chuckled and hugged me again, squeezing me tightly. You should get going. You don't want to make him wait any longer. He clenched his jaw tightly with his last statement. I sighed and nodded in agreement. I didn't know what he would do if he became severely irritated waiting for me to come out. I walked back towards the front door, bent down, picked up my bag again, and tossed it over my shoulder. Then, looking back once more, I smiled. I love you guys, and I will see you all again, I said with conviction. I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath as I opened the door. With one last glance at my family, I closed the door behind me, leaving my home and my family behind. I took a moment to gather myself, not wanting Kane to see me in such a broken state. Then, with my head held high, I turned to face the monster I was stuck with for the rest of my life. Chapter 5. New Grounds. Kane was leaning against the car with his arms folded across his chest, impatiently waiting for me, and he appeared to be irritated. I smiled and laughed internally. He glared at me while raising a brow. Are you finished? I would like to get going sometime soon instead of next year. He growled. I rolled my eyes and began walking towards him. I had the sudden urge just to run as fast and as far as I possibly could. However, that stupid, annoying-ass voice in my head kept telling me that if I did, it would be the most foolish mistake of my life. As I approached the car, to my surprise, Kane opened the car door for me, raising his arm and motioning for me to enter the vehicle. As I stepped into the car, Kane took my bag and closed the door after taking my seat. He got into the car a moment later, started the engine, and drove off. I sat there in my seat, feeling defeated and a little bit broken. I stared at my home that was fading within the distance, where my loved ones were, wishing I could just run back in there and be with them. My wolf began to pace and whine in my head, making everything worse. The drive was unbearable and agonizing. We both remained silent, not uttering a single word to each other, or even sparing a glance. I just continued to sit there, with my head leaning against the window, watching everything zoom past me. Finally, not able to take this silent torture anymore, I straightened myself up in my seat and turned towards him. I sucked in a deep breath. How much longer till we are there? He just sat there, not saying a single word, staring at the road with hyperfocus. Both hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly, his knuckles were turning white. I leaned forward a bit. Hey, did you hear me? I asked how much longer until we are there. I was becoming irritated now. All of a sudden, the car came to an abrupt stop. I lurched forward and then back in my seat, so hard that I would be surprised if I didn't have fucking whiplash. Kane didn't move or look away from the road. His jaw was clenched tight enough to break teeth, his nostrils flared, and those green pools were nearly pitch black now. What the fuck was that all about? I hollered. He slowly turned his head towards me, locking his eyes with mine in a deadly glare. His hands tightened around the steering wheel even more. He narrowed his gaze. For one, what did I tell you about that attitude of yours? Also, whose scent is that on you? He questioned me through gritted teeth. He must be able to smell Eric on me, But how did he not send him earlier? Or if he did, why didn't he say something sooner? I placed my hand on my chest. Oh, so sorry, Your Highness. Where are my manners? If I may so question Alpha, when will we be arriving at our destination, sir? I said in a sarcastic tone while batting my eyelashes and plastering a broad, cheeky smile across my face. His expression was less than pleased as the corner of his lip curled up and a dangerously low snarl sounded from him. Kane closed the distance between us. You're pushing it, you know that? And I won't ask you again whose scent that is on you, he said in a calm and ominous tone. Oh, I know, I love to push buttons. It's a specialty of mine, and that's none of your fucking business, I said, grinning at him. Fuck him and fuck that. He can kiss my ass. Kane wants to take me from my home, family, and pack. Well, I'm not going to make things easy for him. Without another word, he bolted from the car and came to my side so fast, I didn't have time to lock the door before he wrenched it open, yanked me out of the car by my arm, and slammed the door shut. Kane then slammed me against the car, pressing his body against mine. There was almost no distance between us as his eyes burrowed into mine. Finally, he placed one hand on the car and gripped my chin with the other, with just enough force to let me know that he was livid. Did I not tell you to lose that attitude? Did I not tell you that there would be consequences? His voice was deep and gruff, but I just stood there silently and stared at him, not moving an inch. A smirk grew across his face, and he tilted his head down, brushing his lips against my cheek, causing me to stiffen and my thighs to squeeze together. His lips hovered, barely touching my skin, as he closed what little bit of distance was left between us. I could feel how close he was, the warmth of his body brushing against my leg. The sensation sent a sudden rush of heat through me, and I quickly became aware of how nervous and excited I was by his closeness. Kane trailed down to my jawline, still hovering his mouth just above my skin, then gently began to kiss my neck. A gasp escaped from my lips as my heart started beating erratically, my chest heaved, and my legs squeezed together even tighter as he continued his onslaught of gentle kisses down my neck to collarbone. This man was a monster who had just ripped me from everything and everyone that I loved, and yet he had me wrapped around his finger at this moment and was making me so fucking asterisk that it was painful. He groaned in satisfaction. I can smell your asterisk, my love. I can tell just how excited you are, how wet you are, Kane said in a low husky tone. Kane released my chin and began to gently caress my cheek before entwining his hand within my hair. He tilted his head up and looked me in the eyes. His lips hovered above mine as he said in a seductive tone, "Are you going to tell me whose scent that is that lingers on you?" Well, that ruined the mood. But that statement brought me out of my lust-filled haze and made me remember just who I was dealing with at this moment. I chuckled and leaned into him, asterisk his upper lip. "I'll never tell you," I whispered. He removed his hand from my hair and wrapped it around my neck, his eyes pitch black now. "So, that's how it's going to be, huh? One way or the other, you will tell me what I want to know." Kane then opened the car door, shoved me inside, and slammed it shut. He entered the car and took a sharp breath as he started the engine and took off like a madman. I wouldn't let it show, but I was scared and feared for my life at this moment. After what felt like the longest drive in history, we finally reached his territory. It was quiet and dark. I couldn't see much, except for some dimly lit homes and buildings. Kane began to slow the car down as we approached a large iron gate. A burly-looking man came out of a shack and opened the gate for us to proceed through. He continued to drive down a narrow gravel road. Large, thick trees surrounded the road. Before I knew it, we arrived at his house. I looked away from the window and down at my lap. This was it. This was my end. Kane parked the car. "We're here," he stated with an edgy tone. I didn't move or say a word, just continued to stare at my lap. I honestly didn't want to get out of the car in fear of what was to come, of what my future held. Finally, Kane got out of the car and approached my side. He opened the door and motioned for me to get out. I still didn't move or say a word to him. He exhaled heavily. "Get out of the car now, or I will drag you out, your choice." His tone was serious and deadly. I closed my eyes and mustered up as much courage and bravery as possible and stepped out of the vehicle. Once I was out of the car, I peered up at the massive fortress in front of me. The house before me was now my home and my prison. The place was tremendous from the outside, but also beautiful. Lights adorned the pathway, and small shrubs were lined up perfectly along the front entrance. In addition, there was a sizable wooden porch wrapped around the front of the house. The front door was enormous, standing tall and broad, with beautiful accents carved into the wood. The home itself was painted a midnight sky blue, and it was breathtaking. He gripped my elbow and turned me to face him as we approached the door. His features held a stern expression. Once we are inside, I will introduce you to those that you need to know. Anyone that I do not introduce you to, you are not to speak to at all. After that, you will be given a tour of the areas that you need to be familiar with when it is convenient. He gripped my elbow a little tighter before continuing. And I will not repeat myself on this one. You are to watch that pretty little mouth of yours. I will not tolerate being embarrassed in front of my pack. Do I make myself clear? I narrowed my eyes at him. Crystal. Good girl, he said in a sarcastic voice while petting the top of my head. I pulled away from him and stared daggers at him. Kane grinned. I am going to have so much fun breaking that defiant spirit of yours, my love, Kane said as he opened one of the doors and practically shoved me inside. The inside of the house was just as beautiful as the outside. A large carriage wheel was hanging from the ceiling, decorated in sparkling lights. A wooden, spiral staircase that led to the second floor took up a significant portion of the entryway. Rustic lights and paintings covered the walls in the hallway. Gray, wooden flooring was spread throughout, making the home feel very countryside. It seems as though they have a thing for wood, Che. Kane placed his palm on the small of my back, leading me further into the house. Just as he closed the door, a man looking very similar to Kane approached us. He smiled. Brother, you've returned, and with a guest. His last words were almost like a question. Kane sighed. Don't play games, Calyx. You knew I would be arriving shortly and that she would be with me, he said in an annoyed tone. Calyx grinned. Can't help myself, man, I'm bored. He shrugged while looking at me and winking. I wrinkled my nose, and my brows scrunched together as I took a step back, only to bump into Kane's arm. A growl erupted from Kane. Watch it, Calyx, I'm warning you. His tone and stance emanated with authority now. They stood there for a minute, just staring at each other. The tension in the room was a bit awkward. Finally, I cleared my throat in an attempt to end the stare down. They tore their eyes away from each other and stared at me. I looked back and forth between the two of them. Kane just glared at me while his brother smirked. Kane continued to stare at me, then tore his gaze from mine and cleared his throat. Calyx, this is Freja, my mate, and your future Luna. Freja, this is my brother Calyx. Calyx stepped closer to me, smiling from ear to ear. It's a pleasure to meet you, Freja. He extended his hand out for me to shake. I took his hand in mine, gripping it firmly in mine, and lightly shook his hand. He then bent down and kissed the top of my hand. I immediately yanked my hand back from him, feeling uncomfortable. Kane stepped in between us. That's enough, he bellowed out. Calyx smirked and put his hands up in surrender. Just trying to be polite, brother, that's all. Kane stood there fuming mad. He took a step towards his brother, but a beautiful woman came out from around a corner before anything else happened. Her eyes widened with excitement. Kane, your hoe. She stopped mid-sentence and her excitement disappeared as she saw me standing there. She glared at me and then turned her attention to Kane. Who the fuck is she? She sneered. Kane placed his arm around my waist, pulling me closer to him. I tried to tear myself away from him, feeling as if I was being used as a means to make this woman jealous, but his grip just tightened around me, holding me in place. He peered down at me and smiled. This is Freja, my mate, and your soon-to-be Luna. Freja, this is Eve. She is a female warrior in the pack. Kane said casually. Her mouth dropped, and she gaped at him. You have to be fucking kidding me? This is a joke, right? She shouted frantically. Calyx was standing at the sidelines, with a shit-eating grin on his face, as he watched the events unfold before him. He softly shook his head. No, Eve. This is not a joke. Kane said proudly, and I wanted more than anything just to be alone. I am supposed to be your Luna, not this bitch. She's not even your type, and she's definitely not Luna material Kane. I mean, look at her. She was practically screaming with the last sentence as she pointed at me frantically and scoffed. I snorted at her remark, finding this whole thing quite amusing now. Kane snapped his head towards me and gave me a deadly look. I just smiled at him and shrugged my shoulders. Eve crossed her arms. What the fuck are you laughing at, whore? She spat. I raised a brow. Just your little whiny temper tantrum. I mean, how old are you? And to be honest, jealousy doesn't suit you. It makes you look even more pathetic than you already are. I stated, with a broad smile spreading on my face. She snarled at me and started to take threatening steps towards me. Kane put up a hand, stopping her in her tracks. Eve, stop right there. He used his alpha tone with her. Eve hesitantly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes became glassy. You are seriously going to side with her? You are going to allow her to speak to me that way? She whined. I tilted my head a bit and smiled as wide as I could, with an innocent look plastered on my face. Calyx snickered from the side, causing Kane to glare at him this time. Kane didn't even look at me, but I could feel the anger and tension rolling off of him in waves. Calyx, take Freja to my room. Do not stop anywhere else and do not talk to anyone else, is that clear? Kane demanded. Calyx straightened himself. Yes, sir, he said playfully. Calyx came to my side and put out his arm in a gesture for us to link arms together. My lady. I couldn't help but laugh internally at his actions, and the devilish smile spread across his face. I stood there for a second, contemplating whether or not I wanted to accept his offer. Then, finally, I decided to say screw it and linked my arm with his, allowing him to guide me. Calyx looked to Kane. Don't worry, brother. I'll take good care of Freja for you while you are dealing with your... He paused as he glanced between Kane and Eve. Problem, he said, smiling. It was clear that Calyx was trying to get a rise out of Kane, and it was working. Kane stared at him, nostrils flared, his face almost beet red with anger. It was indeed an amusing sight, and I had to turn away, afraid that I would laugh out loud. Calyx turned his attention to me. Shall we? I slightly nodded. Lead the way, good sir, I said in a playful tone, matching his demeanor. Calyx grabbed my bag off the floor, and we began to proceed towards the spiral staircase. As we ascended the stairs, I could feel eyes burning into the back of my head and a shrieking voice fading within the distance. No doubt it was that woman's. I couldn't quite make out what she was saying, but I heard something along the lines of that bitch needs to go. And to be honest, I couldn't agree with her more. I didn't want to be here any more than she wanted me here. But unfortunately, I don't think it would be as easy as that. Kane seems adamant about keeping me, and I wish I knew the real reason. Chapter 6. Nightmares. We reached the top of the stairs and went down the hallway to our right. Portraits were hung along the gray painted walls, a few chaise lounges, with small tables and lamps decorating the hallway. However, what had caught my eye was the massive, black door at the end of the hallway. Finally, we reached the broad wooden door, which was even taller up close. Calyx gripped the door handle, swung it open, and led me inside the room. This is Kane's room and now yours as well, he said as he gestured around the room. I froze, thinking about what Calyx had just said to me. Wait, Kane will be staying in here with me? I asked obliviously, hoping I had heard him wrong. He chuckled. Well, yeah, it's his room, and you are his mate. He stated as if I had just asked the stupidest question. My wolf growled in my head as my nostrils flared, and I clenched my fists at my sides. I'm not his mate, I said through gritted teeth, and I won't be sharing a room with him. I would like my own room, please. I refused to share a room with him or even a bed. He pursed his lips and sighed. Well, that's something you will have to take up with Kane. Sorry, darling. He seemed genuinely apologetic. I exhaled loudly with frustration. Can't you just point me in the direction of a different room and say you had nothing to do with it? I said as sweetly as possible. He laughed. No can do. He wants you in his room, and if I go against him, I assure you it won't be pretty. You wouldn't want me to get into trouble, would you? Calyx said with certainty and a little bit of cheekiness. I rolled my eyes and grunted, you really suck, you know that. I thought you and I were going to be best friends, but I guess not. I pouted. Calyx clasped his hand to his chest, pretending as if he had been wounded. Ouch! That stings. You are a feisty one, Freja. You know that, and we can still be besties, he said while nudging my arm. Yeah, we will see about that, I smirked. He lightly chuckled. Anyways, the closet is right over here. Calyx pointed towards a black sliding door on my right. The bathroom is over there, he said while pointing to another black sliding door on my left. Calyx then began to walk towards a set of French glass doors and pulled back the white curtains. Through here is the balcony. You have the greatest view of the land from this room, he said while looking through the glass. I came up beside him and looked through the doors. The moon was shining bright on the yard, lighting everything up for everyone to gaze upon. It was one of the most beautiful sights I had seen in a long time. Calyx stood there watching me for a moment, with a look on his face that I couldn't quite decipher. He gave his head a shake before taking a step back. Well, I think that's about everything. I'm sure once I'm gone, you'll snoop around and get yourself familiar with everything. I sighed and nodded my head. Thank you, Calyx. I appreciate everything, I said genuinely. Calyx placed his hand on my shoulder, lightly squeezing it, and looked into my eyes. Not a problem. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask, he said with a bit of a creepy smile. I smiled back and stepped away from him, as he was giving me this odd vibe at that moment, and my wolf agreed, as she was acting guarded and was on alert. Calyx handed my bag to me and then left the room, closing the door behind him. Now alone, I finally took in the room. It was relatively spacious and not overly crowded, which was nice. The walls were painted a deep midnight blue, and a gray, brick fireplace decorated one wall, with a wooden shelf above it. A large wooden desk occupied a corner near the fireplace, and within the middle of the bedroom was a four-poster, king-sized bed. The sheets were black silk, the comforter was fluffy and gray, accenting the room beautifully. I took in a deep breath and rubbed my face with my hands. I needed a shower to try and relax. So I walked over to where Calyx said the closet was and opened the door. My mouth immediately dropped open. Holy shit, I said aloud. The room was more than a closet. There was a chaise lounge sitting in the middle of the floor. 2 chairs occupied the space along the back wall, with a large mirror hanging between them. On the one wall, clothes were hanging, but only half of the rod was taken. On the other wall were multiple drawers and smaller rods, where shoes were neatly placed. Holy hell, I thought to myself, this closet could be classified as a damn bedroom. I shook my head in disbelief, then placed my bag on the floor and walked out of the closet. I looked to the other door in the room, where Calyx had said the bathroom was. I walked in, and I think my jaw had hit the damn floor. The bathroom was almost as big as the fucking closet. In the center of the room was a double sink vanity. The vanity was gray, with a white marble top and copper faucets. 2 large oval-shaped mirrors hung above each sink. In the one corner was a massive stand-up shower, with numerous shower heads and a large wooden bench covering the one side of the shower wall. On the other side of the room was a black clawfoot bathtub with copper faucets matching the sinks. I think I drooled a little bit looking around this room. It was my new favorite place. I decided to shower, as I wanted to know what it was like to have a shower head above my head. I began stripping my clothes off and placing them into a hamper near the door. Then, I stepped into the shower and began turning all of the different knobs on the wall. Finally, after burning and freezing myself, I figured out how to work this damn contraption. I stood in the shower, allowing the water to cascade down my body until my fingers began to prune. I didn't want to get out, but unfortunately, I couldn't stay in here forever. I stepped out and grabbed a towel off the rack. I dried my hair slightly and wrapped myself in the world's fluffiest towel. Okay, maybe I could get used to this place. As I stood there, I realized that I didn't grab any clean clothes before getting into the shower. Good job, dumbass. I opened the bathroom door and walked towards the closet, but stopped when the bedroom door abruptly opened. Kane now stood in the doorway, his near black eyes fixed on me, roaming up and down my body, which was concealed only by a thin towel. He stepped further into the room, closing and locking the door behind him. Kane continued to stare at me so intently, it sent a shiver down my spine. We reached the top of the stairs and went down the hallway to our right. Portraits were hung along the gray painted walls, a few chaise lounges, with small tables and lamps decorating the hallway. However, what had caught my eye was the massive, black door at the end of the hallway. Finally, we reached the broad wooden door, which was even taller up close. Calyx gripped the door handle, swung it open, and led me inside the room. "This is Kane's room and now yours as well," he said as he gestured around the room. I froze, thinking about what Calyx had just said to me. "Wait, Kane will be staying in here with me?" I asked obliviously, hoping I had heard him wrong. He chuckled. "Well, yeah, it's his room and you're his mate," he stated as if I had just asked the stupidest question. My wolf growled in my head as my nostrils flared, and I clenched my fists at my sides. "I'm not his mate," I said through gritted teeth, "and I won't be sharing a room with him. I would like my own room, please." I refused to share a room with him or even a bed. He pursed his lips and sighed. "Well, that's something you will have to take up with Kane. Sorry, darling." He seemed genuinely apologetic. I exhaled loudly with frustration. "Can't you just point me in the direction of a different room and say you had nothing to do with it?" I said as sweetly as possible. He laughed. No can do. He wants you in his room, and if I go against him, I assure you it won't be pretty. You wouldn't want me to get into trouble, would you?" Calyx said with certainty and a little bit of cheekiness. I rolled my eyes and grunted, "You really suck, you know that. I thought you and I were going to be best friends, but I guess not." I pouted. Calyx clasped his hand to his chest, pretending as if he had been wounded. "Ouch! That stings. You are a feisty one, Freja. You know that, and we can still be besties," he said while nudging my arm. "Yeah, we will see about that," I smirked. He lightly chuckled. "Anyways, the closet is right over here." Calyx pointed towards a black sliding door on my right. "The bathroom is over there," he said while pointing to another black sliding door on my left. Calyx then began to walk towards a set of French glass doors and pulled back the white curtains. "Through here is the balcony. You have the greatest view of the land from this room," he said while looking through the glass. I came up beside him and looked through the doors. The moon was shining bright on the yard, lighting everything up for everyone to gaze upon. It was one of the most beautiful sights I had seen in a long time. Calyx stood there watching me for a moment, with a look on his face that I couldn't quite decipher. He gave his head a shake before taking a step back. "Well, I think that's about everything. I'm sure once I'm gone, you'll snoop around and get yourself familiar with everything." I sighed and nodded my head. "Thank you, Calyx. I appreciate everything," I said genuinely. Calyx placed his hand on my shoulder, lightly squeezing it, and looked into my eyes. "Not a problem. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask," he said with a bit of a creepy smile. I smiled back and stepped away from him, as he was giving me this odd vibe at that moment, and my wolf agreed, as she was acting guarded and was on alert. Calyx handed my bag to me and then left the room, closing the door behind him. Now alone, I finally took in the room. It was relatively spacious and not overly crowded, which was nice. The walls were painted a deep midnight blue, and a gray, brick fireplace decorated one wall, with a wooden shelf above it. A large wooden desk occupied a corner near the fireplace, and within the middle of the bedroom was a four-poster, king-sized bed. The sheets were black silk, the comforter was fluffy and gray, accenting the room beautifully. I took in a deep breath and rubbed my face with my hands. I needed a shower to try and relax. So I walked over to where Calyx said the closet was and opened the door. My mouth immediately dropped open. "Holy shit," I said aloud. The room was more than a closet. There was a chaise lounge sitting in the middle of the floor. 2 chairs occupied the space along the back wall, with a large mirror hanging between them. On the one wall, clothes were hanging, but only half of the rod was taken. On the other wall were multiple drawers and smaller rods, where shoes were neatly placed. Holy hell, I thought to myself, this closet could be classified as a damn bedroom. I shook my head in disbelief, then placed my bag on the floor and walked out of the closet. I looked to the other door in the room, where Calyx had said the bathroom was. I walked in, and I think my jaw had hit the damn floor. The bathroom was almost as big as the fucking closet. In the center of the room was a double sink vanity. The vanity was gray, with a white marble top and copper faucets. 2 large oval-shaped mirrors hung above each sink. In the one corner was a massive stand-up shower, with numerous shower heads and a large wooden bench covering the one side of the shower wall. On the other side of the room was a black clawfoot bathtub with copper faucets matching the sinks. I think I drooled a little bit looking around this room. It was my new favorite place. I decided to shower, as I wanted to know what it was like to have a shower head above my head. I began stripping my clothes off and placing them into a hamper near the door. Then, I stepped into the shower and began turning all of the different knobs on the wall. Finally, after burning and freezing myself, I figured out how to work this damn contraption. I stood in the shower, allowing the water to cascade down my body until my fingers began to prune. I didn't want to get out, but unfortunately, I couldn't stay in here forever. I stepped out and grabbed a towel off the rack. I dried my hair slightly and wrapped myself in the world's fluffiest towel. Okay, maybe I could get used to this place. As I stood there, I realized that I didn't grab any clean clothes before getting into the shower. Good job, dumbass. I opened the bathroom door and walked towards the closet, but stopped when the bedroom door abruptly opened. Kane now stood in the doorway, his near black eyes fixed on me, roaming up and down my body, which was concealed only by a thin towel. He stepped further into the room, closing and locking the door behind him. Kane continued to stare at me so intently, it sent a shiver down my spine. I shifted and cleared my throat. Is there something I can help you with? The corner of his lip tilted upwards just a little. Then, his facial expression became severe. You disobeyed me, my love. I told you there would be consequences if you behaved as you just did downstairs. You embarrass me in front of my people, and I will not tolerate that or let you away with such disrespect. The tone of his voice was grave and ominous. Kane took small, taunting steps towards me, but I didn't move or flinch. I straightened myself and held my ground. I arched an eyebrow. What's your point? Did you think I was going to stand down and take that shit from her? My voice grew louder with each word. I am not some she-bitch that will kneel before you and kiss your feet, obeying your every command. I stated proudly and confidently. My wolf was proud of me for standing up to him. A wide, menacing grin spread across his face as he quickened his pace towards me. At that moment, fear slowly crept up my spine, causing me to tremble and step back with each step he took towards me now. I told you to watch that pretty little mouth of yours, especially in front of my pack members. You will be punished for your actions, my love. His smile was sinister. Kane reached out, gripped my shoulders and pinned me to the wall, trapping me with his body, causing a gasp to escape my mouth. We stood there, staring into each other's eyes, his body pressed firmly against mine, which made my core heat up and my legs weaken. I wiggled in his hold and growled at him. What do you mean punished? I asked with anticipation and nervousness. My wolf was itching to break free now as she growled furiously in my head. He bent down and whispered in my ear, I am going to teach you a lesson for disobeying me. Kane then lightly licked my earlobe, and I could feel his hard, thick asterisk twitch against my thigh. I squirmed and thrashed in his hold, but his grip only tightened, and he pushed his body into mine even further, causing the towel to come undone. He peered down at the fabric that covered my naked body and smiled before backing up just enough to allow the towel to fall to my feet. A low growl slipped past my lips, and I narrowed my eyes at him. Let me go, asshole, I demanded, but the smile on his face just widened. He spun us around and sat down on the bed. Kane spread me across his lap on my belly. I continued to squirm and wiggle, trying to free myself from him, but he gripped both of my wrists together in one of his hands and held them behind my back while the other slapped my ass. A gasp escaped my lips, and I stilled with shock. Did you seriously just spank me? I questioned with a hint of anger, even though asterisk sparked to life in my asterisk, causing my thighs to squeeze together. He didn't say anything, just caressed my ass with his palm and then spanked me again, this time a little harder. I moaned, and my inner asterisk became wet from my own excitement. What is wrong with me? Why am I so turned on right now? I thought to myself. I grunted, "What are you doing? Let me go now," I demanded through my panting. Kane bent down slightly, pressing his soft, full lips against my ear. Why would I do that? Even though this is supposed to be a punishment, I know you are enjoying this. I can smell your asterisk. He whispered so softly I shuddered. I felt his asterisk harden even more against my hip with his last words. I didn't want to admit it, but he was right. I was really turned on from his spankings. My body felt alive as I shook with pleasure and delight. "Do you want more?" he asked in an asterisk voice. My chest heaved as my breathing became ragged. I didn't respond. I just squeezed my thighs together tighter and wiggled my asterisk, causing my hip bone to rub against Kane's asterisk. He let out a deep groan and rubbed his palm across my asterisk again. "You have been such a naughty girl. What am I going to do with you?" He purred. He spanked my asterisk again, causing me to moan louder and writhe from the excitement on his lap. He squeezed my asterisk cheek, then lightly trailed his fingers down my leg. Even slower, his fingers began to trail up my inner thigh. Finally, I couldn't take the tension anymore. The heat building inside me was overwhelming, and I desperately wanted him closer. Through my asterisk haze, something clicked in my brain. I was letting myself get turned on by the monster that had just ripped me from my family and loved ones. I needed to stop this. This couldn't happen. Kane is not my mate. Well, you could just rip me from my family and loved ones. Oh wait, you already did that. I spat. His hand stopped just before he reached my core. Kane gripped my thighs so tight, I gasped in pain. He then grabbed my waist, spun us around and threw me onto the bed, causing me to land on the mattress with a thump. Kane looked down at me, and teeth clenched together. He leaned down and placed an arm on either side of me. "You just don't know when to shut that fucking mouth of yours, do you?" He growled. I could feel the anger rolling off him in heated waves. His stare was like a drug. You know it's bad for you, but you just can't get enough of it. I looked away from him, not wanting to be trapped in his gaze, but just as quickly as I looked away, he had gripped my chin with slight force, causing me to look into those enchanting eyes once again. For a moment, Kane remained silent, just staring into my eyes and scanning my face with a look so penetrating, I could feel the wetness pooling up once again between my thighs. "Let me go, please," I said with as much sweetness as I could muster. He narrowed his eyes. "Never, you're mine. To love, to fuck, to torture, to punish, to do with as I please, and it would do good to come to terms with that." I chuckled. "I will never be yours," I said with fury. He growled, and his upper lip started twitching upwards in a snarl. I think I just made him even angrier. Oh well, I thought to myself. Kane reared back and stood to his feet, glaring down at me. "We will see about that," he promised, and with that, he stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I let out a deep, shuddering breath. I couldn't believe I allowed myself to let things get that far or let him affect me like that. I stood up from the bed and dashed into the closet, quickly changing into my pajamas, so I was no longer naked and exposed. I walked over to the balcony doors and pushed aside the curtains and peered out at the dead of night. I stared at the night sky, basking in its vast beauty when something caught my eye. It looked like a dark figure just standing there, watching me. Who the hell is that? Am I seeing things? My wolf's hackles raised, and she let out a low snarl, confirming she saw it too. I closed my eyes and gave my head a shake. When I looked again, the figure was gone. Okay, I've officially lost my mind. I need some sleep. I closed the curtain and retreated towards the bed. I honestly didn't want to sleep in here, especially knowing he could come back and sleep in the same bed. However, I was way too tired to actually give a fuck at the moment. Tomorrow, I would ensure that I was given my own room, whether Kane liked it or not. I climbed onto the large, soft bed, buried myself into the mattress, and closed my heavy eyes. As I lay there, I mulled over the day's events as sleep began to embrace me. Then, just as I was about to drift off, I heard the door creak open and closed with a soft thud. I lay still, not moving or making a sound. The room remained silent, but I could hear someone moving around within the bedroom. After a few moments, I felt the bed dip down and a familiar scent invaded my nose. Kane. As he climbed further into the bed, I could feel the heat coming from his body. His smell was oddly comforting to me. He began fiddling with the comforter, and that's when his leg brushed against mine. He stilled. As I laid there frozen, neither of us said anything or moved an inch. Finally, I continued pretending to be asleep and rolled over onto my other side, facing away from him now. I swore I heard him let out a frustrating sigh, but I ignored it and him. Finally, sleep embraced me, and I drifted off to La La Land. I was running through the woods, heaving and panting, wearing a dirty, shredded-up white gown. Sweat and blood were pouring down my face. It was dark, and the wind howled through the trees. I stopped dead in my tracks and looked around as confusion arose within me. Why am I running? Or who am I running from? I thought to myself. I didn't understand why I was out here, why I was bleeding, or why I was running. Then, finally, I heard a noise come from behind me. I whipped around and stared into the vast wilderness, but all I saw was a pair of bright red eyes watching me intently. My heart began to race, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Who was this person, and what did they want from me? I opened my mouth to say something, but before anything came out, the figure leaped forward, knocking me to the ground with a thud, and the last thing I saw was sharp, bloody teeth bearing down on me. Chapter 7. The tree. The bright morning light invaded the room, waking me from my deep slumber and that horrible nightmare. I lay there, thinking about the dream that I had encountered. I had never seen a face, just teeth, but why was I covered in blood? Who was attacking me? I reminded myself that it was just a dream and cleared my mind of it. I sat up and stretched. As I looked around the room, I realized that I was alone and the bed was empty. Kane must have left at some point. I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful I didn't have to face him yet. I got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to do my morning business. After finishing up in the bathroom, I walked over to the bedroom door and pressed my ear against the cold wood, listening carefully for any voices on the other side. However, there was nothing. Everything was silent. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. What the fuck? I banged on the door and hollered, but no one came. I truly am a fucking prisoner, I thought to myself. I walked over to the balcony and turned the door handle. To my surprise, it was unlocked. Really? You locked the bedroom door, but not the balcony door? What a moron. I walked out onto the balcony, took a deep breath of the fresh air, and glanced around at my surroundings. It was gorgeous here, I'll admit that. I could see a willow tree in the far corner of the yard, along with a pond and some benches surrounding the beautiful tree. I definitely have to check that out once I am released from my cell. I peered off into the distance, gazing out at the dense forest, at the spot where I thought I had seen someone standing last night, and as I expected, there was nothing and no one there now. Maybe I was hallucinating or imagining things. I looked down at the ground, which was only about 10 feet or so from the balcony. Perhaps I could jump down and run for it. Just as I was considering doing it, the bedroom door opened and in walked some woman. She appeared to be in her mid-60s, with grayish, silver hair that reached her back. She had bright, light blue eyes. She was stunning, even considering her age. I went back into the bedroom and closed the balcony doors behind me. "Good morning, miss. My name is Violet. I am your personal maid," she said with a bright and fake smile. "Good morning, Violet. I am Freja." I gave her a small smile. She chuckled softly. "Yes, I know, dear. I've come to get you for breakfast." "So, I need an escort to go to breakfast?" I asked, irritated. "First, he locks me in here, and now I need an escort to leave the room. I fucking hate him." She gave me a remorseful expression. "Unfortunately, the Alpha doesn't trust you not to run away. So, he has requested that you be accompanied whenever leaving your room," she sympathetically explained. I snorted. "Wow, requested? Really? More like demanded." I corrected her. Violet opened the door, allowing me to exit first before closing it and stepping in front of me. "Please follow me." We began walking down the hall and towards the staircase. Violet was quite spry for her age, or maybe I'm just getting weak, because this woman sure could walk fast. We approached a large, white door with gold handles. Violet opened the door and gestured for me to enter first. "This is the grand dining hall," Violet said. It was another beautiful room. There was a minibar with stools occupying one wall, a leather study chair next to a large stone fireplace. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and in the middle of the room was a massive wooden table littered with all kinds of delicious-looking foods. Violet pulled out a chair for me to sit in, and as I looked at all the delicious food, I realized just how hungry I was. As I sat there drooling over the display, Violet brought me out of my catatonic state when she appeared beside me. "What would you like to eat, miss?" I brushed her off. "Oh, I can get it," I said, as I didn't want her waiting on me hand and foot. I sat up from my chair and was about to reach for some bacon when I noticed that Violet was staring at me like I was insane. I ignored her reaction, as my need for food was more significant than my need to ask about her problem. As I finished gathering my food, I looked at Violet, noticing that she was still just standing there. "Aren't you going to sit and eat with us?" She shook her head. "No, miss, I cannot. We aren't allowed to eat with the higher ranks," she regretfully informed me. I snorted. "That's ridiculous. Please sit and eat with me." I pleaded with her as I had been enjoying her company. Just as she was about to sit, in walked Cain and Calyx. "Great." I looked at Violet. "And here I thought it was going to be a peaceful morning," I said distastefully while glaring at Cain. Her eyes widened with horror at my remark, and she looked to Cain, who let out a low growl, causing poor Violet to scurry out of the room. I sighed with frustration. Cain and Calyx took a seat at the table, and a moment later, Violet re-entered the dining hall. She gathered 2 plates, placed a variety of food onto each one, and served both men. Once she was finished, Violet once again bolted out of the room. I continued to eat my food in silence, not even sparing a glance towards Cain or Calyx. Finally, after finishing, I gathered my plate and began to leave the room when a large hand gripped my elbow. "Where do you think you are going?" Cain asked. I raised a brow at the hand that was clutching my elbow. Well, Your Majesty, I am going to take my plate into the kitchen, and then I'm going to go for a walk around the grounds," I said sassily. I attempted to yank my elbow from his grip, but he just tightened his hold. "I don't think so. Violet will clean everything up, and you are not to go outside without an escort." I scoffed. "Where I come from, we don't depend on others to wipe our ass. We tend to do it ourselves. Second, I don't need Violet to clean my mess, and lastly, I do not need an escort. I am only going down to the pond that I spotted from my dungeon. Sorry, I mean your bedroom." I grinned widely at him. Suddenly, his chair flung across the room as he stood angrily. I didn't move or blink, just stared at him with hatred. His nostrils were flared, eyes pitch black, and Cain's chest heaved with each deep breath he took. He pulled me against him harshly. "You will watch how you speak to me, and it is not a request, it's an order. You will not go anywhere outside the house without an escort. Do I make myself clear?" I started to laugh uncontrollably, causing Cain's brows to scrunch together in confusion. "I'm sorry, am I supposed to be scared of you or something? 'Cause that's fucking funny." Cain growled lowly, and just when I thought he was going to pummel me, Calyx stood from his seat. "I can escort her brother," he offered quickly and politely. Cain looked to his brother, and then back to me. "Fine, but if she causes any problems, you come back immediately." Calyx nodded in response. He turned back to me and narrowed his eyes. "Be a good girl and behave yourself, or else you won't leave the house ever again. Is that understood?" I raised my hand to my head in a salute. "Aye, aye, Captain." Then I yanked my arm from his hold and began walking away, with Calyx hot on my heels. "You know, you have some big balls. No one here would even dare to speak to Cain like that," Calyx pointed out. "That's nice," I simply said. He just shook his head at me and smirked. We continued to walk towards the rear of the house when that woman from last night approached us. "Couldn't be happy with just one brother, huh? Had to try out the other as well," she said, smiling. I snarled and stepped towards her when Calyx came between us. "I am taking her on a tour of the grounds, Eve, and it will do you good to remember that she is your future Luna. You will watch your tongue." She laughed. "Future Luna? She is no future Luna of mine," she spat. It took everything in me not to lose my shit and rip her face off, but I remained silent and just sent her a death glare, to which she smirked at and then walked away. I took in a deep breath and continued walking towards the back door. Calyx rushed to my side. Sorry about that, and don't worry about Eve. She is just a petty, jealous bitch. I grunted, yeah, I caught that. We stepped out the back door and into the yard. As I stood there taking everything in, I noticed a small labyrinth in the center of the yard. There were also beautiful, lush gardens filled with various flowers, fruits, and vegetables within the yard. Finally, to my left, was the small pond and the towering willow tree. I began walking towards the tree. It was so breathtaking. The tree had a swing hanging from it and a small bench next to it. As I approached the tree, I could feel Calyx watching me intently, as if burning a hole in the back of my head. But I ignored it and continued to my destination. The tree was even more magnificent up close. It was so large and beautiful. The leaves were bright and vibrant. I walked up to the pond and peered in. It was filled with numerous colorful koi fish. I leaned against the edge and gazed at the fish swimming around carelessly when Calyx came to my side. Are you okay? You seem a little lost, he said gently. I'm fine, and even if I told you I wasn't fine, it doesn't change anything, I said as I walked over to the swing and sat down. Talk to me. You might feel better, he said with a smile as he sat down on the bench. I don't like to talk about my feelings, especially with someone I don't know. Did he think I was stupid or something? I wasn't going to tell him anything, especially when he would go and tell Kane everything. Calyx pursed his lips. Fair enough. What do you want to know? He asked me. I pursed my lips and thought for a moment of what I wanted to ask. I want to know why your brother chose me? He is an alpha. He's not bad on the eyes. Kane could have anyone he wants, even little Miss Barbie in there. Everything about this situation didn't make sense, especially why Kane would want someone like me as his Luna. He started laughing and clapped his hands together. Wow, I love it. I can't explain why he chose you. He is dead set on the fact that you're his mate, and maybe he sees something in you. I know he is difficult and stubborn, but years of being an alpha will do that to you, and he wasn't always like this. Kane used to be different. So maybe you'll bring the old him back, Calyx said hopefully while shrugging his shoulders. I rolled my eyes. I doubt that, and as soon as I get the chance, I'm gone. I don't plan on sticking around, I stated. His facial features turned severe. That would not be wise. Kane has many enemies who would love to get their hands on his mate, and if they don't get to you, Kane will find you, and it won't be pleasant. I narrowed my eyes and leaned forward a bit. Well, he has to catch me first. I started to swing back and forth. I leaned back on the swing and stared up at the tree, losing myself in its beauty and attempting to clear my mind of everything, even just for a moment. The sun shined through the small spaces of the tree, making it look even more magnificent. As I continued swinging, I noticed that Calyx rose from the bench out of the corner of my eye. We should head inside now. It's going to be lunchtime soon, and I have some work that I need to finish. I sighed. You can go in. I'll be fine out here on my own. I am a big girl who is more than capable of taking care of herself, I said assuredly. He pursed his lips. I don't doubt that you can, Freja. However, I have orders. So, I can't leave you out here on your own. His tone was stern and severe now. I shook my head. You truly know how to make a girl feel like a prisoner. I smiled sarcastically at him. Calyx turned his gaze away from me and just stood there silently. I jumped off the swing. You are no fun, you know that? Fine, let's go back into the dungeon. I huffed. He chuckled. You are something else. We began heading towards the house when a chill ran down my spine, and I got the feeling that someone was watching me. I stopped in my tracks and looked behind me. I scanned the trees carefully and sniffed the air. My wolf was growling, her hackles raised, telling me she could feel it too. Calyx noticed I stopped and came to my side. He placed a hand on my shoulder, causing me to flinch. Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right? He questioned with concern. I continued to scan the trees and smell the air around me, but there was nothing. I didn't pick up on any strange smells, and I couldn't see anything alarming, not that my wolf or I could see. I turned to Calyx. I'm fine. Everything's okay, I reassured him. His brows scrunched together. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure, I replied with a smile, but Calyx wasn't buying it, I could tell, as he had a questionable look on his face. So I turned around and continued towards the house. The door swung open before we entered the house, and Kane stood there, his body tense. About fucking time. Calyx, there has been a breach. I need you to go to the border with the others. You know what to do. Kane turned to me. As for you, I want you back in the house and to go to our room immediately. He demanded. I fucking knew there was someone there. Let me help, please. Not a fucking chance. Kane grabbed my arm and began dragging me inside the house. I struggled and tried to free myself from his grip as he dragged me through the house and towards my dungeon. Let me go. I am not a fucking child. Let me help. I won't wander off or try anything. I am a good hunter and fighter. I attempted to plead with him. I wanted to know who was there and what they wanted, mostly why they had been watching me. He spun around and looked deep into my eyes. Not happening, and that's final. Kane boomed. We reached the bedroom, and he tossed me inside like I was a rag doll, quickly slamming the door closed and locking it. I rushed towards the door, banging on it and screaming for him to let me out, but it was useless. I ran over to the balcony doors, but they were also locked. I looked outside, trying to get a glimpse of anything, but I could only see the garden and the spot where Calyx and I had just come from, and there was no one around. Chapter 8. Strangers lurking. I began pacing the room, feeling anxious and useless. Whenever something happened back home, I always assisted. My family and pack members were proud of me for the skills and abilities I brought to the pack. It made me feel included and appreciated. Time had been slowly passing since Kane brought me to the dungeon. No one came, and I didn't hear anything outside the room. I walked to the balcony doors again, gazing around, when once again, I saw the dark figure lurking in the trees. But this time, they stepped out from the shadows, making themselves visible for me to see. It was a tall man. He didn't appear to be very built, seemed a bit older, with a hint of silver dusting his golden brown locks. He just stood there staring at me, and a grin spread across his face. I continued to stare back, not moving. I wanted so badly to go out there, to ask him what he wanted and why he was watching me. I heard a noise come from outside the bedroom and turned towards the bedroom door, then back to the balcony doors. However, the mysterious man was now gone and out of my sight. Sneaky little bastard. The lock on the door clicked before it creaked open, and Kane walked in. I turned away from him, not wanting to look at him or engage in conversation. Dinner will be ready in 30 minutes. Be ready, Kane said as he walked into the closet. I didn't reply or move from where I stood, just continued to stare into the trees, searching for the mysterious man. Once Kane returned from the closet, I finally turned to face him. Why wouldn't you let me help? And don't give me some bullshit excuse saying it was for my safety. I was annoyed with him and the fact that he refused to let me help. Because I said no. He said plainly. I scoffed. Because you said no? Wow, way to make me feel included. But, you know, if I am to be your Luna, I am to appear as strong, not cowardly, and you locking me in here doesn't help. I began walking towards the closet, not wanting to be near him any longer. He gripped my arm, stopping me in my tracks. Look at me, Kane said in a deep, commanding tone. I looked into his eyes with hesitation. Yes, you are right. Of course, a Luna should not be cowardly or appear weak, but it is also the Alpha's duty, my duty, to protect you as my Luna. I understand that, but as Luna, I have to protect our people. I stood my ground and wasn't backing off no matter what because we both knew I was right. He glared at me with intensity, and the next thing I knew, he was captivating my lips with his. Kane pulled me against his chest, holding on to me for dear life, as he kissed me hard, deep, and with so much passion, it sucked every ounce of breath from my lungs. Next, he pushed me against the wall, his hands snaking their way down to my waist and landing on my asterisk, before cupping each cheek and hoisting me off the floor. Then, Kane pressed himself harder against me, almost as if trying to mold us together. He continued to kiss me with such a fiery passion. It ignited a spark in my belly, a spark of desire and need. Kane began kissing down my neck, sucking and biting my skin with each heated kiss as he continued to ravish me. Finally, he carried me over to the bed and gently laid me onto the sheets. His hands released my asterisk and slowly began moving their way up my body. He then carefully lifted the seam of my shirt to reveal my sensitive skin. His lips hovered above my stomach before planting feather-like kisses, working his way upwards. I was in such a fevered haze that all the hatred I felt towards him had dissipated at that moment, and all I wanted was him. Kane's hand slipped under my shirt, cupping my supple asterisk and pinching my asterisk, while the other hand firmly held my hip, holding me in place. Finally, he stopped and looked up at me. I stared back at him, and that's when something clicked inside me, causing all the hatred to flood back. "Stop, we can't do this," I stated firmly as I attempted to remove his hands from my body and get out from under him. His brows scrunched together. "What? Are you serious?" he asked, confused. Kane removed his hands from my body and placed them on either side of my head before narrowing his eyes. "Is this some kind of game to you? 1 minute you're hot for me, and the next you're cold." The irritation in his voice was evident. "No, this is not a game to me. I don't know what came over me, but whatever it was is gone now, and I would like for you to get off me." At that moment, I felt something I had never felt before, not even with Eric, and it scared me that those feelings were towards Kane, a man I am supposed to hate. His stare intensified. Perhaps it was, oh, I don't know, the mate bond? "Because you're my fucking mate," he boomed. "You are not my mate, and I'd rather die than mate with a monster like you." I sneered at him. Kane's upper lip began to twitch, curling into a snarl. His eyes turned pitch black, and his chest heaved. He leaned down, bringing his lips to my ear. "A monster? Like me? You have no idea who the real monsters are, my love." Kane whispered in my ear, causing a shiver of fear to run down my spine. He got off me and stood to his full height, towering above me. Kane glared down at me. "You may think whatever you wish of me, but regardless, I am your mate. You may not realize it now, but there is no use in fighting it because I will never, ever let you go," he said with certainty. Kane turned away from me and headed towards the door, and I sat up, glaring at his back. "You may not let me go, but I will find a way to be free of you and this prison," I yelled at him. He stopped dead in his tracks, turning his head slightly in my direction. I expected him to tear into me, but to my surprise, he just walked out of the room. I flopped backwards on the bed, sucking in a large breath of relief. That moment between us was fucking intense, all of it. What came over me? It was like he was a drug, something I couldn't get enough of, a high that I wanted to last forever. I wanted Kane to devour me, dominate me, and so much more. Maybe, just maybe, he is my mate? I shook my head of my torturous thoughts, got up from the bed, and walked over to the balcony. The door was no longer locked. I didn't even see him unlock it. Opening the doors, a calming summer night breeze blew throughout the room. I was about to step out onto the balcony when I heard a noise, like someone moving around below the balcony. I stood there listening and looking around. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound was growing stronger. I kept looking around and listening. Just as I was about to step outside to investigate further, suddenly, a large man stood before me. He was much taller than I, not overly bulky, but appeared to be well built. He had golden brown hair, near silver eyes, high cheekbones, and a sharp jawline. He was the man I had seen the other night, standing within the trees, watching me. I jumped back a bit. "Who the fuck are you? And what are you doing here?" I was on full alert, ready for anything, and so was my wolf. He chuckled deeply. "What a mouth on you. I can see why Kane likes you." "Apologies for the intrusion. My name is Demetrius. And I stand here on your balcony, as I need to speak with you, without any interruptions or distractions." The man seemed genuine and honest, but something about him sounded every alarm off in my head. There was also a faint smell coming from him, one I'd never smelt before, and it was a bit rotten. "Why do you need to talk to me?" I asked him. Even though my entire being told me this man was bad news, I needed to know why he wanted to speak with me. The man raised a brow. "Well, you want to escape from here? From him, right? What if I said I can help you with that?" He smiled menacingly. "Why would you help me? You don't even know me, and what would be in it for you?" Something about this whole situation was not right. Smart girl, you're right. I don't know you, and I want to help you because Kane is a monster, and he doesn't deserve a beautiful girl like you. He smiled seductively while his eyes roamed up and down my body before he continued. In exchange, I need you to retrieve an item for me, something very important. I snorted. Very important, huh? What is this important item, and why can't you retrieve it yourself? I'll tell you that in due time, but for now, do we have an agreement? He extended his hand out for me to shake. I stood there thinking about all that he had said, about all of my options. Should I trust this strange man? Trust him with my freedom? With my life? And what he is asking me to do? My brows furrowed as I thought of something. Wait, there's one thing. What are you? I asked cautiously. A grin spread across his face as he opened his mouth to reply, but before he could get a word out, the bedroom door flew open with a bang, and Kane came charging into the room. He bolted in my direction and shoved me out of the way. Kane shoved me with so much force, I flew into the wall, smacking my head against the hard surface. I fell to the floor, clutching my head. I lowered my hand to eye level and stared at the blood that now stained my palm. I looked back to Kane, and the last thing I saw was him lunging at Demetrius before everything went dark. I was running through the forest, the dark, silent forest covered in mud and blood. I ran as fast as I could, yet for some reason, I couldn't shift into my wolf. I couldn't feel or hear her. Panic began to rise from the depths of my belly, and my chest heaved with each stride. I could hear someone closing in on me, but who? Why did this feel so familiar? Why do I feel like I've been here before, in this exact situation? I stopped, needing to catch my breath, and inspected my body, noticing that I was covered in blood. There were also various scrapes, cuts, bruises, and bite marks. Suddenly, I was knocked to the ground, hitting my head on a rock. Everything became fuzzy and disoriented. A prominent figure loomed over me, but I couldn't make out who it was. My head was pounding. I wanted to scream, to fight, to do something, but I couldn't seem to find it in me to do so. Then, finally, the person leaned down, closing the distance between my face and theirs. Nice try, little one, but you are mine, and there is no escaping from me. They whispered. Wait, was it Kane? No. The voice was different, a voice I hadn't heard before, raising more alarm bells within me. Finally, a surge of strength blew through me, and I began trying to fight, throwing punches, but the man held my arms down and started to laugh. So weak, so pathetic. I will enjoy sucking every ounce of fight left from your body until your heart ceases to beat. His tone was promising and sinister. Fear coursed through my body and consumed my thoughts, paralyzing me where I lay, unable to move. Finally, the man lifted his head away from me and opened his mouth, displaying his deadly fangs. Then, I felt his sharp teeth brush against my skin just before I jolted awake. I woke in a panic, covered in sweat, my heart pounding and unable to catch my breath. I closed my eyes to calm myself, taking slow, deep breaths. After a moment, I began to feel calm and relaxed. I opened my eyes and looked around, realizing I was in what looked like a hospital bed. Machines and other medical equipment surrounded me. I could hear people talking just outside the room. One of the voices sounded like Kane, another sounded like Calyx, and the third voice I didn't recognize. I attempted to sit up, but upon doing so, my head throbbed. I placed my hand to my head, cradling it, and that's when I felt the large bandage wrapped around my head. The concern over the dressing quickly faded as my head throbbed painfully again. This headache was worse than a hangover. I sat back down and listened to the voices nearby. She will be fine, Alpha. It's a nasty bump, but no real damage or anything serious. She will make a full recovery. A woman's voice explained. Good, thank you for everything, Rose. Of course, Alpha. Is there anything else? No, that will be all. I could hear someone's retreating footsteps before the conversation continued. Man, you're a fucking idiot. What were you thinking? Calyx voiced, a bit too loud. I heard a low snarl. I didn't mean to fucking hurt her, Calyx. I just wanted to get her away from that fucking leech. Speaking of which, how the fuck did he get past the gates and the patrol guards, Calyx? You were supposed to be out there handling the situation, which you said you had handled. Kane seemed agitated and quite pissed off with his brother over Demetrius' intrusion. I don't know, Kane. A few of the guards were found unconscious on the north side of the border. Somehow, he got the advantage on them. I thought I had it handled. Everything was in the clear. I'm sorry, Kane. Calix sounded to be feeling very guilty and overwhelmed with remorse. Yeah, you think. And obviously, everything was not in the clear, nor did you have the situation handled. So, we are going to have to increase the number of guards around the border, and she is not to be left alone. I won't let anything happen to her. He shouted through gritted teeth. Why did Kane sound so sincere and concerned? Wonder if he hit his head too. I laughed internally, or so I thought. Things went quiet for a moment. I think she is awake. I'll leave you two be, Calix said. I could hear footsteps again retreating, then the door to my room opened and Kane walked in. I rolled over and pretended to be asleep to avoid interacting with that man. He sighed loudly. I know you are awake, Freja. How are you feeling? I rolled my eyes. Fine, I said plainly. Are you in any pain? He asked with worry. No, not really. I lied. I didn't want any sympathy or help from him. Kane exhaled heavily. Listen, I am sorry for what happened. In the spur of the moment, I just reacted without thinking, and it was not my intention to harm you in any way. He sounded like he was being genuine and sincere, but honestly, I didn't care at that moment, and my interaction with Demetrius was the only thing I could focus on right now. It's fine, don't worry about it. But it wasn't okay. None of this was okay. I continued to lay on my side, facing away from him. I didn't want to look at him right now. I know he had his reasons for his actions, but still didn't make it right, and I didn't have to be happy with it either. Is there anything you need or want? He asked softly. I laid there, thinking for a moment. Then I sat up, looking straight at him. Kane stood there and examined me with his green eyes, taking in my state. He looked taken aback, and regret spread across his features. The look of remorse on his face made me feel sorry for him. Yes, I want to know why you did that. I didn't understand why he had attacked that man as he did. I mean, I understood that he attacked an intruder, but it was the way he did so and the look on his face when he saw Demetrius standing there. He looked away for a moment. That man was not a man. He is a vampire. Kane replied with distaste. My brows furrowed. A vampire? But they don't exist anymore. Kane snorted. They very much do exist and are very dangerous to our kind. Who told you they don't exist anymore? He asked with a brow raised. My father. He used to tell us tales, that the vampire race was wiped out years and years ago, that we didn't need to worry or live in fear of them. Kane shook his head. Well, your father needs to check his facts. They are still alive and doing very well for themselves. But, unfortunately, their numbers have been increasing tremendously lately, and they aim to wipe our species out. What did that man want with me? I questioned, seeing if Kane knew of our conversation. I don't know, I've never seen him before. But whatever it was, I assure you, nothing good would come of it. Kane had a distant look on his face now, as if remembering something terrible. I've seen him before. He was here the other night. I shrugged. His posture stiffened. What? Where? He asked angrily. He was standing within the tree lines outside our bedroom. The man just stood there staring at me, with a creepy grin on his face. I reminisced on the encounter. Kane didn't say a word, just left the room in a huff, leaving me to sit there confused. Why were vampires such a danger to us? Father said we used to be allied with them long ago, but he never explained what went wrong and why they were supposedly wiped out. After a few moments, Kane returned with a livid expression on his face. After you are released from here, you will no longer be left alone. You will at all times have a guard with you until we can take care of the situation. He informed me. What if I don't want someone following me around? 'Cause I'll tell you right now, I don't need one. I said firmly. Kane closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. I do not care if you think you need one or not. You will have someone with you at all times, whether you like it or not. Do not argue with me on this, Freja, because you won't win, he said with certainty. Yeah, we shall see about that. I scowled at him. He growled and then stormed out of the room. I could have sworn I saw smoke coming out of his ears, making me giggle to myself. I laid down on the bed and thought about the man who called himself Demetrius. What did he want from me, and why me? Why is he willing to risk helping me escape from Kane? Especially when he is one of the most feared alphas around, and so is his pack. I needed to figure this out, but I wasn't sure how I would win Mr. Grumpy Pants' increased security. As much as I hate to say it, I hope Demetrius returns. Chapter 9. Weird Vibes. It had been a while since Kane had stormed off, leaving me here with my thoughts. Then, finally, I heard footsteps approaching my room. I sat up in my bed, anticipating who it was when the door handle jiggled and in walked Calyx. He had a cheeky smile plastered across his face. "What the hell did you do?" "Whatever do you mean, Calyx?" I smiled and batted my lashes, pretending to be innocent. He raised a brow. "You have seriously pissed him off about something." He came stomping out of here in a huff. He ordered me to guard you and then went into his office. He slammed the door so hard, the wood cracked. I snorted. "I didn't do a thing. Maybe your brother just has something stuck up his ass." The man just constantly came off as being uptight anyways. Calyx closed his eyes and shook his head at me. "Right. Anyways, I'm your new tail." He burst out laughing. My smile died, and I gave him a deadpan stare. No, just no Calyx. Bad pun. I shook my head at his horrible attempt to make a joke. "Come on, it was good, and you know it," he said, proud of himself. "No, it was awful, and I don't need a bodyguard. I can take care of myself." I was getting sick and tired of being treated like a China doll or treated like a newly shifted pack member. Calyx pursed his lips together. Now I see why he was so pissed off. But unfortunately, I've been given orders, and I have to follow those orders until instructed otherwise. So, for the time being, you're stuck with me. He grinned widely. I groaned. "Your lovely brother, and I will be discussing that once I get out of here. By the way, when can I get the hell out of here?" I asked him, hoping he would know. He shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'll go speak with the nurse." "Thank you," I said genuinely before Calyx left the room. I looked around the room for my clothes. I didn't want to be in here much longer. But my clothes were nowhere to be seen, and I was wearing an ugly-ass nightgown. Wait a minute. Who the fuck changed me? And why? I had only hit my head, right? The thought of someone changing me without my consent caused alarm to rise within me, especially when I didn't know who had done it. I got up from the bed and walked over to the cabinet to check for my clothes, but it was filled with medical supplies, blankets, and more gowns. Next, I looked out the window, which didn't have a great view, not like the view in Kane's room. But all I could see from here was a large barn and a small portion of the gate. I paced around the room, waiting for Calyx to return, who was taking his sweet-ass time. What felt like an eternity later, Calyx had finally returned, with the nurse at his side. She was a bit older than me, but radiated with beauty and youth. She was about my height, with strawberry blonde hair, brown eyes, and high cheekbones. However, she seemed to be a bit timid. I sighed with relief. "It's about time. I thought you got lost," I said dramatically. Calyx raised an eyebrow. "I was gone for like 5 minutes. They're impatient." He gestured towards the woman next to him. "This is Nurse Rose, and she wants to inspect you before she releases you." I looked at the woman with a pleading stare as I was anxious to get out. "Okay, let's get this over with. The sooner I get out of here, the better, and where are my clothes?" Rose cleared her throat. "Alpha Kane had removed your clothing, as you had some blood on it. He brought you some clean clothes for you to change into." She handed me the pile of clean clothing she held in her hands. My eyes widened with horror at the thought of Kane removing my clothing and seeing me naked. "Excuse me?" "He changed me." Her eyes were shifty, almost refusing to look at me. "Yes, Luna." She finally answered hesitantly and nervously. I sucked in a sharp breath, remembering it wasn't her fault and that I shouldn't be hard on her. "Please, call me Freja, and thank you for everything," I said with a smile. The last thing I wanted was for this sweet woman to think I am a bitch, even though I am. But still, girls need to stick together. She smiled sheepishly. "You're welcome. Please take a seat on the bed, and I will take a look at your head." I walked over and sat down on the bed. Rose came to my side and removed the bandage from my head. She carefully inspected my head before looking into my eyes and asking me a few simple questions. "Well, Everything looks great. There is no more bleeding and the cut is nearly healed. You've healed up quite nicely and very quickly, she said with a hint of curiosity and admiration. I scrunched my nose. Is that a good thing? I asked, concerned. Her eyes brightened. Oh yes, it's great. I've just never seen someone heal so quickly before. You've only been here for a couple of hours, if that, she reassured me. Shrugging off her words, I asked the question that lingered on my tongue, so, does that mean I can go then? Yes, you may go, Luna, I mean Freja. She smiled. I smiled at her before jumping off the bed and hugging her. I knew this was not appropriate behavior, but at this moment, I was beyond ecstatic to be getting out of here. Thank you for everything. I truly appreciate it. She had been very kind to me, and I was grateful for it. Her face expressed a bit of shock, but also appreciation. Of course, anytime. She nodded. Rose then left the room. I grabbed the clothes from the bed and was about to change when I remembered Calyx was still in the room. I turned to face him and raised both brows. Can I help you? I want to get changed in private, there, Mr. Pervert, if you don't mind. Calyx snorted. Sorry, you're not my type. He laughed, a little too loud. Then he left the room, closing the door behind him. I looked at the clothes Kane had brought for me, blue jeans, a dark green shirt, and Converses. Well, his clothing taste isn't so bad, I guess. I threw everything on, and once finished, I exited the room where Calyx was waiting for me. Take me to him, please, I asked. He tilted his head slightly, and confusion crossed his facial features. Take you to who? To see Kane. He and I need to have a discussion. About many things, but the babysitter was the top priority. Kane needed to get one thing straight. I don't take orders very easily, and I don't like to be treated as a child. He rubbed the back of his neck and glanced to the floor, avoiding eye contact with me. Well, as much as I would love to do that because it would be quite entertaining, Kane is busy right now and honestly, I don't even know where he is right now. Plus, you need to get some food first. He was trying to distract me, and I had this feeling he was lying and knew exactly where his brother was. I tilted my head to the side and pursed my lips. Okay, maybe you're right, I am starving. Food first, then we hunt down that brother of yours. I said in a firm tone, one way or another, Kane and I needed to talk about his controlling ways. He chuckled. Okay, deal. We left the medical wing and began walking the grand hallway. The walls were covered in dark gray paint, making the artwork that hung from the walls stand out. I was so entranced by everything around me that I didn't notice Calyx had stopped until I collided with his hard chest. I tumbled backwards and was about to fall on my ass, like the clumsy moron that I am, when Calyx gripped my arms and steadied me on my feet. We stood there for a brief moment, Calyx embracing me in his arms as we stared into each other's eyes. He seemed almost like he was in a trance, his eyes dilating slightly. Finally, I cleared my throat, and it was like Calyx snapped out of a trance. He shook his head and then let me go. I ran a hand down the back of my head. Sorry about that, I said shamefully. He looked everywhere but at me. It's all right. Are you okay? I nodded my head. Oh yes, I am fine. Thank you. I gave him a small smile. The way he had looked at me a moment ago made me feel a bit uncomfortable in his presence now. Calyx gave me a curt nod. Good. What had you so distracted? He asked curiously. The paintings on the walls. Some of them are very beautiful. I said honestly, they were colorful and filled with so much detail. It was like they told a story. Calyx looked around at the paintings, but one in particular, he seemed to focus on the most. Yes, some of them are, and some are dark and ugly. He said in a cold tone. True, but so are some people, and yet they are still admired and cherished. I pointed out to him, hoping he would catch on to who I was talking about. Good point. Anyways, shall we continue to the kitchen? Just as Calyx asked that question, my stomach grumbled loudly, again, making it evident how hungry I was. Yes, please. This bitch needs some food, I said while rubbing my belly. He chuckled and continued through the halls, with me hot on his heels. We finally reached the kitchen. Saying it was large would be the understatement of the year. This kitchen was 4 times the size of the one we had back home. The cupboards were painted a light gray color, with white tiles for the black splash. There was a double sink, a massive fridge, 2 ovens, multiple cooktops, and a white marble countertop, as well as an island in the middle, with stools to finish it off. Calyx walked over to the fridge and broke me out of my trance. "Well, what would you like to eat?" I mulled over things for a minute. "Something with meat and veggies." Calyx looked in the fridge. "Oh, this should do the trick." He pulled out a container from the refrigerator. "This is some leftover beef stir-fry that and made the other night." He handed me the container with the food, and I looked inside. OMG, this looks delicious. I think I had drooled a bit as I stared at the food. Nodding his head, he took the container back from me and placed it into the microwave to reheat. Calyx pointed towards a stool next to the island. "Take a seat." I sat down, and a moment later, Calyx brought me my food and a glass of water. I didn't waste any time and began stuffing my face with the mouth-watering and scalding food. As I continued to eat, I noticed Calyx sitting there, staring and smiling at me, like a complete fucking weirdo. "Yes, can I help you?" I asked, a little annoyed that he watched me so intently as I ate. He chuckled. "Sorry, I've just never seen a girl eat like a man. It's fascinating." I raised an eyebrow. "Like a man? Fascinating." "I think he has lost his mind." "Yeah, the majority of women I know eat with grace and poise. But not you. You eat like one of the guys, and yes, I find it fascinating." He replied while shrugging his shoulders. I shook my head. "Okay, weirdo. Whatever you say." I finished my food and downed my water. "Okay, I've finished eating. Can we go and find your brother now, please?" I hope he didn't think I had forgotten. Calyx's face went still. "I don't think that's a good idea. Kane was really pissed with you earlier, and agitating him further won't help you." I laughed and leaned forward a bit. "Let me make myself clear. I don't care. Kane and I have things to discuss." No matter what he said, I wouldn't change my mind. Calyx groaned loudly. "Fine, let's go." We made our way out of the kitchen and down a dark hall. This hallway gave me the creeps. The walls were painted a crimson red, with creepy paintings of various males lining the walls and dim lighting. We began to approach a large wooden door with the Pax coat of arms engraved on it. Calyx knocked, and a familiar voice boomed from the other side of the door. "Fuck off." I shoved Calyx out of the way and barged inside the room. Kane was sitting at a massive, antique oak desk, pinching the bridge of his nose. I said, "Fuck, oh, it's you. What do you want now?" He appeared stressed and not happy to see me. I approached the desk. "Oh, just for you to tell me why you're having Calyx babysit me? I told you I didn't need someone watching over me, and I want to know more about the vampires." Kane had a lot to explain to me, and he was going to stop avoiding this conversation. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. "I do not have to tell you anything or give you a reason for any decision I make. Now get out." His tone was laced with authority, but his power did not affect me. I straightened myself. "No, I'm not leaving until you tell me what I want to know." I stood my ground and wasn't going to give up so easily. Kane stood from his chair and placed both palms on the desk as he slowly leaned closer to me. "No? Did you just say no to me? Again?" he said in a low, lethal tone. "Oh, has no one ever said no to you, the big bad alpha?" I put my hands in the air, waving them around in a fake, frightened manner. Before I knew it, Kane circled the desk and caged me between his body and the desk. He gripped my throat lightly, not hard enough to restrict my breathing, but enough to keep me still. He stood there towering over me and growling, "Why do you keep pushing me? Disobeying me?" I narrowed my eyes. "Because I follow no one and I love to push buttons, especially when the situation may concern my life." Kane scanned my face, staring deep into my eyes, and before I could say anything else, he captured my lips with his, kissing me angrily and passionately. Then, he released his hold on my neck, and his hands traveled down my waist, gripping my asterisk tightly as he lifted me onto the desk, never breaking the kiss. I became so lost and consumed, I completely forgot everything and melted myself into this moment with him. His one hand rested on my hip while the other gripped the back of my neck, and he deepened the kiss. I moaned into his mouth, causing him to growl in satisfaction from my reaction. Kane began kissing my neck, slowly moving down. His soft lips hovered over the spot where he would mark me. He rubbed his nose along the area, ever so gently, and my wolf purred with excitement. Finally, Kane dragged the top of his canines along the spot, and that was when I realized what was going on. He was going to try and mark me. Like fuck, I was going to let that happen. Kane was probably hoping that it would make me more compliant if he marked me. "Kane, stop it," I shouted as I attempted to shove him away, but he just wrapped me in his arms and held me tightly to him and started licking the spot. "Kane, I said fucking stop." I roared at him as I tried with all my might to free myself. He stilled and began groaning. "When are you going to come to terms with the fact that we are mates?" Kane asked quietly, still holding me tightly to his body. "Never. Because we are not mates, Kane." I admit I had feelings towards him, feelings and desires that I couldn't explain. But mentally, I didn't want to accept that he was my mate. Just because you don't feel it yet, doesn't mean we aren't mates. Remember, my love, the males feel the bond first. The fact that you keep rejecting me like this and pushing me away is destroying the bond and is hurting me. His words hit me hard. I wasn't expecting him to be so open and emotional with me. But I could hear it in his tone that he was being honest, and it threw me for a loop. I didn't know how to respond. I paused for a beat, drinking in Kane's words, but I didn't want him to know he had gotten to me. "Good, I hope I destroy the bond, and I truly hope I am hurting you because you deserve to feel a tremendous amount of pain." I sneered. I was being somewhat honest. I wanted him to feel the pain I felt from his actions, but I also wasn't sure if I genuinely wanted to destroy the bond. Kane pulled himself away from me, didn't look at me or react in the way that I had expected. Instead, he returned to his desk. "Get out," he said in a cold manner. I hopped down from the desk and made my way towards the door, but stopped before reaching for the handle, as I was suddenly hit with a wave of strong emotions, sadness, hurt, betrayal, and loss. I didn't understand why I was feeling these emotions. I looked over my shoulder towards Kane and saw him sitting there, with his head in his hands, and for a brief moment, I wanted to turn around and run to him and make him feel better, not really sure why, but I did. Finally, however, I stopped myself and just left the room. Calix was waiting for me just outside the room. "How did it go?" he asked curiously. "Terrific," I replied sarcastically. "That good, huh? Figured as much." He shrugged. "Can you take me to my room, please? I wanted to be alone right now." All this arguing was draining. I had so many unanswered questions, and the emotions I was feeling now did not help. Calix gave me a sympathetic look. "Of course." He nodded. We began walking down the hall. So much was going through my mind at the moment. I didn't understand why I felt the need to comfort him, take away his pain, and make things right between us. Even if I am his mate, I don't want to be mated to a monster like him. Kane has done so much harm to numerous packs, including mine. I wasn't sure if I could forgive and forget if I could move past everything and build a future with him. We reached the bedroom, and I turned to Calix. "Thank you, Calix. You can go now. I am just going to have a shower and go to bed." He pursed his lips. "Okay, well, if you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know. Have a good night, Freja," Calix said with a smile. I slowly nodded my head while staring at the floor. "Will do, and thanks, you too." I closed the door as Calix departed. I felt overwhelmed by today's events. My brain was racing with many thoughts and questions. I didn't know how to feel about any of this, be honest, or deal with the situation. I leaned against the door, closed my eyes, and sucked in a deep breath, attempting to calm myself. The feelings and reactions I was experiencing with Kane were all linked to a mate bond. I remember my mother telling me how she felt when she met my father, the sparks that coursed through her body when they touched, all the things I was experiencing with Kane. I wasn't sure how to accept all of this, my new life, and my future. Finally, I took in another deep breath and pushed aside all my racing thoughts and decided to get into the shower. I went to the closet, chose some comfortable pajamas, and then made my way into the bathroom. This whole situation is the definition of bullshit, except the bathroom. This was the one thing that made all of this worth it. I turned on the shower and climbed in, allowing the water to flow down my body and wash everything away. After a while, I began to feel relaxed and much calmer, to the point where I could have fallen asleep standing up. I guess that's my cue to get out. I started washing my hair when the tiny hairs on the back of my neck began to rise, as well as my wolf hackles, and she snarled. Suddenly, I developed this feeling in my gut that I was being watched. I turned towards the shower doors and looked around, but saw no one in the room. Again, however, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had their eyes on me. I quickly finished with my hair and body, then covered myself in a towel and got out of the shower. I again looked around the room, but still, no one else was around. That was weird. Maybe the sleep deprivation is beginning to get to me. Chapter 10. Jealousy. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling as I got dressed. It felt like I wasn't alone, but there was no one in the bathroom with me. So I cautiously entered the bedroom and looked around the room, noticing that I was still alone. I felt relieved, but also a little crazy. Am I starting to lose it? I walked over to the balcony doors, but they were locked, which ruined my plan of going outside and looking at the stars. So instead, I stared out the windows but couldn't really see anything. I needed to get some sleep anyway, so I climbed into the bed and shut off the lights. I closed my eyes and tried to turn off my mind, but that was pointless, as the silence was daunting and caused my brain to race even more. I tossed and turned, trying my hardest to get to sleep. After some time, I finally got comfortable and started to feel very sleepy. But just as I was about to doze off, I heard footsteps and voices outside the bedroom door. Being the nosy bitch I am, I quietly got out of bed and walked over to the door. As I got closer, I could hear the voices more clearly now. The one was Kane, and the other was a woman's. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't pinpoint it. "I want her fucking gone, Kane," the female angrily demanded. "I don't care what you want. You and I are no longer together, and don't forget, Eve, I am your alpha, and I do not take orders from you." He snarled in response. So, he is talking with that bitch, Eve. Guess she wants me gone, just as much as I want to be gone from this place. At least we have one thing in common. How can you say that to me? After everything we've been through together. I thought you loved me, Kane, and I am not trying to give you an order. I am simply trying to warn you. That bitch will only bring doom to this pack. She tried to reason with him. He groaned loudly. "Enough, Eve. I will not hear of this again. You and I are over. Accept it." A quiet sob escaped her. "What if I don't want to? I love you, Kane, and I can't just simply move on from that." Her voice cracked a bit with her words. "Listen, Eve, I loved you too at one point. I won't lie about that. But when I met her, my mate, my feelings for you vanished. I have no control over that. You will always mean something to me, and I will always cherish our memories, but nothing more." He was being sincere with her now, but also firm as he tried to get his point across. Suddenly, it went deadly silent. Then I heard faint sobbing and the sound of feet stomping. Guess she got the hint finally, and I chuckled internally. I also felt bad for her. What if it were the shoe on the other foot? I wouldn't give up on someone I loved either. I quickly leaped back into the bed, not wanting to get caught eavesdropping. The lock on the door clicked, and in entered Captain Asshole. Once again, I pretended to be asleep. I could hear him shuffling around the room, and a moment later, he climbed into the bed, but wasn't as subtle about it this time. He just flopped onto the mattress. Kane seemed exhausted, and I got this overwhelming feeling of stress. I suddenly felt the need to comfort him and make his troubles disappear. I began to think of everything today, our argument, our heated exchange, and I started to feel guilty, gross. But regardless of how I felt, I wanted to try and make things right, to ease his stress, even if it was just a little bit. I rolled over onto my other side to face him and swallowed my pride. "I'm sorry for today." Kane sighed. "It's fine," he coldly replied. "Okay, well, good night, Kane." I guess I expected his response to be a little different, but I understood that he was irritated with me right now. I rolled back over, facing away from him again. I didn't know what else to say or do. This kind of thing was new territory for me, and I wasn't the greatest person with feelings or expressing them. "Good night, Freja," he said with kindness. At times he seemed like a gentle and kind man. Other times, Kane seemed like an absolute monster. It was like a broken switch with him. But I guess I've also been the same way, but I have every right to be, don't I? As I lay there failing miserably to go to sleep, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise. I slightly looked over my shoulder and noticed Kane pull his hand back. What was he doing? I closed my eyes and finally felt sleep's heavy hand fall upon me, but just as I was dozing off, I could have sworn I heard Kane say he was sorry. Kane's POV. I lay there, staring at her, thinking about today's events. Things with Freja have been so damn complicated. I know who I am, I know my past, and what I've done to her. I can't change any of it, and I wouldn't, but I want to build a future with her. At this moment, I wanted to hold her and finish what we had started. I wanted to fuck her into the mattress, claiming her and her body, till she screamed my name breathlessly. I wanted to give her an asterisk she would never forget. I wanted to mark her and make her mine. I reached my hand out towards her, wanting to touch her, but quickly pulled it back as Freja stilled and looked over her shoulder at me. I didn't need her thinking I was an even bigger creep. I began thinking about that vile bloodsucker with who Freja had encountered. What the fuck did he want with her? And how did he get onto my territory so easily? He must be working with someone in my pack, but who? I need to be more careful and keep a closer eye on Freja. I can't lose her. It would tear me apart if I did. I looked at her again and whispered, "I'm sorry." My head began to hurt from everything, and sleep was not in my future. Fuck, I needed a drink. Realizing Freja was asleep, I quietly got out of bed and decided to go to my office for a drink. I left the bedroom door open just a little, so I wouldn't wake her by closing the door. I needed to clear my head, and a good stiff drink would surely do the trick. Freja POV. I was running, dodging obstacles in my way. Blood and sweat poured down my face. It's the same dream again, and I can only focus on escaping, but why? And from who? I continued to run, but my legs were becoming weak, and I couldn't feel or hear my wolf. It was like she was gone. But how? This meant I couldn't shift and give myself an advantage. I was trapped in my human form, in my weak form. I kept running as fast as my legs would take me. My lungs were burning, and the air was depleting from me. Finally, I stopped, needing to catch my breath. I looked around me and saw no one and heard nothing. Thinking I was safe for a few moments, I inspected my body, looking for cuts, bruises, or anything. I had some bruising throughout my whole body, some cuts and scrapes here and there. But as my hands roamed my body, I felt 2 puncture marks on the lower part of my neck. It was hard to determine as I couldn't see, but they felt like bite marks. Fuck. What the hell is going on? I stopped my inspection as I heard a branch snap to my right, then my left. I could hear shuffling within the trees, but I couldn't see anything. Who's out there? I shouted into the forest. No response, but whoever was there was getting closer to me. I'm warning you. You are picking a fight with the wrong person. My heart was thumping in my chest now. Still no response. However, I saw those red, beady eyes lingering within the trees again as I stood there. Who the fuck are you? And what do you want from me? The figure came out from the shadows. Who I am is not important. But who you are is what's important, and I want to taste you. He grinned wickedly. Suddenly, the man leapt forward, and once again, the last thing I saw was sharp teeth bearing down on me. I woke in a panic again, unable to catch my breath, my chest heaving, my heart racing, and soaked in sweat. Why do I keep having this same nightmare? What does it mean? I got out of the bed and went into the bathroom to splash some water on my face, hoping it would help to calm me down. After finishing, I returned to the bedroom, only to notice that the bed was empty. Where is Kane? I looked around the room and checked the closet, but he was nowhere to be found. That's when I noticed the bedroom door was slightly open. I walked towards it and looked out, but no one was around. I walked out into the hall, wanting to find Kane. But after that nightmare, I didn't want to be alone. I looked towards both ends of the hall. Both were dark and quiet. However, I could see a dim flicker of light coming from under one of the doors at the end of the hallway on my right. So I started to walk down the hall and towards the light. This place was a bit creepy at night, very dark and way too fucking quiet. As I neared the door, I got a sense of familiarity, then realized it was Kane's office. So I pushed the door open and peered inside. Kane was sitting in a chair next to the fireplace, and he held a small glass with a brown liquid in one hand. Kane didn't move or even look my way. "What do you want?" he asked in a semi-slurred voice. So, he heard my noisy ass, "So much for sleuthing," and he has been drinking. I bit the inside of my lip. "Sorry to bother you. I woke up and you weren't there. I just wanted to see where you were." I lied, not wanting him to know that I was currently being a big baby. He wrinkled his nose. "What do you care where I am?" He spat. Okay, he is drunk and in a pissy mood. Maybe I should just leave before either one of us loses our temper and shit only gets worse. "I don't care." I huffed and crossed my arms. "Then why are you here, Freja?" Kane still wasn't looking at me, just staring into his glass. I threw my hands in the air. "Never mind, forget it. I'm going back to bed." I really didn't want to get into another argument with him. I didn't have the strength for it. He grunted and stood from his chair. "Wait, I'm sorry. Come join me, please." Kane was finally looking at me now, and his expression was almost pleading. I contemplated his offer. As much as I didn't want to, I also could use a drink to settle my nerves. I pursed my lips. "Fine, only if I can have a drink." I bargained with him. He pointed towards the wet bar. "Help yourself." Kane then flopped, lazily back in his chair. What is wrong with him? I walked over to the bar, poured myself a whiskey glass, then walked over and sat in the chair opposite Kane. Kane stared at me intently for a moment. "Why are you awake?" he asked. I took a soothing sip of my drink. "Nightmare." I shrugged, not wanting to relive the daunting dream. He cocked his head. "Do you have them often?" "Sometimes, but these nightmares have been different," I said truthfully. His brows scrunched together. "What do you mean different?" "It's been the same one, pretty much, and they just seem so real." I stared into my glass, watching the liquid slosh around as I reminisced about the dream. Kane raised a brow. "What do you mean by real?" I closed my eyes. "Can we please talk about something else? I'm trying to forget the nightmare, not relive it." He straightened himself a bit. "No, I want you to tell me why they feel so real, and then we will discuss something different," Kane said in an alpha tone. I closed my eyes and exhaled heavily, knowing if I fought against him, it would turn into an argument, and I just didn't have it in me right now to fight with him. I opened my eyes and looked at him. It doesn't feel like a dream. Everything is so vivid and real. I can't explain it, but the dream feels like a peek into the future. I told him truthfully it was an odd feeling, but I felt it in my bones. Kane tore his gaze from mine and looked into the fire, watching intently as the flames danced around. "Perhaps it is. Maybe you're seeing into the future to a specific day and time so you know what to do when that time comes," he said in a dark and calm voice. I drank in his words, their truth hitting me like a punch to the gut. I looked at the floor and slowly nodded my head. "Maybe, I guess only time will tell." "Now, why are you in here at this time of night?" I asked him curiously. "I couldn't sleep, kept tossing and turning, and I didn't want to wake you, so I came in here," Kane told me as he took another sip of his drink. I pursed my lips. "Oh, I see. How come you couldn't sleep?" "Just a lot on my mind," he said in a low tone. "Like what? Eve?" I asked, with jealously lacing my tone. Kane snorted. "No, not Eve." "I'll take it you heard our conversation earlier?" Do I detect a hint of jealousy? He smiled cockily. I waved him off. "Jealous? No, I don't think so." "Okay, the way I just said that was weird and a little obvious." He chuckled. "If you say so, my love." Kane then chugged the rest of his drink and went to stand up, but plopped right back in his chair. I laughed, maybe a bit too much, causing him to scowl at me, which made me laugh even more. "Sorry, I don't mean to laugh." "Okay, maybe I did. But I think you've had too much to drink." Kane wagged his finger at me. "No, I haven't had enough to drink." "You've had too much to drink." His words were slurred, and his cheeks were flushed now. I pursed my lips and shook my head at him. "Yeah, okay there, buddy, you keep telling yourself that. Maybe we should get back to bed," I suggested. He pouted, "But I don't want to," Kane said in a childlike manner. I stood from my chair and walked towards him, taking his drink. Well, too bad, you big baby. It's time for nights. Kane rolled his eyes. Fine. Party pooper, he said as he stuck his tongue out at me. I raised an eyebrow. Really? You were so childish, I said while shaking my head at the large man, baby before me. I had never seen this side of him, and to be honest, I enjoyed it a hell of a lot more than the other side. Kane snorted. Me? I'm not childish, you are. He then roared with laughter, something I wasn't used to with him, but loved hearing. I raised a brow. Come on, let's go, big guy. I couldn't help but smile at his behavior. I reached my hand out for him to grab so that I could help him out of the chair. Unfortunately, Kane gripped my hand a bit too tightly and stood on his two shaky legs. Before I knew it, we both went crashing down on the floor, with him landing on top of me. I sucked in a sharp breath. OMG, you are so fucking heavy. I grunted, trying to gasp for air. His nose wrinkled. What are you saying, that I'm fat? Kane pouted and batted his lashes. No, you moron. You are just really big and heavy, especially compared to me. Come on, get off me. I pleaded as it was getting hard to breathe. What if I don't want to? I like the situation we are in. He grinned like the devil he was. Kane, please, I can't breathe, I said shakily. He positioned himself, so he was hovering just above me and no longer crushing me. I inhaled large gulps of air. Holy shit, thank you. Now, all the way off, please. I told him while raising a brow. His grin widened. No, I like this. His eyes slowly roamed over my body. Me on top of you and you underneath of me. Kane's eyes turned a shade darker as they bore into my own. Kane, we need to get some sleep, I said sweetly, hoping it would help. Now he is being a dickhead and knows I'm defenseless against him. Well, I need something else right now. His tone was laced with arousal. My eyes widened as I felt something firm jab my leg. Of course, he is hard. How can I get myself out of this situation? At the same time, though, I wanted him just as bad. I craved him. His expression became severe. Freja, I know that all of this is not ideal, and you truly dislike the situation you are in, that things have been more than rough, confusing, and stressful. But please know, I'm sorry, this isn't how I wanted things to go when I met my mate. Kane's face looked strained, and I could tell he was being honest. Then why did you rip me from my family? Why didn't you give me a choice? I asked calmly, hoping to get the answers I so desperately needed. Kane sighed heavily. When I first saw you, I knew you were my mate. I had to have you. The urge to claim you as mine was so great, it was painful. I also knew you wouldn't come with me any other way, being the daughter of my enemy and all. I felt I had no other choice. If you refuse me, I'll die a slow and painful death, which would put my pack at risk, and that is something I will never be willing to do. I am their alpha, he said proudly. To a certain degree, everything he said made sense, but I still didn't like it. However, I did admire his love and the duty he felt towards his people. It told me something about him, something I never thought possible for Kane. I understand all of that, but it still doesn't make it right. I've lost everything and everyone I've ever known and loved. Within a split second, I was torn away. I wasn't given a choice, and I was forced to go with someone who I was taught my whole life is a monster from the depths of hell. The stories I've heard about you gave people nightmares. Kane sucked in a deep breath. Because they are true, I won't lie to you. I've done questionable things as an alpha, but everything I've done was for my pack and their safety. I will always do what is necessary to ensure their survival and safety, no matter the outcome. I truly am sorry for everything. I hope with time, you'll give me a chance to show you the real me, not the alpha me. Kane brushed a lock of hair behind my ear and caressed my cheek with his thumb. I liked the honest side of him, the side that communicated with me. I understood his decisions and actions. I smiled. Guess you'll have to wait and see. Kane stared deep into my eyes as he slowly leaned down, his lips hovering just above mine. He paused for a moment and then captured my lips with his, kissing me softly and sweetly. He was still propped up on his elbows, but his hands were holding my face while his thumbs caressed my cheeks. I pulled my arms out from under him, wrapped them around his neck, and pulled him into me, closer to me. The kiss became more profound and more passionate as the light of the fire danced around us. The smell of asterisk lingered heavily in the air. Cain began kissing my jawline, teasingly moving down my neck. He nibbled and tugged on my skin near my marking spot. His other hand started to glide along my sensitive skin, slowly creeping down my chest before he clasped my asterisk in his hand, gently squeezing and pinching my asterisk and causing me to moan with delight. Just as I did, I felt his thick, hard asterisk twitch against my leg. Chapter 11. The library. His hand continued to make its way down my body, all the way to the seam of my pants. Cain traced his fingers along the waistband of my pants, ever so gently, teasing and toying with my hot, sensitive skin. Cain's touch made me tremble, and I instinctively drew my legs closer together. Every second he remained near me made it harder to think clearly. I hated how conflicted I felt. Part of me wanted to push him away and remind myself of everything he'd done. But another part of me was drawn to him despite everything I believed I should feel. Cain paused and looked into my eyes. For a moment, neither of us moved. I knew I had to make a choice. I could give in to the strange pull between us, or I could stop this before my feelings became something I couldn't take back. My heart told me one thing. My mind told me another. And for the first time, I wasn't sure which one I should listen to. My mind was becoming a blur. I was becoming lost in this moment with him. It felt so right, yet so wrong. What the fuck do I do? Cain's touch sent a shiver through me, and his low voice made it even harder to think clearly. "Holy shit, Freja," he murmured, his voice deep and breathless. He pulled me closer, his kisses becoming more urgent as the tension between us intensified. My heart raced, and I found myself completely caught up in the moment, forgetting everything except him. Then, bang, a loud noise echoed from the hallway. Cain and I froze. I stared at him, my heart pounding for an entirely different reason now. "What was that?" I whispered. Cain's expression immediately changed. The teasing look disappeared from his face as he turned toward the door, suddenly alert. Neither of us moved. His eyes were intently locked on the door as he shook his head. "I don't know. Stay here." He removed his hand from my pants, got off me, and strode towards the door. Cain flung the door open and stepped out, disappearing into the dark hallway. I stood up from the carpet, feeling a little ashamed of myself, but happy with our conversation and heated moment. For those few moments, Cain made me feel good. I raised a hand to my lips, rubbing the swollen flesh, and smiled at how good he made my body feel. A moment later, Cain came back into the room. "There is no one out there. I'm not sure what that was." I pursed my lips. "Well, we should be getting back to bed anyways," I quickly said as the moment we were just sharing was now ruined. He rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. "Yeah, you're probably right. Come on, let's go." Cain reached out his hand to me, gesturing for me to take it. I smiled and willing held his hand in mine. I didn't know how to feel when he held my hand. It felt foreign, and I wanted to let go, but I also didn't, as it felt right. We walked down the hall and to our room. As we entered, Cain closed and locked the door behind us before the both of us climbed into bed. He actually flopped. We both lay there, the silence consuming us both. So, I rolled over, facing away from him. I felt him shifting his weight on the bed. "Good night, Freja. I had fun earlier." I could practically hear the smirk on his face. I rolled my eyes. "Good night, Cain," I simply said. After a moment of awkward silence, Calyx cleared his throat. "Well, I'm going back to my room." Calyx then quickly left the room, and I wanted more than anything to be hot on his heels, but judging by the look on Cain's face, he wasn't going to let me away so easily. I pursed my lips. "How come you are awake?" I asked. He rubbed the nape of his neck. "I rolled over and realized you weren't there, so I came looking for you." Although the expression on his face told me he was a bit embarrassed to admit that to me, I smiled inwardly at that. "Oh, I see. This is a beautiful room." I looked around the room again, marveling at its beauty. Cain took careful steps towards me. "You shouldn't be running around here at night by yourself," and yes, it was. His expression turned neutral with his last words. I shrugged. Yeah, I already know, and I don't really care." So, what do you mean was? He looked away from me and glanced around the room. I hate this room and would love nothing more than to burn it to the ground. It holds nothing but painful memories. Kane looked at the painting of his mother. It was her room, she cherished it, and everything in here. Now it's just empty. Kane's words held so much pain as he talked about his mother and the room that was now a painful reminder of her memory. I walked over to him, and I don't know why, but I wrapped my arms around his waist and hugged him, squeezing with all my might. I felt him freeze, his arms stretched out at his side, not knowing what to do or what the hell was going on. I'm sorry for your loss, Kane. I would have loved to have had the pleasure of meeting your parents, especially your mother. I told him honestly. He relaxed a little and placed an arm around my back while the other stroked my hair. My mother would have just absolutely adored you. To be honest, you remind me of her in some ways. Strong, confident, beautiful, and doesn't take shit from anyone. Unfortunately, my father was the opposite. I don't think he even loved my mom. Their marriage was arranged, they weren't mates, and because of that, they despised each other. His tone was now filled with hate and venom as he spoke of his parents. I didn't know what to say as I stood there reeling in his words. I thought about how I knew how Kane's mother felt, in some ways. I began to wonder if Kane and I would be like that, stuck together, hating each other. Would we turn out like his parents? Oh, I see. That's awful. I released him and turned around to stare into the painted eyes of his mother as numerous thoughts circled in my head. I could feel his eyes on me, watching me carefully. Yeah, anyways, let's go back to our room. We both need to freshen up, get dressed, and then we will head downstairs for breakfast. I looked away from the painting and turned to face Kane with a half smile. Breakfast. That sounds great. Kane chuckled at my words, and then we started to leave the room side by side. Kane closed the door and locked it behind us. We walked together through the empty halls, no words between us. I could feel Kane glancing at me every few steps with a questioning look on his face. We finally reached the room, and Kane gestured for me to enter first. I went into the closet and grabbed some clean clothes. I'm going to jump in and have a quick shower. Kane snorted. Quick, my ass. No woman that I've ever known has had a quick shower. I scowled at him. Just for that remark, now I'm going to have a nice, long bubble bath. That bastard could suffer and wait longer now. Kane grunted. Fine, I'm going back to bed. Wake me in 3 hours when you're finally out, he said with a cheeky smirk. I grabbed the closet thing, a book, threw it at him, then quickly went into the bathroom, chuckling like a child. I could hear him laughing. You missed, sweetheart. He shouted at me through his laughter. That man is a jerk. After some time had passed, I was finally finished in the bathroom, and I made sure to take my sweet time in there. As I entered the bedroom, Kane was lying face down on the bed, with nothing on but his boxers, very thin boxers. My breath hitched as I took in the sight of him. I had to admit it to myself. He was a gorgeous man. His back was beautifully toned, his skin had a hint of tan to it. The tribal wolf tattoo on his left shoulder blade and his dark hair all tousled gave him that extra bit of ruggedness. See something you like, my love? He said before slightly opening his eyes and looking at me. Nope, I just see a lazy man lying on the bed instead of getting into the shower, I said, hoping to hide my arousal. Both of his brows shot up. Oh, are you finally finished in there? He looked at his watch. You were only an hour and a half in the shower. He smirked. I rolled my eyes. I was not. Now, come on. Hurry up, cause I'm starving, and I will leave without you. So, move your ass. I was starving, but I also needed this man away from me right now. Kane got up from the bed and sauntered towards me. Your wish is my command, he said in that sultry tone. He then slowly walked past me, rubbing his body against mine. What a fucking tease. Chapter 12. Feels good. I walked over to the balcony doors and peered out. The sun was shining and the birds were singing. It was going to be a beautiful day. So I decided to go out onto the balcony and enjoy a bit of fresh air while I waited for Kane. I loved the outdoors. It brought me peace, calmness, and serenity, just as it did my wolf, causing her to chuff in approval. I looked around the yard, and in the very far corner, I noticed what looked like a training camp. I'll have to ask Kane about that. I haven't trained since coming here, and I want to maintain my physical shape. Hopefully, they have archery. I crave to feel the bow in my hand, the arrow between my fingers, and hear the sound of the bowstring being released. I was enjoying the sun when Kane snuck up behind me. What are you doing out here? You should not be out here alone, especially after what happened. He scolded me. I'm fine. I'm a big girl, and I can take care of myself, just as I have, long before you came along. I informed him. Still, I don't want anything to happen to you. I stilled, taken aback by his words. Mostly the way he had said it, the truthfulness to those words. I smiled. Nothing is going to. I just wanted to get some fresh air before breakfast. By the way, is that a training camp over there? I pointed in the direction. Yes, it is. Our warriors and high-ranking pack members train there. Why? He raised a questioning brow. I would like to train. Since I've come here, I haven't done any training, and I don't want to get rusty or out of shape. Also, do you have archery? I asked excitedly. He shook his head. No, out of the question. Kane replied firmly. My brows furrowed. What, why? I asked, irritation lacing my tone. His expression turned hard. Because I said no. You are not training with my warriors. They are animals and won't care if they hurt you. I also don't feel like killing one of them if they look at you the wrong way, seeing as most of them are pigs. So I don't want you around them, period. Kane's tone was harsh and firm now. This is bullshit, Kane. You can't keep me locked up in this fucking house for the rest of my life. You will drive me mad. I've been training since I was 16, I am damn good at it, and I enjoy it. I was now pissed. It looks like Kane and I were about to get into a screaming match. Kane took a taunting step towards me. Yes, I fucking can. I don't care how long you've been doing it, this is my home, my pack, and my damn rules. You will obey and follow them whether you like it or not. He hollered. Fuck you and fuck your rules. I was so mad, I felt like shifting and tearing him to pieces. The emotions that came over me were so overwhelming, I didn't know what to do. All I knew was I needed to get away from him before I did something I may regret. It felt like we may have been making progress, that I was getting to know someone else, a decent person that was hidden away from everyone else, but I guess that was just a mask to hide the monster that he truly is. I stormed away from him and left the bedroom, slamming the door so hard, the wood cracked. As I walked away, I heard him roar out in rage and then something shatter. I didn't bother to turn around, I just continued walking down the hallway. As I descended the stairs, I ran into Calyx. I barely looked in his direction, and I didn't plan on stopping to talk to him. But to my dismay, he stopped me. Hey Freja, I was just... Are you okay? Concern was etched on his face. I'm fine. I continued walking down the stairs, trying to avoid him and the questions about to spill from him. Calyx grabbed my arm to stop me. Freja, stop. Tell me, what's wrong? Just that lovely brother of yours, being an asshole as usual, I said through gritted teeth. He sighed. What happened? I sighed. I asked Kane if I could go train, and he refused. He sucked in a deep breath. I understand why he did. He doesn't even like some of the female warriors training there. Some of our male warriors aren't good people, Freja. So Kane is trying to make it so the female and male warriors train separately. Well, I can handle myself. I was getting tired of being underestimated, being treated as weak. Calyx's features softened. I'm sure you can. However, it may become difficult when it's one small female against 10 large men. Calyx had a point, I guess. I know I'm strong, but I also know my limits. I sighed heavily. I truly enjoy training, especially archery training. I was damn good at it, and I found it. I paused, trying to figure out how to explain the feeling I got when that bow was in my hands. I don't know, I can't explain it. He pursed his lips. Let me see what I can do. I'll try talking to Kane and see how he feels about you doing some training in just the archery section. Excitement flowed through me as my eyes widened. Really? Thank you, Calyx. I really appreciate that. Calyx gave me a warm smile. No problem. Now come on, let's go get some breakfast. I nodded my head in agreement, and we started to walk down the stairs. Finally, we reached the dining room. where our breakfast was ready and laid out on the table, waiting for us. It looked so damn delicious. We both took our seats and began eating. After a while, Kane finally entered the dining room and looked furious. What else is new? Kane didn't even glance at me, just stormed past me, went to his seat, and began eating his food. He was tense, irritated, and on edge, like a ticking time bomb. Calyx looked at me and then back at Kane. So, brother, Freja was telling me that she is good with a bow. Thought I'd show her the archery range today. Maybe let her go a few rounds, see how she likes our equipment. What do you think? His tone was hopeful. Kane was quiet, just continued eating. He finally paused, looked up from his plate and stared in my direction, an irritated expression on his features. She told you about our little disagreement, didn't she? He said while narrowing his eyes. I glared at him. Yes, I did. So what? Am I not allowed to talk to other people now either? Kane slowly stood from his chair. Do whatever you want, Freja. He said calmly, I'm done. Kane then left the room peacefully. Okay, that was really fucking weird. He would usually storm out or holler at me or do something, but this time he didn't. Why? I looked at Calyx. That was weird, right? Yeah, it was. He looked just as puzzled as I was. After finishing breakfast, Calyx took me to the archery range. It was much larger than the one we had back home. There were numerous targets ready to be fired at and various bows and arrows. Okay, I take it back. This is my favorite place now, not the bathroom. As I stood there, drooling over everything, Eve approached us. My wolf's hackles raised as she began growling at the venomous woman coming towards us. Hey, Calyx, did you bring her down here to put her out of our misery? She said, smiling from ear to ear. Calyx let out a low growl. Eve, I'm warning you. One more snarky remark like that, and you will be stripped of your title and placed on toilet duty for a month. He said with a smirk. She huffed. Whatever, Calyx. Have fun, bitch. I shook my head at her stupid words. However, I didn't retort back. I just considered using her as a target, which may hurt my reputation. Also, I was sure Kane wouldn't be too happy with me, and I didn't need any more of his shit right now. Calyx turned to me with a smile. We have tons of bows to choose from. Would you like to pick one out? I snorted. Hell yeah. I skipped over to the rack like a child. They were all so beautiful. I didn't know how I would choose, but just then one bow, in particular, stood out to me. It was black with gold dusting embedded within the grain of the wood. On the one side of the bow, words were engraved into the wood. Be true, be straight. Oh yeah, this was the one. It spoke to me on multiple levels. I turned to face him and held it up, still admiring the craftsmanship of the weapon. This beauty right here. Nice choice. That was Mom's favorite bow too. He told me with a smile. Really? Well then, I chose wisely. It gave me a sense of pleasure that I had unknowingly chosen the favored bow of the previous Luna. He nodded in agreement. Come on, I want to introduce you to someone. We walked over to a small clearing, and a tall woman stood there with a bow in hand. She was built and bulky with short blonde hair, numerous tattoos, and had bright golden brown eyes. She also had this aura about her, like, don't fuck with me, or I'll crack your skull open. So we should get along nicely, I thought to myself. We walked closer to the woman, and she was even more beautiful and badass looking up close. She immediately caught sight of us and stood from the ground to greet us. Her smile was bright and warm. Hey, Calyx. She flicked her chin in my direction. Who's this? Calyx looked down at me. Samara, this is Freja, your soon-to-be Luna. She pursed her lips and raised a brow, examining me as she did. Finally, the corner of her lip tilted up in a smile. Hey, Freja, nice to meet you. I gave her a half smile as I took her in. Yeah, you too, I said shortly. She raised a questioning brow. So, what brings you two to my neck of the woods? Freja is big into archery and wanted to see what we had. Also, practice a little. He said as his head wavered side to side a little. Samara smirked and nodded lightly. Nice, another archery fan. Think you can keep up with the champ? She asked cockily. I chuckled at her words. Oh, I'm confident I can. She peered down at the bow in my hand. I see you've chosen your poison. Let's go. She raised a hand and urged for me to follow her. We walked over to the target range and took our positions 10 feet from the targets. She pointed to the white line painted on the ground. We will start here and see how you do. I looked down at the marker and raised a brow. This is the beginner lines? I know she didn't know me or my skills, but this was insulting. She shrugged. Show me you're not a beginner, and I'll move you back. She was testing me and my abilities, wanting to see and know exactly what I was capable of doing. I raised my bow, resting the string slightly against my cheek, and pulled back my arrow. I focused on my target, wiping away all other thoughts, as I sucked in a deep breath and released my arrow, hitting the bullseye. I turned to face her, grinning. How's that for a beginner? She nodded. Okay, nice shot. Try again. Both of my brows shot up. Seriously? I asked her incredulously. Samara shrugged. Could be beginner's luck. She grinned. I repeated my actions and hit the bullseye dead on, once again. I cocked an eyebrow. I'm moving back. This is child's play. A satisfied smile placated her features. Okay then, Luna, move back to the 20-foot line. I did as she said and again pulled back on my arrow, took in a deep, calming breath and nailed the bullseye with ferocity. The feel of the bowstrings and the sound of my arrow whistling towards the target was like a drug, one I couldn't get enough of and didn't want to. Move back to the 40-foot line, she told me in a serious tone. I could tell she was now curious about my skills and what I was fully capable of doing. I did so and still hit my target. I was always practicing with my bow. Every opportunity one had was spent at the range back home. A broad smile spread on her face. Damn, I like your style, Freja. You're good with a bow. You should join the team and help me train the others. I could really use another person here who knows what they're doing. I snorted. I doubt your alpha would ever allow me. He was against me doing this. I told her. She pursed her lips and exhaled heavily. Well, that sucks. It would be nice having you around. Samara made me feel welcomed and admired. Yeah, I'll try talking to him, but neither of us can get our hopes up, I said sadly, knowing that Kane wouldn't let me. Samara and I continued talking and shooting targets. I was having so much fun. I forgot about everything for that short period of time. That was until Kane approached us. I guess the fun is over now. Chapter 13. A date. As Kane approached us, Samara bowed her head in respect. Alpha, pleasure as always. He nodded. Samara. Freja, come with me, please. His tone was clipped and short. I sighed and turned to face him. Why? He scowled at me because I said so. The expression on his face was daring me to defy him, to disrespect him in front of a pack member and promising if I did, I would pay for it. Not wanting to fight with him, I sighed heavily. Fine. I turned back to Samara, smiling. It was great getting to know you. I had a lot of fun, Samara, thank you. Hopefully, we can do this again. I did too, Freja, and you as well. She smiled brightly. I returned the bow and arrows, then walked over to Kane. Where are we going? I asked him, annoyance in my tone. He spun on his heels and started walking. Follow me. I followed him towards a large clearing. It was empty, and no one else was around. He stopped in the middle of the field and turned to face me. I thought long and hard about what you said, and you are right. You should be training in order to keep up your strength. After encountering that bloodsucker, I want to ensure that you will always be safe, even if that means you are fighting them on your own. So, I'm going to train you myself. My brows shot up in surprise. Seriously? Are you joking? I asked, not believing him. Kane shook his head. No, I'm not joking. I'm being dead serious. I shrugged. Okay, I'll take what I can get. Let's do this. He straightened himself. I know you've trained in the past, and the way you trained was probably very different from how I will train you, but I'll show you everything you need to know. Kane circled me like a predator closing in on their prey. I'll teach you to be fast, stealthy, and lethal. How so? By circling me to death. I joked. He stopped behind me and whispered, No, like this. Before I could react, he kicked out my legs, causing me to slam onto the ground. My body collided with the hard ground, and he leapt on top of me, pinning me to the ground. I wrinkled my nose at him. How the fuck did you do that, and ow? He smirked. Distracting you and don't be a baby. Kane reared back and stood to his feet. He extended his hand out, urging me to take it and helped me off the ground. You need always to be alert to the movements of your opponent, even the subtle ones. Most people, when they're fighting, will repeat their actions and moves. He circled me again. This time, I turned with him facing him at all times and watching his every move. I observed his legs, feet, hands, arms, every inch of him. Yet, within a split second, he grabbed my arm, twisted it and pulled me into his chest with my back facing his front. Kane stood there quietly, restricting me from moving. My asterisk was pressed firmly against him, allowing me to feel his hard asterisk. Someone is excited. His expression was neutral. You were over-observing. You need to center your focus and rely on your peripheral vision as well. He released my arm slowly. I turned and stood in front of him. I tried to do as he said, and this time Kane lifted his arm, ready to grab me again, but I dodged it. However, he quickly reacted and kicked my leg out again. Once again, I hit the ground with a thump, with him pouncing on me and holding me down again. Kane smiled. Too slow, my love. Better luck next time. I glared at him. To be honest, I was never any good at the physical fighting while in human form. I fight better in wolf form. She's my hidden beast. I smiled wickedly. That's why I prefer archery training. He pursed his lips. Yeah, I can tell. You suck. He grinned. I glared at him and his arrogance. Give me a bow and we will see who sucks. His grin only widened as he raised a brow. Still you. I gave him a deadpan stare. You're an ass. Yes, you've told me that before. We lay there staring at each other for a moment. Then, finally, Kane brushed some grass off my face before cupping my cheek within his palm. He stared at me with admiration. You're so beautiful, Freja. The longing in his eyes had me hypnotized as I stared into those beautiful green orbs. Kane then bent down and kissed me. It was a hungry kiss, passionate, possessive, and seducing. He continued kissing me, caressing my face with one hand, while the other gently roamed down my body and gripped my hip tightly. I moaned into his mouth, and that's when he froze. Weird. Kane pulled back and looked around like he was looking for something. My brows scrunched together in curiosity. Everything okay? Kane looked back down at me. Yeah, everything is fine. He bent down and engulfed my mouth with his again, kissing me hard and deep, then pushed himself up. We should head inside, he said before getting up and extending his hand out for me to take. I nodded and took his hand, getting up from the ground. Yeah, probably. It should be lunchtime soon. That felt a bit weird, and he was acting a bit strange. After Kane and I finished our training, makeout session, we went back into the house for some much-needed lunch. Kane looked up at me and cleared his throat as we sat at the table eating. Tomorrow night, we are having a mating ceremony for 2 members of the pack. So you need to go and get yourself something nice to wear. Oh, okay. Where do I go for that? My mother had always made our clothing, and I had no idea what to do or where I would get a nice dress from. Just on the outside of our pack territory, there are some shops there. I will have Calyx take you after we are finished. My face fell at the thought of going somewhere foreign to me. Okay, I guess. Kane raised an eyebrow. You don't sound excited? He questioned. Never been to a shop or done something like this. So, I don't know what to expect, and that makes me uneasy. I shrugged. I am sure you will enjoy it. He smiled. I raised my eyebrows and pursed my lips. Yeah, we shall see. He snorted and shook his head. We continued to eat, and once finished, Kane called for Calyx and brought him up to speed on this afternoon's plan. Calyx appeared to be as ecstatic as I was. Kane looked at me and winked, to which I rolled my eyes. He then left the room, smiling like a jackass. Calyx told me to wait by the front door while getting a vehicle. A few moments later, he pulled up in a beautiful, cherry red car. It roared as it came to a stop in front of me. I stood there in awe, my mouth agape. Calyx got out of the car and came around to the passenger side. He chuckled. Do you like it? I huffed. Like it? It's gorgeous. I didn't even know such beautiful machines existed. I admitted with embarrassment. Calyx stared down at the car. She's a 1966 Mustang, and she is indeed a beauty. Calyx opened the door and gestured for me to get in. Come on, you'll enjoy it. Oh, why thank you, kind sir. I climbed into the car and found it surprisingly comfortable, but it smelled funny. I scrunched my nose. What's that smell? Oh, that's just the fuel. Nothing to worry about. He chuckled. Calyx revved the engine, and the car rumbled to life, vibrating throughout and causing a tingly sensation between my thighs. The tires screeched as we pulled away, and I squealed with excitement. We reached the center of the town, and people were gathered all around. The buildings varied in size and were colorful. Doing something like this was new for me and a bit strange. I looked to Calyx with unease, and he placed a hand on my shoulder and smiled. I know it's a bit much, but everything will be fine. He tried to reassure me. I raised a brow and gave him a stern look. It better be, or else I'm going to hurt you. Calyx chuckled. I don't doubt it. I felt embarrassed that I had never been to the city or done normal things before. I was feeling entirely out of place. We pulled up in front of a row of fancy-looking shops that displayed a wide variety of beautiful things. Calyx got out of the car and came to my side. I reached for the car door lock, but he opened the door before I could lock it. Come on, time to get out. Calyx chirped. I pouted. I don't want to. Can I just wear jeans and a t-shirt? I asked, hoping it would be good enough, even though I knew it wouldn't be. He shook his head. Nope, sorry. You need to wear something appropriate. I rolled my eyes. Ugh, fine, but I don't have to be happy about it. I got out of the car and closed the door behind me. Calyx linked his arm with mine, and one stilled for a second, unsure of how I felt about him touching me like this, being so close to me. Calyx is a nice guy, but there has always been something about him that gives me an odd feeling. Ready to have some fun? He grinned. This is not my idea of fun. I groaned. Calyx dragged me towards a fancy dress shop. I peered into the window and saw rows of beautiful dresses and racks of shiny-looking jewelry. Before entering the store, I stopped in my tracks and looked down at my attire, then up at the reflection staring back at me in the glass door. I was wearing faded blue jeans, a black tank top, and my favorite brown boots. My hair was up in a messy bun, and I looked tired, worn out. I really did not want to go into this fancy place looking the way I did, only to feel even more out of place. My heart began to pound in my chest. Wait, Calyx, I don't have any money. How am I going to buy a dress? I asked, embarrassed. He waved me off. Oh, don't worry about that. Kane is paying for it. He smiled. I didn't know how I felt about him buying me things. Would I owe him for it? What would he want from me? The last thing I want is to be in debt to him. We entered the store, and a gorgeous woman approached us, with the fakest smile plastered on her face. Hello, how can I help you today? She inquired, looking only at Calyx. Calyx straightened himself and became all serious. Freja, here, needs an elegant dress. I want a few selections brought out for her to try on, and the price is not an issue. She finally acknowledged me. Of course, follow me, and I'll bring you a few things to try on. Her smile and demeanor were so fake, it was comical. We followed her to the store's back, where a row of small rooms was lined against the wall. Calyx took a seat in one of the lounge chairs. He stretched his arms out across the fabric of the chair and crossed his legs, trying to be all macho. After a moment, the lady returned with multiple dresses and handed them to me. Here, give these a try and see if you like any of them. You can choose any of the empty rooms to change in. She nodded towards the row of small rooms. I looked to Calyx with a please help me expression, but he just smirked and motioned for me to get moving. I rolled my eyes and walked into one of the rooms. Dress after dress I tried on, and each one I didn't like. They were either too fancy, too little material, or the color was ugly as shit. Finally, there were 2 dresses left. I put the one on and walked out of the room. Calyx looked at me and scrunched his face. I huffed loudly. That's it. I give up. I'm not going. I declared. Come on, don't be a purse sport. You have one more dress to try on. He reminded me. I groaned in annoyance and returned to the room. I'll admit, I had saved this one for last, as I knew it would be the one that I chose. I slipped the dress on and felt like a beautiful goddess, which I never did. It was a black and gold lace dress. The dress was floor-length and backless, with thin spaghetti straps. The fabric molded to my curves perfectly and didn't leave too much revealed to the wandering eye. I stepped out of the room and twirled a bit to showcase the dress to Calyx. His eyes widened, and a smile spread across his face. Calyx whistled, "Yes, that's the one." He clapped his hands together. Chapter 14. The Crave. After a long and busy day, I decided to have a nice, relaxing bath, needing to wash the day away. I soaked in the large tub until my fingers started to prune, warning me to get out before I looked like a shriveled-up piece of fruit. I stepped out of the tub, dried myself, and threw on my white nightgown. I entered the bedroom and saw that Kane was back. He was sitting in one of the chairs by the fire. He seemed lost and mesmerized by the flames as he stared into them. I walked over to him. "Everything okay?" I asked, looking down at him. Kane remained still for a moment, and his gaze slowly rose to meet mine. He trapped me in my spot with his eyes, staring at me with lust and a look of longing. Kane wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me closer to him. "It is now," he said quietly, and my wolf purred at the close contact between us. She seemed to be warming up to Kane and loved it when he paid attention to us. He slowly lifted my nightgown, exposing my underwear and stomach. Kane nipped and kissed my sensitive flesh. He then reached around and gripped my ass tightly, causing me to let out a pleasure-filled moan. Kane paused for a moment, and then his eyes went pitch black like the lust had taken hold of him. He gripped my underwear and ripped them from my body before standing from the chair, lifting me in his arms and throwing me onto the bed. He stalked over and hovered above me. His chest heaved as he licked his lips. The sight of Kane at this moment made me quiver with anticipation, attraction, and lust. Kane grabbed hold of my nightgown and shredded the material like it was on fire, leaving me completely exposed to him now. "Mine," he growled. Kane lowered himself beside the bed and gently caught my legs, drawing me closer. His lips brushed against my skin, sending a shiver through me. I tried to gather my thoughts, but the closeness between us made it difficult. My heart raced as conflicting emotions battled inside me: fear, anger, and an attraction I didn't want to acknowledge. I instinctively pulled back, but Kane stopped and looked up at me. For a moment, we simply stared at each other. Neither of us said a word, but the tension between us was impossible to ignore. He continued kissing my inner thigh, slowly moving upwards. His one hand was firmly placed on my hip, keeping me still, while the other started to rub my asterisk. I moaned loudly and gripped the sheets as he inserted a finger inside my wet asterisk, then another, while his thumb continued to rub my asterisk. Kane let out a satisfactory growl. "You like that, my love?" I closed my eyes and threw my head back. "Yes. Oh God, yes," I moaned out. "You just wait. We've barely begun." Holy shit, what else was he going to do to me? I was already overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, my entire body trembling as Kane remained close. He continued teasing me with gentle kisses and lingering touches, leaving me breathless and struggling to keep my thoughts under control. I ran my fingers through his tousled hair, gripping it lightly as the tension inside me continued to build. Then, just when I thought I couldn't take another second of it, Kane suddenly stopped. He pulled away, leaving me staring at him in disbelief. The sudden distance was almost worse than the anticipation, and I couldn't understand why he'd chosen that exact moment to stop. My head shot up. "What the hell?" I shouted. "You don't asterisk till I tell you to, and making you wait is my punishment for how bad you've been." He grinned wickedly, then bit my leg. I scrunched my face in disbelief. "Are you fucking serious?" "Kane, don't do this to me," I whined. His near-black eyes narrowed on me. "I will do whatever the fuck I want to you. You're mine, baby." I began to sit up, not wanting to play into his games, but he was quick to shove me back onto the bed and hold me in place. Kane scared at me. "I don't think so. You're not getting away that easy. You've been bad and deserve to be punished, how I see fit." "Oh, fuck it. Then punish me," I said seductively. I may not know how I truly feel about Kane and our situation, but right now, this feels right. He feels right, and I fucking need him. His eyes went pitch black as a deep growl vibrated from his chest. Kane stood from the floor and quickly removed his pants and boxers, leaving him exposed to me now, and holy shit. His asterisk was thick and long. It was a significant difference compared to Eric, and he was my first. Shit, this might hurt. Kane leaned over me and placed his hands underneath my outer thighs. Move up and grip the headboard. His tone held so much dominance. He helped push me up the bed, and I reached for the headboard, gripping it tightly. Kane crawled up the bed like the animal he was, and I bit my lip in excitement. Kane grabbed a pillow and placed it behind my head. Don't let go until I say so, understood? My chest heaved. Yes, I almost whispered. He tilted his head and raised a brow. Yes, what? Am I supposed to say something else? This shit was new to me. Yes, sir. I said it more like a question. He smirked. Good girl. Kane started kissing my neck, slowly moving down. He then began to kiss my asterisk. His fingers pinched my right asterisk as he took the other in his mouth, sucking and nipping at it. His hand came up and gripped my hair firmly as he engulfed my mouth with his, kissing me like his life depended on it. Kane reared back. Are you ready? He questioned me. I nodded my head, and he didn't waste a moment. Kane thrust into me hard, filling and stretching me. I gasped from the mixture of pain and pleasure. He stilled. You okay? He asked with concern. I nodded my head. Fuck me, Kane. I moaned out. He pulled me tightly against him, and the intensity between us became almost overwhelming. Every movement brought us closer until it felt as though the rest of the world had disappeared. For that brief moment, nothing else mattered. The war, the hatred, and all the reasons we should have been enemies seemed to fade away. It felt as though it were just the two of us, caught in something neither of us fully understood. Kane held me tightly as the tension between us built again, like a firework ready to explode. His fingers dug into my skin as his grip tightened around my hips before he lifted me onto his lap. He leaned back, holding me securely in his arms as the intensity of the moment continued to grow. I wrapped my arms around him, barely able to catch my breath. He gripped my hair gently, pulling me closer before capturing my lips in a rough, passionate kiss. He brought his lips to my ear, sucking my earlobe gently and then releasing it. Asterisk for me, Freja. He whispered softly. He moved his hips in what can only be described as sorcery, and that was it. I moaned his name loud enough the entire house probably heard as my asterisk rocketed throughout my body. A moment later, the tension between us finally broke. We stayed wrapped in each other's arms for a while, both of us breathless and trying to regain our composure. After a few moments, Kane gently lowered me onto the bed, his expression softening as he looked down at me. How do you feel? He questioned. I sighed with delight. Exhausted. A low chuckle vibrated from his chest. I told you, we were just getting started. My eyes widened. What? Again? We aren't through, my love. He had a sinister look in his eyes, and I knew I was in for it. My brows scrunched together. He can't be serious? He disappeared into the bathroom and came back with a cloth. Kane cleaned me up before going into the closet and returning with a leather belt. Kane grabbed my hands and pulled me up from the bed as he began to tie my wrists together. I stared at him, my eyes wandering downwards, staring at his hard abs and at his asterisk that was once again rock hard. You are being punished tonight for all the shit you've caused. He gripped my wrists and pulled me into him. And I'm going to asterisk you raw, Kane whispered in my ear, sending shivers down my spine. I raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah, how? I asked temptingly. Hearing him say that he was going to punish me had me asterisk for him again and wanting more. He turned me around and gently bent me over the bed. Kane ran his palm over me before giving me a firm smack. I gasped, gripping the sheets with my bound hands as a rush of sensation went through me. He stayed close behind me, his touch making my legs feel weak beneath me. Every moment seemed to push the tension higher, and I struggled to catch my breath as the room filled with my shaky moans. I could feel myself getting closer to losing control, caught between wanting him to stop and desperately wanting the moment to continue. Kane, please. I pleaded with him, needing to release. He growled, I love it when you beg me, baby. Kane smacked my asterisk again. Kane slowly pulled away, and for a moment, neither of us moved. Then he drew me close again, and the tension between us returned. The rest of the night passed in a blur of closeness and passion. By the time everything finally settled, we were both exhausted, sore, and completely spent. After he finally finished punishing me, as he called it, we laid there on the bed staring at each other. He brought his hand up and ran his thumb across my jaw. Freja, let me mark you, Kane asked sincerely. I shook my head. No, not yet. I'm just not ready yet, I answered honestly. Kane groaned. Why? He asked with irritation. I pursed my lips and shrugged. I can't give you a reason. All I can tell you is I'm not ready for that yet. He huffed. Okay, I'll wait, but I'll be honest, I can't wait much longer. Not only that, I don't want to, and my wolf is growing tired of not marking you, Kane said in a dead serious tone. I nodded, knowing how he felt, as my wolf wanted his mark. She was craving it almost. Yes, I understand. Just a bit more time, please? Kane nodded his head in agreement. Get some sleep. You need your rest, he said with a cheeky smirk, proud of himself. Chapter 15. So stupid. It was time to get ready for the ceremony, and I had to wear this stupid dress. At least I can get away with wearing flats, because I would seriously break my neck in high heels. So I put on my dress, the gold-colored flat shoes I chose, a little bit of makeup, and had my hair half up, half down, nothing too fancy or too lazy. Then, a knock resonated within the room, grabbing my attention. Freja, hurry up, it's time to go, Calyx said through the wooden door. I'm coming, I quickly replied. I glanced in the mirror again, and my eyes roamed all over my body. Finally, I made sure I looked presentable and left the room. Calyx stood there for a moment, examining me. Oh my, you look gorgeous, Freja, he said sweetly. My cheeks heated in embarrassment. Thank you. I feel weird and uncomfortable. I laughed. Calyx chuckled. Well, luckily, it's only for a few hours. Yeah, where's Kane? I figured he would pick me up. But honestly, I was hoping he would be. I wanted to see him and to arrive at the ceremony with him. He had some last-minute stuff to deal with, so you're stuck with me. He grinned. I'm not going to complain. I shrugged. Calyx extended his elbow. Shall we? I smiled and wrapped my arm around his, linking us together as we strolled through the halls and headed towards the ceremony. I didn't even know this place was here. We roamed through a series of tunnels connecting to various other areas within the pack house. We had finally reached the hall. It was beautifully decorated. Blue and white lights lit up the room. White linens were draped from the ceiling, along with star and moon-shaped decorations. Candles sat within the center of the tables, creating a warming glow. Everything looked breathtaking. The hall was crowded with people, many of which I didn't know or had even met yet. My nerves were going haywire, and it was becoming very hot in here, or was that just me? My heart began to race, and I wanted to sprint out of there. My eyes darted around, and my head began to spin as my anxiety wrapped around me like a blanket. Just as I was about to say, fuck this, and leave, a large hand touched the small of my back. I jumped at the contact as it brought me out of my frantic state. Relax, my love, I'm here now, he whispered sweetly in my ear. Kane's voice and smell relaxed every part of my being as I felt safe with him. I turned around to face him and almost melted at the sight of him. He wore a tight-fitting, dark blue suit. The material hugged his muscles and curves. His hair was slicked back, face free of stubble, showing off his jawline, and his eyes glistened in the twinkling lights. He looked so fucking handsome, I wanted to fuck him, right here on the floor. His eyes wandered up and down my attire, taking me in. A smile then spread across his beautiful face. You look stunning, Freja, Kane said as he kissed my cheek, igniting a fire in my core. You don't look so bad yourself. I grinned. He chuckled. Come, I want to introduce you to some people. I took his hand in mine, allowing him to lead me through the crowd and introduce me to numerous people. all of whom I would probably forget before the end of the night, as the only one I was focused on was Kane. The ceremony had been going great. Kane had introduced me to some great people who seemed to take an interest in who I was. Some didn't, which was expected. Then, Kane initiated the ceremony, bonding the couple together for life. I had to be honest with myself. It was a beautiful moment to witness. It had me thinking about Kane and me, about our future together. After the ceremony, we all partook in food and drink. Shortly after, everyone headed to the dance floor for some fun. A slow song came on, and Kane stood from his chair. "Freja, may I have this dance?" He reached his hand out. My stomach churned at the thought of dancing in front of all these people. However, I sucked in a deep breath and plastered on a smile before taking his hand in mine. Kane led us out to the dance floor, and he entwined his one hand with mine as he placed the other hand on my back. We started dancing together, our bodies moving to the rhythm of the music. He looked so good in the spotlight, and feeling his body against mine was almost torture. The way he guided me and swayed to the beat was making me horny again. Kane bent down, his lips grazing against my heated skin. "You need to calm yourself, my love, or else I'm going to take you right here," he whispered in my ear. "Sorry," I said shyly. "Don't be sorry, just wait till we are alone." I nodded and leaned my head against his chest, inhaling his scent. "Have you enjoyed yourself tonight?" he asked. "Yes, I have." The ceremony was beautiful, I said honestly. Kane stilled for a moment, then glanced down at me. "I apologize, but I have to cut this short, as I am needed for something. I won't be long, and then we can finish our dance." He seemed uneasy all of a sudden. "Oh, okay. Is everything all right?" I asked, concerned. "Yes, no need to worry." Kane kissed me passionately before releasing me from his hold, leaving me to mourn the loss of his touch. Fuck. I think I'm falling for him. I stepped off the dance floor and went to the restroom before taking a seat at one of the tables. It had been a while since Kane left, and it had me wondering if he was ever coming back. So I decided to go and look for him. I got up from my seat and looked around for Kane, but I couldn't find him. So finally, I was ready to leave, needing to get out of this dress yesterday. Walking around, I continued looking everywhere for him, but he was nowhere in sight, and now I was becoming frustrated. I spotted Calyx sitting at a table with a few others, and I quickly strode over to him. Finally, I reached the table, and everyone's attention was now on me. I looked at Calyx. "Hey, have you seen Kane?" I quietly asked him. His eyes were shifty, looking everywhere but at me. Yeah, I saw him go that way earlier." He nodded towards a hallway on my left. "Why not just wait here with me till he gets back?" Calyx was acting weird and suspicious. "What is he hiding?" I scowled at him. "Where is he, Calyx?" I asked sternly, my wolf on edge. Calyx sighed heavily. "He went that way, with Eve," he said, defeated. My breathing hitched for a beat. "What?" I shouted. I turned around and stomped in the direction Calyx had pointed out. I could hear him behind me, calling for me to come back, but I needed to know why Kane had left me alone to run off with his ex. I looked around the hallway, and there were a few doors. However, the door near the end of the hall was slightly open, and I could hear voices. I slowly approached the room and peeked inside, only to see Kane and Eve standing way too fucking close to each other. "Kane, please just one last time? That's all I ask." Eve whined as she clung to his shirt. He shoved her hands off him. "No, Eve, I won't do it." He glared down at her. "You haven't even marked her yet. So, there wouldn't be any consequences, and from what I've heard, she won't let you mark her," she said arrogantly. Kane gripped her wrists. "Who told you that?" he asked, snarling. Eve shook her head slowly. "It doesn't matter, please just once more," she pleaded again. What does she want him to do? His shoulders sunk, and Kane stared down at her with sympathy and love. Then she stood on her tippy toes and kissed him, wrapping a leg around his waist. He gripped her leg to steady her, and his other hand rested on her back as they deepened the kiss. It felt like the air had been sucked from my lungs, and I couldn't breathe. Everything felt like it was collapsing around me. I gasped, and that caught the attention of Kane and Eve. They both turned to me, Kane horrified to see me, as his eyes widened. Eve grinned at me from ear to ear, proud of what she had done. Tears began to well in my eyes as my wolf snarled within me. I refused to let him see how he affected me, so I ran. I could hear Kane yell my name, but I just kept running and ran out the first door I saw. I burst through the doors and into the cool summer night. I needed to get away, from here and from him. I honestly thought things were taking a turn for the better, that I was getting to know a different man, and that he really was my mate, but I was a fucking fool. I dashed towards the woods and ran through the trees. The branches ripped my dress, tousled my hair, and beat my body, but I didn't care. I just focused on running as far as I could. In the distance, I could hear voices shouting my name, but I tuned them out and focused on my path as I shifted into my wolf. Her beautiful fur shined from the moonlight as her paws thudded against the forest floor. We whizzed through the trees, dodging and ducking the low-hanging branches, feeling free in this moment. After running for a bit, I shifted back to my human form and leaned against a tree as tears threatened to spill. I began punching the tree, needing an outlet, even though this poor tree hadn't done anything wrong to me. I screamed at the top of my lungs in rage, but during my temper tantrum, I heard branches breaking around me. I stilled shit. Did he find me already? A shadow stepped into the light. Hello again, beautiful. What brings you out here? Demetrius? It doesn't concern you, and what the hell are you doing out here? I snapped. How did he get onto Kane's territory again? He smirked. Why, I'm looking for you, of course, Demetrius said as if it was apparent. And what the fuck do you want with me? I snarled, my wolf still so close to the surface and my patience wearing out. Demetrius chuckled. Snappy, snappy, are we in a mood this evening? He smiled deviously. I growled at him, watch it. I'm not in the mood. What do you want? And how did you get onto Kane's territory again? He increased border patrols. He shrugged. I'm a vampire, darling. I have my ways. And I thought you wanted to get away from here? From him? I stood there silently, unsure of how to answer him. I did want to get away from Kane at first, but then things started to change, and so did my decision. Now, I wasn't sure what I wanted, especially after witnessing him and Eve together. He raised a brow. Oh, have we changed our mind now? Have your feelings changed for him? Demetrius pursed his lips. I straightened myself. No, I haven't changed my mind. I lied, I still want away from here and especially from him, but I don't want your help. I didn't know what he wanted from me, and I wasn't willing to do whatever it was. Particularly after discovering what he was and how much of a threat he was to me. Why not? I can very easily help you. He mused. My brows pulled together as I narrowed my eyes. Why do you want to help me? And even if I agreed, what do you want from me? I was growing tired of his games. I told you before, I want to help because I simply want to, and I only need you to do one simple favor for me. Demetrius grinned. And? What would that be? I asked hesitantly. He grinned menacingly. Don't scream. I wrinkled my nose in confusion. What? Then, the reality of the situation hit me. He didn't want to help me, and there was nothing he wanted me to help him with. Demetrius was just tricking me and gaining my trust. This was about something else, and now I was in danger. Demetrius began taking long strides towards me, and I carefully backed up. Then I knew what was about to happen, and my wolf began to stir, hackles rising, ready to fight. Come any closer, and you are dead, I promise you that. I glared at him, and Demetrius just smiled. I was about to shift when suddenly, Demetrius was beside me, and everything went black. Chapter 16. Vampires. Kane POV. We were at the ceremony. Everything was going great. Freyja looked absolutely breathtaking, and I thanked the goddess that she had granted me with her as my mate. I was dancing with Freyja, enjoying this moment we were having, when Eve, mind-linked with me, saying there was a problem that needed my immediate attention. Reluctantly, I left my mate on the dance floor. My wolf stirred frantically, not wanting to part with her. I found Eve within seconds, leaning against the far wall and waiting for me. She was standing there, trying to look sexy, but she just looked desperate. I approached her and begrudgingly asked, "What's the problem? Kane, can we talk, please? In private?" She looked saddened and worried about something. I hesitated and searched her face. Yes, but only for a moment. I had a feeling she was up to something. She led me into a room near the back of the hall and slightly closed the door. Eve swayed over to me, shaking her hips seductively. My wolf huffed in annoyance, and I did too. This woman was wasting my time with her stupid games. What do you want, Eve? What is so important? I wanted to get this over with and get back to Freyja. Eve pouted and batted her lashes. I miss you, Kane. I miss us, she said as she grazed her hand along my chest. My lip twitched in disgust from her touch, and I pulled back from her. The hurt etched on her face was priceless. I straightened my suit, Eve. I will not tell you again. Freyja is my mate, and we are done. So why is it you can't accept that? Because I don't want to accept that. I love you, Kane, and what we had was beautiful. I can't just let that go. She appeared more and more desperate with each word. I groaned in annoyance. I don't love you anymore, Eve, and it's in your best interest to let things go and get over it. Find someone else and move on. Finally, I was done with this conversation and with her. I tried to move past her to leave the room, but she blocked my path, placing her hands on my chest again. Eve gazed into my eyes with lust and attraction. Kane, make love to me one more time, and I promise I'll never bother you again. I'll find someone else and move on. She begged me. I arched an eyebrow. Was she fucking serious? Did she actually think that I would betray my mate like that? My face scrunched up in disgust. She gripped my shirt tightly. Kane, please just one last time. That's all I ask. Eve whined as she clung to my shirt desperately. I shoved her hands away from me, releasing my shirt from her grip. No, Eve, I won't do it, I said, becoming very annoyed at this point. She cocked an eyebrow. You haven't even marked her yet. So, there wouldn't be any consequences, and from what I've heard, she won't let you mark her. Eve said arrogantly. I grabbed her by the arms. Who told you that? I asked as anger coursed through my veins. Someone had been telling her things that were none of her business. Eve waved me off. It doesn't matter, please just once more? She pleaded again. I let her arms go and looked down at her. Eve's features were so stricken with sadness and desperation, I almost felt sorry for her. Although I'll admit, at one time, I did love Eve. What we had was great, and at one point in our time together, I had thought about marking her and making her my Luna, as I thought I would never find my mate. But that was all in the past now. I finally found my mate and my Luna. Eve gazed into my eyes, then stood on her tippy toes and captured my lips with hers. I froze, shocked she did this, surprised at her boldness and bravery. She wrapped her leg around my waist, and on instinct, I gripped her leg to steady her and placed my other hand on her back. Eve deepened the kiss, drinking me in, and for a brief moment, I had lost myself within her, lost myself in the memories we shared together. Suddenly, I heard a gasp come from the doorway. My head whipped towards the noise, only to see Freyja standing there. She had just witnessed me and Eve kissing and having an intimate moment. Fuck. The look of betrayal on her face was evident and heartbreaking. She will never forgive me for this. Before I could do or say anything, she bolted from the scene. I called out for her, but it was too late, and she was gone. I looked down at Eve, who was staring at the doorway with a cynical grin on her face. Fucking bitch. So, this was her plan all along. I gripped her arms tightly. Was this your plan? Huh, Eve? To lure me in here in hopes of Freyja catching us? So, you could destroy things between her and me in hopes of getting me back. You are fucking done. I, Alpha Kane Riker, hereby banish you from the dead pack. I tossed her away from me before I snapped her fucking neck. Eve's eyes widened. What? Kane, no, please, I'm so sorry, she said as she fell to her knees, tears now streaming down her stricken face. I ignored Eve and her hysterics as I bolted from the room, chasing after Freyja, but she was nowhere to be seen, and her scent was faint among all the other wolves. I spotted my brother and rushed towards him. Calyx, have you seen Freyja? Yeah, she just ran out that door a minute ago, looking rather troubled. What happened? Is she okay? He asked me with concern lacing his tone. I didn't respond to him, as I needed to find her and explain things. So instead, I ran outside and dashed for the woods, her scent becoming stronger now. My wolf started to pace, wanting to be freed, but I knew it wouldn't end well if I released him in this state. I kept running through the woods, following her scent. Finally, I stopped in my tracks when I heard voices. One of the voices was Freja's, the other I didn't recognize. Who is she talking to? I couldn't understand what they said, so I crept closer, not wanting to spook them. Then, suddenly, the voices ceased as I rounded the tree that blocked my view. That's when I saw Freja's limp body in the arms of the same vampire from the other night. My blood began to boil. "Freja!" I roared. The vampire looked my way, winked at me, and then was gone. I immediately shifted into my wolf and began chasing him down, but he was fast and challenging to keep up with. Despite my abilities, my paws thudded heavily against the cool forest floor as I continued the chase. But soon, he was no longer in my sight, and his scent was nearly gone. I had lost them and lost her. This was all my fucking fault. I should never have trusted that stupid bitch Eve. I mind-linked with my brother and the pack warriors to gather in my office immediately. I needed to come up with a plan and collect myself. I have to find her and bring her home alive. Freja POV. I woke with a pounding headache. The smell of dampness and cold surrounded me. Where the fuck am I? It hurt to open my eyes. My body felt weak and drained. I looked around the room, trying to move, but I was tied to a chair in the middle of a windowless concrete room. I was bound with silver, and I had some weird necklace around my neck. Fuck. What is going on? I wriggled my wrists, hoping to get free, but the silver burned my skin, causing me to hiss in pain. I looked around for something to help me, but there was only another chair, a small table, and a lamp in the room. Good job, Freja. What the fuck have you gotten yourself into now? I sucked in a deep breath and began tugging at the silver chains, hoping to slip my wrist out. I gritted my teeth and pushed through the pain. I tried to channel my wolf strength, but I couldn't feel my wolf or hear her. Something was disrupting my connection to her. I kept tugging and tugging when I suddenly felt a pop. I screamed internally, realizing I had just dislocated my thumb. Fuck. I slipped my wrist out, took a deep breath, and popped my thumb back into place. Thank fuck for adrenaline, or else the pain would have been worse, especially with no werewolf abilities at the moment. I heard footsteps and voices outside the door. I quickly put my hands behind my back, making it appear as if I was still bound. The door opened with a bang, and in walked Demetrius, with a sly grin plastered on his stupid face. He cocked a brow. "Oh, you're finally awake, Mrs. Sleepyhead." "Where the fuck am I?" I spat. Demetrius stared at me and waved his index finger. Temper. I suggest you cool that temper before he comes to greet you. He won't be as kind towards you as I am," he said in a severe tone. I raised a brow. "Before who comes?" I asked hesitantly. "Our coven leader, Lazarus." He clasped his hands together. "He is absolutely dying to meet you." Demetrius grinned. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Well, I'm not so eager to meet him, and he will just have to wait." He tilted his head to the side. "Oh, and why is that?" he said with curiosity. I leapt from my chair and darted towards Demetrius, but he quickly caught on and slammed me to the ground, knocking the wind from me. Demetrius then kicked me in the face and again in the stomach. He laughed. "Nice try, sweetheart, but that lovely collar around your neck makes you weak, vulnerable, and renders your werewolf useless." He yanked me off the ground, causing me to let out a whimper of pain. "Now let's go. Lazarus does not like to be kept waiting." We left the room, and Demetrius practically dragged me down a dark hallway. I glanced around as we walked, trying to look for anything that could be a way out or something I could use as a weapon, but Demetrius was moving too fast. We finally arrived at a metal door, and Demetrius knocked. A low, deep voice came from the other side. "Enter." We walked into the dimly lit room, where 2 chairs and a desk were the only pieces of furniture. One of the chairs was occupied by a man. He appeared to be relatively older. His hair was a dirty gray. He had rugged facial features, bright red eyes, and a large scar that trailed down the left side of his face. But, of course, my big mouth just couldn't stay quiet. I wrinkled my nose at his appearance. "Goddamn. Who fucked your ugly ass up?" I chuckled. The man, who I presumed was Lazarus, rose from his chair and rounded the desk, coming face to face with me. He narrowed his eyes at me as his upper lip twitched, and then slapped me across the face with so much force, I hit the floor like a sack of potatoes. He glared down at me, snarling, "Get up. Sit down and shut the fuck up." I spit out a mouthful of blood. "You hit like a girl," I said, laughing. Lazarus grabbed my hair, almost pulling it out, and brought my face to his. "One more remark like that, and you won't live long enough to find out who gave me this scar." He sneered at me. I snorted. "You're telling me I'll miss the most boring story in history?" He gripped my throat tightly and lifted me off the ground. My breathing was now restricted as my lungs began to burn, and everything around me became blurry. "Not so cocky now, are we?" He smirked. Just when I thought death was coming for me, he released me, and I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. I coughed and cleared my throat. "Fuck man, you need to get laid," I said, emphasizing the laid part. "You just aren't going to give up, are you?" He glared at me. "No, not really," I smirked. Lazarus could torture me all he wanted, but I wouldn't go down without a fight. Lazarus shrugged. "Well, no matter, once your mate comes for you, I'm going to make him watch while I drain every ounce of blood from that pathetic body of yours, and then I'm going to kill him slowly." He grinned. I broke out in a fit of laughter. Tears welled up in my eyes as I continued to laugh like a hyena. "You're an idiot. Do you actually think he will come for me?" I asked him. "He may call me his mate," I said, making quotations with my fingers, "but I assure you, he fucking hates me and will probably thank you for getting rid of me for him. Cain doesn't want me. He wants some other bitch." I said the last part through gritted teeth. I put my finger to my chin, tapped it, and cocked my head to the side a bit. "You know I'm curious. Does being a vampire suck all of the intelligence out of your brain? Or were you always this stupid?" I smiled, like the cocky little bitch that I am. He scowled at me. "What are you talking about?" I clicked my tongue and cupped my cheek with my hand. "Oh, so sorry. Let me put this in dumb terms. I am not his mate, and he doesn't want me. Cain will not come for me because he doesn't care about me. I was only a prize to him, nothing more." Lazarus snarled, "You're lying." I shook my head. "Nope, sorry. He made it very clear to me tonight what I mean to him when I caught him making out with his bitch of an ex." He sighed and returned to his chair, casually sitting down. "Nonetheless, I still have other plans for you. You said you wanted to know who gave me this scar." I shrugged. "Yes and no. To be honest, I don't really care." I pursed my lips. Lazarus leaned forward and clasped his hands together. "Well, I'll tell you anyway. It was your father," he smirked. My brows scrunched together in confusion. "What?" "My father." I snorted, not believing him. "Yes, long ago, we were allies, and then he betrayed me, causing a war to break out between our species. Then, your father attempted to kill me, a man I trusted. I was going to get revenge on your mate first, but if what you say is true, then dear old daddy will have to go first, I guess." His tone was ominous and severe. I inhaled heavily. "Well, it's too bad my father didn't succeed, and how did he betray you?" I asked curiously. His eyes turned a shade darker. "He sold me out to Cain's father. Although rogue vampires had attacked the dead pack, your father accused me and my coven of doing it. So, dear old daddy went to Cain's father instead of confronting me first and betrayed me. They teamed up against me, and your precious mate killed my sister during the fight." He hissed. The anger and hurt were evident in his facial features as he told the story. I nodded my head slightly. Interesting story." I rolled my eyes. Did he expect me to care? To feel remorse for him? Lazarus snarled at me. "Story? So you think I'm telling you a bedtime story?" His voice grew louder with each word. "No, I just don't find what you're saying very interesting, and as I've already said, Cain isn't my mate," I told him through gritted teeth. His lip twitched. "I am truly going to enjoy draining you dry." I clicked my tongue and batted my lashes. "Aren't you sweet?" I smiled. He narrowed those beady red eyes of his on me. "Do tell, how has he not killed you yet?" Just as I was about to answer, Demetrius barged into the room. "Sir, I have." I cleared my throat, interrupting him before he could say anything else. He whipped his head in my direction and scowled at me. I raised both brows at him. Excuse me, Demetrius, we were having a very lovely conversation, and you just interrupted us. I scoffed at him. A ferocious snarl came from beside me. I turned towards the noise, and that's when Lazarus backhanded me so hard. I flew across the room. I screamed out in pain as my back slammed into the wall. That was going to bruise. Shut the fuck up, you annoying dog. Lazarus screamed at me. The air had left my lungs, my back throbbed in pain, and everything around me was now spinning in circles. Demetrius, please continue, Lazarus commanded. He cleared his throat. Our informant has reported to me that Cain knows it was you that took her. He is gathering warriors as we speak and preparing to attack. Good, we will be ready for him. Ensure everyone and everything is prepared and ready, just as planned. We cannot falter, my brother, he said with heavy authority, lacing his tone as he slapped his hand onto Demetrius' shoulder. Of course, I will see to it that it is done accordingly and immediately, Demetrius said while straightening himself before turning around to grip the door handle. He was about to open the door when he paused. His gaze met mine, and he winked at me while smiling deviously. Thank you, Lazarus said as Demetrius exited the room. Insider? Someone in Cain's pack is working with these bloodsuckers and giving them information. That's how he knows so much. But whoever this insider is going to betray Cain and lead him right into a trap. I need to get out of here. Lazarus stalked over to me, gripped my throat, and hoisted me off the ground, slamming me into the wall. I groaned and squeezed my eyes shut as my back radiated with pain. I can't wait to watch the life drain from your eyes as I feed on that pretty little neck of yours. But while we wait, I'll have a taste for now. He turned my head roughly to the side, exposing my neck to him. His fangs elongated and then barred down on my neck. It felt like I had been stabbed with 2 fiery hot metal prods. The pain was immense, and I couldn't fight or move. I wanted to scream, but nothing came out. Instead, I started to feel weaker and weaker, my vision becoming disoriented. Fuck, he's going to kill me. Then, just when I thought I was a goner, he retracted his fangs and dropped me to the floor. Lazarus stood there, gazing down at my limp body. My, that was absolutely exquisite. Your blood is like no other that I've ever tasted. I feel like a young vampire again. He bent down, bringing my face to his as he cupped my chin. I may just have to keep you as my personal blood bag. You're too tasty to give away or kill. He mused. I mustered up the last bit of strength I had and spat in his face. I would take my own life before I became your pet. I bellowed. He wiped his face and snarled at me, then punched me in the face, causing me to black out once again. Cain's POV. She's gone. That fucking vampire took her, and it's my fault. I should have never gone into that room with Eve, and I should have known she was up to no good. She'll pay for this. I finally reached the house and went straight into my office, where the others were already waiting for me. I didn't waste any time updating everyone on the situation. The vampire that breached our territory the other night has taken Freja, I said through gritted teeth. Murmurs and gasps filled the room, and I raised my hand, silencing them. I pursued Freja and the vampire, but lost them deep within the forest, and the scent trail has all but dissipated. Calyx looked at me. What do you want us to do, brother? I paced the room, running my hand through my hair roughly. I want teams of 3 to comb the area where I had lost them. There may still be a trace of their scent or something within the area. Where's Ryder? I asked aloud. Ryder is my best tracker within the pack, and hopefully, he will be able to pick up on something. Here, Alpha. His deep voice rang throughout the room. I want you to go through the area where he took her and follow the trail to where I lost them. There had to be something for us to go on. He gave a curt nod of his head. Yes, Alpha. I'll find something. And with that, he took a few other warriors before leaving the room. I looked at my brother, my chest feeling heavy. Calyx, I need to find her. I don't care what it takes, I said in a low and deadly voice. He slapped his hand onto my shoulder and squeezed reassuringly. I know, brother. We will do everything we can. Calyx then left the room, with a few others trailing behind him. I walked over to the remaining few. Let's go. I then stormed out of my office, with my men hot on heels as we proceeded to the woods in hopes of finding something that would lead us to her. Chapter 17. Escape. I woke up, still lying on the floor of Lazarus's office. Yet, it was now empty, and I was alone. I felt so weak, and I tried to channel my wolf, but she wasn't there. I couldn't feel her or hear her. So, I guess I have to do this on my own. I have to get out of here. I shakily got up off the floor, bracing myself against the wall for support. I reached for the door, and it was unlocked. My brows scrunched together in confusion, unsure of what to think about this. Could this be a trap? Or were they not expecting me to wake up so soon? I slowly and as quietly as possible walked down the hallway. Unfortunately, my one eye was swollen, making it hard for me to see correctly, and it didn't help that I had no idea where the fuck I was going. I continued down the hall but stopped dead in my tracks when I heard voices. They were getting louder and were closing in on me. There was a door just to my left, and I quickly bolted into the room. However, I would soon wish that I hadn't. I stood in the dark room, listening to the voices pass by me. I inhaled deeply and felt around for a light. I flipped the switch on and gasped as I took in the room. The room was overloaded with photos of me, Kane, my family, Kane's pack, and his territory. Holy shit. They have been watching and observing us for who knows how long. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a window hidden behind some boxes. I moved the boxes and tried to open the window, but it was firmly bolted in place. Shit. I looked around for something to break it with and found a heavy paperweight. I threw it through the window, shattering it into pieces. Not wasting another moment, I jumped up and crawled through the window, but my dress got caught on a glass shard. I tugged and pulled, but the glass began to dig into my side, cutting through my flesh like butter. I sucked in a shuddering breath and yanked myself out of the window, causing me to scream as the pain tore through me. I collapsed to the ground holding my side before looking down and noticing that my dress was shredded. A large gash peeked through the torn material, and I was heavily bleeding. Fuck. This isn't what I needed. Now, they will be able to track me easier. I unsteadily got up from the ground and looked around me, seeing that the forest surrounded me. So, I headed straight into the dark woods, knowing I needed to get as far away from here as I could. I imped my way through the forest, moving as fast as I could, but the pain was becoming too much. I had lost too much blood, and my strength was rapidly depleting. Finally, I stopped by a large tree and leaned against it after gaining some distance. Sliding down the rough bark, I plopped onto the ground. I looked over my body, taking notice that I was covered in dirt, blood, bruises, and cuts. My side was becoming infected, the cut was deep, and the bleeding hadn't subsided yet. This wasn't going to end well for me. As I sat there, I heard branches snapping behind me. That's most likely them, coming for me. I am going to die today, was all I could think of now. I slowly stood from the ground, my legs shaky and my body weak. I didn't see anyone, but whatever was out there was getting closer. I started walking backwards, staring off into the trees, waiting for them to leap and attack me. I stumbled and tripped over a log, falling on my ass. I looked down at my feet, and that's when I noticed I hadn't tripped on a log, but instead, someone's foot. I looked up, only to see Lazarus hovering over me. Thought you could run from me, huh? Lazarus snarled at me. I shrugged. I figured I would give it a shot. I weakly smiled. He narrowed his eyes. All you've done is piss me off. I chuckled. What can I say? It's a trait of mine. I smirked. Lazarus leaped on top of me, pinning my arms to the ground on either side of my head. He sniffed my neck. Maybe I'll use you for more than a blood bag. I haven't had a good asterisk in decades. I'd rather fuck a tree, I said through gritted teeth as a low growl erupted from my chest. He hissed, I guess I'm just going to have to teach you a lesson about what happens to mouthy little bitches. Lazarus bared his teeth and came down on my shoulder, burying his fangs deep into my skin and drawing blood. I screamed from the pain as his bite caused my skin to burn like someone had poured acid on me. I was already feeling weak, and now I was beginning to feel even more vulnerable. My vision was blurry, and just as I was about to pass out, Lazarus was ripped from me and thrown like a rag doll. I could barely open my eyes as they felt heavy. However, what little I could see was of a large, black wolf. Was it Cain? The wolf lunged for Lazarus, swiping him with his claws. The sounds coming from the wolf were guttural and inhuman. As I lay there, watching bits and pieces of the fight before me, I started to feel strange. I felt at peace and happy. That's when a small, but bright blue light surrounded me, encasing me in its beauty. Cain's POV. Lazarus finally retreated, knowing he was no match for my beast on his own. I searched the ground and saw Freyja lying there lifeless. Fuck. Am I too late? I shifted back and rushed to her side. I called her name and shook her, but she didn't respond. Then, putting my ear to her chest, I could hear a very faint heartbeat. She was still alive, but barely. I scooped her into my arms and started to run as fast as I could, knowing death was on her door. I held her close to me. Don't die on me, please. I pleaded with her. I don't think I could survive losing her. I mind-linked with Rose, that I was on my way and to be prepared. I then linked with the others, letting them know I had found her and we were headed to the infirmary. Freyja POV. The smell of flowers, bark, and grass flooded my nose. The birds were singing beautifully and the sun was shining brightly. I opened my eyes and I was lying beneath an old willow tree. Its leaves swayed in the wind and brushed against my skin. I felt so at peace. Wait, am I dead? I quickly sat up and looked around, not recognizing any of my surroundings. I tried to remember how I got here, but the last thing I remembered was Lazarus fighting with a large black wolf. Shit, maybe I am dead? I stood to my feet and walked closer to the tree. It was so beautiful and magnificent that I couldn't help but admire it. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the tree. A familiar person, Michael? But wait, he's dead, so that means I am too. My chest began to heave. Michael. Tears welled in my eyes as I rushed to him and hugged him tightly. He pulled me into him, wrapping his arms around me. My dear little Freyja. He pulled back and smiled at me. I looked him in the eyes. Am I dead? That was the first question I asked, not wanting to beat around the bush. Michael shook his head. Not quite, you're in the in-between. He gestured around us. I raised an eyebrow, confusion rising within me. Oh, so does that mean I'm almost dead? He chuckled lightly. No, my dear. It's not your time. You're here because I have a message for you. His facial expression became grave. My brows furrowed. What? Michael held my hands in his. There is a great danger in yours and Cain's future. You need to accept him as your mate in order to fight the impending battle. If you don't fight as one, you both will die. His tone was one he had never used speaking with me before, a tone that made my blood run cold. A million thoughts were going through my head now. What battle? What danger? I needed to know more, to understand what we were up against. He looked off into the distance, and his eyes widened. You have to go now. I shook my head rapidly. No, please. I have more questions. I bellowed out, but he was gone before I could protest any further. Everything became black, and the sound of beeping flooded my ears. Once again, it hurt to open my eyes, and my body felt like it had been wrung out to dry. I slowly opened my eyes and realized I was back in the hospital, on Cain's territory. Cain was sleeping in a chair in the far corner of the room. I tried to sit up, but it caused a great deal of pain to do so, and I let out a groan of discomfort. Cain, hearing this, quickly shot up from his chair and came to my side. Although he bent down, giving me a better view of his face, he looked distraught and exhausted. As I looked at him, the resentment and anger I previously felt weren't as strong anymore. At that moment, I felt relieved to have him by my side and that I was still alive because of him. His features softened as he stared into my eyes. Are you okay? Do you need anything? He asked in a soft tone. Yeah, I'm glad to be alive as well. I honestly thought for a moment that I was a goner. I chuckled. And no, I'm okay, just uncomfortable. Do you want to sit up? I nodded. Yes, please. Cain slipped his hand behind my back and helped prop me up, which eased the pain. Suddenly, I felt whole and heard a moan of pleasure rumble from within my mind. My eyes lit up. My wolf. She's back. I felt so relieved, knowing she was still with me and not completely gone. Cain picked up the collar that had been around my neck, causing my wolf to growl and snarl. This was the cause of her disappearance. It blocks out any supernatural abilities, and if worn too long, it kills those abilities. He dropped the collar onto the bed, and the memories of my ordeal all came flooding back. I know you just woke up, but will you tell me what happened? What was their reason for taking you? Kane's face was covered in stubble. He had bags under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept in days. I sucked in a sharp breath. Because of my father and you. I met two men, Demetrius, who you already met, and Lazarus, their leader. They told me that my father had betrayed Lazarus not so long ago, causing war, and you had killed their sister during that war. So, they took me as revenge. They planned to kill me in front of you, then kill you. But they never told me their plan for my father, though, which was odd, especially seeing as, from what I understood, he had started all of this. My brows furrowed as I thought of everything, trying to remember if I had missed something. Kane's eyes went pitch black, and his upper lip pulled up into a snarl. Lazarus, are you sure? He questioned. I pursed my lips. Yep, I'm pretty sure, and I can tell you, he doesn't like me so much. I snorted. I didn't make things easy for him. Kane smiled and kissed my forehead. That's my girl. As he said that, my heart skipped a beat, and my wolf purred with happiness upon knowing that Kane was pleased with us. But then, the night of the party and the events that led to my kidnapping flooded my thoughts. I pushed that aside for a moment, as I had an important question. I looked into his eyes. Was that you that found me? And did you kill him? I hoped he had, but also hoped that Lazarus was still alive, as I would like to kill him myself. Kane's features hardened. Yes, I was the one who found you. He looked away for a beat and sighed heavily. And no, he got away, but I'm sure he will be back, and this time, with reinforcements. I thought back to the room I had found. Yeah, I imagine so. He is pretty focused on getting his revenge. Silence passed between us for a few moments. Neither of us said a word. I wanted to ask him about Eve, but this wasn't the right place. I pursed my lips. Can you get the doctor, please? I want to get out of here. He nodded. Yeah, of course. I'll be right back. He stared at me for a moment, as if he was afraid that I would disappear, then left the room. Chapter 18. It's us. I was finally released from the hospital and feeling much better. The doctor told me I was healing at a tremendous rate and was lucky to be alive. She had wanted me to stay in the hospital for a while longer, but I argued against it. I needed out of there. Kane took me to our room, so I could finally have a much-needed shower. I quickly jumped into the shower, instantly feeling relaxed and calm as the warm water cascaded down my body. I finally decided to get out of the shower, dressed, and walked into the bedroom where Kane was waiting. He stood from the bed and approached me. His expression was angry yet filled with worry. Don't ever run from me again. You scared the shit out of me. I thought for sure I had lost you. His tone was clipped. Him saying this made me angry, and the memories of that night flashed before my eyes. I took a step towards him and pointed an accusatory finger at him. I had good cause for running from you. I caught you having a makeout session with Eve. Care to explain that? He pinched the bridge of his nose and rubbed the back of his neck. I swear, Freja, I wasn't doing it intentionally. Eve had asked to speak with me in private. I hesitated and should have listened to my gut. Instead, she took me by surprise and kissed me. That's when you walked in, but it's over between her and me. I have no feelings for Eve anymore, only you, and because of the stunt she pulled, she's been banished from the pack. I took a step back, reeling in his words, and considered everything he said. Oh, I see. So then, why were you caressing her body? From my point of view, you seem to be enjoying it. I raised a questioning brow. He groaned. It was just a reaction, an instinct, I don't fucking know. But it doesn't matter anyway, as Eve means nothing to me. Kane stepped closer to me. When I found you, I thought you were dead, and my entire world was crumbling around me. Because you, Freja, are my world, no one else. I looked away from him, not knowing how to respond. I felt like he was telling the truth, but I was filled with doubt. Kane cupped my chin, forcing me to look at him. He scanned my face with pleading eyes, but something in me just wasn't ready to forgive and forget what he had done. I swatted his hand away from me. Just go be with Eve. She's the one you really want, right? I snapped at him. He growled, no, she's not, Freja. You're the one I want. Bullshit, just fuck off and leave me alone. I hollered. He gripped my throat lightly and pushed me into the wall. No, Kane roared. That's it, I fucking had it with this bullshit, Freja. You are my fucking mate. I want you and only you. I am tired of you resisting our bond and pushing me away. He snarled. The anger was now rolling off him in waves. Kane then smashed his lips to mine, possessing my mouth with his and kissing me so hard that it hurt. Finally, he pressed himself closer to me, molding his body into mine. I reached up and slapped him across the face, and a dangerous growl erupted from his chest. Kane then gripped my wrists and dragged me to the bed, where he threw me down on my stomach. I heard him removing his belt before tying my hands together with it. I struggled, trying to roll over. What the fuck are you doing? Shut the fuck up, he snapped. He then ripped my pants off in one swift movement, along with my soaked panties. I didn't understand why, but if I had to be honest with myself, this was turning me on so bad. Why was this turning me on? I scolded myself as I should be furious with him, not aching for him. Kane slapped my ass hard, bringing me out of my thoughts, and I gasped at the sudden action. Are you going to stop resisting me? He asked. Let me think. Nope. Because I don't want you. I lied. He slapped my ass again, causing me to moan and writhe in pleasure. Kane leaned down and brought his lips to my ear. Really? Because that's not what your body says. I could practically hear the cockiness in his tone, as he knew just what he did to me. He reached between my thighs and ran his fingers across my swollen, soaked asterisk. I sucked in a sharp breath and bit my bottom lip as my legs started to quiver from his touch. You're wet and aching for me, just as I am for you. He pressed himself against my asterisk, allowing me to feel his hard asterisk. Fuck. I needed him badly. Kane pulled me off the bed and turned me to face him. Say it, Freja, say you want me, he demanded. I narrowed my eyes. No, never. I thrashed and wiggled in his hold, attempting to free myself from him and his belt, which still held my hands behind my back. He roughly yanked my body against his and brushed those full, luscious lips against my ear. Stop fighting this and give the fucking already, Kane whispered in a seductive yet authoritative tone. I pulled away from him. Just let me go already, and you can finally be with Eve. I know she is the one you truly want. Why was I doing this to myself and him? I was beginning to feel like a childish moron. Enough. He boomed, you are my fucking mate, not her, and for the last fucking time, I don't want her, I want you. He declared, more like screamed at me, which caused me to stop and stare at him, and at that moment, something happened. A wall I had built, blocking him and everything out, came crashing down. I could see the honesty in his eyes, the want, the desire. I finally realized that I was his mate, that I did want and need him. But I was going to make him pay for the other night cause. You know, I'm a petty bitch who enjoys pissing him off. I finally wiggled my hands out of his belt and slapped him again the moment I did. Kane's head whipped to the side, and he slowly looked back at me before gripping the nape of my neck and kissing me deeply and aggressively. I kissed him back with just as much aggressiveness and desire. Finally, I jumped up and wrapped my legs around his torso. Kane gripped my thighs tightly as he laid us down onto the mattress. Kane climbed on top of me, then gripped my shirt and tore it in half, exposing my bare asterisk to him. He stared down at me for a moment, his eyes darkening before letting out a low growl and leaning down to take my right asterisk into his mouth. I ran my fingers through his tousled hair, gripping it firmly. Kane released my asterisk and dominated my mouth again as he pinched my erect butt. I unbuttoned his jeans and shimmied them down with my feet. I stared up at him, lust consuming me. I need you, asterisk me, Kane, I said almost desperately. He flipped me over onto my stomach, gripped my hips, and lifted my ass in the air. Kane then wrapped my hair around his hand, pulling it tight, before positioning his asterisk right at my entrance, but he didn't enter. The anticipation was killing me. The ache between my legs grew immensely and needed to be released. I began to squirm. What are you waiting for? I asked breathlessly. Say it. He growled out. I furrowed my brows. Say what? Cain leaned down, pressing his lips to my ear and sending a jolt of ecstasy between my legs. Say you want me. Say you need me. Tell me you accept me as your mate. He gently whispered. I inhaled deeply, pausing for a moment and considered everything. Then I remembered Michael's warning. I want you, Cain. I need you, N.L. Accept you as my mate. I finally said the words. Without wasting another moment, he thrust into me hard and deep, pounding into me furiously. Moans and groans filled the room as he filled me. Then, finally, Cain flipped me over and continued to asterisk me, but slower, as if he was savoring it. He was more gentle now. He stared deep into my eyes before cupping my face and pulling me into him, kissing me passionately, as his hard asterisk continued to stretch my soaking wet asterisk. My nails dug into his back, causing him to growl in approval. He gripped my hips, his pace picking up and his thrusts now animalistic. Finally, my climax was reaching its peak. Cain reached between us and started rubbing my asterisk, causing me to come undone all over him. Moments later, Cain climaxed inside of me. We lay there, basking in the aftermath before either of us moved. Cain lifted himself and stared at me. I love you, Freja, and I'm sorry for everything. Love? I didn't know if I was ready for that, yet my heart skipped a beat when he said those words, and he said he was sorry. I began to feel guilty for everything I had put him through, for being a bitch and resisting our bond. Swallowing my pride, I'm sorry to Cain. Things have just been hard and confusing. I admitted. He stared at me intently, running his thumb along my bottom lip. Let me mark you. My eyes widened. Let him mark me? Was I ready for this? Did I want this? But our bond would strengthen and intensify if he did. We would become one. I started to truly consider this, as I remembered everything Michael warned me about regarding my relationship with Cain. Cain was patient as he stared at me, waiting for an answer. Okay, mark me, Cain, I said, as I stared deep into his eyes and took his face in both of my hands. I want to be yours forever. He smiled, before kissing me on the lips, then my cheek, then my jawline, and slowly moved down to my neck, sucking and licking my sensitive skin. Cain continued to kiss my neck lightly. His lips hung over my marking spot, dragging them gently across my skin. I tilted my head to the side, giving him better access. He licked and kissed my skin softly, making my wolf purr and pace with excitement. Cain's canines grazed my skin as he held me tightly, then his teeth punctured my skin, and he bit down hard, causing me to groan from the burning, pleasuring pain. Calyx POV. Freja's return had my blood boiling with anger. I snuck out of the pack house and headed straight for the woods, punching the trees as I passed them and taking my anger out on the bark. After walking/running for about a mile, I stopped near the old oak tree, waiting for Lazarus dumbass to show up. As I stood there waiting for him, I heard branches snapping behind me, and almost instantly, the smell of death flooded my nostrils, warning me of the grotesque creature that was closing in on me. I advanced on him, cuffing his throat within my grasp, and slammed him into the tree, cracking the bark with his body. A deadly growl erupted from my chest as I glared down at him. What the fuck happened? Why aren't they both dead? I snarled. We had a plan that worked, but of course, he just had to fuck things up and ruin it all. Lazarus raised his hands and roughly shoved me away from him, releasing his throat from my grip. He cleared his throat before speaking. Things became complicated, Calyx. She had escaped somehow, and when I went to retrieve her, Cain had found us and nearly killed me. He shouted angrily at me. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Why didn't you at least kill Freja when you had the fucking chance? My whole body was shaking with anger now. The plan had been so simple, but this dipshit had utterly failed. His nostrils flared, and he closed his eyes. She was driving me nuts. For one, and two, I was going to kill her, but I decided to have a taste first. He paused, and I already knew where this was going. Her blood is like no other that I've ever tasted before. It was like a drug, one that I couldn't get enough of, and I wanted to drain her before killing her, but something came up that needed my attention, and I had to leave her in my office. That's when she took off. I rubbed a hand down my face. Are you fucking kidding me? I couldn't believe he had let months of planning go to waste because of his thirst for blood. Lazarus shrugged. Have you forgotten? I'm a fucking vampire. It's in my nature. He shouted at me. I'm going to fucking kill you. We may never get another Chan. I couldn't finish my sentence, as suddenly I felt a spark of energy within my chest. I placed a hand on my chest as the spark radiated throughout my body. Then it dawned on me. They are fucking mated. I hollered. Kane just claimed Freja. I roared in outrage. Now, it would be even harder to kill either of them or even get them separated. I glared at Lazarus as my chest rose and fell heavily, and my wolf began to rise, ready to shred this dumb fuck to pieces. However, before I could make a move, something to my left caught my attention, and I watched as a petite figure emerged from within the trees. The figure walked into the light, allowing us to have a better view. Standing before us was a slender woman with golden brown hair and beautiful blue eyes. Lazarus and I both froze on the spot, ready to attack. The woman approached us, swaying her hips like a seductress, not an ounce of fear. She stopped and glanced between us both as a smile spread across her face. I believe I could help you gentlemen with your problem, she said sweetly. I raised a questionable brow. And just who in the fuck might you be? I asked the stupidly brave woman. Her smile grew. My name is Adela. I am Freja's sister. Chapter 19. Arguments. Freja POV. I laid there in bed, staring at Kane as he slept so soundly. Everything seemed different now. My perspective of him was different now, but I wondered what was to come of our future. Thoughts of my short time with Michael were clouding my thoughts. I wondered what he had truly meant and what dangers lay ahead for us. I considered telling Kane about Michael's warning, but the timing just wasn't right. I rolled onto my back and stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. I placed my hand onto Kane's mark and caressed it, still unable to fully come to terms with the fact that I had mated with him, a man that used to haunt my dreams. Everyone always told me about how horrible he is and the things he has done, but as I've gotten to know him, I've seen small glimpses of a man that no one has ever seen. I got out of bed, walked over to the balcony door, and peeked through the curtain. The sun was rising, gracing the land with its light. Things were peaceful, but I wondered for how long. I looked over to the bed, and Kane was still fast asleep. So, I decided to get dressed and head downstairs to get something to eat. I crept out of the room, not wanting to wake Kane. The hallway was empty and quiet. The whole house seemed empty and quiet. I made my way down the stairs and into the kitchen, but no one was in sight. For a second, I wondered if something was wrong as Violet was usually in the kitchen cooking breakfast. That's when I looked towards the clock on the wall and realized it was 5:30 a.m. That's why it's so quiet in here. I rummaged through the cupboards looking for food when I heard heavy breathing behind me. I whipped around only to see Calix standing there with a peculiar look on his face. He looked annoyed and murderous, my brows furrowed together at the sight of him. I stepped back a bit, being cautious. Hey Calix, you okay? Calix gave his head a shake. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just glad you're back. He smiled awkwardly. I nodded my head slowly. Want some breakfast? I asked. He shook his head. No, I'm going to go for a run. Okay, well, have fun. Unfortunately, this conversation felt like it was becoming more and more awkward by the second. Calix seemed off. He suddenly had this weird vibe about him, one that made me suspicious of him. He stepped closer to me, and each step was more taunting than the last. So, you and Kane have mated? Calix asked, with a slightly incredulous tone to his voice. I raised a brow in question. Yes, we have. Are you not happy about that? I asked. Calix shrugged. I just didn't think it would happen, to be honest, or happen this soon at least. He took another few steps towards me, now only a foot of distance between us. He was guarded, on edge, and his eyes held a secret, but what? I pursed my lips. Oh, I see. I understand why you would think that, I guess, but I'm happy we are, and you should be too. Our mating will bring strength to the pack. I reasoned with him. He raised his hand and brushed a strand of hair away from my face and tucked it behind my ear. I reared back slightly, as this was unusual behavior for Calyx and made me uneasy. Calyx grinned. "See you later, Freja." That was all he said before leaving the kitchen and exiting through the back door. I stood there a little shocked as I processed what had just happened with Calyx. He was always so kind and welcoming to me, but now he didn't seem like the Calyx that I had come to know. Instead, he seemed different, almost as if my return and my mating with Cain had invoked a spark of rage within him. I couldn't make heads or tails of it, but one thing I knew for sure was I needed to be careful of Calyx now and keep an eye on him. I grabbed some bread and made toast for myself. After I finished eating, I cleaned everything up and made my way outside. I scanned the yard, looking for others, but no one was in sight. I wanted to go for a run in wolf form as she was itching to be freed and stretch her limbs. I knew Cain wouldn't allow me to go on my own, especially after what had happened, but right now I wanted to be alone. I took my clothes off and threw them onto one of the lawn chairs in the yard. I stood there naked for a moment, letting my exposed skin bask in the early morning sunlight. The air was cool, causing the tiny hairs on my body to stand. I called on my wolf, and in seconds, she rose from the depths of my soul, bringing on the shift. Her paws landed with a thud on the dewy grass. She stretched her body and shook her fur as she huffed in contentment. Then, without wasting another minute, she dashed towards the woods. My wolf elegantly ran through the woods, feeling free and at peace. She felt different today, more confident, more complete, as if a piece of her that had been missing was finally returned. She continued to run through the forest, dodging and ducking anything that obstructed her path. Finally, we saw a small river up ahead and decided to take a break and have a drink. She slowed her pace and approached the stream. Before taking a drink, she gazed curiously into the water at her reflection, as if seeing something I couldn't. She shook her head, then bent down and began to drink from the river. Suddenly, her ears perked up and her hackles began to rise. My wolf remained still and quiet. As something or someone was close by, she scanned the area and sniffed the air, listening intently to everything around us. She began to take careful steps to the right, focused on something ahead of us. I was on edge now as well, wondering what dangers were in store for us. My wolf stopped in her tracks, not taking a step further, and lowered herself to the ground. That's when I saw Calyx in the distance, appearing to be having a conversation with another person. But unfortunately, whoever he was talking to was hidden behind the trees. We couldn't see who it was, and their scent was masked. I urged my wolf to crawl closer to them, hoping we would be able to hear them more clearly or get a better view of them. We were as close as we could get now without being detected. The other person was a female, possibly young, but the girl's scent was still undetectable. We need to wait until the time is right and ensure that the plan will work. Calyx said. The plan will work. I'll get close to her, wound her, and then Cain will be an easier target to take down. But we need to be sure they remain separated during everything, as they are stronger together. After a few more days, the bond will have taken effect. Once that happens, the bond they share will be their weak point, the female confidently said. The female voice sounded familiar, and I tried to wrap my brain around who it belonged to, but for some reason, I couldn't figure out who. This plan of yours better work or L. Calyx started to speak, but was abruptly cut off by the woman. She stepped out of the tree slightly, or else what? Huh? The female questioned Calyx. Anger was evident in her tone. Or else we are all fucked, that's what. Calyx bellowed out. If something goes wrong and we are caught, we all die, painfully. Calyx said with certainty, a slight uneasiness to his tone. He almost seemed afraid, which made me wonder about what I didn't know about Cain. The female let out a low growl, then leapt onto Calyx, wrapped her arms around his neck, and crashed her lips to his. I started maneuvering backwards, trying not to make a sound. They were still making out pretty hardcore. I could only see a little bit of Calyx now, as most of him were behind the tree, as he pressed the female into it. I was finally a safe distance away and entirely out of their line of sight. I called on the change and shifted back to human, grabbing my clothes and hurriedly putting them on. I started making my way back towards the pack house and thought over everything, my mind buzzing with all that I had just learned. The truths I had just discovered, and I hadn't a fucking clue what to do. I continued walking and putting all the puzzle pieces together. Calyx wants Kane and I dead. He's the one that's been doing all of this. I didn't know what to think of it all. I had never thought he could or would do something like this. But then again, I didn't really know him all that well. I was so lost in my thoughts, not paying attention to where I was going, and ended up walking right into a fucking tree, or what felt like walking into a tree. I stumbled backwards, and just when I thought I was going to fall on my ass, a pair of muscular arms caught me, straightening me back onto my feet. I looked up to see Kane standing there, a brow raised and a smirk on his face. "I know you've fallen for me, love, but you don't need to actually fall. It's just an expression." I gave him a deadpan stare. "You're an idiot," I said before taking a step back from him. His face turned severe now, and his eyes held a slight hint of anger. "Now, what in the fuck are you doing out here alone?" He was definitely pissed at me. I wanted to go for a run in my wolf form. She was itching to get out. I shrugged. Kane breathed heavily. "Then why didn't you ask me to come with you?" "You were asleep, Kane. I didn't want to wake you. Besides, I'm fine, and I can take care of myself." It irked me to my core that he didn't see or believe in my strength. Instead, he viewed me as someone who couldn't defend themselves. He groaned in frustration. "What if a bloodsucker saw you alone and took you again?" "It's not safe yet, Freja. Don't you understand that?" He shouted at me, worry, fear, and anger all lacing his tone. I balled my hands into fists. I am fully aware that it's not safe yet, that they are still out there and want me dead, now more than ever. But I am not some weak little child who can't defend themselves. Why can't you understand that? I shouted back at him. He took a threatening step towards me. "What if it were more than one, huh? Can you honestly say that you would be able to hold your own against 2, 3, or even more vampires? Because I'm telling you right now, you wouldn't stand a chance." His eyes were turning pitch black as the fury radiated off him. I would admit he was right. If I were by myself and more than one vampire came at me, I wouldn't stand a chance. I would be done for, but it still pained me knowing that he didn't think I could be out on my own, that I needed always to have someone with me to protect me. I gave my head a shake. "You know what, Kane? I don't want to have this conversation with you, because clearly no matter what I say, it will never be good enough." I started to walk away from him when he grabbed my arm and whipped me around to face him. His eyes bore into mine. "Do not walk away from me when I am speaking to you. You know I am right about this, and it's not that I don't see your strength, Freja, but you are my mate, and it is my obligation to ensure your safety at all times and at any cost." I tried to yank my arm from his hold, but he only gripped onto me tighter. "I know you are my mate, but you are also supposed to trust me, have faith in me and my abilities, which is something you don't. So now let me go and leave me alone." I snarled at him. Kane narrowed his eyes at me as his lip twitched. Then, with one hard pull, I finally yanked my arm out of his grasp. I spun on my heels, walking away from him once again. I felt him reach for me, and when I stopped in my tracks, "Don't," I said sternly. He let out a low growl and retracted his hand, allowing me to continue walking away from him and that conversation. As I walked through the forest, heading back to the house, I could feel him close by but keeping his distance. Suddenly, I felt another presence nearby. I stopped and looked around, but couldn't see anything or anyone. So I turned back around, only to come face to face with a distraught and furious-looking Eve, now blocking my path. Eve looked like she had been run over by a train more than once. Her hair was matted and tangled, her clothes stained with mud. Her face was coated in a thin layer of dust and smeared makeup. I wrinkled my nose at the sight of her. "Damn, what happened to you?" I asked her. Her chest heaved heavily, Eve's breathing erratic now. "I've been living out here in the woods since Kane banned me from the pack, and it's all your fucking fault," she hollered while pointing a bony finger at me. I pursed my lips. "Really? And how's it my fault?" I asked her, incredulous. Her lip quivered. "Because you shouldn't be here, you shouldn't be Kane's mate. It should be me, not you. You aren't worthy of being his mate. You aren't worthy of being Luna." She screeched at me. Are we jealous?" I fake pouted, jealous that he no longer wants you? No longer asterisk you, but me instead now? And that you, Eve, aren't worthy of being in this pack anymore? You were a sneaky, vindictive bitch, and you have gotten what you deserve. I was starting to put two and two together. Everything was making sense now that she was the woman working with Calyx. Eve's eyes turned pitch black, and tears were threatening to spill as a low snarl slipped through her lips. She reared back and then charged at me full throttle, a crazed look on her face as she ran towards me. I went into a half-crouch and prepared myself for the attack, just like Gunnar had always taught me. Just when she was about to strike, I gripped her wrist, turned my back to her and threw her over me, slamming her body into the ground. She cried out in pain as her back harshly connected with the ground. I stepped back and prepared for her to counterattack. But instead, Eve tilted her head up to look at me, snarling viciously. Eve then flipped herself and jumped to her feet, crouching before me, ready to strike. Eve came rushing towards me, screaming like a maniac, but before she could reach me, she was abruptly pulled back and thrown to the ground. I tore my gaze from the sight of a broken-looking Eve and turned to Cain, who was standing there with tightly clenched fists and a murderous glint to his eyes. His gaze caught mine, trapping me where I stood. His chest was heaving, and his eyes were black. Cain then sauntered towards me, looking all sexy and shit, making my thighs squeeze together. "Are you okay?" he asked in that deep, husky tone. "I'm fine. I can handle her myself," I assured him. Cain's gaze roamed over my body, inspecting every inch of it, as his eyes looked down to my feet before coming back and looking into my eyes again. He looked at me intensely for a moment before nodding and turning towards Eve. A deep and menacing growl rumbled from his chest as he scowled down at her. "Care to explain yourself, outcast?" he roared at her. She flinched at his words and recoiled. Her eyes flickered between mine and Cain's as she started to mumble, trying to find her words. "Speak," he bellowed out, causing both of us to wince. His voice was loud, and his tone was now more beast than man. Eve was starting to cry now. "Cain, please, I'm sorry." She finally spoke. "Freja is my mate and my Luna. Had you accepted that and didn't try to get rid of her, you wouldn't be in this situation. So you have no one to blame but yourself." He straightened himself and glared down at her as his lip twitched. She stood to her feet, a look of hurt and anger masking her features now. "What makes her so special anyway?" she shouted at him. Cain glanced at me, locking his gaze with mine. He continued to stare at me for a moment, then smiled brightly, with a look of admiration that I had never seen before. "Freja is everything I want and more. She is the piece of myself that I have been missing, the piece I didn't know I needed. That's what makes her so special." In 3 long strides, Cain reached me, wrapped his arms tightly around my waist, and pulled me into him, smashing his lips with mine. He kissed me hard and passionately, his hands tangling within my hair, deepening the kiss. Cain finally released me and pulled back slightly. He stared into my eyes and smiled, then looked back to Eve. "You have 10 seconds to start running, and you don't want me to catch you," Cain said in a deadly tone. Her eyes widened in fear, and she turned on her heels, bolting in the opposite direction. Cain turned back to me, claiming my mouth with his once again. He continued his assault on my lips for a few moments, holding me tightly in his grasp. Cain finally let me go, then gripped my wrist and began to pull me along with him. My brows furrowed. "Where are we going?" I asked, a little out of breath. "Back to the house." His answer was short, and his tone was clipped. "Why are you dragging me?" "I am not a child." I shouted at him while wondering why the hell he was acting like this all of a sudden, especially after he had just ravished my mouth. "Shut up, Freja." That was the only response I got. He didn't even turn to face me. "Excuse me," I said, getting a bit pissed off now. Cain stopped suddenly and turned to face me, narrowing his eyes. Then, unexpectedly, he picked me up and threw me over his shoulder before continuing towards the house. I pounded on his back. "What the fuck, Cain?" I hollered. Cain smacked my ass hard. "Shut the fuck up," he said, once again. We finally reached the house, and Cain stormed inside, marching up the stairs, with me still on his shoulder, kicking him and pounding on his back furiously. Cain kicked his bedroom door open, entered the room, and slammed it shut behind him. He then walked over to the bed and threw me on it, causing me to bounce as I landed. I quickly sat up and glared at Cain. "What the fuck are you doing?" I demanded to know. His chest rose and fell heavily as his lust-filled eyes roamed over my body. "You disobeyed me, love. You disregarded my orders. So, now you're going to be punished." He leaned over me, placing an arm on either side and caging me between him. My breath hitched as my pussy now began to throb. His face was mere inches from mine. Cain then rubbed the tip of his nose along my cheek. Cain grinned deviously. "Are you ready for your punishment?" He asked me, and I had a feeling that no matter what my answer was, it wouldn't save me. But I didn't care, as the excitement of what was to come coursed through my body and gave me the courage to nod my head. Chapter 20. Secrets. Cain's eyes burned into mine as a devious smile placated his plump lips. I didn't know what was in store for me, but I was excited to find out. Then, finally, he reared back and stood to his feet, then casually strolled into the closet. I continued to lay there, waiting for him to come back, but it had now been a few moments, and I started to wonder what in the hell he was doing. I stood up from the bed and crept towards the closet, trying to peek in as I got closer. Just as I was about to cross the threshold, Cain emerged from the closet. He grabbed me by the wrist and spun me around, slamming me face first into the wall. Cain held my hands together behind my back before wrapping my hair around his other hand and tugging it back slightly. His soft, plump lips brushed against my ear. "Did I say you could move?" he asked in a husky tone. I bit my lower lip. "No, but I was becoming bored waiting for you." Cain cut me off by pulling my hair tighter and causing my head to jolt backwards. He then brushed his lips down my neck and nipped at my overly sensitive flesh, sending shivers throughout my body. "You disobeyed me once again. I don't like being disobeyed, and now you are going to be punished for that, Freja," he whispered oh so sweetly. My chest heaved, and my bottom lip quivered as the pool of wetness between my legs had now soaked through my asterisk. Taking in a deep breath, I asked in a daring tone, "What's my punishment?" A rumble vibrated from his chest. "You'll have to be a good girl and wait and see," he whispered. Cain released my hair, and I could feel him now binding my wrists together. After he bounded my hands, he tied a piece of silky material over my eyes, restricting my sight. The anticipation was now overwhelming as I waited for him to make his next move. He turned me around so I was no longer facing the wall. His hands started to explore my body, touching every inch of me. Suddenly, Cain gripped my shorts and tore them from my body, causing me to gasp. His hands ran down the length of my body, going lower and lower. Cain's hands were now firmly caressing my thighs as he nipped and kissed at my neck, making me moan and thrive within his hold. Cain's grip tightened, holding me in place. "Don't move and be quiet," he said sternly. I stilled myself, attempting to remain motionless and silent, but that was something that I wasn't sure I would be able to do, especially with his touch. Cain continued to torture me. His hands slid up my thighs and to my asterisk, gripping it hard and possessively. His one hand then gripped the seam of my underwear and tore them from my body, making me shudder. Cain tugged my lower half closer to him, then bit and licked at my sensitive flesh. His hand came around and reached between my thighs. Cain's fingers then glided against my wet asterisk, and another shuddering breath escaped from my lips. He continued gliding his fingers across my aching asterisk, then slipped a finger asterisk of me, thrusting it in and out. I let out an asterisk-filled moan and writhed from his touch, but as I did, he removed his finger and stood up. Cain gripped my hair firmly again. "I thought I told you not to move and to be quiet? You just don't know when or how to behave, do you?" he asked in a teasing tone. I shook my head. "No, I don't. I guess you will just have to punish me some more," I said seductively, then bit my lower lip. Cain let out a low growl before releasing my hair and gripping my shirt and tearing it from my body, leaving me completely exposed now. He turned me around and pushed me against the wall, his asterisk pressing into my ass. His arms snaked around me, reaching up to clasp around my neck. Cain then tilted my head back and bit my neck before whispering, "Oh, I promise you I will," he said in a husky tone. Cain pulled me away from the wall and threw me onto the bed. I could hear his large feet approaching the bed. Then, he smacked me on the ass with something cold and hard. I gasped loudly. What the hell was that? Whatever it was that Cain had smacked me with, it wasn't his hand, and I was unsure of how I felt about it. He smacked me again, a little harder this time. "Shut up." His voice was growly now as he flipped me over and pulled me up into a sitting position. "Be a good girl for once and follow my orders." I just smiled at him in response and mentally gave him the finger. I heard his zipper undo, and the anticipation was consuming me now, waiting for his next move. I listened to the sound of him shuffling before Cain gripped my hair. "Open your mouth," he demanded in a feral tone. I tilted my head. What? I had never done anything like this before, and although it was turning me on, I was a bit nervous. "Open your fucking mouth," he growled out, his wolf now on the surface, as the lust and desire consumed him. My wolf damn near purred at his wolf's presence. I opened my mouth, hesitantly, and he eased his hard cock in, grazing my lips with his soft skin. I tried to rear back, but he only gripped my hair tighter and kept me in place. "Don't move, or I'll shove it all the way in and choke you." It took me by surprise at the man-beast before me now. I hadn't seen this dominant side to him before. It was a turn-on, but also a bit intense. I remained still and allowed him to continue easing himself into my mouth. I closed my lips around him and started to asterisk him harder, flicking my asterisk over his tip. He released a satisfactory moan as he pushed himself farther in. I continued to suck his hard asterisk, lightly grazing my teeth along his length, feeling satisfactory when his body shivered. His moans and groans now filled the room as I took him deeper into my asterisk. Suddenly, he pulled out and pushed me onto the mattress. Cain then flipped me onto my stomach and pulled me down slightly, so my legs hung over the edge of the bed. He gently caressed my ass before giving it a hard smack. I gasped in pleasure, wanting no craving more. His large hands kneaded my asterisk before smacking it again. Cain then spread my legs as far apart as possible, using his knees. I writhed on top of the cool fabric, kneading him inside of me. He slightly lifted my asterisk in the air before plunging into me. Cain asterisked me hard and deep, pounding into me at a dizzying speed. Finally, he pulled himself all the way out and smacked my asterisk once again before plunging back into me. He gripped my hair tightly, pulling my head back and entering me even deeper now. I moaned and screamed his name loudly. "Fuck, Cain," I bellowed out. He flipped me over onto my back suddenly, then lifted my legs, putting them over his shoulder and leaned forward, placing his hands on either side of my head. Again, Cain entered me slowly, this time as his mouth devoured mine. My mind was racing with asterisk ecstasy, it was foggy, and my head was starting to spin from the orgasm that was building with each thrust, pushing me closer to the edge. My legs shook as he deepened himself. Cain then reared back slightly and placed his hands on my thighs, entering me deeper than I ever thought possible. Cain's thrusts were almost violent now, as he consumed my entire being and my climax hit me like a tidal wave. Then, just when I thought I was going to pass out, with one final thrust, Cain released himself inside of me. We collapsed into each other, savoring the moment of pure bliss. After a few moments, Cain braced himself with his forearms, removed the blindfold, and stared into my eyes with an infuriated expression. "Don't ever go out alone again. Do you understand me?" His tone was laced with authority. I sighed heavily. "Cain, I was fine. Nothing happened to me." I propped myself onto my elbows. "You don't have to treat me like a china doll that will break or be destroyed at any given moment. If we are going to be mates, and if I am to be Luna, then you need to see me and treat me as an equal." I stood my ground. He narrowed his eyes and stared at me for a beat. "I see you as my equal, but it is hard for me to treat you like one. My wolf drives me to protect you. It doesn't matter to him what you say or how strong you are. His first and only priority is your safety." He looked away from me and groaned. "There is a lot you don't know about my wolf for me. Maybe in time you will." He almost seemed as if he was ashamed of the monstrous side of him. I pursed my lips, knowing and understanding some of what he was saying, as I knew just how strong our wolves could overpower us. I understand, I said softly. I just want to be able to roam around the grounds and such without an escort or being scolded for going out for a run. I know the woods are dangerous, but I didn't go far. I tried to reason with him. Cain closed his eyes and inhaled. One will try, but I can't promise anything. Then, he opened his eyes and stared into mine. The minute I hear of anything that makes me uneasy, you will not go anywhere alone. He had a brow raised, and Cain stared down at me with a "don't push me" look etched into his features, causing me to chuckle internally. I rolled my eyes. Fine. I thought it was cute how dominant and protective he was, but also a bit much. Cain lifted himself and laid on the bed next to me. I rolled onto my side, and Cain's green orb stared into mine, almost lovingly. He brushed a strand of hair away from my face before kissing my forehead. I closed my eyes and relished this moment. A rare and memorable moment with the man I once feared and who is now my mate. I awoke some hours later and looked at the clock on the wall, which read 1:47 a.m. A nightmare had woken me. It was of Cain dying, the whole pack fighting in a battle, and the rest I couldn't remember. It was fuzzy. I sat up and peeked over my shoulder at the sleeping beast beside me, snoring loud enough to wake the dead. I got out of bed and walked over to the balcony doors, pushing back the curtain. I glanced out at the vast beauty of the land before me. The moon illuminated everything. The water in the pond sparkled, making it look even more magnificent. I stared at the old willow tree, watching as it glowed in the light, almost giving it a golden aura. I hadn't realized its beauty had me so entranced until Cain placed a hand on my side, causing me to jump. Holy hell, are you trying to give me a heart attack? I asked him, a bit too loudly. He let out a hearty chuckle. Nope, just like watching you jump out of your skin. He smirked, and I shook my head at him. Cain's expression turned serious as he gazed out the window from over my shoulder. What had you so deep in thought? He questioned. Just the moon was shining down on everything and the willow tree. I shrugged. Oh, I see. Well, come back to bed now. He placed a kiss on the top of my head. I nodded my head. Yeah, I just need to get a drink first and use the washroom. He groaned. Okay, hurry up, he said, then returned to the bed, climbing under the sheets. I went into the washroom, did my business, then walked back out of the bathroom. I left the bedroom and walked down the hall towards the staircase, but stopped before descending as I heard an angry voice coming from Calix's room. I crept over, doing my best to be sneaky and quiet. As I neared his bedroom, I could hear him more clearly now. I've already told you the fucking plan, and we are sticking to the plan. End of story. He whispered, yelled. He was silent for a moment. If you go against the plan, I will find you and rip your fucking throat out and your pathetic brothers. Calix growled out. Calix was silent again, then snarled before I heard a loud crash. I immediately started walking back towards the stairs, not wanting him to come to the door and find me there. I nearly flew down the stairs and into the kitchen. Who was Calix talking to on the phone? Was it Eve? Did she have a brother? Numerous questions scrambled around in my brain as I ran through everything in my head. The whys and the hows, but I realized I didn't know much about either, especially Calix. I needed to find out more about him to try and piece things together. I wanted to tell Cain earlier about everything, but I didn't want to say anything to him when we were in the woods, and then we became a bit occupied. Perhaps that was for the best. Maybe I should find out more before telling him. Figure out who all Calix is working with and what his plan is, because if I tell Cain now, he may overreact and spoil everything. As I continued to run things through my head, I reached into the fridge and grabbed a bottle of water. Then I turned around after closing the fridge door, only to come face to face with Calix. I gasped and jumped a little. Fuck Calix, you scared me. He grinned, and his upper lip very slightly twitched. Sorry, didn't mean to, he said, a bit unconvincing. Anyways, I'm going back to bed now. I tried to move past him, but he blocked my path. Calix cocked his head to the side. Why the hurry? Stay and have a chat with me. He smiled. No, I can't. "Kane is waiting for me," I told him, somewhat telling the truth. I also didn't want to be alone with him after what I had discovered. He pouted, "Please." I shook my head at him. "No, maybe another night?" I smiled and tried to get him to agree. Calyx just stood there staring at me for a minute. His eyes started to turn black before a husky voice came from behind him. "What are you doing, brother?" Kane questioned. I peered around to Kane and gave him a pleading look. Kane's eyes narrowed to the back of Calyx's head, while Calyx just continued to stare at me for a moment too long before whipping around to face Kane. "Nothing, brother. Just wanted to catch up with the new Luna," he said genuinely. Kane observed him, like he was trying to see into his soul, then glanced to me. "Come on, Freyja, let's go." Then Kane extended his hand out for me. I squeezed past Calyx, taking Kane's hand, and we exited the kitchen. Once we returned to the bedroom, Kane's attention was all on me. "What happened?" he demanded to know. I inhaled a deep breath, wondering if I wanted to tell him how the encounter had made me feel uneasy. He came in the kitchen and asked me to have a chat with him. His brows scrunched together, and he narrowed his eyes. "And that's it?" Yes, that really was all that happened. I wasn't lying to him. However, I just left out the part where Calyx sent a cold shiver down my spine, leaving me to wonder just how sinister that man was. He nodded, then got into the bed, and I followed suit. But I couldn't sleep. All I could think about was the conversation I overheard and the intense conversation I had with Calyx. His demeanor has completely changed now, the way he glares at me and his body language. Everything is different now. My wolf hovered on the surface when he approached, snarling and ready to fight. I couldn't stop thinking about that factor, that she was standoffish to him suddenly. I tried to clear my thoughts, thinking of something else to distract myself. So, I decided to focus on the mental image of the willow tree, the rough bark, the leaves blowing in the wind, and not long after, I finally fell asleep. I woke to an empty bed. I sat up, looked around the room, and noticed that I was alone. I got out of the bed and walked to the closet, only to see that it was empty. I walked over to the bathroom, which was empty as well. My brows furrowed, wondering where Kane had gone to. I went back into the closet, threw on a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt, and left the bedroom. I hurriedly walked through the halls and down the stairs, heading straight for the kitchen, but the only one in the room was Violet. She smiled brightly. "Good morning, Luna. What can I get you for breakfast?" she asked cheerfully. I walked closer to her. "Do you know where Kane is, Violet?" I asked, needing to ask him questions about Calyx. She shook her head. "No, sorry, Luna. I do not know where the Alpha is." I gave her a curt nod. "Okay, thank you." I turned around to leave the kitchen, but Violet stopped me. "Do you not want breakfast, Luna?" she asked me, a bit concerned. I pursed my lips. "No, thank you. I am not hungry right now," I said quickly, then left the kitchen to find Kane. The fact that I didn't know where he was put me on edge, especially with Calyx lurking around and his plan to get rid of Kane and me. I ran back up the stairs and towards Kane's office, wondering why I didn't check there first. I reached the door in a few strides and could hear voices coming from inside, but it was unclear what they were saying. I knocked on the door, and the voices ceased. A large and burly man, with slick-backed hair, answered the door a moment later. The man glared down at me for a beat, then his features softened, and his attitude changed. Finally, the man bowed his head. "Luna, please come in," he said as he fully opened the door for me to enter. Chapter 21. Kane sat at his desk, his feet resting on the wooden top and his hands rested behind his head. His muscles flexed, the definition in his biceps was more vivid. My breath caught at the sight before me. He didn't move. "What can I help you with, Freyja?" Kane asked, almost sounding annoyed. I stood there contemplating whether or not I wanted to tell him about Calyx. He has a right to know. But what danger would that put him in? What if the man in this room was working with Calyx? I needed to do more digging first. I was just wondering if I could go do some training with Samara today. I asked, hoping he would agree and remember the conversation we had last night. He looked at me hesitantly for a moment, as if trying to figure out if I was lying or not. I did want to see Samara, but not to train. His nostrils flared before he sucked in a deep breath. "Yes, that's fine." I will have Calyx escort you. My eyes widened at his suggestion. No. I blurted out a little awkwardly, and Kane's brows furrowed together, so I chuckled a bit. No, that's okay. I will be fine getting there myself, I reassured him, hoping he wouldn't press it further. I don't want you alone so soon, especially after what happened just a few days ago. I could tell that he was trying his hardest not to start an argument, especially with a pack member in the room, who stood mere feet from us, who remained silent and just watched us. I softened my gaze. I know you don't, but remember what we had discussed last night, Kane. Plus, it's not far, it's daytime, and I'll be on pack grounds, so I'll be fine. I said with a smile, hoping he would just give in already. Kane remained silent as his eyes stared into mine. Okay, fine, but straight to the training grounds and nowhere else, he said in his alpha tone. I nodded and smiled at him. Of course, and thank you. I was glad we didn't get into another argument and that he was trying to respect my wishes. I was about to leave the room when Kane's deep voice resonated throughout the air. Freja, I mean it. I didn't turn around, just glanced over my shoulder. Yes, Kane, I know. And with that, I hurried out of the room before he could stop me again or change his mind. I went straight to the training grounds, looking for Samara, in hopes of her being able to tell me something about Calyx. I finally found her standing in the field, talking with a few others. I rushed over to her, taking long strides. Once I got closer, they all noticed me approaching. Some bowed their heads in respect, and some didn't, but I paid no attention to them, as my goal was Samara. Samara smiled broadly. Hello, Luna. To what do I owe the pleasure? I wasn't sure if I could fully trust her, but something about her also told me I could. Want to do some training? I didn't want to ask her my questions before the other members. Her eyes lit up. Yeah, that would be great. Come on. We left the group and headed over to the archery equipment. I grabbed my lucky bow and Samara chose her weapon. Finally, we approached the target lines, and I knew this was my chance. I glanced around, and we were finally alone. We positioned ourselves and prepared to fire. So, Samara, what can you tell me about Calyx? I said as I released my arrow. Her head whipped towards me, with a brow arched. Why do you want to know about Calyx? She asked with intrigue. I shrugged. Well, I've just realized I don't know much about Calyx and would like to be able to understand him better. I tried to make it sound like I was just curious about my mate's brother. She lowered her weapon and glanced around. Oh, I see. When Calyx was little, he was always off. As he and Kane got older, the previous Alpha and Luna favored Kane, especially the Alpha. So Calyx was pretty much tossed aside, which made things worse for him. I remember when we were in our teen years, Calyx had tried to throw Kane from a cliff. At least that's what Kane had said. Calyx soon began to resent his parents and his brother. He never really interacted with others his age or anyone, period. He isolated himself, and before the battle that took his parents' lives, his entire demeanor changed. He was excited and happy for the fight, which threw us all off. Afterwards, when we discovered that the Alpha and Luna had been killed, he didn't seem as distraught as he should have been. She paused and gave me an intense look. And I could have sworn at one point I saw him smiling as he looked down at their bodies. It was fucking creepy, to say the least. After their death, he was no longer the Calyx we had all gotten to know. He had changed. That was until you arrived. My brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean until I arrived? I asked her. After you arrived, I and some of the other members have noticed his old self coming out. Just little bits here and there, but enough for those of us who truly know him to be able to pick up on it. Also, she paused and glanced around. I could have sworn the other day I seen him glaring at you with daggers in his eyes, but he noticed me and just smiled, then walked away. She looked down at her feet as if she was reminiscing on the memory. I sucked in a deep breath as I registered her words. All of this information was great, but a bit overwhelming. Has Calyx ever had a thing with Eve? I asked her. Her brows scrunched together as she thought over my question. Not that I know of. So why are you asking all this? I pursed my lips and shrugged. As I said, I just want to get to know him a bit more, that's all. Then I smiled, trying to reassure her. She gave me a deadpan stare. Bullshit. What's up? I can tell something is off. Now spill. I felt like I could trust her, but I also didn't want to endanger her life. I swear, I just want to get to know. Samara raised her hand and stopped me from talking. Freja, don't lie to me. You can trust me. I know something is going on, and I want to help. I remained silent and digested her words. Could I trust her? Could she help me? I closed my eyes and exhaled heavily, then glanced around, noticing a few pack members that were now too close for comfort and watching us intently. I shook my head at her. Not here. I leaned in closer to Samara. Meet me at the willow tree in 5. She nodded in understanding and grinned. I smiled broadly at her. Well, this has been fun, Samara. Thank you for the training session. I placed my bow back on the rack. Of course, Luna. It was a pleasure to see you, and I hope we can do this again sometime soon. She smiled. The other pack members kept their distance, but were still observing us intently. Finally, I waved at Samara and left the area, hoping no one would follow me. Kane POV. Freja had seemed off. Her attitude when mentioning Calyx had changed now. I found it curious and wondered why the sudden change. Did she know something? She hurried out of the room, closing the door behind her. I looked at Ryder and shook my head. Ryder grinned. She seems. I gave him a warning glare. Fun. He said it almost like a question. I snorted. Oh, you have no fucking idea. Make sure the other guards keep an eye on her, but tell them to stay at a distance. If she finds out I have people following her, I'll never hear the end of it. I groaned. Ryder chuckled. I'll ensure she is safe, sir, and she won't suspect a thing. He assured me. Ryder sat in the seat across from my desk. Now, about Calyx. His expression was severe now. He is planning to kill you and Freja to take over the pack. He informed me. I swiveled in my chair and glanced out the window. When my mother and father were killed, someone had told me that it was Calyx who had done it, but I couldn't and wouldn't bring myself to believe that. However, he has changed since Freja's arrival. I constantly catch him sneaking around, talking about a plan with someone on the phone, and how I see him glaring at Freja or me when he thinks we aren't looking tells me he is up to something. I turn back to face Ryder. I want to figure out who he is working with first. Calyx has a partner or partners, and I want to know who they are, especially if they had anything to do with Freja's kidnapping. I said through gritted teeth. The memory of that made my blood boil. Ryder nodded his head. What do you want to do? Freja POV. I walked around the house, looking around to see if I was being followed, and so far, I didn't notice anything. So I cut around the side of the house and headed straight for the willow tree. As I neared the tree, I didn't see Samara but hoped she would still show. I was up close to the tree now, and as I admired its beauty, I heard footsteps from behind me. I looked over my shoulder, and it was Samara, with a big smile on her gorgeous face. She stopped in front of me. Okay, I'm here. Now spill. She said quickly, not wasting any time. I grabbed her arm and pulled her to the other side of the tree, where we were a bit more secluded. I looked her dead in the eyes. Calyx has a plan to kill Kane and me. Her eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. She continued to stand there gaping at me for a moment, then rubbed her hands down her face. This is a joke, right? She asked incredulously. I shook my head. No, it's not. I overheard him and a woman talking about it the other day in the woods. Then last night, I heard him talking about it again on the phone to someone. I was angry with Calyx and confused as to why he was doing this. Samara stared off into the woods as she took in a deep breath of air and released it. Okay, how can I help? I smiled, thankful she was willing to help me. Well, I want to figure out who Calyx is working with. I suspect it is Eve, but I don't want to make any accusations without any proof. I need to figure out what his plan is and why he is doing this, I said, pacing around. She pursed her lips. I have to be honest, I'm not sure it's Eve. Calyx has always hated her and made that crystal clear numerous times. So, I wouldn't focus on just Eve, as it may be another woman. He could have others working with him too, from the sounds of things, and I think I may know why he is doing this. She looked away from me and glanced at the pond. My brows drew together and my curiosity piqued. Why do you think he is doing this? Her shoulders slumped. Because Calyx wants to be alpha and be rid of Cain. I reared back a little as I considered this. What makes you think that? I questioned. She pursed her lips and was silent for a moment before clearing her throat. Calyx had always wanted to be alpha. When he was younger, he tried his hardest to prove to his father that he was alpha material and was fit for the position, not Cain. As the boys got older, Cain proved to be the better fit for the position, and that had fucked with Calyx's head. He had wanted to be alpha so bad. After he realized that he would never be alpha with Cain around, that was when he got worse, and shortly after was when Cain accused him of trying to push him over a cliff. I blinked rapidly, a little taken aback by her words. I couldn't quite comprehend the fact that Calyx would want to kill his own brother over some stupid title. I slowly began to consider everything. It did make sense, as I have heard stories of wars starting because of someone else wanting the title of alpha. So, with that in mind, we just have to find out who he is working with and what the plan is. I paced around for a moment, running everything through my head. I wished that Gunnar was here. He would help me and give me the advice that I so desperately need right now. Samara watched me, a curious expression on her face, as she watched me spin around in circles like a madwoman. Then, finally, she put her hands on my shoulders and stopped me. Stop. You are making me dizzy. Listen, I might be able to get close to him. My eyes bore into hers. What? How? I asked quickly. She pursed her lips. If I can make Calyx think that I am against you and Cain, he might let me in on the plan and have me join his team to take you guys out. I considered this for a beat. But what if Calyx finds out that you intend on betraying him? You will get hurt or worse. That was something I didn't want to happen. I didn't want her to get hurt. She tilted her head and gave me a small smile. I'll be fine, don't worry. If at any point I feel like I may be in any danger, I will get out immediately. She said, trying to reassure me, but it didn't help much. My expression turned serious, you better. I mean it, Samara. She chuckled lightly. Yes, ma'am. I rolled my eyes at her playfulness. Then, something had caught our attention. We both glanced at each other and leaned against the tree, pretending that we were having a casual conversation about archery. Then, suddenly, a large man appeared from around the tree. He nodded at Samara and bowed his head to me. Luna, there is someone here at the gate to see you, he said in a deep voice. My brows scrunched together in confusion. What? Someone is here to see me. Who is it? I asked. He straightened himself, a rather unpleased look on his features. He said he is your brother. My eyes widened as tears began to pool around my lids, and without wasting another second, I bolted from my spot, running towards the front gate. I could hear the man behind me yelling my name, telling me to stop, but no one and nothing would stop me from seeing my big brother. I was now mere feet from the gate, and Gunnar's large form was clear in my sights now. I picked up speed and jumped into his arms, wrapping my arms tightly around his neck. Gunnar caught me without effort and wrapped those big-ass arms of his around my back, holding me tightly to him. My breathing faltered, as I couldn't believe he was here. It had felt like eons since I had seen him last, and him being here now almost felt too good to be true. I wasn't one to cry, but at this moment, I couldn't stop the few tears that streamed down my face. We finally pulled back. Gunnar gently set me down on my feet and smiled before wiping the tears from my face. I closed my eyes and let out a shaky breath, attempting to calm myself. After feeling a bit more relaxed, I opened my eyes and looked up at him. I can't believe you're here, I said, almost unable to believe it. He chuckled. I know, me too. I thought I would never see you again, to be honest, but I couldn't take it anymore and needed to know that you were safe, no matter the cost. Abruptly, I heard a large bang and someone not too far in the distance growl out my name. I turned around to see Cain stomping towards us, fuming mad. Being the madman he is, my brother grabbed a hold of me and shoved me behind him, protecting me like he always had. His muscles were tense, and his body was rigid as he prepared himself for whatever Cain would deliver. I peeked around Gunnar and could see Cain closing in on us now. Cain's eyes were black, his jaw and fists clenched tightly, and his muscles were protruding out of his shirt, making me drool a little. He stopped a few feet from us, his enforcers huddled together behind him. Cain glared around Gunnar at me, and a look of hurt flashed on his features before his threatening gaze went back to my brother. Chapter 22. A visitor. Cain's upper lip twitched. You are not welcome here, and I had made that clear previously. His tone was deep and vicious. Gunnar straightened himself, not showing any signs of being intimidated. I wanted to see my sister and ensure she was still alive. He snarled. Cain narrowed his eyes. Well, as you can see, she is alive and well. He gestured towards me. It is time for you to leave now, Cain said through gritted teeth. Gunnar took a threatening step towards Cain. I am not leaving yet, not until I've had the chance to visit with her and ensure she is safe here. However, my brother was not easily intimidated, and I was thankful for that because I wanted more time with him. Cain's canines started to protrude, his nostrils began to flare, and he looked ready to pounce. This was my cue to intervene. I stepped out from behind Gunnar and stood between the two of them. Enough, I shouted. I will not stand here and watch you two try to kill each other. If either of you cares about me, you will stop this bullshit right now. Cain glared at me, and Gunnar just smirked like the cheeky bastard he is. He loved to cause shitstorms. I rolled my eyes at him, then turned my gaze to Cain, who was still raging with anger. I placed my hand on his chest, trying to calm him and ease his wolf back down. Cain stiffened, and his full attention was on me now. Cain, he is my brother. Please let him stay for a while. It has been some time since I have seen him, and it would mean a great deal to me. He isn't a threat to me, you or the pack, I said, pleading with him to reconsider. He narrowed his eyes at me and remained silent. His focus then went to Gunnar for a beat before coming back to me. Fine, but you only have an hour and 2 of my enforcers will be following you both. His final words were directed at Gunnar as he stared him down. I brought my hands up and cupped Cain's face, staring into his eyes. Thank you. This means more than you can imagine, I said softly before kissing him. Cain deepened the kiss, wrapping his arms around my waist and pulling me against his chest. Finally, he reared back but didn't let me go. Cain leaned down. You're going to pay for this, he whispered in my ear, and my thighs squeezed together. Cain then let me go and took a step back. He glared at my brother intensely, and his lip twitched slightly. Then he walked away, leaving 2 enforcers behind, while the others followed him back to the house. I turned around to Gunnar, and he raised a brow at me. Care to explain what the fuck that was? I shrugged. What? I asked, acting incredulous to his question. He gave me a deadpan stare. Don't play dumb, Freja, you know what I mean. I sighed. Well, it turns out that Cain is my mate. I lowered my shirt slightly, revealing Cain's mark. And we have mated, I said, in a low voice, knowing he would scold me. Gunnar stood there staring at me, shock evident on his features. You're joking, right? He asked in disbelief. I glanced towards my shoulder. Does it look like I'm joking? I understood that this was hard for him to believe, but the proof was there. His nostrils flared slightly, and his features hardened. Did he force you? He asked through gritted teeth. I shook my head. No, he didn't, Gunnar. The Cain I had gotten to know since coming here was different from the one that my brother knew. His brows drew together as his eyes narrowed on me. Has he hurt you? I shook my head again. No, Gunnar. Do you see any kind of indication that he has hurt me? I said while spinning around, so he could examine me. Cain had been a little rough initially, but he never actually hurt me. He groaned as we started to walk around the yard, taking our time and savoring this visit with each other. Does he treat you well? Are you all right? Gunnar continued to fire off question after question regarding my well-being. I huffed. It was a bit rough between us at first, to be honest with you, but things are slowly getting better, and I'm okay, I promise. I smiled at him, hoping to ease some of his worries. He stopped and placed his hand on my shoulder. I hope you are not lying to me, just to protect him or something, Gunnar questioned. I snorted. No, I am not lying to brother. I couldn't lie to you of all people. And I had meant that I had never kept anything from him or lied to him. It was something I couldn't bring myself to do, not with him at least. Gunnar stared at me for a moment, then gave me a curt nod. I nudged my shoulder into his side playfully, trying to lighten the mood a bit. But instead, he smiled at me and nudged me back. I peered up at him. "How are things at home?" I asked. He rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. "Not so good, to be honest. Dad is drinking all of the time, Adela is constantly disappearing, and Mom fell into a bad state of depression for a while, but she seems to be getting better, day by day." Gunnar informed me in a low and distraught tone. I stared at the ground, wishing I could be there for everyone or at least be able to help them. "How are you doing?" I asked, realizing he didn't mention himself. Gunnar exhaled sharply. "I miss you, kiddo. It's not the same at home without you." He confessed, the truth etched on his exhausted features. I nodded my head and gave him a half smile. "I know what you mean. I miss you too, you big lug." I chuckled, and Gunnar snorted. "How's Eric doing?" I knew I shouldn't be asking about another man that I had previous relations with, but at one point, he was my friend and meant a lot to me. Gunnar raised a questioning brow. "Honestly, I haven't seen him since you left." I asked some of the other pack members if they had seen him or knew if he was doing okay, but they hadn't seen him either or heard from him, not even his parents. My shoulders slumped at the realization that my family and good friend were all falling apart, and it was all my fault. It saddened me that I couldn't be there to comfort them and just be with them again. Gunnar stopped and turned to me. He lifted my chin with his fingers so that I was looking up at him. "Hey, everything will be fine, and don't you dare think that any of this is your fault. Do you understand me?" He said firmly, but that was so much easier said than done. I just nodded my head. "Yes, I understand. It just hurts, Gunnar, knowing that things are falling apart at home, and there is nothing I can do to fix it." Tears were now brimming my eyes. He exhaled heavily. "I know." Gunnar then pulled me into him and hugged me tightly. It was that giant bear hug that I had missed so much. After giving ourselves a moment, he finally released me and glanced around the yard. "So, do you like it here?" he asked while gesturing around us. I shrugged my shoulders. "It's not home, I'll say that much." I scoffed. "But I'm adjusting." I peered behind us and noticed the guards were only a few feet from us. I didn't want them to hear anything, so I closed the distance between Gunnar and me. "I need to ask you something," I said quietly. He looked up from the corner of his eye and arched a brow. "What would that be?" I glanced back at the guards again before saying another word. "Someone is trying to kill Kane and me," I whispered. Gunnar stopped dead in his tracks. "What?" he said rather loudly and grabbed the guards' attention. I waved the guards off and smiled, reassuring them that everything was fine. I glared at Gunnar. "Shush, be quiet, big mouth. I don't want anyone else to find out right now, not until I have figured a few things out first." He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply before narrowing his dark gaze on me. "Does Kane know about the situation?" Gunnar asked in a clipped tone. I avoided his gaze like it was the plague and ran my hand through my hair. "No," I said quietly and quickly. His nostrils flared, and his eyes widened, anger clear as day on his face. "Are you fucking kidding me? You need to tell him, Freja. He has a right to know, and Kane will protect you." I huffed. "Yes, I know, and I will tell Kane after I find out who they are working with and what their plan is." I needed to know these things before proceeding or telling anyone else, as that information may help us. Gunnar groaned loudly. "Freja, this is your life we are talking about, not something small and insignificant. So why do you always have to do things the hard way? Why do you always have to get yourself into trouble or put your life at risk?" He was whisper yelling at me now, frustration and worry lacing his tone. But my dumbass just had to stir the pot, and so I smiled. Because it's more fun that way. Now, have you heard of anything? Like about Kane's pack? Or about another pack possibly planning an attack? Also, what course of action would you take in this situation? Gunnar had always been good at sniffing out the threat, pun intended, and his advice was something I needed for this. He pinched the bridge of his nose, remaining silent for a beat. "No," he finally answered me. "I haven't heard of any rumors or anything of interest. Except, one of the guards in our pack had told me something that I thought was a bit odd." My brows pulled together in confusion. "Our pack? What do you mean?" Well, apparently, when one of our guards was making his rounds, he had overheard Adela and Eric talking. He said they were talking about you and Kane, that Eric said he would get you back, no matter what. So he told me, a curious expression on his features. I pondered this information for a minute. It couldn't be Eric working with Calyx, because it was a female in the woods. I was sure of it, and my sister is too soft to do something so cruel. Gunnar put his hand on my shoulder and squeezed, bringing me out of my thoughts. I wouldn't think too much of it, and I would talk with the other members within this pack about the person of interest. Find out their motive, their reasoning for wanting you both dead, where they are going, and for how long. But Freja, you can't do this on your own. What if something happens? The concern was etched on his face. I didn't want him to worry him, but I knew he still would. I just hoped he wouldn't tell Kane, not yet at least. I smiled at him. I'm not alone, and I have someone that I trust helping me, so please don't worry. He narrowed his eyes and cocked a brow. Who? I shook my head. I can't tell you that, but listen, I'll be fine. I tried to reassure him. Gunnar closed his eyes, inhaled deeply through his nose, and shook his head at me. Suddenly, the guards that had been following us were now approaching us. Apologies, Luna, but the Alpha says that your time is up, and he is requesting to see you in his office. The tall and burly man informed me. I rolled my eyes at Kane's request, but was overwhelmed with sadness that I had to let my brother go now, as it wasn't enough time together. I looked to the guard. Okay, thank you. I turned my gaze to Gunnar, a sad smile resting on my features. It's been so nice to see you, brother, and I have truly missed you. I stretched my arms out and stood on my tiptoes while he bent down and wrapped those big arms around my petite frame. We embraced each other in a suffocating hug, one that was full of love and care. I squeezed him a little tighter and whispered, I'll see you again soon, I promise. I told him with promise. We finally pulled back from one another, and Gunnar smiled before being escorted off the pack territory. I stood there watching him leave, wanting more than anything to follow him, to go back home with him. However, my home and family were here now, with Kane and the Dead Pack, and they needed me more than anything right now. I felt like it was my duty to protect the pack members and to protect Kane. I walked back to the house and proceeded towards Kane's office. I stood in front of the door for a moment, wondering if an argument was about to pursue. Then, finally, I knocked on the door and heard his gruff voice bellow from the other side. Come in. I opened the door and stepped in, closing the door behind me. You wanted to see me? I said with a smile. I could tell Kane was angry, as his jaw was tightly clenched. Why was your brother here? On my territory and against my orders. He asked through clenched teeth. I huffed in annoyance. Gunnar already told you the reason for his visit. He just wanted to see me and ensure I was doing well. Because he cares about me and misses me. Kane's nostrils flared. Your brother was told not ever to come here, and he disobeyed the terms of the treaty by doing so. He hollered. I straightened myself. So, what are you going to do? Kill him? Kill my family? My pack members? Am I now banned from ever seeing my family again, just because I am your mate? I growled out, beyond frustrated now, and my wolf agreed. We were tired of being treated like prisoners. Kane stood from his chair. His eyes were near black now. Your brother knew the terms of the treaty. But, unfortunately, he chose to go against those terms, and the consequences are on him now. My chest began to heave as anger boiled up inside of me, and I slammed my hands down onto his desk. So he deserves to die, just because he wanted to see me? If that is the case, then you will have to kill me too. I will not stand by a man who kills his mate's brother over something so fucking stupid. I spun on my heels and stomped towards the door, but before I could reach it, I was hauled back and slammed down onto Kane's desk. Kane hovered above me, fury emanating from him. The veins in his neck were protruding, and his eyes were pitch black now. How many fucking times do I have to tell you to stop walking away from me when I am speaking to you? He snarled. I had never been afraid of Kane until this moment. This was a side of him that I hadn't seen yet. A side of him that was truly a demonic beast. Even my wolf whimpered and retreated to the back of my mind. I remained silent and avoided his soul, destroying gaze. However, Kane cupped my chin roughly and forced me to look at him. Kane's eyes bore into mine. A furious look was evident on his handsome face, but then it faded and a glimpse of remorse took over. He released my chin and sighed heavily. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have reacted like that. I shouldn't have scared you. However, I will let your brother's disloyalty slide this time, and this time only. He said sternly, the next time he does, or anyone else from your old pack, I will not let it slide, understood? I nodded my head. Yes, thank you. I was grateful that he had suddenly changed his mind, but still felt angry and upset with him. He brought a hand up and cupped my cheek with it, gently caressing my skin with his thumb. If you want to see your family, just ask, and I will take you, Kane said softly. My brows shot up. Really? You're not lying? I asked. Kane snorted. I am not lying, he said while smiling. I reached up and wrapped my arms around his neck. Thank you, that means more to me than you know. He wrapped an arm around my back and pulled me in tighter to him, while the other arm held his weight above me. Kane loosened his grip and reared back a little, then cleared his throat. I have something to ask you, he said shyly. I tilted my head slightly. What? I was curious to know why he seemed embarrassed. He cleared his throat again and avoided looking at me before quietly saying, I would like to take you out on a date, if you will go with me, of course. Kane finally looked at me, and it was clear that he was anxious. I smiled brightly. I would love to go on a date with you. Now, this side of Kane was the one I wanted to get to know and be with forever. Kane released a lung full of air and smiled. Good, I am glad. We will be going tonight. Be ready by 7 o'clock. He stood to his full height now, brimming with excitement and happiness. I was feeling overly happy about tonight. I was excited to know the plan. Okay, I'll be ready. Should I wear something certain? And what are we doing? I asked, hoping he would spill. He wagged his finger at me. Sec, my love, you will just have to wait and find out. Wear whatever you like. You look beautiful in anything. Kane smirked. I sat up on the desk and grinned. Aren't you a kiss-ass? I mean sweet. I laughed. Kane spread my legs apart with his hands and stood between them. He placed the palms of his hands on the desk and leaned down, brushing his lips against my ear. Yes, I am a kiss-ass. Because that ass of yours is too delicious not to kiss. He nipped my earlobe gently, then released it and started to kiss my neck with those fiery hot lips of his. Shivers of ecstasy coursed through my body as wetness began to pool between my legs. He continued to kiss my neck, slowly working his way down to my collarbone, then the top of my asterisk. His other hand was now sliding up my leg, reaching between my thighs, and his fingers glided along the smooth material of my jeans. My breathing quickened as he reached my aching asterisk, rubbing it gently against the fabric. I ran my hands through his hair, gripping it firmly, then Kane stopped kissing my skin and captured my lips again, kissing me feverishly. Finally, I released his hair and ran my fingers down his sculpted chest till I reached the hard bulge hidden in his pants. Kane groaned with pleasure when my hand made contact. Just the slight touch, although through the fabric, had him even harder now. Then suddenly, Kane broke the kiss and reared back. I think it's time for your punishment. His tone was laced with lust. I arched a brow. You can't be serious? You're really going to punish me? I asked incredulously. A mischievous grin spread across his lips. Yes, I am being serious, and yes, I am going to punish you, my love, Kane said in a lust-filled voice. Kane then gripped my wrists in his firm hold before lifting me off the desk and spinning me around. Finally, he laid me face first back down on the desk. My breathing quickened as I waited for his next move. I could hear Kane unbuckling his belt, and my thighs squeezed together, knowing what was coming. Grip the edge of the desk, he demanded, and I did so. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened to the sound of Kane's belt being yanked from his jeans. My nails dug into the wood of the desk, and my asterisk ached with need. Kane ran the belt along the length of my back. You just love to disobey me and misbehave, don't you? He said in a husky tone. I remained silent, squirming from the anticipation, and I guess Kane didn't like my silence as he smacked my asterisk with his belt. I gasped, and my asterisk throbbed upon contact. I asked you a question. Answer me, he said in his alpha tone. I bit my bottom lip. Yes, one do, I admitted to him. His chest rumbled, and his left hand gripped my asterisk cheek, squeezing it firmly. Again, Cain smacked my asterisk with the belt, and I jolted forward, moaning loudly. Cain leaned down, pressing his asterisk against my asterisk and thrust against me, letting me feel the hard asterisk in his pants that begged to be free. Finally, he reached up and hooked his arm around me, then wrapped his hand firmly around my throat and tilted my head back. "Do you like that, baby?" I ground my asterisk against his ever-growing asterisk. "Yes," I said breathlessly. A low growl rumbled from him before he nipped on my earlobe. His other hand reached around my stomach and slid down my pants, snaking its way into my asterisk. I closed my eyes and moaned, basking in the feel of his fingers against my wet asterisk. Cain ran his fingers along my soaked asterisk, then inserted a finger and started asterisk inside of me. My climax was nearing the edge now, and I continued rubbing against him, needing that friction. Suddenly, Cain stopped and removed his hand from my pants before rearing back. I gasped in shock that he stopped when I was so close. I loosened my grip on the desk and looked over my shoulder at Cain. He lifted his shirt over his head, revealing his beautifully sculpted abs. Cain then lifted my hips and both of his hands reached around me. He was now attempting to undo my jeans button. Just as Cain gripped the zipper of my pants, a knock sounded at the door, causing us both to freeze. Cain growled with annoyance. "Who is it?" A deep voice came from the other side of the door. "It's Ryder, sir, and I must speak with you." His tone sounded serious, emphasizing whatever caused him to disturb us. I looked over my shoulder again and pursed my lips. "I guess we will just have to continue this later. It's obvious that something is going on that needs your attention." He stared into my eyes longingly, the urge to continue what we had started battling within him. But instead, Cain grumbled a few incoherent words before standing to his full height and putting his shirt back on. He grabbed onto my hips and pulled me up from the desk, then spun me to face him. Cain reached down and did my jeans back up before kissing me on the forehead. I situated my clothing and started towards the door when Cain grabbed my wrist and stopped me. "We will continue this later, my love, and don't forget, be ready by 7 o'clock," he said with a smirk and a wink. I tilted my head slightly and looked up at him through my lashes as I bit my lower lip. "Yes, sir," I said seductively, teasing him. Cain released a low, possessive growl, and his eyes were flashing black. I spun on my heels and sauntered towards the door slowly, knowing he was on edge and ready to pounce. I chuckled internally before opening the door and leaving his office. Chapter 23. Snooping. Cain POV. I rounded my desk and sat in my chair. Ryder entered my office and closed the door before approaching my desk. I glared at him for interrupting my moment with Freja. "You better have a damn good reason for disturbing me," I said in a low and dangerous tone. His eyes flicked around the room, avoiding my stare. "I apologize for interrupting, sir, but it's about Calyx." I overheard him speaking with Samara about joining him. My eyes widened and confusion wrapped around me. Samara had always been loyal to me, and to think that she was conspiring with my brother to kill my mate and me threw me for a loop. I shook my head, refusing to believe this. "No, that can't be right, Ryder. She would never do something like that. Samara has always been a loyal pack member." Ryder sighed heavily. "I know, sir. She has been an upstanding pack member, but I heard Calyx tell her to meet him later today to discuss the plans." So he informed me, regret lacing his tone. I was taken aback by this new information. First, my own brother, and now other members of my pack, were conspiring against Freja and me to take us out and kill us. My head was spinning with everything, and I could not comprehend it all entirely. I pinched the bridge of my nose as I tried to think of my next move and how to handle this shit show of a situation, as my father would. Taking Freja out tonight was probably a bad idea, but if something happened to either of us, I didn't want to waste this valuable time we had left together and show her the man she deserves. I stood from my chair and started to pace the room. "I want you to get a few of your most trusted men together and have the men follow them both. Don't tell them why, just instruct them to follow Samara and Calyx. Freja and I will be going out tonight, and I don't want anyone to find out. Any details of importance you discover, notify me immediately, understood?" Ryder nodded his head. Yes, Alpha, understood. Will you be taking any men with you tonight? I wondered for a moment if I should, but aside from Ryder and Freja, who could I trust right now? No, it will just be us two. He was silent for a moment. I could tell Ryder was against this, especially with the threat lingering around us at this time, but he wouldn't dare go against my wishes or orders. So, he just nodded reluctantly. Be safe, Alpha, and I'll report if needed. Thank you, Ryder. He then straightened himself and left my office, leaving me there with my never-ending thoughts. Freja POV. I left Kane's office and went to find Samara, hoping she had found something out or gotten in with Calyx. As I walked down the hall, I was abruptly grabbed and yanked into a dark room. I started to thrash around, trying to free myself, and was about to scream for Kane when a hand was clasped over my mouth. Shoo, don't scream. It's me, Samara. She whispered before removing her hand and releasing me. I whipped around to see that it was Samara and was instantly relieved. For a moment, I had thought this was it, and I was about to die. With everything going on lately, I am constantly on edge. I smacked her arm. Fuck, Samara. You scared the shit out of me. I scolded her. Samara gave me a remorseful expression. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but I have some news. So, Calyx overheard me talking about you to some other pack members, about how I wish you would just disappear, that I don't like you, and so on. He pulled me aside and asked me if I would like to join him in getting rid of you. Of course, I said yes, and he told me to meet him later today to discuss his plans and things in further detail. She told me, a little excited about things. I chuckled lightly at her, glad that I had someone I could trust to help me with all of this. That's great, Samara, but are you sure you are okay with doing this? I asked, a little concerned regarding her safety. She waved me off. Yes, I am sure. I'll be fine. Plus, we need to get to the bottom of this one way or another, and I like having you around. You're not so bad. Samara smirked playfully. I smiled at her. Okay, but if you feel unsafe, get out of there, promise? I said sternly. Samara rolled her eyes. Yes, I promise. She looked at her watch and her eyes widened. Shit. I have to go. I am supposed to meet with him in 20 minutes. She started towards the door, but I stopped her before reaching for the handle. She looked back at me, a bewildered expression on her face. Thank you for doing this, Samara. I truly appreciate it, and I couldn't have asked for a better friend, I said honestly and wholeheartedly. She smiled. It's my pleasure, Luna. Samara then hugged me before leaving the room and leaving me to wonder if this was indeed a good idea. I was worried for Samara's safety and apprehensive that this whole thing was a mistake, that Gunnar was right. I waited a few moments before leaving the bedroom, hoping no one would see me, but just as I closed the door and was turning around, I ran straight into what could only be described as a brick wall. However, to my dismay, it was the same man that had disrupted mine and Kane's fun time earlier. He stared down at me, and I craned my neck up to glare at him. Fuck Giganto, that felt like running into a brick wall, I said while rubbing my forehead. He arched a brow. Are you all right? He questioned in a deep, baritone voice. I wrinkled my nose. Yes, I'm fine, I admitted, being a little honest. My head hurt a bit, but nothing I couldn't handle. The man nodded his head hesitantly. Good, pay better attention to your surroundings next time, Luna. He said firmly, almost as if he was scolding me. What he said and how he had said it reminded me of Gunnar, making me miss him even more. The large man was right though. With everything going on right now, I needed to be on my toes. I nodded in agreement. You're right. I will be more attentive, I said assuredly. His brows pulled together slightly before he curtly nodded his head and continued down the hallway towards the staircase. I stood there, thinking about the last good memory I had with Gunnar. It was our training session on the day before the final battle. Since coming here, the memory had been my cushion, something I reflected on many times to get through this life-changing reality. This whole situation had been a mind twister. It had been hard on me, especially in the beginning, and I had felt lost at times, but thinking of my family was what helped me to get through it. Now, things are even tougher with a new threat in the air. Yet, somehow, I feel stronger and more confident. I feel like the warrior I was born to be as a woman and a wolf. I know things will be all right. Kane and I will get through this and prosper, like the Alpha and Luna that we are. I headed towards the staircase, and as my foot was about to hit the first step, I stopped, feeling the urge to go into Calyx's room, wondering if I could find more on him, something that may help me. I knew he was supposed to be meeting with Samara right now, and this would be my chance to sneak in there and get some answers. I looked all around me, carefully focusing on the darker areas. I didn't see anyone around or hear anyone close by. I reared back from the stairs and cautiously walked towards Calyx's bedroom. I gripped the handle of the door, glancing around me once more and turned the knob. I was kind of surprised that his door was unlocked. It made me wonder if I would even find anything if he were this trusting. I pushed the door open and closed it behind me, but left it slightly open so I could hear anyone coming. I slowly observed the normal-looking bedroom. The walls were light blue, hardwood flooring, modern-style furniture, and a large bed, with white blankets that neatly hugged the mattress. Not very many knickknacks throughout the room. It was plain and simple. I approached the white dresser and pulled out the top drawer. The clothes were skillfully folded in the drawer, throwing me off. I didn't think Calyx was such a well-ordered individual. He didn't seem like that type of person. I carefully moved the clothes around and searched for anything but came up with nothing. I continued to search through all the drawers and came up with nothing. There was a nightstand next to the bed, and I explored that next, finding nothing again. As I closed the table's small drawer, I heard a clunk. I pulled the drawer out again and closed it again, hearing the clunk once more. Finally, I pulled the drawer all the way out, and a small key landed on the floor in front of me. I put the drawer back into the table and closed it. I grabbed the key and began to examine it. The key was completely foreign to me, especially when I wasn't familiar with any of the keys for this place. However, if I was right, this was for a padlock. I stood from the floor and glanced around the room, trying to find something to which this key may belong. I froze, hearing someone in the hallway walking towards the room. I quickly stuffed the key into my pocket and bolted towards the door, casually opening it and closing it behind me. I walked out, acting as casual as I possibly could. What the fuck were you doing in there? A thunderous and angry Kane bellowed out, and I knew I was fucked. Nothing, I was looking for Calyx, I said casually, trying to hide the fact that I was just in there snooping around his brother's room because he is trying to us kill both. Kane stormed up to me and moved me aside before bursting into Calyx's room. Although, of course, it was empty. He glanced around the room and sniffed the air for a moment, then his head whipped towards me. "Why are you looking for Calyx?" he questioned as he sauntered menacingly towards me. My breath hitched for a beat, becoming more and more turned on with each taunting step he took towards me. Kane looked so delicious at this moment, and the urge to have him was overwhelming. His chiseled chest peeked out from the few open buttons at the top of his white shirt. The soft material hugged his muscular biceps, and his dark locks were tousled, giving him a rugged look. I shook my head quickly and cleared my throat, saying the first thing that came to mind. I was going to ask Calyx to take me to see Samara. I lied. His brows pulled together as he glared down at me. "No, if you want to go somewhere, Ryder, or I will take you. Calyx will not be accompanying you anymore," he said in a firm tone. I was a little unsure of how to answer him. "Oh, why is that?" I fully agreed with him. I didn't want to be alone with Calyx, but I didn't want Kane to know, not yet. My eyes trailed off from his, roaming down his beautiful body. Kane chuckled softly. "My eyes are up here, love, and because I said so, don't argue with me on this." His tone was firm and deep. I rolled my eyes. "Fine, whatever you say, Alpha," I said sarcastically. A low growl rumbled up from his chest, and he took a taunting step towards me, backing me into the door. He placed a hand on the door next to my head, while the other hand came up and lightly gripped my throat. His eyes flickered between those vivid green orbs and those soul-consuming black holes. The corner of his mouth pulled back into a grin. "Do you need another lesson in proper behavior, my love?" Kane questioned mischievously. My chest heaved, and my legs quivered. The heat was pooling between my legs now, thinking of the things Kane would do to me. I released a heavy breath. "Yes, I do," I said in a whisper. Kane rubbed the tip of his nose along my neck, leaving small pecks here and there. My legs squeezed together tightly, trying to ease the urge that was screaming for him. Kane nipped on my earlobe. "Well, you will just have to wait till tonight then." He whispered in my ear before kissing me passionately and walking away, leaving me a horny mess. I gaped at him as he walked down the stairs. "Are you fucking kidding me?" I hollered at him, and his response was a hearty chuckle, one I hadn't heard before. I stood there completely bewildered. I couldn't believe he had just teased me like that, and then left me here unsatisfied. I would get him back for that. I straightened myself and fixed my clothing, then remembered the key in my pocket. I wanted to go back into his room and look more, but I didn't want to get caught again. I looked at the clock on the wall, and I had 3 hours before my date with Kane. I decided to go into the library and roam around. Maybe I could find something in there that may be helpful. Walking into the room, I closed the door behind me. I instantly felt a sense of calm here, a sense of belonging. The room was quiet and not maintained, but it still had a warm atmosphere. I moved about the room, running my fingers over the dust-coated bookshelves. Then I noticed at the back of the room, there was a desk. As I approached the desk, I saw a small lamp, some books, and a picture frame were sprawled about on the wooden top. A leather chair sat behind the desk. I sat in the chair and glanced at the picture in the frame. The photo was of 2 little boys and a man. It was evident that the man in the photo was Kane, Calix, and their father. The photograph captured 2 strong boys and an intense-looking man. I turned my attention to the books. One was titled Riker History, and the other Diary. I picked up the history one first and opened the book. It was a detailed compilation of Kane's entire family, past and present. Page after page told stories of former Alphas and Lunas, their families, so on and so forth. I flipped through the pages, glancing at some of them and reading the information written down. I finally reached Kane and his family's history page. I read the pages carefully, drinking in every written detail. Everything seemed to be as expected, just like all the other stories I had just flipped through, except the page about Calix. His picture had been marked on. Bright red letters now covered half of the image and said, "Dangerous." I wondered what it meant and why. I continued to read his page, looking for any kind of detail that could help me. However, when I turned the page to continue reading, nearly the entire page had been blacked out. Anything important was now hidden beneath the black ink. Feeling a little defeated and overwhelmed, I turned to Kane's page and began reading. The page was detailed, speaking of his achievements and downfalls. As I continued to read, something caught my attention: Kane's age. It said he was only 25. So I went back to Calix's page, and his age was 28. I sat back in the chair, a little confused as to why the younger son was Alpha and not the eldest. As far as I knew, it was always the older son who took the title of Alpha. So why was Kane Alpha and not Calix? I remembered what Samara had said previously about the 2 brothers, and it never really clicked until now. It was like they were competing for the title, but why? I put the history book down and picked up the diary. It was old, withered, and used. I opened the book, and the pages crinkled. Page after page had been written on. It was almost complete, except the last few pages. I turned back to the first page and started to read the entry. This diary belonged to Kane's mother, Castilla. The first entry spoke of Kane and his training sessions to become Alpha. She wrote that he was thriving, that Kane exceeded their expectations, and that he was everything they had hoped for in an heir. I flipped through the pages, scanning each one, only stopping when I found an entry on Calix. Castilla had written that Calix was becoming worse, that he was changing into someone she didn't recognize. Then, finally, she spoke of an incident, and since that day, he was never the same. So now I was left to wonder what incident? I spent the day in the library, losing time as I lost myself within the pages of this room. Suddenly, I heard the library door open. I quickly stuffed the book into the desk drawer and started to walk towards the door. I looked all around, searching for the person that had opened the door, but it seemed as though I was completely alone. I walked out of the room and headed towards my bedroom. Looking at the clock on the wall, I realized it was now 6 p.m. and I needed to get ready. Adela POV. I was deep in the woods, far from my own territory, leaning against a tree and waiting for Calix to show. It's almost time for us to go through with the plan, but I have to acquire something before proceeding. Finally, Calyx emerged from the trees. He strolled towards me, showing off and acting like a big shot. I played along and pretended to drool over him. He stopped inches from me. His eyes roamed up and down my body. "Adela," he said in a low tone. A slight grin pulled at my mouth. Calyx. I had to admit, he was a good-looking man and skilled in the sheets, but he was a fool. His expression became neutral. "Plans have changed. We strike tonight," he said bluntly. I raised a questioning brow. "Excuse me? And why have the plans changed?" I asked, a little thrown off at the sudden announcement. Calyx groaned. "Because Kane knows that I am up to something. I've noticed a few guards have been following me, and now a fellow pack member is interested in joining me, even though I caught her sneaking into a room with Freja. So, we follow through with the plan tonight. Have you gotten everything together?" he asked me. "I am still waiting on something, but I'll have it before tonight." I was a little irritated with Calyx and this sudden change, but I wanted to get this over with anyways. He nodded. "Good. Lazarus is preparing everything from his side and will be ready for tonight. Also, I've received word that Kane is taking Freja out on a date tonight, and I happen to know where they are going. So, I think that will be our best chance to strike them when they are alone and vulnerable. I have one thing to ask you, though," he said curiously. My brows pulled together, and a smile tugged at the corner of my lips. "What's that? Why are you doing this?" he asked me in a deep tone. My face fell, and I gave him a neutral expression. "I have my reasons," I said, not giving him an inch. He didn't need to know my reasoning for doing this. Calyx took another towards me, and I stood up straight, my back flush with the tree. "And what are those reasons?" he questioned, with a dark edge to his tone. I narrowed my eyes, and my wolf stirred in my chest. "None of your business," I said with hostility, refusing to tell him something that didn't concern him at all. His right eye twitched a bit, as did his upper lip, but those expressions quickly faded, and a grin appeared on his face. "Okay, fair enough. Meet me here tonight at 10 o'clock, and we will initiate the plan." He stepped closer to me, but I didn't move or flinch, not wanting to give in to his teasing tactics. I straightened myself and smiled. "I'll see you tonight, Calyx," I said seductively. Calyx stood there for a moment, examining me. His eyes bore into mine before he smiled and backed away from me. I took a step forward, and he stepped backwards, still smiling. To be honest, I was a little weirded out by him right now, and he gave me this odd vibe. I turned around and headed back towards home. After I was a few feet from him, I looked behind me, and he was now gone. As I continued to walk, I began to go over everything that needed to be done to prepare for tonight, and I hoped that I would acquire the most crucial piece to this plan. Freja POV. I looked at the clock reading, 7 p.m., and I was freaking out. I had never been on a date before. The closest thing to a date I ever had was with Eric. It was my birthday, and he asked me to go for a walk with him. We went into the woods, and after walking for a while, we came to a stop. A blanket was laid out on the ground, and a small basket on top of the blanket. Inside the basket was a small birthday cake. That was also the day that Eric and I became more than just friends. It was a fond memory, but a memory of the past, and I had a different future ahead of me now, new memories to make with my mate. I decided to wear a white t-shirt, black leggings, and a pair of dark brown boots. I did my hair so that half was up and half was down. I put on little makeup, just some mascara. I didn't want to wear too much and never liked makeup. I checked myself in the mirror again for the millionth time and finally got the courage to leave the room, mostly because I didn't want to be late. I walked out of the bedroom and headed for the stairs. As I reached the top of the staircase, I saw Kane standing by the door waiting for me. He looked so good standing there, wearing a fitted black t-shirt and blue jeans. My heart rate spiked at the godlike man standing there, grinning at me. I skipped down the stairs, excitement, curiosity, and now lust all stirring inside of me. I reached the bottom step and walked towards Kane. He didn't move, just stood there watching me intently, desire gripping him tightly. After a few steps, I now stood in front of him. His eyes roamed over my body. Kane's arm then reached out and wrapped around my waist, pulling flush against his chest. A possessive growl vibrated from his chest as his lips locked with mine, devouring my mouth. He finally released me and looked into my eyes. "Are you ready, my love?" he asked in a husky tone. I smiled brightly, beyond ready for this, to create a memory with him. "Yes, I'm ready," I said with confidence. He stared at me with admiration and satisfaction. A smirk spread across his face. "Then let's go." He stepped to the side and opened the door, gesturing for me to walk out. I glanced up at him, smiling, then walked out the door. Chapter 24. Honesty. We walked out the door and into the night air. It was a cool, summer night, and all the critters were singing loudly. As we walked down the steps, Kane closed the door behind us and gripped my hand in his. Sitting in the driveway was a big, black bike. I had seen similar ones before when I was little, but none like this one. The black looked almost faded, and it had swirls of silver painted on it with gold accents. Finally, we reached the bike, and Kane grabbed the 2 helmets resting on the seat, handing one to me. My eyes widened. "We're taking this?" I asked in disbelief, as I was a little intimidated by this monstrous machine. Kane chuckled. "Yes, love. Don't worry, you will be fine. I would never let anything happen to you," he said while tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I bit my lip, feeling anxious about riding on a bike for the first time, but I trusted Kane. I looked at the helmet in my hands and took a deep breath before placing the helmet on my head. Kane put his helmet on as well, but seemed to fidget with something underneath it. I wrinkled my nose in confusion, and that's when Kane extended a hand and reached underneath my helmet. There is a strap attached to the helmet for extra protection, and it's best to make sure you do it up, he informed me. I felt a bit embarrassed that I didn't know this, that I had never been on a bike before. Kane climbed onto the bike and started it up. It came to life with a thunderous roar. Kane looked at me and patted the seat behind him. "Let's go, get on," he hollered over the roar of the engine. I stood there for a beat, beyond anxious to ride this thing. I inhaled and exhaled deeply, trying to ease my nerves, as I climbed onto the bike and sat behind Kane. Kane's hands reached behind him and gripped my wrists, pulling them forward and wrapping my arms around his waist. "Hold on tight, okay?" he shouted. At first, I nodded my head in understanding, but quickly realized he wouldn't have seen that. "Okay," I shouted back. I clasped my right hand around my left wrist and held them together tightly. My chest began to rise and fall as Kane revved the engine and took off like a bat out of hell. The bike sped down the driveway, leaving a cloud of dust behind us as we left the territory. I tightened my hold around him, feeling uneasy with the speed we were traveling at now. That's when Kane's hand rubbed mine reassuringly and eased some of the tension within me. After driving for a bit, the tension and uneasiness subsided a little. I was beginning to feel more and more comfortable as we continued to drive. I lifted my head off Kane's shoulder and glanced around us. The trees were whizzing past us, and the night air wrapped us in its cool embrace. Everything felt right in this moment. I felt a sense of freedom, and so did my wolf as she howled with excitement. We veered off the main road and turned down a dirt path. Kane had slowed the bike down, and it roared softly now as we continued driving. Finally, the bike came to a complete stop near the river's edge. Kane turned the engine off before getting down from the bike. He took his helmet off and shook his head, tousling his hair. I followed suit and took my helmet off as well, running my fingers through my hair. Kane's hand reached out, and he helped me off the bike before taking the helmet from me and placing them both on the bike. I turned towards the river and stared at the beautiful water flowing down. The sun began to set and shone down on the river, causing the water to almost sparkle. I closed my eyes, feeling content and satisfied. As I stood there, listening to all the beautiful sounds around me, I felt a large hand move my hair and swipe it over my shoulder. "Well, what do you think?" he asked me, a tinge of nervousness in his tone. I turned around to look at him and smiled. "I love it. It's beautiful here." He smiled brightly, and this was the first time I had ever seen him smile like that, making me feel good that I was the one to make him smile like that. Kane intertwined our hands and walked us closer to the water. As we approached the edge of the river, I noticed a blanket laid out and a bag on top of the blanket, giving me a sense of déjà vu. We came to a halt at the blanket, and Cain released my hand. "Take off your shoes and sit down," he said, and I did, feeling a little giddy. We sat down together on the plush material, and Cain grabbed the bag, pulling it towards him. He reached into the bag and pulled out a few containers, as well as some bottles of water. He opened the containers, revealing some hearty-looking sandwiches and plump berries. My stomach growled loudly upon seeing the food before me. Cain's attention was on me now, a playful smirk on his face. "I take it you're hungry?" he asked. My cheeks reddened, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, I admitted, after not eating anything today, my stomach was angry and was not afraid to let everyone know. He narrowed his eyes on me. "Did you eat anything today?" Cain asked in a demanding tone. I avoided his stare and looked everywhere but at him. "Freja, answer me," he said sternly. I closed my eyes briefly and exhaled heavily. "No, I didn't." "Can we please just eat now?" I asked, getting hungrier by the minute. Cain's features hardened. "Damn it, Freja, you need to eat better," he scolded me. I stared into those green orbs of his. "I will, I promise. But can we please just eat before I eat you?" I teased him. He leaned in closer. "That might be fun," Cain said in a seductive voice. I rolled my eyes at him, not really in the mood at this moment for his games. He chuckled and shook his head at me. "Go ahead, dig in." And I did just that, not wasting another moment and stuffing a delicious sandwich into my mouth. A moan of satisfaction escaped my lips as I took my first bite. This had to have been one of the best sandwiches I ever had. I continued to stuff my face, only stopping when I realized that Cain was watching me, with an amused expression on his face. I looked between him and the food in my hand. "What?" I asked, incredulous. He pursed his lips and shook his head. "Nothing," Cain said with a mischievous smile. Ignoring him, I turned back to my food and took another bite of the sandwich. I was pretty sure I heard him chuckling, but I was too involved with my food to care. We sat there in silence as we continued to eat, just enjoying the peace and quiet and staring out at the beautiful scenery before us. Large trees surrounded us as they softly swayed with the wind. The sound of frogs and crickets filled the air around us. The sun was setting now, and the moon would soon take its place. We finally finished our food, and Cain placed the containers back into the bag and moved everything to the side, giving us more room on the blanket. I laid down on the blanket, sprawled out and stared up at the stars. Cain followed suit, laying down beside me, but he didn't look up at the sky. Instead, he stared at me. I tilted my head to the side to look at him, and Cain had this odd look in his eyes, a look of longing and fear. I was curious as to why he held these emotions until he finally spoke. "What do you want to know?" he asked, his tone a little clipped. I wasn't sure what he meant for a moment, but then it clicked that he asked me what I wanted to know about him. I pondered this question, wondering what I wanted to know about him and if I genuinely wanted the answers to those questions. I pursed my lips and looked into his eyes. "How come, after your parents died, you turned into a monster?" I asked hesitantly, hoping he wouldn't get angry with me over that reference. The stories my father had told us about Cain were far from fairy tales. Dad had said that Cain showed no mercy in battles, that he would challenge other alphas for their pack and territory to gain strength and power. He sighed heavily. Things weren't always so great around here, even before they died, but things were okay. I was close with my mother, and at times, I looked up to my dad, even though he could be a real ass at times. After they died, my world crumbled. A piece of me had died with them in that battle. Once I became alpha, I turned into an emotionless, cold-hearted asshole who did what he wanted and took what he wanted. It was the only thing that eased my pain. Cain's face fell and his eyes held so much emotion. It was heart-wrenching to see him like this. I looked down at the blanket as I took in everything he had just shared with me, things I would bet no one else knew. Then I looked back up at his face, gazing into those alluring green eyes. Why didn't you give me more time with my family, and why didn't you reject me? Everyone always said that you didn't want to mate, that if you ever found her, you would reject her or kill her. He looked away from me and clenched his teeth. I am sorry for the way I took you from your family. You deserved more time with them. However, I am not sorry for taking you, and I took you so fast because I was afraid of you running and never finding you. Originally, I didn't want a mate, and the plan was to reject her because, to me, a mate was a distraction and a weakness. But when I met you, everything changed. I felt possessive, and the desire to be with you was overwhelming. I could no longer stand the idea of rejecting my mate because you were mine from the moment I laid eyes on you. His tone was dark, and his eyes flashed black for a split second before turning back to green. I sat up and sucked in a sharp breath. I didn't want you at first. I could slightly feel the mate pull, but I pushed it away, as deep down as I could. I had always been told of the horrific things you have done to get where you are today. You scared the shit out of me, and mating with you felt like a death sentence. Kane sat up now, his eyes dulled, and his facial expression became neutral as he took in my words. But since coming here, I have learned something. I have discovered a different side of you, a side that I would like to get to know more. A side that I am proud to call my mate, monster or not. So I said it was the honest truth, every word of it. His eyes narrowed in on mine as his hand came up and caressed my face. Kane's hand then slid into my hair and gripped it firmly before smashing his lips to mine, devouring my entire soul with one kiss. I climbed onto his lap and spread my legs across his lap. He gripped my ass firmly and pulled me into him, leaving no space between us. I could feel his hard asterisk, which was bursting at the seams and now rubbing against me. He moved his hips back and forth, rubbing himself against me, creating even more friction and driving me closer to the edge. The asterisk desire I felt was consuming my mind and body. It felt like a drug, and he was the cure. Calyx POV. I was pacing my room, becoming more and more impatient with each passing minute. The current time was 8:05 p.m., and I was going mad having to wait. I checked my bag once more to make sure I had everything, and just like last time, everything I needed was there. I picked up the phone and called Lazarus, needing to make sure he was ready. The phone rang and rang with no answer, and just as I was about to hang up, the dipshit finally answered. What the fuck took you so long to answer the phone? I growled out, already on edge and not needing his tardiness to add on top of it. Lazarus hissed, I am in the middle of final preparations before we leave to meet with you. Now, unless you want me to be late, you better hurry up and tell me why you have called. He said through gritted teeth. I guess someone else was on edge too, but still, I wouldn't stand for his arrogance. I growled deeply, causing it to rumble through the phone. Watch your fucking tone with me, Lazarus, and I called to ensure you were ready, which I can tell you are. I will see you soon. My tone was dark and sinister. He just scoffed and hung up the phone. My lip twitched and my wolf stirred within me, clawing at my insides to come out, to finally get our revenge on Kane. Finally, taking what is ours, what has always been ours. I looked at the clock, and it was now 8:30, and it was finally time to go. I smiled, overjoyed that this moment was here, at last, the moment I have dreamt of for years, where I would kill Kane and become Alpha, as I was destined to be. Maybe I would keep Freya instead of killing her, keep her as my Luna. She would be a respectable woman to have at my side, ruling the pack together. I pondered this idea for a moment and then decided I wanted to kill her instead. She is too much of a pain in the ass. I grabbed my bag off the bed and walked over to my window, unlocking the window and opening it. Then I tossed my bag onto the ground before jumping out the window. I stood to my full height and straightened myself before walking confidently into the woods. After walking for almost 30 minutes, I finally arrived at the meeting spot, and not to my surprise, I was the first one here. They better be here in 2 minutes, because if not, I will kill them for ruining this opportunity. I pinched the bridge of my nose, the fury boiling inside of me. Then, suddenly, I heard a branch snap behind me, and I whipped around to see a smiling Adela standing there. She cocked a brow. "What's your problem?" Adela asked with a smile. My lip curled into a snarl. "Don't play with me, Adela, not tonight. I am on edge and not in the mood for your bullshit. Where's Lazarus?" Adela's eyes narrowed on me, and her nostrils flared. "He's not here yet," she said through gritted teeth. I clearly struck a nerve with her, but I didn't care. Keeping her satisfied was not my priority tonight. My eyes scanned her body, in a judgmental manner before turning around and looking for that pathetic vampire. The forest was dark now, but I was glad to have enhanced vision, being able to see clear as day in the dead of night. Not so far in the distance, I spotted Lazarus, with 6 burly men trailing behind him. Cain didn't stand a chance against us. He and Freja would die tonight. I abruptly remembered that Adela had mentioned earlier that she needed to obtain an essential item before tonight, something that would aid us in the battle. I turned around and faced her. Adela's expression was neutral, giving me nothing on how she was feeling. "Did you get the item that you spoke of earlier?" I asked her casually, trying to get answers from her. Adela straightened herself. "As a matter of fact, I did," she said with a sinister smile before reaching around to her back and pulling out a knife. The blade was dark gray in color, almost as if it had been dipped in ashes. The handle was black, with a red ribbon wrapped around it. As I stared at the weapon in her hands, I got this ominous feeling from it. She twirled it in her hands. "This little beauty will kill any supernatural with just one blow. It was forged by a witch who vowed to rid the earth of anything unnatural." "Got it from some witch," Adela said calmly. I eyed the weapon, unsure of how I felt having something so dangerous to my kind being within my proximity. Lazarus finally arrived, and he stopped dead in his tracks, glaring at the weapon in Adela's hand. His eyes turned a deep red. "Where did you get that heinous thing?" He sneered, making me curious as to what he knew about the weapon. Adela smirked. "From a witch. I take it you are familiar with the blade, familiar with its cursed steel." She reached around to her back again, returning the blade to where it was initially hidden from sight. Lazarus snarled, "Yes, quite. So, keep that thing away from me." His face held many emotions, but fear was the strongest of them all. Adela chuckled. "Calm down, leech. It's not meant for you anyways." This woman was difficult to read. She appeared to be on our side, but also gave me the feeling that she had a secret agenda, and I could only hope that whatever she was planning, it wouldn't get in the way of my own plans for tonight. I placed my bag onto the ground, its weight causing the dirt to stir up and create a cloud of dust around us. I have brought a few things we will need, things that will help in making sure everything goes according to plan, just as discussed, and I want to be sure that everyone knows their part. I asked, glancing between the faces surrounding me. Everyone nodded their heads and smiled brightly. It was evident that they were as ready for this as I was, ready to take down Cain and that bitch of his. I bent down and opened the bag. "Then let's begin, shall we?" I grinned widely, ready for what was to come. I reached into the bag and passed around a small bottle that contained a bright, green liquid. "This here will mask our scents. So, they won't be able to smell us coming until it is too late." Everyone took a sip from the bottle, myself included. Next, I pulled out another bottle that contained a yellow powder. "And this here, if you can get close enough to either one of them, just take a small amount of the powder and blow it into their face. This will stop them from being able to shift into their wolves." I passed the bottle around, along with some small jars I had packed to put the powder in. They all took some powder and placed it into the jars, then carefully stowed it away. I reached into the bag once more and took out the same knife I had used to take my parents' lives. I stared at the blade, which was still stained with their blood, and a feeling of euphoria ran throughout my entire body. Soon, Cain's blood would mix with theirs, staining the blade as well. I looked around at everyone. "It's time. Everyone take their places and remember, Cain is mine." They all nodded in agreement, and one by one, they started off to take their places, just as planned. Once everyone was out of sight, I walked off into the distance, ready to end this. Chapter 25. Betrayal. Freja POV. Cain's hands wrapped around my body, not leaving any part of my sensitive skin untouched. He gripped the hem of my shirt and pulled it over my head, then unclasped my bra, exposing my bare asterisk to him. I reared back slightly and gripped his shirt tightly in my grasp before ripping it in half, revealing his sculpted abs and lightly tanned skin. A cheeky grin appeared on his handsome face as he stared into my eyes, and my breathing quickened, the lust growing within me. He pulled me closer to him again, taking my right asterisk into his mouth and sucking on my taut asterisk. I gripped his hair, tangling it between my fingers as I squirmed on his lap from his sensual touch. Cain then flipped us over and laid me down on my back. He gripped the button on my pants and popped it open, then slowly pulled them off, not taking his eyes off mine. My feet slipped out one by one before Cain wrapped his fingers around my underwear and ripped them from my body, leaving me naked and exposed now. I gaped at him and his obsession with destroying my underwear. Cain narrowed his eyes and tilted his head, giving me a look that told me to keep my mouth shut. So I did just that, remaining silent and keeping my focus on him. Cain lifted my leg and placed it onto his shoulder. He started kissing my heated flesh, slowly moving upwards. He gently nipped on my thigh, making me squirm and moan. His hands ran up my legs and gripped my asterisk roughly before he bent down, and his mouth landed on my needy asterisk. Cain licked, sucked, and nipped at my asterisk, causing me to writhe beneath him while screaming out his name. I intertwined my fingers with his dark locks. "Oh, Cain, I need you," I screamed out, squirming from the asterisk that was begging to be released. Releasing his hair, I reached for the button on his pants, but before I could get close to it, Cain grabbed my wrists firmly. "No," he said in a deep, husky tone. Cain then pushed my arms back and above my head, placing them on either side of me. He stood to his feet and slowly unbuttoned his pants, his eyes locking with mine. Cain popped the button open, slid the zipper down, and then removed his pants while taking his sweet time. In all of his glory, Cain now stood completely naked before me, and I gawked at the beautiful man who was my mate. Cain lowered himself back down to his knees and leaned over top of me, caressing my body with his teasing hands while his mouth tauntingly roamed over my skin. His lips brushed over the peach fuzz of my belly, then took my right asterisk into his mouth, nipping at my asterisk bud. I squirmed from the anticipation, needing him to release the storm that was building inside of me. Cain was face to face with me now, and he stopped as he gazed into my eyes. His hand came up, and he ran his thumb across my bottom lip before engulfing my mouth with a kiss that was so passionate and deep, it was soul-shattering. He reached between us and went straight for my aching asterisk, rubbing my asterisk gently before inserting a finger. Cain pumped his finger in and out, but it wasn't enough, and I needed more. He then added another finger, and his rhythm became faster, more intense. Finally, just as I was nearing the edge, Cain removed his fingers and roughly thrust his hard asterisk inside me. I gasped, and a moan slipped my lips as he began pumping mercilessly inside of me. His asterisk girth stretched me, adding to the euphoric feeling of ecstasy. Cain's left hand gripped my wrists together and held them above my head, while the other hand cupped my thigh and bent it upwards, deepening himself within me. Cain continued to pound into me, deep and hard, stealing the air from inside my lungs. He leaned down, capturing my lips with his, and his hold on my wrists softened, allowing me to free my hands. I reached up, wrapped my arms around his torso, and flipped us over, so I was on top now. At first, he seemed hesitant about this, as he loved having control, but I wanted to be in control this time. I positioned myself and sat up, his asterisk going further inside me, causing him to let out a satisfied groan. I moved up and down his length, gently swaying my hips. His hands gripped onto my hips and his nails dug into my skin, making me hiss. I picked up the pace, pumping him harder and faster. Our moans began to fill the forest as we neared our climaxes. Cain sat up slightly, wrapping his arms around my back and holding me tightly. One hand came up and tangled into my hair, then brought my face down to his, kissing me fervently. Cain thrust his hips upward in one smooth motion, and the climax that had been building burst through me like a firework. I screamed out his name before Cain filled me with his seed and reached his climax. I collapsed onto him, and he embraced me in his hold. He laid on his back, still holding me in his arms, and we stayed like that for a bit, enjoying each other. I didn't want this moment to end if I were being honest. The troubles that lay ahead for us was something I feared, and I wasn't sure what was to come. I was just starting to get to know Cain, and I was falling in love with him. I rolled on my side and stared into his eyes. Cain's hand came up and cupped my cheek before kissing me tenderly. He reared back and looked up at the sky before sighing heavily. "We should probably get going. It's dark now," he said frustratedly, and I wondered why his demeanor suddenly changed. I glanced around us, just realizing that the sky was black now. "Yeah, you're right." I was not going to argue with him on this. With the dangers lurking around, it wasn't wise for us to be out here in the dark, unprepared, and with no backup. We got off the ground and picked up our clothing, getting dressed quickly. I turned to look at Kane, and he was standing there with his torn-up shirt dangling off one finger. He raised an unimpressed brow and his lips pursed. "Really? Now, what am I going to do for a shirt?" he asked me. I puckered my lips before roaring out in laughter. "Well, I would give you mine, but I don't think it will fit," I said through my roaring laughter. Kane gave me a neutral expression and rolled his eyes as he stuffed his shirt into his back pocket. I finished getting dressed and walked over to him, smiling ear to ear. "I'm not sorry. It was worth it," I said honestly while running my hands down his chest. He looked down at me. "Yeah, I can tell." Kane then smacked my asterisk card. "Now, move that pretty little asterisk of yours," he said, a smirk forming on his lips. We began to walk back to the bike, not rushing and just taking our time. I looked up at Kane. "Thank you for doing this tonight. I really enjoyed it," I said genuinely. It was something I needed, something we needed. Kane stopped in his tracks and turned to look at me, smiling down at me. "Good, I'm glad, and I enjoyed this evening as well." He winked, and I shook my head at him. Kane then pulled me into him, wrapping his arm around my shoulder, but as we neared the bike, Kane came to an abrupt stop. My brows furrowed as I looked up at him, confusion rising within me. That was until I looked in the direction of his gaze, only to see the bike destroyed. I gasped at the scene before me. "What the fuck?" I said aloud, shock lacing my tone. I looked at Kane, and he was tense. His entire body had gone rigid, jaw clenched and hands balled into fists at his side. He looked down at me, and his eyes were pure black, his wolf right on the surface, just as mine was. "We need to leave now," he said gruffly, then grabbed my hand, and we started to run towards the pack house. The drive here hadn't taken us too long, so hopefully we weren't as far as I feared. Finally, after running for a few minutes, we came to a stop, and Kane looked at me with a questioning expression. "Do you think your wolf could keep up with mine if we were to shift?" he bluntly asked me. I answered without hesitation, "Yes, she can. I think it's best if we shift too. We will make it back to the pack house faster." I was beyond confident in my wolf's abilities. Kane gave me a curt nod, and then we took positions, readying ourselves for the change. Just as our wolves were about to come forward, a snapping branch caught our attention, ceasing the shift. Our heads whipped in the direction of the noise, but we couldn't see anything. I could feel the anxiety and tension rolling through Kane as his gaze roamed all around us. I went to his side, not wanting us to be apart and more vulnerable. He looked down at me, a tender expression masking his features for a beat before hardening again. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind a tree, and they stepped into the light, a devilish grin on their face. "Hello, brother." Standing before us was Calyx, meaning the plan was in motion, and we were not prepared for this at all. Calyx stepped closer to us, and Kane's entire body stiffened as he shoved me behind him. I didn't particularly appreciate that he was shielding me, but I understood that he wanted to protect me, and right now was not the time to argue about it. Kane let out a low and deadly snarl as his eyes bore into those of his very own brother. "Calyx," Kane said through gritted teeth, "what are you doing here?" He questioned him, authority and dominance heavy in his tone. Calyx grinned deviously. "You know exactly what I'm doing here, don't you, brother?" Calyx turned his gaze to me now. "So do you, Freja." Kane looked over his shoulder, staring down at me with confusion. I didn't say anything because I wouldn't lie to him. So instead, I looked away from him and at the ground, but then I remembered Calyx saying that Kane knew too. I looked back up at Kane, narrowing my eyes at him, and he huffed, then turned back to Calyx. Kane straightened himself. "You are right. I know why you are here and what you are here to do, but I must ask, why are you doing this, Calyx?" He questioned his brother, ferocity lacing his tone. Now, fury was etched on Calyx's features. "Because I am supposed to be alpha, not you." I am the oldest, and the title of Alpha goes to the oldest. He bellowed out as he shook with rage. Kane's body went rigid. You know damn well the reason as to why I am the Alpha, and you aren't. Kane was using every last bit of strength he had to contain his beast from being freed. Calyx's lip twitched, and his body tensed as he took a taunting step towards us. Yes, you're right. I do know the reason why, and it's because of you. From the day you were born, you have been in my way and taking what was rightfully mine. After I had gotten rid of dear old Mom and Dad, the plan was to get rid of you next, but you grew with power after their death, and things proved to be more challenging than I expected. Then this bitch shows up. He pointed at me, and Kane growled threateningly. Calyx just rolled his eyes, then pulled a knife out from behind his back. He gazed at it as if he remembered something dear to him. Calyx then looked up at Kane. This is the knife I used on Mom and Dad. Now, I'm going to kill you with it. His eyes turned black, and he bared his teeth, growling. Kane shoved me back as he lunged at Calyx, roaring like a beast. I stumbled backwards, my back colliding with a tree, but as I looked up, I realized it wasn't a tree but was instead a large, burly-looking vampire. I jumped forward and turned around to face the bloodsucker. The vamp's fangs elongated as he smiled wickedly at me. I readied myself for the fight, remembering everything that Gunnar had taught me, but then, 2 more men emerged from the trees on my left, one of them who I remembered all too well, Lazarus. I snarled, my wolf scratching at the surface, wanting to tear his flesh from his body. He smiled and chuckled. So feisty, that was the one thing I admired about you, your bravery. I find it quite entertaining that a female werewolf is dumb enough to be so bold with a vampire. But it's all the more reason to rip your head from your body. Lazarus grinned. Chapter 26. To the death. I looked between my sister and the vampires that stood at her side. I could hear the sounds of Kane and Calyx battling it out from behind me. An overwhelming feeling of dread came over me as I knew we were screwed. We were outnumbered and unprepared for this. Especially the fact that Adela was a part of this whole plan. I shook my head and pinched the bridge of my nose. Adela, I am your fucking sister. How can you say you are going to kill me? And most of all, why? What the fuck did I do? I asked her in absolute disbelief. I needed to know what was going on and why. She narrowed her eyes at me. Because I fucking hate you. It's always about you. Everyone loves and adores you. Dad, Mom, Gunnar, everyone in the pack. They talk about you like you're a god. For example, when you started training with Dad and Gunnar, I asked to train too, but they said no, that I was too weak, that I wouldn't be suitable. Yet, they allowed you to join, and that wasn't fair. The moment Kane took you away was one of the greatest moments of my life. I thought to myself, I am finally free of her, and it would be my time to shine, but I was so wrong. Everyone constantly worried about you and your safety. They just wouldn't shut up about you, proving that things would never change. I mean, Gunnar even risked his life by coming here to see you, for fuck's sake. So, the only way I can truly be rid of you is to kill you. Adela stood there smiling now at her revelation. I was utterly taken aback at her confession, standing there with my mouth agape. I couldn't find the right words to respond with at first, as shock's cold grip wrapped around me. Adela, I am your sister. I have been nothing but good to you all these years, taking care of you and being there for you when you needed me most. Everything you just told me was out of my hands. I had never once asked anyone to treat you as if you were beneath me, and I would never have. I paused and sucked in a deep breath before continuing. Killing me won't solve anything. If you kill me and someone finds out that it was you, Dad will either banish you or will execute you, and you know I am right. Taking the life of another pack member, especially one who is family, is forbidden. I tried to plead with Adela, even though I was angry with her. I didn't want her to do this. I didn't want her to live the rest of her life in isolation or die. Her chest heaved, and she clenched her jaw before stomping her foot on the ground. Shut the fuck up. Adela bellowed out, it doesn't matter what you say. I won't change my mind on this. She looked to the vampires on either side of her and pointed towards me. Hold her, she said coldly, and my eyes flickered between the 3 bloodsuckers, 2 of which were now closing in on me. Lazarus stayed by Adela's side while the other 2 reached out to grab my arms, but I ducked and slammed my fist into the first man's stomach, causing him to keel over. The other man swiped at me with extended claws, and I swung my leg in the air, the heel of my shoe connecting with his jaw. The vamp let out a pain-filled groan before collapsing to the ground. The first man got to his feet, and I faced him, ready to fight, but he stood there smiling, making me wrinkle my nose in confusion. That was until I felt hands wrap around me, constricting me and holding me in place. I kicked and thrashed in their hold, but whoever was holding me hit me on the head, and my vision instantly blurred, making me vulnerable and disoriented now. I watched as Adela approached me, a wicked grin on her face. Poor Freyja, no one to save you or protect you," she said while sticking out her bottom lip. I couldn't hear Kane or Calyx anymore, causing me to wonder where they were and if Kane was all right. My eyes peeked over my shoulder as I tried to find Kane, hoping he was close by, that he could see or hear what was going on. However, Adela was right, there was no one around to help me, and I was on my own now. Adela followed my gaze, looking around the trees. "Sorry, darling, but your dear mate is probably dead by now, and if not, he will be soon. Calyx is quite determined to kill that brother of his." She laughed, "Just as determined as I am to kill you." Adela then walked closer to me, and as she approached me, she held the knife in front of my face, waving it around. The handle was black and red, the blade an ashy gray color. I reared back from it as an uneasy feeling stirred inside me from this weapon, and my wolf growled loudly within my head. I twisted in the vampire's hold, struggling to free myself, but he only held onto me tighter, nearly breaking my ribs. Adela held the knife to my face, pressing the cold blade against my cheek. "This blade will make sure you die and stay dead. Don't worry though, it will be quick but not painless." She grinned. I wanted to plead with her again not to do this, but deep down I knew it would be pointless. The look that now loomed within my sister's eyes was one I had never seen before, a look of sheer hatred, a look of madness. I sucked in a deep, shuddering breath. "Adela, you don't want to do this. You're just angry and lashing out. I'm giving you this chance to walk away, and I'll forget everything." Her face softened. "Really? You would forget that all this happened and forgive me?" she asked me softly. I nodded my head and gave her a caring smile. "Yes, I would," I told her honestly. Adela pursed her lips and appeared to be considering my offer, but then she started to roar out with laughter. "Not going to happen, but nice try. I will not walk away from the opportunity to watch your blood spill all over this forest floor," she growled. Thunder was now starting to boom around us, and lightning lit up the night sky, signs of an impending storm. Just like the one that we now faced, a storm between siblings. She smiled broadly. "Goodbye, Freyja, I won't miss you." I closed my eyes, readying myself for the plunge of the blade, but it never came, and suddenly, I was released, collapsing onto the ground. My eyes shot open, and I looked around me, wondering what was going on. Adela lay on the ground, her hand to her head, and all three of the vampires were battling it out with none other than my dear brother, Gunnar. I was surprised by his arrival and curious as to how he knew that I needed him, but relieved that he was here to save my ass. Gunnar was relentless as he fought with the vampires, not faltering one bit, as he continued to land punches and kicks. For a brief moment, I was afraid for his life, that he may be outnumbered, and I don't know why I was, as my brother was fighting with the strength of a dozen men. Gunnar's gaze landed on me. "Get the fuck out of here, Freyja," he yelled at me before shifting into his large and stunning wolf. Gunnar's wolf was broad and tall, a ferocious black beast with white ears, a unique trait. I had always admired his wolf for its beauty and strength. Gunnar lunged forward and began to tear through the vampires, ripping them to pieces. I looked over to Adela, who was glaring at me. "You fucking bitch, see what I mean?" She gestured to Gunnar. "He would give his life for you and even hurt me, just to save your ass." Adela bellowed out while shaking with fury. Her chest was heaving and her eyes darkened. I opened my mouth to say something, but was quickly cut off when Adela lunged for me, a look of insanity on her face. My eyes widened, and I rolled away from her, causing Adela to land on the ground face first with a thud. I got up from the ground and stood to my feet, standing in a defense position. Adela stood to her feet and lunged for me again, but I didn't move fast enough this time, and she collided with me. We tumbled around on the ground, sticks and leaves flying all around us. We came to an abrupt stop as we crashed into a large tree. My wolf was howling and growling inside of me, itching to be freed, to take out the threat. Adela and I rustled on the ground, both of us standing to our feet hastily. My body tensed and my lip twitched as rage started to boil within me. Adela, that's enough. Stop this shit now. Her eyes narrowed on me, and she didn't say a word, just snarled as she dove for me once again. As she closed the distance between us, I gripped her by the hair and slammed her face into the tree, disorienting her. Then I grabbed the back of Adela's shirt and brought my knee up, connecting it with her nose. She groaned loudly in pain as she flopped onto the ground. I took a step back from her, being cautious, and my wolf snarled, clawing at my insides now. Adela, we can end this now. End it before one of us doesn't walk away, I told her in a dark and cold tone. My warning meant nothing to her. As she started laughing, "You are right. One of us won't walk away from here, and that's going to be you." Adela cried out before she shifted into her wolf, and I quickly followed suit, allowing my beast to come out. We were both in wolf form now. My wolf was almost twice the size of Adela's petite, golden brown wolf, but she matched my wolf's intensity. We started to circle each other, both of us snarling, growling, and exposing our teeth. Then, unexpectedly, a loud and vicious roar rang through the trees, distracting us from each other. The roar had sounded familiar. It sounded like Cain, and I swear, my heart stopped as panic soared within me, fearing that he was injured or worse. Adela took this opportunity of me being distracted and barreled into me, sinking her teeth into my side. My wolf yelped in pain, but she quickly recovered, kicking Adela away from us and biting down on her hind leg. Adela let out a whimper of pain, and my wolf continued to bite down, sinking our teeth further into her skin. Then we swung her around, releasing Adela from our hold. Adela flew through the air and slammed into a tree, causing her to shriek out in agony upon impact. Her frail body now lied on the ground, and my wolf stalked over to her, hackles raised and snarling. As we neared her, she appeared to be defenseless, writhing on the ground in pain, but just when I thought this was over, she swiped out a paw and scratched my face. This was the moment that my wolf snapped, the dark side of her taking over, and I knew what was going to come next. My wolf growled before sinking her teeth into Adela's neck and twisting, breaking her neck and ending her life. Cain POV. Freja and I walked back to the bike when we realized it had been trashed, and my fears came to fruition. I knew Calyx was going to strike soon. I had just hoped it wouldn't be when she was around or when we were unprepared. But of course, my brother was a fucking snake who loved to go for those that were vulnerable so he could better his chances of winning. However, my brother was no match for me, and I was ready for him. Freja gasped, grabbing my attention. "What the fuck?" she spoke. My wolf was stirring within me, the urge to protect our mate growing. I looked down at her. "We need to leave now," I said in a deep tone, my wolf on edge. We had been running for just a few minutes now, but we weren't fast enough in human form, and I knew if we shifted, we could get back to the house more quickly, where she would be safe. So I stopped and looked at her. "Do you think your wolf could keep up with mine if we were to shift?" I asked her. She didn't hesitate to answer me. "Yes, she can. I think it's best if we shift too. We will make it back to the pack house faster." I nodded in agreement with her, glad she wasn't arguing with me on this. We prepared ourselves for the shift, but stopped before it could take effect as the sound of a snapping branch grabbed our attention. I whipped my head in the direction of the sound, but there was nothing there but trees. My wolf and I were becoming anxious and tense at the idea of Freja being in danger because of us. Freja came to my side, and I could sense the small amount of fear she was experiencing. I gazed down at her affectionately, hoping to reassure her that things would be all right, but something in the distance caught my eye, a figure coming out from behind a tree, and that figure was my brother. Calyx smiled. "Hello, brother," he said while taking another step towards us. Every muscle in my body tensed up, and I moved Freja behind me so she was out of harm's way. My upper lip twitched as a snarl sounded from me. "Calyx," I said through painfully gritted teeth. "What are you doing here?" My tone was deep and growly. Calyx grinned. "You know exactly what I'm doing here, don't you, brother?" His gaze focused on Freja. "So do you, Freja." His attention turned to Freja now. I followed his line of sight and glanced over my shoulder, looking down at her. She remained silent and just looked away from me, telling me that he was right and she had known about Calyx. Freja looked back into my eyes with a scolding expression, and I huffed, knowing I was just as much in the wrong here as she was. Neither of us was innocent, and both of us had hidden things from each other. I raised a brow. "You are right. I know why you are here and what you are here to do, but I must ask, why are you doing this, Calyx?" I questioned my brother as anger coursed through me, and my wolf snarled. Calyx's face held a furious expression now. "Because I am supposed to be Alpha, not you. I am the oldest, and the title of Alpha goes to the oldest." He bellowed out, shaking with rage. I puffed up my chest and stood to my full height. "You damn well know the reason why I am the Alpha, and you aren't," I growled out, my beast on the brink of bursting forward and ripping his throat out. His posture tensed, and he stepped closer to us, grinning like a madman. "Yes, you're right. I do know the reason why, and it's because of you. From the day you were born, you have been in my way and taking what was rightfully mine. After I had gotten rid of dear old Mom and Dad, the plan was to get rid of you next, but you grew with power after their death, and things proved to be more challenging than I expected. Then this bitch shows up," he said, pointing to my mate, and my hands balled into fists as a growl rumbled from the depths of my soul. Calyx then pulled a knife out from behind him and gazed at it fondly. "This is the knife I used on Mom and Dad. Now, I'm going to kill you with it." I shoved Freja back and lunged for Calyx, tackling him into a tree. The bark on the tree crumbled around our feet as his back collided with it. I threw punch after punch, my fists pounding into his face, and the back of his head bounced off the tree with each hit. Finally, Calyx reached up and swiped at my face with the knife, cutting into my cheek. All I could see was red now, and my beast took over, forcing the shift. Calyx shifted as well, and now it was a battle between our wolves, a fight to the death, as neither would give up until the other was dead. My wolf stood tall and fierce, radiating with his alpha power. Calyx's wolf was a dark, gray color and smaller than mine, making him no match compared to my wolf. His wolf snapped its teeth at us in warning and pawed at the ground. My wolf just positioned himself for the attack, growling low and raising his hackles. Calyx sprung at me, but I dodged his attack by moving to the right. He slid across the damp ground, but quickly regained his footing and spun around, lunging for us once again. Before Calyx's wolf could reach us, my wolf lunged, striking him in the side and knocking him down. My wolf stood over him before placing a paw on Calyx's wolf's chest, immobilizing him. Suddenly, I heard a yelp, distracting me from my task, allowing Calyx to get the upper hand on me, and he bit down on my paw, causing me to release him. Calyx then came at me again, sinking his canines deep into my shoulder. My wolf was becoming annoyed and enraged now, wanting to end this, wanting to finish him. Noticing a fallen tree to our left, we dashed toward the tree with Calyx still hanging onto my shoulder by his teeth. As we neared the tree, I noticed a sharp, broken branch sticking out, and we barreled towards it, plunging the branch into Calyx's chest, but also into my shoulder, and I roared out in pain as it sunk into my flesh. The pain had knocked me out briefly and caused me to shift back to human. Once I came to, I immediately looked to Calyx, wondering if he was still alive. However, I couldn't hear his heartbeat anymore, and his chest ceased to move, telling me he was dead. I placed my hands on the tree and lifted myself off of the branch. As the branch came out, I groaned in pain and stumbled backwards a bit before leaning against another tree to support myself. I looked over at my brother's body, making sure he was dead, and the dullness in his eyes told me there was no sign of life left. I breathed deeply, thankful it was all over, and Freja was safe now, or so I thought. As I stood there, perched against the tree, I could suddenly hear growling coming from within the distance. The first thought that came to mind was that Calyx hadn't been alone and whoever was him was now after Freja. I pushed myself off the tree and stood up straight, wobbling a little. I started making my way in the direction of the noises, my vision blurred slightly, and I looked down at my shoulder, noticing that it was healing but not fast enough, and I was losing blood. I picked up my discarded shirt and wrapped it around my shoulder, hoping that would help. Things were silent now, and I couldn't tell which way to go. I stopped and listened to see if I could hear something. After a moment had passed, I could hear voices coming from the east, and I rushed towards them. As I got closer, the voices became louder, more apparent. I rounded a large tree and finally found Freja, but she wasn't alone. Chapter 27. It was always him. I stood there, hovering over Adela's lifeless body and gazed into her soulless eyes, wishing I could have done more to save her from the pain she felt. I crouched down beside her body and closed her eyes shut before kissing her cheek, then I whispered, "I will always love you, Adela, and I forgive you." I wiped away the wayward tear that streamed down my face and stood back up. Glancing around at my surroundings, I could no longer see Gunnar or Kane or anyone else for that matter. I started to walk north, hoping I would find someone, and I did, but it was the last person I expected to see here. I came to a dead stop, blinking rapidly and thinking that I was imagining things as I stared into those familiar eyes. "Eric," I said aloud. He rushed over to me and engulfed me in a longing hug. "I have missed you so much, Freja," Eric whispered sweetly, and I had missed him too. I reared back. "What are you doing here?" I asked him, baffled by his presence. Eric released me but held my hands in his. "I am here to save you, Freja, to free you. Adela told me that she had a plan to free you from Kane, and I asked to join her, but I swear I didn't know that she meant to harm you," he said with pleading eyes. Eric's hand came up and caressed my face, but when he touched me, my wolf growled, and a sense of wrong swirled within my belly. I pulled back from him and took a step back, putting some distance between us. I was unsure of what to believe, and he didn't seem himself. I gave Eric a commiserating stare. "I don't need to be saved, Eric. Kane is my mate, and I am happy," I said truthfully. At first, I hated Kane and resented him for bringing me here, but as time passed by, I've grown to love this pack, as well as Kane. Eric's expression was one of shock. "You don't mean that, do you?" he asked me, bewilderment in his tone. I gave him a sympathetic look, knowing this would be difficult for him to hear and understand. "Yes, Eric, I do. I love Kane, and this is my home now. I am not going with you," I said sternly, telling him the reality of how I felt. His eyes darted around, and his hands balled into fists at his side as his breathing quickened. Eric's fury showed on his facial features, and I took a step back, feeling uneasy suddenly. His nostrils flared, and Eric's jaw was rigid now. "No, you do not love him. You love me, Freja. Kane is a fucking monster, and you are coming home with me, back where you belong," he bellowed out, then reached for my wrist and gripped it tightly, attempting to drag me along with him, but I didn't move an inch. Instead, I dug my feet into the dirt to keep me grounded as he tugged on my arm, and I jerked back, trying to free myself, refusing to go with him. Eric whipped his head around to glare at me. "Stop being a child and let's go," he growled out, but I wouldn't move. He tugged me towards him again, but this time with more force, causing me to fall forward and into his arms. Eric threw me over his shoulder with ease. "If you won't come with me willingly, then I will just have to carry your ass." Eric started to walk, holding onto my legs firmly, but my arms were free, and I began to pound on his back. "Put me down and let me fucking go, Eric," I spat out, anger lacing my tone. However, Eric just continued walking, paying no attention to me or my attacks. I swung my arm back and hit him in the head with my elbow as hard as I could. He stumbled before dropping me to the ground, and I landed on my back with a thud. I could hear him groaning, and as I picked myself up, I noticed he was wobbling, holding his head in his hands. I didn't want to waste a moment, as this was my chance to get away from him, but when I stood to my feet and started to run, Eric grabbed me by my shoulders from behind, then slammed me face first into a tree. My head bounced off the tree harshly, and my vision blurred. Eric took my hands and held them behind my back while the other hand entwined in my hair, gripping it tightly before he pressed my face further into the rough bark. I groaned from the pain, and I could feel blood dripping down my face now. "Eric, please let me go," I said in a soft and pleading tone, hoping that he would realize his mistake. He turned my head slightly and pressed his face against mine. "No, I will not. You are mine, Freja Forrester, not Kane's or anyone else's, and you will come with me willingly, or I will knock your ass out and drag you back home," Eric whispered in a dark tone, one that he had never used with me before. I sucked in a deep breath. "I am not yours, Eric, and I am not Kane's either. I am his mate, not his property. I will not be going back with you, as I don't belong there anymore. I belong with the dead pack now and with Kane, the one that I love." He deserved to know the truth, and although I didn't want to hurt him, it had to come out. A menacing growl vibrated up from his chest as his hold on my hair and hands tightened immensely. "Fine, but if I cannot have you, then no one will," Eric said with promise. He pressed me further into the tree, and the bark dug into my skin, causing me to hiss in pain. I threw my head back and cracked him in the nose. Eric fell to the ground and landed on his ass, holding his bloody nose. I pushed myself off the tree and attempted to run, but Eric grabbed my leg, causing me to trip and land face first on a rock. The impact knocked me out for a few seconds, and when I came to, I was on my back, with Eric on top of me. He had a venomous expression as he straddled me and kept me in place. I squirmed beneath him, trying to buck him off me, but it was no use, and I was trapped beneath him. He snarled and bared his teeth at me, probably hoping that would scare me and I would cooperate with him. However, his actions didn't frighten me, and I continued to fight him. Eric reached for my wrists, trying to grab a hold of them, and I swatted his hands away before punching him in the jaw. I prayed to the moon goddess for her assistance, as my wolf and I used all our strength to get free. Once again, I pondered where Kane was, wondering if he was hurt, if he was even alive, and I could only hope that he was all right and would reach me before Eric either killed me or took me away from him. "Kane!" I tried to yell for Kane, but Eric slapped a hand over my mouth and silenced my pleas. He glared down at me. "Shut the fuck up." I bit down on his hand, causing blood to trickle into my mouth. Eric ripped his hand away from my lips and stared at the teeth marks before lifting his hand into the air and backhanding me across the face so hard, I spit out blood. I turned my gaze back to him and grinned wickedly before spitting in his face. "Guess I am finally seeing your true colors, huh, Eric?" I said in a dark, soft tone. My wolf was close to the surface now and trying to force the shift, yearning to eliminate the threat. His upper lip twitched, and once again, Eric cocked his arm back and balled his hand into a fist, aiming for my face. I closed my eyes and tilted my face to the side to shield myself, but nothing happened, and then suddenly, Eric was lifted off of me. I opened my eyes and watched as he went flying through the air, landing almost 10 feet away from me. I peered up and was relieved to see my monster of a mate standing there, looking all broody. Kane's breathing was erratic, and his muscles were tense as the sweat glistened on his sculpted chest. Finally, he looked down at me, and the tension eased slightly. I gave him a soft smile, and my eyes began to burn as I resisted the urge to cry, thankful that he was all right and alive. Kane knelt beside me, his eyes frantically roaming up and down my body, inspecting every inch. Finally, our eyes locked, and we both smiled, happy to see each other alive. His hand came down and caressed my face, lightly grazing his thumb along my bottom lip. I looked deep into his eyes and swallowed roughly. "It's nice to see you again," I said jokingly and smirked. Kane shook his head at my words. "Come on, get your ass up. We need to leave," he said, standing to his feet before extending his hand out for me to take. I gripped onto his hand, and he carefully helped me up, holding me tightly in his arms as I stood on my feet. Kane's arms wrapped around me, blanketing me in his warmth and making me feel at ease. Then he loosened his hold and leaned back, staring into my eyes. "We need to go, love. Are you all right to walk?" he asked, concern in his tone. I nodded my head. "Yes, I think so. Maybe, not too sure, if I am being honest, I said, joking with him and also telling the truth. My legs were sore and a bit numb. Kane gave me a deadpan stare, clearly not in the mood to be joking around. I grabbed his hands and tried to remove them from my body. However, Kane stopped me and held me tighter to him. I raised a brow at his actions, and he huffed, not wanting to let me go, but he did, very reluctantly. I stabled myself on my feet and didn't fall over. Kane observed me intently. "Are you good?" he asked me as I wobbled slightly. I nodded my head. "Yes, I am fine," I reassured him with a smile. He gave me a curt nod. "Good, then let's go." Kane took my hand in his, and we started to walk. However, we didn't make it very far, as an angry voice made us come to an abrupt stop. "Where the fuck do you think you are going? You are not taking her from me again." Eric boomed from behind us. Kane looked down at me, a frustrated expression on his features, before turning us around. "I am taking her home, and she was never yours to keep," he said bluntly while gritting his teeth. Eric's eyes widened, and his jaw clenched tightly. "Freja is mine, not yours, and she is not going anywhere with you." He was shaking with anger now, but Kane matched that intensity in greater numbers. Kane straightened himself and was radiating with alpha dominance now. "She is not yours. Freja has always been mine. She is my mate, and I will die before I let you take her from me," he shouted furiously, making me cringe a little from the deep tone in his words. I put a hand up, silencing them both, and now their focus was solely on me. "Both of you shut the fuck up. I am not yours." I pointed at Eric. "And I am not yours either." Next, I gestured to Kane. "I am mine. I am not some object or piece of property that you two can fight to the death over. I don't belong to anyone but myself. That being said, though," I peered up at Kane with tender eyes. "You are my mate, and a piece of my soul belongs to you, just as it always has and always will," I told him honestly. Kane smiled and winked at me before looking at Eric, his expression neutral now. "We are done here, and we are leaving." He looked down at me once again. "Let's go, love." I didn't say anything in response. I just smiled and nodded in agreement. We started to turn around when a loud and menacing growl roared throughout the forest. I knew it came from Eric, but I didn't turn around to look at him, as I had seen a new side to the man I had grown up with, a side that had broken a piece of my heart. Kane's body turned slightly, and he peeked over his shoulder. Then suddenly, Kane grabbed me by the arms and swung me around, placing me in front of him. He looked down at me with an apologetic expression, and to say I was bewildered was an understatement. I had no idea what was going on or why he was shielding me. He groaned slightly and squeezed his eyes shut before looking at me again. Kane's eyes looked heavy now, but filled with love. A smile spread across those plump lips as his hand came up and caressed my cheek. "I love you, Freja, and you were the greatest prize I ever received," he said softly before collapsing onto the ground. I tried to hold him up, but he was too heavy, and as he fell to his knees, that's when I saw the knife sticking out of his back, the same one that Adela had tried to kill me with earlier. Chapter 28. The Knife. Fear and panic began to rise within me as I stared down at the knife that had struck Kane in the back, just below his shoulder. The blade didn't appear to be embedded too deep, but blood was now pooling around the wound. I didn't know what to do, and my frazzled nerves were getting the better of me as my wolf howled with sorrow at the sight of our fallen mate. I leaned down and placed my ear to his back, listening for a heartbeat, and I almost cried at the relief I felt when I heard the faint sound of a beating heart. Reeling back, I did the only thing I could think of and pulled the knife from his back, then tore pieces of my shirt off and tried my best to wrap his wound, hoping to stop the bleeding or at least slow it down enough to get him home. After I had horribly wrapped him up, I stood to my feet and realized that Eric was still here. He was just standing there, appearing to be half dazed, but he also had a look of satisfaction in his eyes. My upper lip twitched, and a growl erupted from deep within my belly. "You fucking bastard." I sneered at him, and his attention turned to me now. A sadistic smile spread across his face. "He doesn't deserve to live, and he doesn't deserve you," Eric said, not giving two shits about what he had just done. My chest heaved, and I started to see red, only able to focus on Eric and the depths of his betrayal. I lunged forward and tackled him to the ground, throwing punch after punch. We struggled on the ground, fighting for dominance, battling each other for the win. Eric was stronger than me, there was no doubt about that, but I was fueled with anger and vengeance at this moment. He hauled his arm back and swung, hitting me right in the jaw, and I flew off him. For a brief moment, the impact left me feeling dazed. However, I quickly regained myself and jumped to my feet. Eric followed my movements, and now we both stood there, staring one another down. As we continued to glare at each other, something on the ground caught my attention. I looked down and noticed it was the knife. I picked it up, held it tightly in my grasp, and pointed it at Eric. He snorted, "Put that down before you hurt yourself, and we both know you won't use it anyways," Eric said cockily. I grinned wickedly. "You would be surprised at what I would be willing to do for those that I love," I said in a cold tone, hoping that Eric would catch on to the hidden message that he was no longer one of those people. His face fell, and those blue eyes of his darkened, telling me he caught onto the hidden meaning in my words. Eric's lip tilted up in a snarl, and he narrowed his eyes. "You used to love me until that monster brainwashed you," he said harshly, and I laughed at his words. Eric furrowed his brows and was taken aback by my laughter as he stared at me with a bewildered expression. "I never loved you, Eric, not like I love Cain. I just cared deeply for you and loved you on a different level. Now, I feel nothing but hatred towards you." My words were like venom, striking him in the chest as he sucked in a deep breath and held onto it. I could see the hurt on his face and the heartbreak in his eyes. However, Eric quickly masked those emotions, and fury took over his features now. I had once thought I knew the man standing before me, but it was clear to me now that I never really did. Today, I had seen a side of him that was dark and sinister, a side that he had hidden from me and everyone else. That was the difference between the two of them. Cain didn't hide his dark side. He didn't give people a false sense of character. Instead, Cain showed everyone precisely who he was and ruled with that side of himself that people feared. Cain was so much more than that, though, and there was more to him than the fearsome monster everyone saw him as. We stood there, glaring at each other, and I tightened my hold around the handle of the knife, prepared to strike as the rage coursed through me, wanting revenge for what he did to Cain. Just as I was ready to plunge the blade deep into his chest, a noise to the right of us grabbed our attention. Both of us froze where we stood, and our heads whipped in the direction of the noise. I stared off into the distance, trying to find the source of the noise, and as I focused on the trees, Gunnar finally emerged, looking like something from a nightmare. Gunnar was covered in blood, and a thin layer of dirt covered his skin. As I continued to look him over, I noticed a few scrapes on his body, but nothing too serious. I was ecstatic to see my brother, even though he looked rather intense and furious right now. However, the angry beast would work in my favor in dealing with Eric. I turned my attention back to Eric, but to my dismay, the little fucker took off when he had the chance because my dumbass was distracted. Sighing in frustration, I rubbed a hand down my face before glancing around me again to look for Eric, but he was nowhere to be seen, and I felt stupid for letting him get away. I turned back around and rushed over to Gunnar, wrapping my arms around him in a hug. He returned the hug, squeezing me tightly before pulling back. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Gunnar asked while inspecting my body. I put my hands up and shook my head. "Stop, I'm fine. Are you all right? Like you were standing here covered in blood?" Gunnar's expression turned neutral. "It's not mine. They scratched me a few times, but it's nothing that won't heal." One of them got away, though. His lip twitched at his own words, clearly angry with himself. I pursed my lips, understanding his frustration. "Do you know which one it was?" I asked him. He gently shook his head. "No, I don't know." "Now, you need to tell me what in the fuck is going on here? And was that Eric I just saw a moment ago?" He questioned in a dark and demanding tone. I sucked in a deep breath. "First, I need you to help me get Cain back to the pack house. He needs a doctor and, on the way, I will tell you everything," I told him. He hesitated for a beat and ground his teeth together, telling me he didn't want to do this, that he didn't want to help Cain. Then, finally, his features softened a little. "Fine, where is he?" he asked me in a huff. I started to walk in the direction of where I had left Kane. He is over here, I told Gunnar. We reached Kane, and he was still lying there, looking lifeless. But I could hear the faint beats of his heart still, which eased some of the turmoil that stirred within my belly. Gunnar furrowed his brows. I don't see any major injuries that would immobilize him. So, what happened? He questioned me, and I realized I was still holding the weapon responsible for Kane's fall. Eric stabbed Kane in the back with this, I said, raising my arm and showing him the knife. His eyes widened, and his chest rumbled. Get that fucking thing away from me, he snarled. I lowered my arm back down. What is the big deal? I remembered bits and pieces of Adela's information regarding the danger that the blade posed for supernaturals. He frowned. That blade was forged by a vulva, Freja. It is perilous, and you shouldn't even be holding it, Gunnar said as he scowled at the knife in my hand. I looked down at the blade curiously and wondered why it was created in the first place. When I was younger, Dad had told me stories about vulvas, or also known as witches. He said that they were good people, and they helped our kind. So, why did one create such a deadly weapon, and what made it so lethal? I turned my gaze to Gunnar and then down at my mate, knowing that my questions would have to wait until later. Right now, I needed to get Kane some help. I need you to carry him back to the pack house, please? Gunnar exhaled heavily. I will do my best, but he is a big boy, and it may be difficult for me to carry him that far. He told me truthfully, and I knew it would be a struggle, but if we could get close enough, then I could try to mind link with someone in the pack to help. He bent down, then flipped Kane over and onto his back before picking him up bridal style and standing to his feet. Gunnar scowled at me. You fucking owe me big for this shit. I snorted and gave him a frivolous expression. Yeah. Now come on, we need to hurry. Gunnar gave me a deadpan stare and shook his head at my impatience before we started to walk. Now, we faced a new dilemma, finding our way back to the pack house as neither of us was familiar with this land, and trying to navigate through the woods in the dark was going to be tricky. As we continued to walk through the dense forest, Gunnar peered down at me. You still haven't told me what the fuck is going on, Freja? He said while struggling to carry my mate. So, I had told you that there was someone who was planning to kill Kane and me, right? I asked him. He nodded slowly, glancing between me and the path ahead of us. Yes, why do you think I showed up tonight? Since you told me that, I feared even more for your safety. So, I decided to come back, and on my way there was when I heard the commotion. I was just glad that I decided to cut through the trail that connects our lands. Gunnar confessed, and I was thankful that I had such a caring and loving brother, even though he was a pain in my ass and a big goofball at times. I smiled cheekily at him. That's so sweet. I teased, and Gunnar just glared at me. Well, I discovered that it was Kane's brother, Calyx, that was devising this plan, but I also found out that there was someone else working with him. At first, I had an idea of who it might have been, but I was very wrong. I looked up at Gunnar, giving him a commiserating look. Lazarus and Adela had been working with him the whole time, I choked out, still distraught over my own sister's betrayal. Gunnar stopped in his tracks, and his body tensed. What? Adela was working with him to kill you and Kane? He questioned with an incredulous tone. I sighed heavily. Yes, and Eric was working alongside her. Adela said she hated me, that I made her an outcast and made her life miserable. So, she wanted me dead, hoping it would make things better for her, that she would be the favorite finally. Eric just wanted me back, said I belonged with him and not Kane. When I told him no, he snapped and tried to kill me, but I looked at Kane and closed my eyes, holding on to the memory of his confession before he fell. My throat began to tighten, and the words now lingered on the tip of my tongue, unable to get them out. Gunnar's features softened. Come on, let's keep going. We continued walking through the forest, beginning to feel a little lost and hopeless, when a figure emerged from the shadows. Both of us stopped and remained silent as the figure came closer towards us. We were both on edge, waiting for the person to reveal themselves, but I was relieved to see that it was one of Kane's pack members, Ryder. I finally released the breath I had been holding in and slapped a hand to my chest. Ryder, I am glad to see you, I said. Ryder stopped a few feet from us and took in the situation inquisitively. His eyes slightly widened upon landing on Kane's limp body. "What happened, Luna?" he questioned me. Following his line of sight, I looked at Kane. "We were ambushed, and the Alpha needs urgent medical care," I said in a rush. He went silent for a moment, and his eyes glazed over, telling me he was mind-linking someone. A few moments later, 4 other men arrived. Ryder looked towards a few of the men that gathered in front of him. "Take the Alpha and get him to the medical wing immediately." Then he turned to one of the men that stood by his side. "Mind-link with Dr. Stevens. Inform him of the situation and tell Nurse Rose that the Luna is coming in as well." The man then nodded before his eyes glazed over. The other men came towards Gunnar and me. We were both still on edge, and we took a cautious step back, suspicious about the idea of strange men approaching us. I had never met any of these pack members before, aside from Ryder, which made me uneasy about trusting my mate's life with them. I stood in front of Gunnar, protecting him and Kane, and the men all stopped, looking at each other unknowingly. Ryder then pushed his way through and stood before me now. "Luna, they have to take him so that they can help him. I promise he will be in good hands, and nothing will happen to him." My jaw clenched tightly, and a growl rumbled in my chest at the thought of them taking Kane from me. But deep down, I knew they were only trying to help Kane, although my wolf and I were against the idea of being separated from our mate at such a crucial time. I peered around my shoulder at Kane, taking in his state, before squeezing my eyes shut and nodding in agreement. I moved aside, and the men stepped closer to us, now urging Gunnar to hand Kane over. However, Gunnar looked down at me hesitantly, needing his own confirmation. I nodded, assuring him it was all right. Then the men took my mate and rushed off into the distance, taking a piece of me with them. Ryder then approached us. "Luna, we need to get you to the medical wing as well. You are injured and need to be examined. You will be of no good to him if you are injured and unwell." His tone softened as he noticed that I continued to look off into the direction that Kane had been taken. Reluctantly, I turned my gaze to Ryder. "He'll make it, right? Promise me that he will be all right." I choked out, my voice deceiving me. Ryder's expression became neutral. "The pack doctor will do everything he can to save the Alpha. However, he will need your strength. If you are strong, he is strong, and you need to be taken care of for that to be achieved." He told me sternly, and he was right. I needed to have faith, and most of all, I needed to be strong for Kane. I sucked in a deep breath, trying to calm my overactive nerves. "You're right, and I am going to try my hardest to be strong. So let's head to the medical wing," I said, agreeing with Ryder. He gave me a curt nod and then turned to Gunnar. "Do you need attention as well?" Ryder asked my brother. Gunnar just shook his head. "No, I am fine and already healing from what little damage they did." He looked down at me, getting my attention. "She is the only one you need to be concerned about right now," Gunnar told Ryder in a concerned tone. I looked at my brother, grief and worry consuming me. Gunnar wrapped an arm around my shoulder, pulling me into him and attempting to comfort me. I felt better knowing Gunnar was with me, that he stood by my side and fought to protect me, as well as Kane. I knew his thoughts and feelings towards my mate, that he and Kane were enemies, and yet he had put all of that aside for me because he knew that I was in love with Kane. Suddenly, the realization of everything that had just happened hit me like a cannonball, discovering the truth about Adela's feelings towards me and killing her. The betrayal of someone who I thought to be a true friend and him trying to kill me, as well as my mate. Now, Kane's life hung in the balance, and I didn't know whether or not he would survive. My chest began to heave as the dark thoughts swirled in my head, my vision became blurry, and my ears started to ring, everything spinning around me now, before it all went dark. Chapter 29. I won't lose him. My eyes fluttered open, but I couldn't see anything. I was surrounded by darkness and deafening silence as a foul smell invaded my nostrils. My head was pounding, and my body ached like I was tossed around for hours. I slowly sat up, rubbing my forehead and glanced around me, but there was nothing except darkness. I didn't know where I was, and dread began to rise within me at the possible threats that could be closing in on me. I tried to channel my wolf, hoping to see things through her eyes. However, something seemed off. It was as if she was being suppressed. I could feel her, but not like usual, and it felt like she was fighting to stay with me. This sparked even more apprehension. I closed my eyes, trying to reel her back in, but the more I tried, the deeper she went inside my head and further away from me. Finally, I stopped, afraid that if I continued to reach out for her, I would push her to the point of no return. I inhaled and exhaled heavily, and when I opened my eyes, there was a dim light around me. The moon illuminated the area around me now, allowing me to see that I was in a forest. However, I didn't recognize my surroundings. Nothing seemed familiar. Everything around me gave me an eerie feeling, one of death and despair. I shakily stood to my feet and glanced around, looking for something or someone other than trees, but there was nothing. I was alone. I started to walk off into the distance, hoping to eventually find a way out or someone who could help me. I couldn't even remember how I had gotten here in the first place or what had happened. As I continued to walk, I came across two dirt paths, both looking similar and seeing no differences between the two. I stood there, staring down each path, unsure of which one to take. At this moment, I needed my wolf more than anything. She would be able to help me make a decision. She would be able to sense which one was the safest choice. But I was alone in this decision, and time was crucial right now as I needed to return to Kane. So, making a rash and quick decision, I chose to go with the path on my left, hoping I hadn't just made a horrible decision. I began to cautiously walk down the path, my entire being on high alert, listening and looking all around for any threats. The trail started to narrow, and the foliage became denser as I continued. What little bit of light I had from the moon was now dissipating, causing the panic inside of me to increase. Then, suddenly, I heard a woman's voice echoing all around me. "Freja," it whispered in sing-song. I stilled, not moving or making a sound. My eyes scanned everything around me, trying to pinpoint who the voice belonged to, but everything was quiet now, and there was nothing in sight but trees. The voice rang in my ears again, closer this time, "Freja." She whispered sweetly, sending shivers down my spine. My heart was beating erratically now, from the anticipation of the possible impending danger that was lurking close by. My breathing increased as I slowly turned around, frantically looking about for the person that continued to call out to me. I came to a dead stop as the silhouette of a person came into view. The figure was standing there in the darkness, not moving or making a sound. Their hair billowed in the wind, and the only clear thing was the bright green eyes staring back at me. Our eyes locked, and we just stood there, staring each other down. The eyes were so vivid and full of color, it was hypnotizing. Then, breaking the trance, I closed my eyes and shook my head, unsure of what to make of this whole situation, but the figure was no longer in front of me when I opened my eyes. My head whipped from left to right, looking to see where they had disappeared to, but it was no longer in sight. I continued to look around me when the voice called my name again. However, this time, it came from behind me. "Freja." The voice sounded scratchy and menacing this time. I turned around, only to be blinded by a bright, white light, and then everything went dark again. I woke up in a panic, sweat dripping down my face, my heart pounding in my chest, and my breathing labored. I didn't know where I was or what was going on until a familiar face appeared before me. The nurse, Rose, whom I had previously met, came to my side, a bright smile on her face. "Luna, it's all right. You are in the medical wing at the pack house," she said in a soothing voice, attempting to calm me, but my nerves were so frazzled at the moment that it didn't help at all. Rose started to rub my back. "Luna, you are safe now," she tried to assure me, but something in my gut told me we were far from being safe. Suddenly, Gunnar burst through the door, pushing his way through the crowd of men, despite their attempts to try and keep him out of my room. His eyes softened, and relief took hold of his expression. "It's about time your lazy ass woke up," he said jokingly. I chuckled. "Nice to see you too." I sat up as Gunnar approached the bed. He then sat on the edge of the bed and engulfed me in a hug. We sat like that for a moment, just embracing each other and the fact that we were alive until 4 men barged into my room. They all bowed before one of the men spoke. "Apologies, Luna. We tried to keep the man out, but he overpowered us." They admitted, ashamed of themselves. However, it wasn't their fault. Gunnar was of alpha blood, next in line to take over the Harvest Moon Pack, and when he set a course, no one would deter him from obtaining what he wanted. I put up a hand and shook my head. It's fine, this is my brother, Gunnar Forrester. He has my permission to be on the grounds and in my room. I told them. The man glanced to the others that stood at his side. We understand Luna, and we are very much aware of who he is, but the Alpha made it clear that he isn't to be anywhere near our lands, let alone inside the pack house. He said hesitantly. I scowled at the man. After what just happened, I think an exception made. Especially seeing as the Alpha isn't even coherent, and my brother saved his fucking life. Now, get out. I bellowed, livid, that the men were trying to take the one person from me that I needed more than anything right now. The men froze, apprehensive about going against Kane's orders, yet scared to make a move or utter another word. Finally, after standing there for a moment, the one man nodded his head. Of course, Luna, my apologies. They all then quickly left the room. I looked to Gunnar, who was smirking deviously. Touchy, someone is a bit grumpy. Not enough sleep there, princess, Gunnar said playfully. I narrowed my eyes at him before punching him in the arm. Gunnar rubbed his arm and then chuckled. How are you feeling? He asked me, seriousness now lacing his tone. I considered his question for a second before responding, honestly, I feel fine. I told him truthfully, and I did, which I found peculiar. Gunnar looked at me curiously. Are you sure? You were banged up pretty bad, and you also passed out. I smiled, knowing that he was concerned for my well-being. I opened my mouth to respond when something to the right of me caught my attention. That's when I realized that Rose was still in the room with us, just standing there in the corner. With all the commotion that just arose, I had forgotten she was even in here. I looked over to her and smiled. Rose, this is my brother, Gunnar. Through hooded lashes, she gazed up at him, and a broad smile appeared on her face. Gunnar's attention was on Rose now, and he seemed trapped in those coffee-colored eyes of hers for a beat before shaking his head and extending his hand out. Rose's cheeks turned a shade of light pink as she reached out to shake his hand, but he took her by surprise and kissed the top of her hand, causing her to gasp in delight. Now, this was an intriguing turn of events. As I continued to watch the encounter between the two of them, I wondered if something was happening between them, as Gunnar had never been the affectionate type. The man didn't even date. He had hooked up with a few women within the pack, but nothing more. My eyes flickered between the pair, waiting to see what would happen next, but neither of them moved or said a word. Instead, they both just stood there staring into each other's eyes and smiling from ear to ear. I was beyond ecstatic that Rose and Gunnar were having such a beautiful moment together, but now I was thinking of Kane and all the moments we shared. I cleared my throat. Where's Kane? Is he all right? I asked in a soft tone, feeling guilty for interrupting their moment, but the urge to be with Kane was growing by the second. Rose broke the connection with Gunnar and took a step back, putting space between them. My brother didn't seem too pleased by this, as his chest rumbled and his hands balled into fists. Rose's eyes flickered between him and me, causing him to freeze. Gunnar sucked in a deep breath, and his gaze landed on me finally. Kane is here. He is just down the hall, and I can't answer that question because I honestly don't know Freja. He told me, regret and sorrow in his tone. My heart skipped a beat with each word, and I didn't want to waste another second. So, I jumped out of bed, determined to see my mate. Take me to him, I demanded. Gunnar turned to me and his hands wrapped around my biceps, holding me in my place. Freja, you need to rest. Get back in bed, he said, scolding me. I shook my head frantically. No, take me to see Kane. Now, Gunnar, I said with authority, needing to see him. He closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Fine. You know, you're the most stubborn creature I have ever met, Gunnar said with a frivolous stare. I waved him off. Yes, I know. You have been telling me that my entire life. Now let's go. I tried to move around him, but he remained where he stood. He stared into my eyes before looking to Rose, almost as if he was pleading with her to help him, but she only pursed her lips and gave him a slight shrug of her shoulders. Gunnar was reluctant, but finally moved out of the way and gestured towards the room door. "Go on then. He is down the hall and is in the last room on your left," he told me. I walked out of the room and started to make my way down the hall. There were people everywhere, observing me closely and whispering as I continued. I finally reached the end of the hall and stood outside his room now, staring at the door that separated us. I closed my eyes and willed myself to have the courage to go in. Finally, I grabbed the door handle and slowly turned the knob, then pushed the door open. As I entered the room, the first thing I saw was Kane laying there on the bed with the sheet pulled halfway up his body and machines surrounding him. I walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, watching his chest rise and fall softly. I placed my hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating beneath my palm and holding onto that steady rhythm. I stared at his pale face, noticing that he had been cleaned up and the scratches were healed now. I reached up and caressed his stubbly cheek, but quickly retracted my hand, as his skin was cold. Panic coursed through my body, and my stomach began to churn from the uneasy feeling I had when touching him. My eyes roamed all over his face as I was baffled by the coldness of his skin. Kane's skin should be warm to the touch, but he felt like ice. My lip quivered, and a wayward tear trickled down my cheek at the thought of losing him. All I could think of was what little memories we had together, some good, some bad, but there were so many more memories for us to make and a future to build together. Now, I wasn't so sure what was to come. Suddenly, a hand gently fell onto my shoulder, gripping it reassuringly, and I flinched a little from the unsuspecting touch. My eyes squeezed shut, and I inhaled deeply, realizing the hand belonged to Rose. Her sweet, floral scent never ceased to relax me. It reminded me of my mother, and I missed her dearly. "I'm sorry, Freja," Rose said, using my name this time instead of calling me Luna. That struck me as odd. Rose had always referred to me as Luna, right from the start, but this time, what she said was a meaningful apology from her heart, one that didn't require such formalities. I squeezed my eyes even tighter, unwilling to cry again. "Don't you say that, not you," I said before letting out a shaky breath, not wanting to hear it from her because then it becomes all the more real, and I can't bear that thought. I sucked in a sharp breath. "What's wrong with him?" I asked her. Rose exhaled heavily. "I won't lie to you, it's not looking good. The knife had only penetrated his skin a quarter of the way, but he is now dying a slow death. The doctor figures he has 3 to 4 days. She told me, compassion lacing her tone. Her honesty hit me like a train, right in the chest. I felt like I couldn't breathe, like a piece of me had been shattered. But I wasn't ready to lose Kane, to lose the man I was just starting to truly get to know. The man that had stolen a piece of my soul and my heart. I looked up at her. "Is he suffering? Is there a way to save him?" I asked her, desperation in my tone. Rose looked away from me. "I can't give you an answer as to whether or not if the Alpha is suffering, as we don't know." She met my gaze and inhaled deeply before continuing. "There are tales of a cure, but there is no actual proof that it really exists or if it would even work," she said wistfully. I stood to my feet and faced her. "What cure?" "Rose, if there is a chance, even the slightest possibility, I am taking it. I will do whatever it takes to try and save his life." I told her, meaning every single word. She took a step back and pinched the bridge of her nose, reluctance etching her features. The story goes that for every curse created by a witch, there is a reversal spell or a cure. Unfortunately, when it comes to the blade in question, the cure is somewhere in the forest of the damned. The one who holds the cure will ask too much of you, making it impossible to retrieve. She looked deep into my eyes, pleading with me to heed her words and not take this mission lightly. However, when it came to Kane, I was willing to do this, to face the dangers and take risks. I straightened myself, confident in my decision. "Tell me what I need to do. I want to know everything that you do," I told Rose firmly. Letting her know, my mind was made up and she wouldn't stop me. Rose shook her head lightly. "I'm going to regret this," she whispered to herself as I said, "The cure is said to be hidden within the forest of the damned, a place of death and horror. According to legend, it is guarded by the witch who created it, Helena. No one knows what she will ask of you, but it will be too much to give, making it impossible. She emphasized the impossible, and I rolled my eyes. The cure is said to be a stone and a liquid concoction, which needs to be combined correctly, or you both die. The ingredients work in tandem to extract and secure the curse's magic. That is all that I know. Now, do you know how to get to the forest? Rose asked me. I shook my head, feeling a bit overwhelmed after everything she told me. I still felt confident in my decision, but also troubled. No, I don't. To be honest, I have never heard of this place. I admitted. Rose pursed her lips. I will get you a map. You will also need a few things for when you are in the forest. Items that will protect you. One more thing I forgot. I had heard once that the witch lives in an underground shelter, making it nearly impossible to find. The door to her home is a tree, a large willow tree, and it's the only one in the forest. She told me, a little enthusiastic, and I smiled. Her expression held concern now. I think it would be wise for you to take someone with you, someone to watch your back. For eyes are better than two, Rose said, sounding more like my mother now and reminding me that she always wanted us to travel in pairs. I thought about this, considering her suggestion, and she was right. It would be wise of me not to go alone. Yes, you are right. I will find someone to accompany me, I reassured her, and she smiled. Thank you. Now, go find your partner, and I will gather everything, she said in a rush before leaving the room. I followed behind her but stopped in the doorway and looked back at Kane. My chest tightened briefly as I took in his state. Walking back to the bed, I bent down next to Kane. I promise I am going to find a way to save you. I am not done with you yet, I whispered in his ear, then kissed his forehead. I reared back and could have sworn I had seen his hand twitch. Giving my head a shake, I left the room, determined to convince Gunnar to come with me. As I continued down the hall, I ran into Gunnar. I'm glad I found you. I need you to come with me to the Forest of the Damned to find the cure and possibly save Kane's life, I told him in a rush, anxious to get going. Gunnar's face scrunched up in confusion. What are you talking about, Freyja? He asked while placing his hands onto my shoulders, easing some of the anxiety I felt. I need you to come with me to the Forest of the Damned. There might be a cure there that will reverse the curse, I told him, giving him a brief idea of the situation. He stood there, looking at me with a bewildered expression, before sighing in annoyance. I want to argue with you. I want to ask you if you have lost your mind, but I won't because I can see the determination in your eyes, and I know, no matter what I say or do, it won't stop you. So, I will go with you, and on the way, you can tell me more about this suicide plan, Gunnar said, irritation in his tone. A small smile spread across my face. Thank you. This means a lot. Rose is gathering a few things we need, and once we have them, we are leaving. She said that he has 3 to 4 days. Gunnar's expression turned neutral before softening a little. He gave me a curt nod. Okay, I am ready when you are, Gunnar assured me. Just then, Rose approached us with a small bag in her hands. This is everything you will need. Take the back entrance when you leave. This way, the warriors won't see you. Especially Ryder. If he finds out what you are doing, he will stop you, she said, assurance in her tone. I nodded in understanding before giving her a big hug. Thank you for doing this, Rose, I whispered, grateful for all of her help. She smiled and cupped my cheek. Be careful and don't trust your eyes. Trust your instincts and your wolf. She will keep you out of harm's way. I gave her a short nod, then turned to Gunnar. Let's go, I told him, nervous yet ready to do this. We walked into the back room, and Rose pointed towards a door at the back. Gunnar and I rushed over to the door, then cautiously opened it, glancing around to ensure it was safe to continue before leaving the room. We descended the staircase until we reached a red door. Opening the door, we walked outside and the sunlight near blinded us. I glanced to Gunnar, who was already looking down at me with a questioning brow raised. I gave him a reassuring nod, telling him I was ready to do this and prepared for whatever we would face. Chapter 30. The Forest of the Damned. We ran towards the woods, careful to watch our surroundings for anyone that would stop us. Finally, we reached the tree line and stepped into the dense brush, blending ourselves with the forest. We went further in and continued running for a few minutes before stopping. Gunnar and I had closed enough distance between us and the pack house that it was safe to stop now, but only for a moment. Kneeling on the ground, I opened the bag Rose gave us and started pulling the contents out. First, I pulled out an old map showing directions to the forest and the willow tree. Then, I dug into the bag again, pulling out salt, a lighter, a flashlight, a pair of gloves, a compass, and a silver knife. Although the knife was dangerous to us, it was also a threat to other supernatural creatures, but I was glad Rose had packed some gloves. Gunnar knelt beside me, and we both started to go over the map, memorizing key points. According to the map, it doesn't seem like it's too far of a journey from here. We head south for about 10 kilometers, then east for 7 kilometers, and then north for 4 kilometers. There are a few markers along the way that will help to keep us on track as well, I said to Gunnar as we reviewed the map and directions that Rose gave us. Gunnar looked at me, a severe expression on his face, and placed his hand on my shoulder. Are you sure you want to do this? Unfortunately, this mission will not be as easy as you hope, Freja. From what I've heard, those traveling to the forest don't come back, and the journey there will test your limits. I looked back to the map, thinking over his words and considering the question of whether or not I wanted to do this. However, if I chose not to do this, then Kane would die, which was not a choice for me. But no matter what comes my way or what challenges I face, I know I can do this, and I will face it all, like the brave warrior that I am, with my wolf at my side. I nodded my head. Yes, I want to do this, Gunnar. I need to try at least to save him. If I didn't try to save Kane, it would torture me for the rest of my days. He is my mate, and I am not ready to lose him. He pursed his lips, and I knew he disagreed with my decision, but like the good man he is, Gunnar nodded in agreement. Okay then, we will get through this together. Gunnar then stood to his feet and extended his hand for me to grab. Let's get going. Before standing to my full height, I packed everything back into the bag and grabbed Gunnar's hand. I threw the bag onto my shoulder, and we followed the trail leading out of Kane's territory, using the map as a guide to sudden doom, to the cure. Gunnar and I walked along the dirt path in silence, listening and watching for any dangers or unwanted guests. We were about 10 kilometers into our journey now, almost halfway there, but the sun was starting to go down and soon it would be too dark to continue safely. I came to a stop, grabbing Gunnar's attention. We should probably set up camp and get a fire going. Plus, we need to get some rest, and in the morning we can continue. I suggested to Gunnar, hoping he would agree with me. Gunnar nodded his head and gazed around us. Yeah, you are right. It will be safer to travel during the day, he said, still looking into the distance. Gunnar pointed a finger towards a clearing that was just off the path. We can make camp over there. It's off the path and not so isolated that we can't see. We walked over and took a look around, smelling the area and making sure nothing had been here. I looked to Gunnar. I think it's good. Let's get a fire going. I'll go grab some wood. I placed my bag down on the ground and walked off into the brush, searching around for firewood. I had finally found some decent wood to burn that wasn't too damp and headed back towards the camp. Upon my return, I noticed Gunnar had built a fire pit and was now kneeling in the dirt, piling brush together on the ground and creating what looked like a makeshift bed. Gunnar looked up at me, then back down at his creation and shrugged. I tried to make some beds. He pointed at the second bush bed. They won't be that great, but it's better than sleeping on the ground, Gunnar said while rubbing the back of his neck, and I chuckled at him. I shook my head and smiled at him. They are perfect, and it's better than nothing. I found some wood. I placed the pile on the ground next to the pit. Some of it is damp, but once we get things going, it should burn no problem. I grabbed a few logs and placed them in the middle of the pit, and then walked over to my bag and grabbed out the lighter. Gunnar was next to the fire pit, spreading dried grass around the logs. We finally got the fire going, burning bright and warming the cool night air around us. As we sat around the fire, we noticed that the sun was nearly set now. Gunnar stood to his full height. I'm going to go see if I can find us some food. He then took off into the brush, and I stayed at the camp, tending to the fire. I sat there, staring into the roaring fire, watching as the wood slowly turned into ash. Finally, having a moment to myself, my mind began to race with everything that had happened. The betrayal and loss of my sister, of Eric, two people I grew up with, loved and cared for, but the hardest thing to deal with was the possibility of losing Kane. All my life, I had been raised to believe that he was a monster, an evil man with no morals, and when he took me, I thought for sure I was going to die, that my life was over. However, I had gotten to know a different man, someone not portrayed in the stories I was told as a child. Kane was a monster, a man to be feared, but he could also love another with every fiber of his being. I was abruptly brought out of my thoughts by Gunnar's sudden appearance, causing me to jump slightly. He was standing there, holding some fish in one hand and something else in the other. He raised a brow. "Everything okay?" I nodded my head. "Yes, I was just waiting for you to get back," I told him, not wanting to discuss what had just been going through my head. Gunnar walked over and knelt beside me. I caught a couple of fish for us to eat and found some berries that we can crush up to make a sauce for the fish. Gunnar put everything onto a rock next to the fire, grabbed the knife out of the bag, and then prepared things. Then, as I watched the large man cautiously prepare our food, I told him wholeheartedly. "I fucking missed you," I said with a broad smile. He scrunched his brows together, looking at me like I was a crazy person. "Shut up, would you?" Gunnar chuckled. I genuinely don't know how he had done it, but the food was delicious. The fish was juicy, sweet, and savory, melting in my mouth and leaving me to crave for more. With our bellies now full, it was time to get some much-needed rest. We laid down onto our beds and got as comfortable as we possibly could, despite the odd branch poking me in the side. I rolled onto my side, facing my brother, who was staring at me intently, hesitation etched on his features. I let out a sigh. "Spit it out already. I know something is on your mind," I said aloud. Gunnar looked away from me for a moment. "I am just concerned about this journey. What it holds in store for us and what the outcome will be. What if there is no cure? What if we can't get the cure?" Gunnar's tone was heavy with concern. If one was being honest with myself, I hadn't given those possibilities any thought. I knew things weren't going to be easy along the way, but I hadn't thought about the outcome or the likelihood of not getting the cure. I frowned. Honestly, I haven't given that any thought. My mind has only been focused on getting the cure and getting it back to Kane. I told him truthfully. His expression softened, and he pursed his lips. "I know that doing this means a lot to you, and your mind is made up, but I just want you to consider the idea that we may not make it there, that the cure might not even be there, or that the cure won't even work," Gunnar said solemnly. I closed my eyes and swallowed roughly, my throat tightening with the hard-hitting truth of his words. I nodded my head slowly. "I will," I said, then rolled over, facing away from him now, not wanting to have this conversation anymore. I must have been even more exhausted than I had thought, as sleep quickly overcame me. I opened my eyes and sat up, realizing I was surrounded by yellow flowers in the middle of a field. I stood up, frantically looking around for Gunnar, but I was alone, and there wasn't a soul in sight. The field stretched on for as far as the eye could see, littered with nothing but these yellow flowers. I bent down to look at the flowers, entranced by their beauty. They were a bright yellow, with red in the middle of it and a thin layering of black dust. Just as I was about to pluck one, I heard a familiar voice call my name. I shot back up, standing straight, and whipped around. My chest heaved, and tears brimmed my eyes as I stared at the face that I longed to see again. I rushed towards him, the flowers brushing against my legs with each stride. He stood there smiling and opened his arms wide, ready to embrace me. I jumped into his arms, and he held me tightly to his chest. "Kane," I choked out, my voice scratchy. He rubbed up and down my spine. "It's okay, love. I'm here now," Kane said in that deep, husky tone of his. I pulled back from him, my eyes roaming over his face. "How are you here? How are you alive?" I asked, bewildered. Kane raised a brow. "Does it matter?" He asked me, a hint of irritation to his voice. My brows pulled together as I got a feeling of unease suddenly. "Yes, it does matter. But wait, this isn't real. It can't be." I had to be dreaming or something, as my gut told me this wasn't my mate. I tried to pull away from him. "You're not Kane, and this isn't real. Let me go," I demanded. I squirmed in the person's hold, trying to free myself, But when I looked up at them, the blood drained from my body, and fear gripped me tightly, as their face was now frail and withered. I gasped loudly and froze, unable to move or speak. "This is your fault. Look upon my face and see the damage you have caused, Freja," Cain said, in a cynical and unrecognizable voice. I shook my head violently. "No, this is just a dream, and you're not Cain. I will get that cure, and I will save him." I shouted at the top of my lungs, not letting this nightmare deter me. Suddenly, I woke up, sitting up with a jolt, and looked around for the figure from my dreams, but it was no longer there. I closed my eyes and sucked in a deep breath, trying to let go of the nightmare and calm my nerves. I looked over, and Gunnar was sound asleep next to me, snoring away. I gave him a shake. "Gunnar, wake up. We need to get going," I shouted, trying to wake the sleeping beauty. The sun was starting to come up, and I wanted to get a head start before it was too late. Gunnar swatted my hand away and groaned loudly, "I'm sleeping. Leave me alone." His voice was groggy, still filled with sleep. Standing to my feet, I kicked his boot. "Get your ass up, or else I'm going to drown you with cold water," I shouted. He rolled over and opened one eye, glaring at me. "You are a pain in my ass, you know that?" I shrugged. "Yes, I'm aware. Now let's get moving." I didn't want to waste any more time as we were racing against the clock. Gunnar reluctantly got up from his bed and stretched, giving me an evil look as he did. I gathered everything up and placed it into the backpack, ensuring we weren't leaving anything behind. I looked to Gunnar. "Do whatever it is you need to do before we head out," I told him, not wanting to make any stops, and he just groaned in response, then walked off into the brush. I followed suit, looking for a spot for me to relieve my aching bladder. Once we had finished, I grabbed the bag and threw it over my shoulder. "Ready?" I asked Gunnar. Gunnar looked at me with a deadpan stare. "If I say no, can I go back to bed?" He asked blatantly, sleep still evident in his tone. I snorted. "In your dreams." "Now, come on there, princess. You can catch up on your beauty rest once we have the cure and get it back to Cain," I told him, smiling broadly. He rolled his eyes. "Then I guess I'm ready," he said in a tone that was anything but pleased. I laughed at his childlike behavior, and he shoved me playfully. Then, grabbing out the map, I looked over it, trying to figure out where we were and where we needed to go next. "From what I can tell, we are here." I pointed on the map, going by the last marker we passed before stopping for the night. "We need to head east now." I pulled out the compass and moved it around until it pointed east. "All right, we need to go this way," I told Gunnar, and he nodded. We then left our campsite and started on our trek. We had been walking for what felt like an eternity, following the map accordingly and keeping an eye out for the markers that would indicate we were on the right path. Still, for the umpteenth time, we continued to pass by the same marker over and over again. I groaned loudly in frustration. This is fucking ridiculous. According to the map, the forest should be just ahead of us. The last marker before the entrance looks like a gargoyle, and that. I pointed at the stone, shaped like a gargoyle. Looks like a fucking gargoyle, but we seem just to be going in circles, and we have passed that same stupid rock 5 times now. I threw the map onto the ground, beyond frustrated and lost. I didn't understand what was going on. I was beginning to feel hopeless, and as if I was failing before I even had the chance to begin. The map showed that the entrance to the Forest of the Damned was just beyond this last marker, but each time we continued past it, we ended up right back at the stone. We were no closer to the forest, and feeling a little disoriented now, as if something was playing a trick on us. I walked away from Gunnar, needing a moment to collect myself and clear my mind. I closed my eyes and rubbed my hands down my face, sighing heavily. Sucking in a deep breath, I calmed myself and turned around to face Gunnar in hopes of being able to figure this out together. Only, when I turned around, I was alone and Gunnar was gone. I spun around in a circle, looking all around me, but Gunnar was nowhere in sight. My breathing increased, and my heart began to pound in my chest as the fear slowly crept up my spine. Then a thick and chilling fog started to roll in, wrapping around me like a blanket and engulfing what little of my surroundings were left to be seen. Suddenly, a pungent smell invaded my nose as the fog grew, making me gag. I stopped moving and stood still, knowing I would get lost if I continued to advance. I closed my eyes and focused on my wolf, allowing her to be my guide. My wolf's hackles rose, and she was on full alert, growling at something that was closing in on us. I opened my eyes, the fog still growing thick around me. Only now, a slim figure was coming into view, and as it closed the distance between us, those familiar green eyes from my dream came into view. Chapter 31. Choices. The figure stopped a few feet from me, and their eyes were the only thing I could make out, nothing more. This person clearly wanted to conceal their identity, keeping enough distance between us that I could only see what they wanted me to see. My wolf snarled at the figure, warning me of the dangers that lurked mere inches from us. "Who are you? What do you want?" I asked them, attempting to conceal the unease in my tone. They remained silent for a moment, staring at me with calculating eyes. "Going beyond this point will bring you nothing but misfortune, my dear. It would be a wise decision for you to turn around and go back home." The voice was soft yet firm and feminine, telling me the person was a woman. I narrowed my eyes, knowing they were trying to deter me, trying to stop me from getting what I needed. "I am looking for a cure, and it's in the forest of the damned. Nothing and no one will stop me from getting it, not even you." I stood my ground, not letting her affect me or my decision. She let a deep and sinister chuckle. "Foolish girl, the forest will test you, like no other before, pushing you and your wolf to the absolute limit, and even if you get past that, obtaining the cure you seek is no easy task. So you are better off just to turn around and go back home," she said casually. I snorted. "Try as you might, but it won't work and you don't scare me. I am going into that fucking forest, and I will get that fucking cure. The one I love needs it, and it's mine, come hell or high water. When it comes to those that I love and care for, I will do terrifying things to anyone or anything that crosses my path." I growled out as a grin spread across my lips. I was done being told I couldn't do this. I was sick of people underestimating me, thinking I was too weak mentally and physically to do this. Her eyes narrowed as the color of her irises brightened, almost as if staring into my very soul. "Fine then, but heed my warning and enter at your own peril." Her tone was deadly and angry, clearly not pleased that she couldn't persuade me to leave this place. Before I could even respond, she disappeared into the fog, taking it with her. The sun started to shine through the trees again, near blinding me, and Gunnar was standing before me now, his hands clasped around my arms as he shook me violently. "Freyja, Freyja," he said frantically, worry in his tone. I wiggled in his hold. "Stop shaking me, would you? You are making me dizzy," I told him as I pushed him away from me. Gunnar glared at me. "For fuck's sakes, Freyja, you scared the shit out of me. You were like a statue, not blinking, not moving, nothing. I didn't know what the fuck was going on," he said in a huff. I pursed my lips. "Honestly, I can't explain what happened. I was here with you 1 minute, and the next, you were gone, and this awful fog started to surround me. Then this creepy woman appeared." I told him truthfully. He wrinkled his nose. "That's fucked up, and what woman? Did she say anything?" Gunnar asked curiously. I sighed. "I don't know who she was. I could only see her eyes and nothing else. The woman was trying to get me to leave here, to turn around and go back home, but I essentially told her to shove that suggestion up her ass," I said with a cheeky smile. Gunnar shook his head. "Of course he did," he groaned out. I looked behind me. "Come on, the forest is just ahead. We are almost there." I turned around and started to walk in the direction my wolf was urging me to go in, but Gunnar gripped my arm, stopping me from continuing. I looked back at him with a bewildered expression, curious as to why he stopped me. He stared at me intently, then into the direction of where I was headed. "How do you know? What if it's not?" I turned my head back, looking into the wooded area, and my wolf chuffed, telling me to trust her, to let her guide me. "Just trust me," I said softly, subtly asking him not to question my intuition. His features held no expression as he once again glanced out into the distance. "Okay, I trust you, but I want you to follow behind me, understood?" he said sternly, a brow raised. I held back a smirk and saluted him. Yes, sir, I said sarcastically. I knew this wasn't the time to be joking around, but I may break if I didn't try to make the best out of a shitty situation. Gunnar closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose as he groaned loudly. Then, without saying another word, he moved past me and started walking straight ahead, going off the path and into an unknown part of the forest. We walked into the brush, branches scratching against our skin, but we pushed our way through until we stumbled into an opening. The area was less dense, mostly surrounded by large, withering trees that looked melancholy and decayed. I felt a surge of dread course through my bones, and my wolf snarled, letting me know danger lurked around us. After that, everything became eerily silent around us. No birds, no crickets, nothing. The sun was gone, and the moon barely peeked through the thick, dark clouds that loomed above us. My wolf went quiet, listening closely, and I did the same, but neither one of us picked up anything. Finally, Gunnar looked over his shoulder at me, a troubled expression on his face. I don't hear anything, but I know for sure that we aren't alone. Be on full alert, Gunnar said in a low voice. My eyes scanned the area before I nodded my head in agreement, not saying a word in response as I was hyper-focused. Then, suddenly, my wolf's hackle raised, and she crouched down into attacked mode, a deadly snarl rumbling up from her belly. Things felt eerie, making my skin crawl, and just then, a cold breeze swept across the land, making me shudder. We continued walking, deepening ourselves into this seemingly abandoned wasteland. Gunnar's body was rigid and tense as he cautiously continued forward. The ground ahead of us seemed soft, almost appearing to be a swamp. Gunnar and I stopped just before reaching the sinister-looking muck, looking at each other with questioning expressions. A gust of wind stirred around us, bringing with it the stomach-churning stench from the swamp. I gagged and turned my head away. OMG, that smells fucking horrible, like rotting death, I said, trying not to throw up. Gunnar's brows furrowed, and he wrinkled his nose. Yeah, no shit. But we have to find a way across, and from what I can see, the only way is to go through this shit, he said distastefully. I stepped closer, peering down at the black goo. It bubbled, and puffs of green smoke emerged. We can't fucking walk through this shit. It will either eat us or turn us into some unknown creature from hell. Gunnar groaned. You're right, but what other choice do we have? We either walk through this or go back home, he said, and for me, that wasn't an option. I looked all around and noticed a large, fallen-down tree. I rushed over to it, inspecting the damage. The log appeared to be sturdy and long enough to carry us across. I looked to Gunnar. Come help me with this. We can use it as a bridge to get across that shit, I said, hopefulness in my tone. He walked over and kicked the log, causing pieces of bark to crumble onto the ground upon impact. Gunnar raised a brow and looked at me with an unsettling expression. This thing is going to snap into 1,000 pieces, especially with my weight. I threw my hands in the air. Do you have another suggestion? I asked him, irritation in my tone. He sighed before bending down to grab the log and then drug it back to the swamp. Gunnar stood the log up straight in the air and pushed it forward. It landed on the other side with a bang, damn near evaporating as it hit the ground. I cringed, hoping that this would work. Gunnar looked at me, his jaw tense. You should go first. If I do, it will only weaken the log more, putting you at higher risk of falling into the swamp, he said, hesitantly, and I knew he didn't want to do this, as he didn't trust the makeshift bridge. I stepped forward and lifted my foot onto the log, but Gunnar stopped me. Crawl across it for better balance, he said quickly. I nodded my head, agreeing that was a good choice, as it would lessen the chances of the decaying wood snapping beneath me. I got down on my hands and knees, trying to balance myself on the log. My wolf began to pace, anxious to get across and away from this unknown substance. I sucked in a deep breath and started to crawl, slowly making my way to the other side. The swamp goo continued to bubble and gurgle beneath me, causing my heart rate to pick up. I was almost across, mere inches away from safety when the wood began to crack and make unsettling sounds. I froze, not moving an inch, fearing it would split at any moment, plunging me into the dark abyss beneath me. Freja, don't move, Gunnar shouted. I peered over my shoulder at him. What the fuck do you think I'm doing? The wood groaned beneath my hands, causing my heart to pound in my chest. I closed my eyes and prayed to the moon goddess to help me get across safely, not to let me fall. I laid down on my belly, hoping that would relieve some of the pressure on the wood, but the wood continued to splinter and creak, ready to give way. Then, suddenly, a log came crashing down beside me, and I could hear a pair of boots stomping along the wood. I turned my head to see who it was, and Gunnar was standing there, reaching his arm out to me. Gunnar knelt to get closer. Come on, grab my hand. That thing isn't going to hold you much longer, he said in a rush. I let go of the log and gripped his hand tightly in mine, then slowly sat up. With Gunnar's help, I stood to my feet and stepped onto the other log, very hesitantly, afraid it wouldn't hold both of our weight. Before I knew it, Gunnar flung me into the air, and I landed with a thud onto dry ground. I quickly got back on my feet, standing up straight and turned to face Gunnar. He was standing there, still as could be, and then jumped, landing right next to me. Both of the logs crumbled into pieces, and the swamp consumed them. I looked up at Gunnar and pursed my lips. Well, that was fun, I said jokingly. He rolled his eyes. Yes, so much. Now let's keep going. The sooner we get out of this death trap, the better. Gunnar was irritated, and his tone made that evident. Nodding my head in agreement, I pulled the map out of my bag, looking over it. The map showed the swamp, and just past the swamp was the willow tree. Tearing my eyes from the map, I looked around to see if the tree was visible from here, but no such luck. The map says the tree should be just up ahead, I told Gunnar, and we started walking, being extra cautious. As we continued walking, things were still quiet as ever, no animals, no bugs, no nothing. There were also no signs of life around us, no carcasses, no droppings, not even the trees had life. This place gave me the creeps, and I wanted more than anything just to get the cure and get the fuck out of here. I abruptly stopped as I gazed into the distance and could swear green leaves were growing on a tree. My head whipped to Gunnar, and his gaze met mine, looking at me curiously. Do you think it's the tree? He asked me. I shrugged. I don't know, but I'm going to take a wild guess that it is, since everything else around us is dead. I said quietly, not wanting us to be heard. I sucked in a sharp breath as my nerves skyrocketed through me, and I began to doubt myself, unsure if I could do this. Gunnar placed a heavy hand onto my shoulder, squeezing gently. You can do this, verge, and no matter what happens, I am here, by your side, till the very end, he said wholeheartedly, easing the turmoil in the pit of my stomach. I turned to face him, giving him a small smile, before hugging him tightly. Thank you. I truly couldn't have asked for a better brother and friend, I said, expressing my feelings and all that mushy crap. Gunnar squeezed me back before I pushed away from him. Okay, enough of the emotional bullshit. Let's go and get this over with. Before I started to cry, I needed a distraction, and my determination to get that damn cure was just what I needed. We stood side by side and nodded at each other, then started to walk towards the colorful and lively-looking tree. One that stood out, among all the decaying rot that surrounded it. As we neared the tree, the ground was covered in lush, green grass, but before we stepped onto the soft land, a loud whoosh passed behind us, immediately grabbing our attention. Whatever it was, they were fast as they sped past us again, causing our clothes to ruffle. We looked around frantically, trying to spot whatever it was, but nothing was there. What the fuck was that? I whispered, yelled. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Gunnar shouted, somewhat being quiet. It flew past us again, but this time, I got a look at it, and I swear it looked like a small child. My head whipped to Gunnar. Did you see that fucking thing? I asked in a huff, trying to whisper. His gaze turned to mine. Yeah, I did, and it creeps me out. We need to get out of here, let's go. Gunnar said before grabbing my hand and spinning us around, stomping towards the tree. Gunnar and I stepped onto the grass, but before we could even take another step, Gunnar was ripped away from me by the childlike creature. I stopped, not knowing what the fuck just happened. He was gone, no sign of him anywhere. Panic began to take hold of me, my breathing now ragged and my heart in my throat, as I feared the worst for my brother. I looked all around, but there was nothing in sight, and all was quiet until a soft voice called out behind me. I slowly turned around and gazed upon a woman. She was wearing a black dress and had long, curly white hair, a slim figure, radiant skin, and bright green eyes. As I continued to stare at the beautiful woman before me, I realized this was the woman I had met previously. She stood there with an enigmatic look masking her features. "Hello, Freja," the woman said sweetly. I clenched my jaw. "Where's my brother?" I asked through clenched teeth, my wolf growling fiercely in my head and rising quickly, wanting to eliminate the threat. She brushed me off. "Oh, don't worry about Gunnar, I assure you. He is perfectly fine." Her tone was promising, almost making me want to believe her. My nostrils flared and my chest heaved, feeling uneasy in her presence. "Who are you?" I asked hesitantly. She smiled. "My name is Helena," she said proudly. I reined my wolf in slightly, trying to ease the rage building within me. "I am looking for the cure to a cursed blade," I said in a calm tone. Helena tilted her head and pursed her lips. "Yes, I am aware, but are you willing to pay the price? Because no one ever is, and then they leave here empty-handed," she said in a casual tone like it was nothing. I wrinkled my nose. "You're the one who created the knife, right?" I curiously asked. Her brows furrowed. "Yes, I am," Helena said slowly. I straightened myself and narrowed my eyes at her. "Then you're the one who created the cure as well?" Helena stared at me curiously, her face masked in shadowy planes. "Yes, what is your point?" she asked, agitation in her voice. I scowled at her. "Then why ask for a fucking price? Why create a cursed blade that is deadly to supernaturals and then make a cure to remove said curse, but not give the cure willingly?" She chuckled and then smirked. "Because I can, and I wanted to. What can I say? I was bored." She shrugged. "And the cure must be earned, not given. So you must prove to me just how badly you want it by giving me the impossible." Her tone was low and deadly, yet her features remained impassive. I needed to know what she wanted, and as much as I feared Helena's answer, it wouldn't stop me from saving Cain. "What is it that you're asking for?" I questioned. Helena smiled broadly. "Your wolf. Think of it as a life for a life," she said cheekily. My gaze fell to the ground for a beat as I drank in her words. This woman wanted me to give her my wolf, the part of me that has been with me since birth, the piece that made me who I am. What? I'll die. From what I had always been told, if someone lost their supernatural abilities, such as their wolf, they died. She pursed her lips and raised both brows. "Are you willing to pay that price, Freja? Are you willing to give up your wolf just to save your mate?" I stood there, mouth agape and looking like a statue, as my mind began to race. I was now facing the question of whether or not I wanted to give up my wolf. As Helena stated, if I wanted the cure to save Cain, I would have to part ways with my other half, giving up a piece of my soul and possibly dying in the process. I was now faced with the hardest decision I've ever had to make in my short life, an impossible choice that is mine alone to make. My wolf began to pace in my head, huffing and whining as she did. I closed my eyes and focused on her. She sat down on her hind legs and tilted her head, staring at me lovingly. I knew what she was telling me, I could feel it in my bones, and although my heart was breaking, we both already knew the answer, as there never really was a decision to be made. Chapter 32. The pain. I opened my eyes and straightened myself as a wayward tear slid down my cheek. "Okay, I'll give you my wolf in exchange for the cure." I choked out, my voice cracking with each word. Helena stood there, staring at me with a calculating gaze and dumbfounded that I agreed to her terms. "You understand that if you go through with this, you will lose her forever, and there is also the chance of you not surviving the separation, especially since she is a part of your soul. Are you truly willing to pay that price?" she asked, with a questioning brow raised. I thought over that question, really giving thought to this and wondering if this is what I truly wanted to do. I didn't know how I would live without her. My wolf was the other half of me. She was what made me feel beautiful, and if I agreed to this, I would have to let her go. My wolf softly whined before emitting an emotion of peace and calmness. I straightened myself. "Yes, I will pay the price," I said assuredly. Her features softened a little, and she stared into my eyes, a look of admiration on her smooth face. "Come with me," she said and spun on her heels, walking towards the overgrown willow tree. We approached the tree, giving me a better view. The leaves were bright and beautiful, the bark healthy and robust. Helena stepped up to the tree, placing her hand onto the bark and drug her fingers down the cracks. Suddenly, the tree opened, splitting in half, and things felt like they were moving in slow motion as I watched the tree part, making an opening for us to enter through. Helena looked back at me. "Follow behind me," she said sternly. I hesitantly followed her into the tree. Things were bright at first, until we crossed the threshold, and then things dulled, the light now dim around us. As we entered, I noticed everything around us was the same, except the trees were now full of life and blossoming. Animals of all kinds filled the area with their presence, and the ground was covered in lush, green grass. I was amazed and also a bit confused. The forest we had just been in was so gloomy and depressing, but now it was prospering and tranquil. A small, blue cabin was just ahead of us, surrounded by various flowers, some foreign to me. However, I noticed a small patch of flowers that I had seen before as I glanced around. They were the ones I saw in my dream. I began to wonder if these strange, yellow flowers had something to do with Cain. Helena and I walked into the cabin. It was simple, plain, and cozy. Definitely not what I expected for a witch's home, but it was lovely. The place was decorated in neutral colors, wooden furniture, and numerous plants. There was also a white cat, roaming around, and my wolf panted in my head, feeling playful suddenly. We walked into the kitchen, and Helena pointed towards a long, oak table. "Lie down on the table," she said in a dry tone. I stopped and stared between her and the table. "Why?" I asked curiously. She was standing at the counter, rummaging through different bottles that were neatly lined up. Helena turned to me, now holding a pouch and a small glass bottle that contained a yellow powder inside it. "So we can begin the process. You know, for the price you agreed to pay, or are you wasting my time?" Helena questioned in an angry and agitated tone. I crossed my arms over my chest, not allowing this woman to intimidate me. "I am not wasting your time. I meant what I said, and I always stay true to my word. Also, I'm not doing anything until I have the cure." "No cure, no deal," I retorted, standing my ground. I wasn't going to be played for a fool, allowing Helena to take my wolf before I've even had the chance to see the cure. She huffed and rolled her eyes before slamming the pouch and bottle that she held in her hands onto the table. "Here's your cure," Helena said plainly. "Once you have held up your end of the bargain, I will then tell you how to use it. Now, get on the table or leave." I looked down at the items. I couldn't see what was in the pouch, only the yellow powder contained in the bottle. I looked back up to Helena before closing my eyes and sucking in a deep breath. "Okay, let's get this shit over with," I said in a rush before I could change my mind. I climbed onto the table and laid down on my back. Helena leaned over me and stared into my eyes almost sympathetically. "The spell won't take very long to initiate, but it will hurt for a moment. This is your last opportunity to back out," she warned me. My chest felt heavy at the thought of losing my wolf, but we both agreed that this was what we wanted, and we were prepared to give our lives for our mate. My wolf chuffed, telling me she was ready, and sent me vibes of love. I closed my eyes and focused on her. "I love you, and I will never forget you," I whispered to my wolf, and she whined happily in exchange. I nodded my head, holding back the tears. "There's no backing out. I'm ready," I told her confidently. She sighed and then nodded in understanding. Helena pressed her hands to my chest and closed her eyes, but before she could continue, I gripped her wrist. "Wait, I want to know what you're going to do with her?" I asked. Helena raised a brow. "That's none of your business." Her tone was clipped, and it was clear she didn't want me to know, which pissed me off, as I felt that I had the right to know what would happen to my wolf. However, I was on limited time and needed to get this cure back to Cain. I narrowed my eyes, needing a better answer than that from her. "Just tell me she will be all right?" I demanded of her, needing to be sure that no harm would come to her. She didn't respond, just gave me a curt nod, and then closed her eyes again. Next, Helena pressed her palms into my chest, making it hard for me to breathe. She began to mumble to herself, words I couldn't understand. Then, she started to speak louder and faster, putting more pressure on my chest, causing a burning ache. My chest felt heavy as I gasped for air, and I was now experiencing a sharp pain that radiated throughout my whole body. I closed my eyes as tears began to pool. I could feel myself being separated from my wolf as she howled and whined in my head. The physical pain I was feeling was nothing compared to the emotional pain, and before I knew it, a wave of electricity surged through my body, and I felt as though my heart had been ripped from my chest before everything went dark. My body ached like I had been dragged through sharp, jagged rocks by a speeding car. I felt weak and drained like I hadn't slept in years. Then, finally, my eyes began to flutter open, and Helena was standing over me, watching me with a curious and calculating gaze. She reared back a little as I opened my eyes more, and I wrinkled my nose as my head began to pound furiously, blurring my vision. Helena leaned back, still watching me closely, before walking over to the counter. She came back a moment later with a glass bottle filled with some kind of green liquid. Helena held the bottle out. "Here, drink this. It will help with the aches and pains," she told me. I stared at the glass, scrunching my face up in distaste at the foreign content. "What the fuck is that?" I asked in a disgusted tone. She groaned. "It's a concoction of mine. It will help. Drink it or don't. It's your choice, and I could care less if you do or not." Her tone was riddled with annoyance and impatience. I hesitantly took the glass from her, eyeing it like it was the Black Plague. I sniffed the liquid, and the smell was dreadful, like dirty feet. Then, mustering up as much courage as I could, I downed the liquid, drinking all of it in one gulp. My stomach turned, and I felt like I was going to throw up, but after a moment, the feeling faded. I slowly started to feel better, my body no longer feeling beaten, the headache easing off and feeling a little more energetic now. I was amazed that it worked, and so fast too. That was disgusting, but it helped. "Thank you," I told her, appreciation in my tone. Helena took the glass from me and just nodded, then left the room. I laid there on the table, and as the pain subsided, it finally hit me that my wolf was gone. I could no longer feel or hear her. Now there was nothing but absolute silence. My throat tightened, and tears welled in my eyes as the realization hit me that my wolf really was gone. How would I explain this to everyone? Would they judge me? Turn against me? Would Kane no longer want to be with me? Would we no longer be mates? But most of all, how would I live the rest of my life without her? A million thoughts ran through my head, and my chest began to heave at the anxiety building within me. I took a deep breath, trying to silence the never-ending, dark thoughts that swirled in my head. Then, Helena came back into the room, causing me to jump, not expecting her to appear out of fucking thin air. Thankfully, her reappearance was a distraction. I tried sitting up, sick of laying down, but my muscles said otherwise, giving out when I was only halfway up. The aches I felt throughout my body made me realize just how different things were going to be for me now. The difference in strength, agility, and pain tolerance, as well as the ability to heal rapidly. I propped myself onto my elbows and glanced to Helena, who was watching me curiously. I wrinkled my nose at her. "What?" I asked in a snappy manner, not meaning for the words to come out as they did. Helena cocked a brow before narrowing her eyes on me. "Watch your tone with me, Missy, and I've just never seen or heard of someone surviving this," she informed me, making me wonder why I had. I nodded slowly. "Oh, I see," I said, unsure of what to say. I decided to try and sit up again, pushing myself up slowly. Finally, I got myself up and into a sitting position, feeling somewhat exhausted, just from that simple task. I threw my legs over the edge of the table and carefully placed my feet onto the floor. My legs wobbled under my own weight, and I leaned against the table for support. Helena was standing there, watching me with a smile on her face. "What?" I asked in a softer tone this time. She shook her head. "Never met someone who was so strong-willed and stubborn," Helena said, letting out a hearty chuckle. I rolled my eyes at her words, a small smile tugging at the corner of my lips. "Can you please show me how the cure works?" So, I can get going. I am a little pressed for time. I told her, irritated, wanting to leave this place and get back to the pack house. Helena walked over to me, her dress flowing behind her, and grabbed the items. She held up the bottle with the yellow powder and shook it lightly. This here is the powder of a rare flower, the flower of life and death. Helena then grabbed the black pouch and pulled out a small rock that was a light blue. This is a moon rock. It holds the power and essence of the moon goddess. First, you need to take the powder and rub it thoroughly onto the person's chest. Then, place the rock onto the center of their chest and whisper the words, "Death be no more and life come forth." The curse will then be lifted, but be warned, if you don't do it right, the curse will consume your mate as well as you, she said in a menacing and severe tone. I repeated her words over and over in my head, doing my best not to forget one single detail. Finally, I nodded my head. Okay, thank you. I took the items from her and started to make my way towards the door when Helena called out my name, stopping me in my tracks. Freja. She called out, "Good luck," she said meaningfully. Pursing my lips, I gave her a curt nod before exiting the cabin. I walked outside and made my way towards the opening of the trees. I crossed the threshold, walking back into the forest of the damned, where everything was once again looking gloomy and dark. Crossing the barrier had worn me out, feeling as though it had drained me of energy. Once I was on the other side, I looked around for Gunnar, but couldn't see him anywhere. Worry took hold of me that something had happened to him, and now I was useless to help him. Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere, throwing his fists around like a maniac and punching the air. I stood there, a broad smile on my face, as I watched him fight nothing and continue to holler his war cry. Then he abruptly stopped, realizing there was nothing there anymore before his gaze landed on me. Gunnar rushed over to me and engulfed me in a big bear hug, almost bursting my lungs in the process. He pulled back and gripped my arms tightly. "Where the fuck were you? I was worried sick about you, that something had happened to you." Little did he know that something had happened to me, something I wasn't sure if I was ready to share with him as the pain of my actions began to eat away at me. I snorted, attempting to brush him off. "I was with the witch. Her name is Helena, and I got the cure. So, we need to get going. We don't have much time left," I said in a rush. Gunnar furrowed his brows. "Something is different about you. What happened?" He asked in a demanding tone, and I knew if I lied to him, he would know, and we wouldn't be going anywhere, anytime soon. I gulped harshly, afraid of his reaction. "Well, I got the cure, and there was a price to pay," I said quietly, not able to look him in the eyes. His nostrils flared, and his jaw became rigid. "What was the price, Freja?" I closed my eyes and sucked in a deep breath. "My wolf," I whispered, my chest tightening at the mention of my wolf. I opened my eyes only to watch as his face fell. Gunnar blinked rapidly, processing my words, "Come again." I exhaled heavily. The price for the cure was my wolf. I gave the witch my wolf in exchange for the cure. "Now, can we please get going? I really don't want to talk about it." Gunnar was silent as he stared at me with an enigmatic gaze. I clenched my jaw, anticipating his next move, but he surprised me, and instead of yelling at me or berating me, Gunnar pulled me into him and held me close. He huffed, "Freja, you're a fucking idiot for that doing. However, I understand why you did it, and I would have done the same thing for someone I love. Also, what you did takes a lot of courage and strength, something that most would not have the guts to do. I'm sorry you had to lose her," Gunnar said sympathetically. His words resonated with me, causing my chest to tighten and my eyes to sting. I reared back and looked up at him, giving him a small smile, beyond grateful that he was being so understanding. Gunnar released my arms and stepped back. "That being said, you are not off the hook for making such a dangerous decision," he scolded me. "All right, let's go. We have quite a journey ahead of us, and we are losing daylight. Are you sure you will be okay?" Gunnar asked, concern in his tone. My body and head still hurt, not as much, but this was going to be a challenge for me, especially when I was feeling so weak right now. I nodded my head. "Yes, I'll be fine," I told him, not wanting him to fuss over me. Just might have to take a few extra stops to rest. I shrugged before plastering on my best smile. His gaze narrowed on me as he tried to determine if I was lying or not. Gunnar breathed heavily. Okay, he said hesitantly before turning on his heels and heading in the direction we had initially come from in the beginning. I almost couldn't believe I had the cure. Everyone told me I wouldn't get it, that it was unattainable, but I proved them all wrong. However, the price I paid was devastating, losing something dear to me, but we were saving our mate in return, and I had to respect my wolf's wishes. We had been walking for a few hours now, and the exhaustion was starting to take hold of me as my body screamed in agony. I needed to rest, or else I wouldn't be going any further, and would probably collapse right here on the ground. I stopped and bent over, placing my hands on my knees. Gunnar halted and turned back to me. Are you okay? What's wrong? He hurriedly asked. I waved him off. I'm all right. One just need to stop for a bit and rest, I told him. He looked away from me and frantically glanced around before taking off into the trees. A moment later, he returned with a big-ass log and placed it on the ground, next to a tree. Gunnar gripped my elbow and stood me up straight, then helped me to walk over to the tree. I sat down on the log and rested my back against the tree, feeling almost instant relief as I did. Gunnar bent down, so he was at eye level with me. Stay here and get some rest. I'm going to look for some food and water. If you need me, just yell. I'll stay within earshot. He told me, then leaned in and kissed my forehead. The big buffoon could be the most understanding and caring person when he wanted to, especially when I needed it most. I smiled lazily at him, feeling super relaxed. Okay, be careful. He nodded his head and then sprinted off into the distance. I closed my eyes and hoped to get a few minutes of sleep while he was gone. However, just as my eyes fluttered shut, I heard the snapping of twigs and the sound of shuffling feet coming from behind me. I peered around the tree but saw nothing. There were no voices or other sounds. I continued to listen, not letting my guard down, and another twig snapped, sounding closer this time. I shakily stood up from the log and glanced around, looking for the culprit. My heart was beating erratically now as my chest rose and fell heavily, knowing if a threat was nearby that I was useless now in defending myself. Unexpectedly, something tapped my shoulder, and I whipped around to see who or what it was, only to be greeted with a fist that aimed for my face. I went a duck, but I was too slow, and the next thing I knew, my ass was knocked onto the ground. Feeling the full force of the hit, I clutched my face with my hands, feeling the full force of the hit, and blood began to pour out of my nose from the impact. I groaned from the pain and continued to lay on the ground, trying to regain myself. I could only hope that Gunnar was close by or had heard the commotion, because if not, I was screwed. I moved my hands to look at who had struck me, only to be utterly shocked at the face that was glaring down at me, a look of pure hatred masking their features. Eric. Chapter 33. Running out of time. Eric towered over me, and his lip twitched upwards in disgust as his eyes held darkness to them. I dug my hands into the cool earth and backed away from him, but the further I got, the closer he came. Finally, I tried to get up from the ground, and Eric kicked me back down with his boot. I stilled, deciding to stay where I was, and instead propped myself up onto my elbows. What the fuck, Eric? My tone's anger and the hurt of his betrayal only grew. His upper lip curled into a snarl as he narrowed his eyes. That cure is coming with me. He growled out, his tone deep and demanding. I snorted and then gave him a deadpan stare. Over my dead body. Even though I was shitting my pants right now, as he had an advantage over me, I refused to let him take what was rightfully mine. I had earned this cure and gave up a piece of myself in the process, just to get it. Eric stepped closer, his feet on either side of my legs now, trapping me in my place, before stopping and sniffing the air. His expression was overtaken with confusion and then repugnance. You gave up your wolf for that fucking cure, didn't you? For that piece of shit, Kane. Eric hollered, his body now shaking with anger. I opened my mouth to respond, but he didn't give me a chance. How could you? Why do you want to save that fucking monster? You've been told the same stories as the things he has done are cruel and inhumane. He attacked our pack, our families, he killed Michael, and yet, you still want to save him. His face turned red as he ridiculed me for my actions. I pushed myself up, getting into more of a sitting position, and scowled at him. Yes, I do, and you are right. Cain is a monster, but at least he doesn't deny it. Cain doesn't hide his true self. He is honest and loyal, unlike you, Eric. You were my friend. I loved and trusted you. Now look at you. You say he is a monster, so what does that make you? I asked in a grave and contemptuous tone. Eric's eyes turned black, his expression furious now, and a low growl rumbled from him as he bent down to sit on my stomach. I raised my arms and tried to smack him, attempting to get him off me, but he gripped my wrists together and pinned them above my head, putting a halt to my useless attacks. Eric leaned down, our faces now mere inches away from one another. I am nothing like him, and if you can't see Cain for who he truly is, then I guess I have no choice but to kill you too. His voice was low and deadly, sending shivers down my spine. I twisted under him, mustering up every ounce of willpower I had within me to get free from the man I thought I once knew so well. Eric and I were childhood friends. We did everything together. We were once so close. Now I didn't recognize the person trying to take my life, all because I chose another over him. My attempt to get free was abruptly halted as Eric's other hand came crashing down around my neck, squeezing my windpipe to the point where I thought he would crush it. The air was slipping from my lungs, and I gasped to breathe. Unfortunately, my hands were still held firmly above my head, rendering me useless and unable to fight him back. Eric's hold around my neck tightened, and he grinned down at me as he watched the life drain from my eyes. Then, just when I thought all was over and I was going to die, Eric was harshly thrown off me, sending him flying through the air. I lay there, coughing and gasping for air, finally able to breathe again. I had known that Gunnar was close by and that he would come to save me, but to my surprise, when I looked up, the hand that was extended out to me belonged to none other than Eve. My brows furrowed in utter confusion as I stared into the eyes of the person who had just saved my life, the very same person who I thought hated me with a passion and also tried to destroy my life at one point in time. I shook my head and grabbed her hand, allowing Eve to help me up to my feet. I brushed the dirt and debris from my body before looking up at her. "Thank you," I said, confusion in my tone. "Why did you save me? I thought you despised me and wanted me gone." I asked curiously. Eve sucked in a deep breath. "I do hate you, and I do want you gone. However, I know that Cain will always choose you over me no matter what I do or what I say because he loves you. I also heard about what happened to Cain." She closed her eyes, and her features were overcome with grief. Eve opened her eyes again and straightened herself, masking her emotions now. "I know you have the cure, and I still love Cain. So, if saving you means saving him, then I'll do whatever it takes. I won't let him die, especially knowing I could have done something to prevent that." So she told me, her words filled with honesty and loyalty. I gave her a sympathetic smile, grateful that she was willing to put aside her feelings for me in order to save the one we both loved. But unfortunately, before I was given a chance to say anything else to her, Eric suddenly barreled into Eve, at full force, tossing her to the ground. Eric released a loud and deadly growl. "You stupid fucking bitch," he roared, fury evident in his tone. I looked around the ground and spotted a large boulder. I quickly grabbed hold of the world's heaviest fucking rock and yanked it out of the earth. My grasp on the boulder was slipping, barely able to hold onto it, but with as much strength as I could muster, I bashed Eric over the head with the rock. The impact caused him to collapse to the ground, and he was now unconscious, allowing us the opportunity to get away. I rushed over to Eve, helping her up from the ground and onto her feet. Then, not wasting another minute, we bolted away from an unconscious Eric, heading in the opposite direction. However, Eric came up from behind me, gripping my hair and tossed me into a tree, face first. He stalked towards me, a dangerous look in his eyes, but before he could reach me, Eve's body checked him, causing him to stumble backwards and away from me. Eric's nostrils flared, and his jaw went rigid as he glared between Eve and me. Eve's head whipped in my direction. "Run, Freja," she hollered. Eve then charged towards Eric, fist cocked and swung at him, but he caught her by the wrist and spun her around, Eve's back now to his chest. Eric gripped her head firmly in his grasp and twisted, snapping her neck with one swift movement. Eve's limp body fell to the ground, and her now lifeless eyes stared in my direction. I gasped, my hands covering my mouth, in complete disbelief that Eric had just so easily taken her life. Eric stood there, staring down at Eve's body for a moment before his gaze turned to me and a menacing grin spread across his face. I spun around and started to run in the opposite direction, needing to get as far away from him as possible. You can't run from me, Freja. Especially being a weak and pathetic human now. He laughed deeply. I ignored his remarks and continued running, but I didn't get very far as Eric caught up to me within an instant. He grabbed hold of the back of my neck and pulled me to him, my back colliding harshly with his front, knocking the wind from me. His arm wrapped around my neck, cutting off my oxygen, as he rested his lips against my ear. You better hope the moon goddess will have mercy on your soul for fucking that monster of a mate of yours. He whispered his words like the venom of a poisonous snake. Eric's arm tightened around my neck and things were starting to go black. However, I refused to die, not today and not by his hand. I closed my eyes and reminded myself of who I was, that I am a fucking warrior. I lifted my arm and elbowed Eric in the stomach, causing him to release me. He stumbled backwards and clutched his stomach, but that only lasted for a second before he stood to his full height again, glaring daggers at me. I looked around the ground and spotted a large, fallen tree branch. I hurriedly picked up the branch and swung it at him furiously. However, Eric found this amusing and started to laugh at my feeble attempt to attack him. I swung at him again, the branch brushing against his chest this time, and his playful expression quickly vanished. Eric leapt forward, coming straight for me, but he didn't get too far, as suddenly, he was lifted from the ground. Gunnar stood there, black eyes and snarling viciously, as he held Eric by the throat off the ground. Although Eric squirmed in Gunnar's hold, trying to get free, little did he know, his time was up. Gunnar tightened his hold on Eric's neck and crushed Eric's throat with little effort, taking his life in the process. Gunnar dropped Eric's body like a wet towel, and he hit the ground with a thump, eyes now lifeless. I stood there, staring between Gunnar and Eric, a little shocked that Gunnar had taken Eric's life so carelessly and without a second thought. I was glad this was finally over, but saddened that so many people died as a result, and I had lost two people who were once so dear to me. But aside from everything, I was grateful that Gunnar was still by my side, fighting with me and supporting my decisions, even though he was against most of them. I ran to Gunnar's side and jumped into his arms, wrapping my arms tightly around him. Gunnar embraced me in his hold, exhaling heavily. "Are you okay?" he asked with concern. I let my arms fall to my side and stepped back, nodding my head. "Yes, I am fine. Just glad you showed up when you did." And I was, although I wished he had shown up sooner, maybe then Eve would still be alive. He sighed heavily and looked down at Eric's body. "I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner. I should have just stayed with you and never left you alone if I hadn't shown up when I did." I didn't let him finish as I put my hand up, silencing his words. I closed my eyes and shook my head. "Gunnar, you're here now, and that's all that matters. Not everything is predictable, shit happens, and you can't always prevent it." I told him reassuringly, trying to ease his internal pain. He groaned, unsatisfied with my words, and I could tell he was still reprimanding himself for letting this happen. Gunnar glanced around before fixing his gaze on something in the distance. His brows furrowed. "Who's that?" he asked with curiosity while pointing in the direction of his line of sight. I followed his gaze, and my eyes landed on Eve's body. I pursed my lips. "That's Eve. She tried to save me, but I didn't say anything else, feeling remorse that she had lost her life, trying to save mine." Gunnar rested a hand on my shoulder. "Don't blame yourself. She died with honor and bravery." So he told me, and that was so much easier said than done. I looked up at him. "Once we get back to the pack house, we need to send a few people out here to retrieve both of their bodies. Eve deserves a proper burial, and so does Eric. Regardless of what they have done, they made a difference in people's lives and were both good people at one point in time." I told Gunnar, and he nodded his head, agreeing with me. I looked to the sky and realized that the daylight was almost gone. We really need to get going. The sun is going to set within the next couple of hours, and our time is almost up to get the cure back to Kane. Gunnar followed my gaze, looking to the horizon. I'll shift, and you can ride on my back. We will get there a lot faster that way, he said, and I couldn't agree more. The quicker we got back, the better. I nodded. Yes, you're right. Gunnar then stepped back and shifted into his massive, black wolf. He shook his fur and stretched his limbs before kneeling. I climbed onto his back, entwined my fingers within his soft coat, and laid my head down onto his back. Gunnar dashed forward, almost knocking me off his back as he did. The trees whipped past us as Gunnar darted around them, thin branches and leaves smacking us in the process. I lifted my head to glance around, and the sun was almost set now. The land was familiar, making me think we were close to the pack house. The trip back was beginning to feel longer than it did going there, as I impatiently anticipated our arrival. Gunnar picked up his speed, his broad paws thudding against the ground and kicking up debris. I could see the pack house now, getting closer and closer as we continued. My nerves were now going haywire, my stomach churning, thinking about what could go wrong and what if I went through all of this for nothing, still losing Kane in the process. We finally reached the pack house, bursting through the gates. At first, the guards started to holler, attempting to stop Gunnar and apprehend him. Finally, he stopped just before the main door, and I jumped down. As soon as the guards saw that it was me, they all backed off, bowing as they did. Gunnar shifted back and stood naked in the middle of the yard now. The contents of my stomach nearly made a run for it upon seeing my brother in his birthday suit. I turned around, my back now facing him. Please go get some fucking clothes on, Gunnar. I'm going to the med wing. Meet me there. I quickly told him before running off into the house. I rushed throughout the house, going up and down the stairs and through the halls, my feet sliding along the floors as I made my way to the med wing, hoping I wasn't out of time. Finally, I reached the hallway that led to the medical wing. The doors were within my line of sight, and I swear I almost flew towards the doors, unable to get to them fast enough. I burst through the doors, sending them crashing into the walls behind them. Upon hearing the commotion, Rose stepped into the middle of the wing, a curious yet irritated expression on her face. That was until she saw it was me. Rose rushed over to me, embracing me in a hug. "Oh, Freja, I'm so glad to see you. Did you get the cure?" she asked in a rush. I pulled back from her and nodded my head rapidly. "Yes, I did," I said quickly before moving past her and heading straight for his room. I stood outside Kane's room now, grasping the door handle firmly. My heart was beating erratically now, and my breaths came out in sharp bursts as I pushed the door open. Kane lay there, motionless on the bed, his chest barely moving. His skin was nearly white as snow, his hair holding almost no pigment now, and he looked as if death had him in its icy grasp. My lip quivered upon seeing him, and my eyes began to burn, tears threatening to spill. I sucked in a deep breath and walked over to the bed, sitting down next to him. I held his hand in mine, and a cold chill ran up my arm. If this cure didn't work, then I would lose Kane for good. I grabbed the items from my bag and placed them on the bed. Rose came to my side, placing a hand on my shoulder and squeezing gently. I looked up at her, and she gave me a reassuring smile. No words were exchanged or needed. I closed my eyes and took another deep breath, knowing I needed to do this before there was no time left. I could only hope and pray to the moon goddess for the guidance I was desperately seeking and for this to work. Chapter 34. Alpha and Luna. I peered down at Kane, my eyes taking in his exhausted features. Kane wasn't wearing a shirt, only a blanket covering him. I slid the blanket down, revealing his once muscular physique, and seeing him in such a withering state made my chest ache. My hand glided along his skin, stopping above his heart, and I could feel his weakened heart slowly beat against my palm. I reached down for the powder and opened the bottle before sprinkling the yellow substance onto his chest. Then, just as Helena instructed, I grabbed the moon rock next and placed it on top of the powder, in the center of his chest. I closed my eyes for a beat and sucked in a deep breath, trying to calm my frazzled nerves. Next, I repeated the words she told me. "Death be no more and life come forth," I said aloud, my voice cracking slightly. I then sat back and watched him curiously. My eyes frantically searched Kane's statuesque frame for any movement, but there was nothing. His chest began to rise and fall heavily, then suddenly stopped. My brows furrowed in confusion, and I placed my fingers on his neck, feeling for a pulse. However, I couldn't feel his heart beating. There was nothing. I put my ear to his chest, listening intently for the sound of his thumping heart, but it was eerily quiet. Kane was no longer breathing, and he was dead. I jumped up from the bed, moving away from him, as I realized that he was gone and that I had failed him. My lip began to quiver, my chest heaving, and tears welled in my eyes. I nearly collapsed from the heartbreak I felt. It had only been a few weeks since I had met Kane, and I had fallen in love with him in just that short amount of time. I had been slowly getting to know the monster himself, the king of rogues, the feared alpha of the dead pack. Yet, I was privileged enough to uncover a side to him that others didn't see, and as a result, strong feelings had manifested each day for him. I was Kane's prize, but little did he know that he was my prize too. A quiet sob came from behind me, and I looked over my shoulder to see Rose standing there and crying. She caught my gaze, and her expression turned into one of sympathy. Rose lowered her hands. "Oh, Freja," she said, her voice shaky. I shook my head and raised my hand, silencing her, before turning my attention back to Kane. I walked back to the bed and leaned down, placing a soft kiss on his forehead. Tears were now streaming down my face, and I wiped them away as I stared down at his face. I closed my eyes and sucked in a deep, shaky breath, then covered Kane's body with the blanket. I turned back to Rose, who was now distraught, tears soaking her supple skin. I couldn't handle all the emotions. I couldn't fully comprehend the situation, the fact that he was truly gone, and to be honest, I didn't want to. I didn't want this to be real. So, without saying another word, I walked out of the room. As I walked out and down the hall, I could hear Rose sobbing, but the immense pain I was feeling was greater than my need to comfort her. So I continued through the halls, not sparing anyone a glance or saying a word. I reached our room and hesitantly opened the door, unsure if I wanted to be in here without him, in the room where we had created so many memories together, where we had gotten to know each other and given a piece of ourselves to one another. Although it was now empty, his scent lingered throughout the bedroom. Everywhere I looked reminded me of him, and all I had left of Kane were the memories we had created in such a small amount of time. I walked over to the bed and sat down on the plush mattress, pinching the bridge of my nose while trying to think of where I had gone wrong. I had followed Helena's directions, did everything as she had instructed, and yet I had failed. I couldn't save Kane, and now he was gone. I had lost him before I even had the chance to tell him how I felt. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. I looked up and sighed, not in the mood for company, but apparently that didn't matter as Gunnar entered the room. I put my head down, knowing if I looked at him, my walls would come down and my emotions would come out. Gunnar walked over to the bed and sat beside me. "I heard what happened, and I'm sorry, Freja," he said solemnly. I didn't respond, only pursed my lips and nodded my head lightly. He placed a heavy hand around my shoulders and pulled me into him, holding me firmly against his side. We stayed like that for a minute, silently, as Gunnar attempted to console me. Gunnar released a heavy sigh. "Freja, don't blame yourself for any of this. You did everything you could, and it's not your fault that it didn't work. I know you wanted to save him, to get him back, but at times, things happen that are out of our control. As much as I disliked Kane, I do know he loved you and cared for you," he said in a meaningful tone, his words tugging at the strings of my heart. I bit my inner lip, trying to hold back my tears. I know, I just wanted so badly to save him, to get Kane back, and yet, he was stolen from me. Our future was taken from us before we even had the chance to create one together. All of this happened because of me, Adela, Eric. It's my fault, and now Kane's gone for good. The tears finally fell, streaming down my face now as my chest heaved erratically. Gunnar wrapped his other arm around me, pulling me flush to his chest and holding me close. The tears continued to fall, now soaking his shirt, as Gunnar consoled me. I didn't want to believe this was true, that anything of this had happened. Within the short span of a few days, I had lost family, friends, an enemy, my wolf, and now my mate. I couldn't deal with this. I didn't want to deal with this. One just wanted the pain to go away. I reared back from Gunnar, sniffling and wiping the tears away. "I'd like to be alone for a while, please," I said quietly. Gunnar sighed. "I don't think that's a good idea. You shouldn't be alone right now," he told me, worry in his tone. I closed my eyes. "Please, Gunnar, I need to try and deal with everything on my own. I also need to have a shower," I told him, hoping he would just give me some time to myself. I looked up at him, and he was sitting there silently, fighting with himself to give me what I was asking for, but he reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I'll leave you be for a while, but I'll be back later on to check on you," Gunnar said, his tone holding promise. I nodded my head. "Thank you," I replied, glad that he was respecting my wishes, just as he always did. Gunnar stood up from the bed and stared down at me intently. "If you need me or anything at all, just holler. I'll be just down the hallway. So, don't hesitate to call for me. I don't care what it's for, understood?" At the moment, he reminded me of our father, and I chuckled inwardly at the resemblance. I nodded my head. "Yes, thank you," I told him, giving him a reassuring smile. He turned on his heel and walked to the door, hesitantly opening it. Gunnar shot me one more glance before leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Once he was gone, I laid down on the bed, letting more tears stream down my face again. I screamed internally at the anger and grief that was consuming my mind and body. I sucked in a deep breath, trying to calm myself, and decided to have a shower. I got up from the bed and started walking to the bathroom, but stopped, my eyes drifting towards the balcony doors. I walked over to the doors, whipping them open, and stepped outside. There was a storm brewing in the sky, and it was now raining. I stood there, the rain soaking my body, and I fell to my knees. As I rubbed my hands down my face, feeling more overwhelmed and distraught by the second, I looked to the sky and asked why. Just as I expected, I got no response, no answers, and I felt more lost than I ever have in my life. I closed my eyes and slowly stood to my feet, wrapping my arms around myself. I walked back into the bedroom, kicked the doors closed, then went into the bathroom, took my clothes off, and turned the shower on, allowing the water to flow. As I stepped under the stream, the water was warm, easing some of my anxiety. I sat on the cold tile floor, bent my legs up before wrapping my arms around them, and then rested my head on my knees, the warm water cascading down my body and wrapping me in its warmth. I stayed like that for a while, just letting the dark emotions wash away, even for this short bit of time. After what felt like an hour, I decided to get out of the shower. I wrapped myself in a towel and reached for a bathrobe, drying myself off first before putting it on. I walked out of the bathroom and over to the bed, staring down at it apprehensively, not liking the emptiness. I took off the towel and put on a shirt as well as some underwear. I laid down on the bed, covering myself with the blanket and facing his side of the bed. I stared at the empty space, missing his big ass, hugging the bed. I attempted to shut off my thoughts as I closed my eyes, but that was pointless. My mind continued to race as I thought about everything that had happened recently, and it was all too much. Suddenly, I heard the bedroom door open, and I sighed, knowing Gunnar was checking up on me again. I didn't move, not having the energy to do so. "Gunnar, I told you I wanted to be alone for a while," I said, but no response, only the sound of soft footsteps approaching the bed. I groaned internally at his shitty listening skills, then the bed dipped down, and I could feel him sitting next to me now. Growing irritated with him, I went a rollover, only to be caged between two strong, muscular arms, and shivers coursed through my body as I stared into those familiar alluring, green eyes. He stared into my eyes, and a smirk spread across his face. "Did you really think you would get rid of me that easy, love?" Kane said, and I didn't know if I wanted to slap him or kiss him. Instead, I reached my hand up, caressing his cheek softly, and Kane closed his eyes, leaning into my touch before a low growl rumbled from his chest. Numerous emotions started to rise within me, sadness, happiness, anger, love, and lust, all of them consuming me. Then, without thinking, I pulled my hand back and slapped him across the face. "I thought I lost you. Don't ever fucking do that to me again," I shouted, angry at him for sacrificing himself as he did. The impact of my slap had caused his head to turn to the side slightly. He turned his head back in my direction, grinning mischievously, and I rolled my eyes at him. Kane then gripped my wrists tightly and pinned them above my head. He bent down, his lips brushing against my ear. Now, love, don't be so feisty, or do I need to teach you a lesson so soon?" Kane whispered, his voice deep yet soft. Kane pulled back and stared into my eyes before engulfing my mouth with his, kissing me tenderly and passionately. I melted into him, embracing this moment I longed for before pulling back to gasp for air. "You scared me. I thought you were dead. Why did you sacrifice yourself?" I told him honestly and asked the question that had been heavy on my mind. He rubbed the back of his neck and gave me a commiserating stare. "I thought I was dead too, if I am being honest, but I just suddenly woke up, feeling dazed, lost, and a little feral. No one else knows I am awake. The nurses checked me over after I calmed down and said I'm fine now. Rose then told me how upset you were, so I came straight here." Kane cupped my cheek, his features softening. "Freja, I know what happened scared you, and that was not my intention, but I would die 1,000 times, in the most brutal of ways, if it meant saving your life. You are my mate, and although you're a pain in my ass, I love you and would do anything for you." So he told me, and I felt a pang in my chest from his words. Kane leaned down again, his lips gently rubbing against mine before he froze. He reared back, his brows furrowed, and Kane stared at me with a bewildered expression. "Something is different about you. Something has changed," he said curiously. I swallowed hard, afraid to tell him what had happened, fearing his reaction. "What do you mean?" I asked, playing dumb. His eyes roamed my face. "I can't scent your wolf." Kane's tone was clipped, and I could see it in his eyes that he didn't believe me. I glanced away from him, not wanting to tell him the truth, but he placed a finger under my chin and turned my gaze back to his scrutinizing stare. "Freja, what the fuck happened?" he demanded to know. I exhaled heavily. "Well, the knife you were stabbed with was rare and also cursed to kill any supernatural. However, it barely penetrated your skin and was instead killing you slowly. I couldn't bear it. Seeing you like that was tearing me apart inside, and then someone told me that there was a cure. So, Gunnar and I traveled to the Forest of the Damned and got the cure, but I had to pay the price to get the cure. Unfortunately, the price was my wolf," I regretfully told him. He sat up on the bed and looked away from me before abruptly standing to his feet. Kane started to pace around the room, making me anxious, and I wondered what was going through his mind. I sat up, my eyes following his every move. "Say something," I asked him, disliking his silent treatment. Kane walked over to the dresser and slammed his hands down on the wooden piece of furniture, then hung his head. His whole body tensed. "How could you do that?" he asked through gritted teeth. I stood up from the bed. "I was told that there was a chance I could save you, and I took that chance without hesitation. Yes, the price was devastating, but my wolf and I agreed on the decision together. She and I wanted to save you, and we were willing to do whatever it took," I told him, proud of the decision because we did it, we saved him, which meant her death wasn't for nothing. Kane straightened himself, standing to his full height. "What if you had died?" he growled out. I sucked in a deep breath. But I didn't. I had known the risks and that there was a chance I wouldn't make it, but Kane was worth taking that chance. A deep growl rumbled from him, reverberating throughout the room, and it was clear that he was pissed with my decisions. Kane turned around, facing me now, and stormed towards me. He gripped my wrists firmly, then spun me around before bending me over and burying my face into the bed. Kane laid on top of me, his hard asterisk pressed against my asterisk, and my whole body felt alive from the contact. He gripped my hair tightly in his hand, yanking my head back before his soft lips brushed against my ear and causing goosebumps to spread across my heated skin. "I think you need to be taught a lesson," he said in a seductive and husky tone. I squeezed my thighs together as the lust for him grew. Yes, I do, I whispered, and Kane released a satisfactory growl before nipping my ear. He reared back, then flipped me over and onto my back. Kane straddled me, careful not to put his full weight on me, and then ripped my shirt in half. I wasn't wearing a bra, and he seemed pleased with this, as a smile spread across those plump lips while he cupped my asterisk in his hands and rolled my asterisk between his thumb and forefinger. Kane stood from the bed and removed what was left of my shirt. He ripped the torn fabric in half again before flipping me back onto my stomach. Then, straddling me once again, Kane tied my hands together with a piece of the shirt before tying the other end to the bedpost. My panties were soaked from my juices, as the desire to have him was stronger than ever. Once he was finished tying me, he rubbed his hands down my body, sending shockwaves across my skin. Kane ripped my underwear off and pulled the fabric out from under me. My ass was now bare to him, and he squeezed it roughly. Kane's hand reached between us, his fingers gliding along my inner thigh, and I spread my legs as much as I could, giving him better access. His fingers slid down my wet folds, then gently rubbed my clit, and my breathing hitched. Kane pushed a finger inside of me, pumping it in and out at a steady pace. Then, he added another finger and picked up his pace. My moans filled the room as Kane continued his assault on my throbbing core, stroking my clit and pumping his fingers inside of me with skill. His thumb rubbed against my asshole, gently, and my eyes widened, wondering what he was doing. Then, Kane slowly slid his thumb inside of me, and I released a loud gasp as it burned a little. I squirmed beneath him. Kane, what? He didn't let me continue my questioning. He leaned down, the heat of his body radiating on my back, as he wrapped an arm around my neck and covered my mouth with his hand. Shush, be a good girl and be quiet, Kane whispered sweetly and softly. Kane continued to fill me, pumping his asterisk in and out. My asterisk was peaking, my heart racing, my breathing erratic, and my legs began to shake at the immense pleasure building within me. Then, abruptly, he stopped, rearing back and pulling his hand away from me, leaving me to sit there on the edge of sensual bliss. I lifted my head and tried to look over my shoulder, watching as Kane stood from the bed before stripping his clothes off, revealing his muscular and toned body. He was naked now, his asterisk hard and throbbing. Kane gripped my legs and bent them, putting my ass in the air as he spread me wide open. Then, he climbed back onto the bed and rubbed his tip against my wet asterisk, causing a jolt of raw ecstasy to rocket throughout me. I gripped the fabric wrapped around my wrists, holding onto it like a lifeline. Next, Kane gripped my hips firmly and held me in place as he teasingly pushed himself inside of me. He continued inching his asterisk inside, taking his sweet time, and it was now becoming agonizing, as I needed more of him. I wiggled my hips. Stop being a tease and fuck me, I shouted, getting frustrated with Kane's games, as the need to release was becoming excruciating now. Kane stilled, then smacked my asterisk hard, causing me to moan. He then gripped my hair forcefully and leaned down. Do not give me orders. I'll do as I please, and you, my love, will be a good little girl, taking every inch I give you, no matter how slow. He whispered seductively, and my body shook. I writhed beneath him as the lust and desire intensified. Pretty please, I need you, Kane, I whined, needing to feel him inside me and craving the release. He growled approvingly before slamming into me. Kane tilted my head back and nipped on my neck as he pulled out slowly, only to slam into me once again. I gasped at the mixture of pain and pleasure. He straightened himself, gripping my hips tightly, and started thrusting into me with a gentle force. His pace picked up, fucking me harder, faster and deeper, pushing me closer to the edge. My body vibrated, almost dizzying, and the heat between my legs grew, feeling as though I was on fire. Kane's hand slid along my sensitive skin, reaching beneath me, and started to skillfully rub my clit in a circular motion. My orgasm was climbing, reaching its peak, and my legs weakened. Oh, Kane. I moaned out, unable to keep silent, as I neared the edge of pure bliss. Kane released a groan, his breathing becoming heavy. He gripped onto the fabric wrapped around my wrists and tore it from me, freeing me from my restraints. Kane then pulled out before flipping me over and onto my back. The look in his eyes was carnal and hungry as he stared down at my naked body. I bit my lip and writhed under his watchful gaze, anticipating his next move. He caressed my exposed skin and sent jolts of electricity throughout my body as his fingers glided along my sensitive skin. Kane leaned down, and his supple lips kissed my stomach before trailing upwards. Kane squeezed my asterisk with his hand while taking the other in his mouth, sucking and biting on my taut asterisk. Finally, he captured my mouth with his, kissing me with a fiery passion as he thrust into me again. Kane bent my legs, and his hands slid under my asterisk, causing him to go deeper inside. This new position sent me into a frenzy, feeling every inch of his hard length inside me now, and I couldn't get enough of it or him. Again, Kane thrust into me furiously, driving me over the edge. My insides constricted, and my legs shook as my asterisk finally reached its peak. As I climaxed, I screamed out his name, and my head spun from my release. Kane's fingernails dug into my skin as he held on for dear life, pumping into me at a rapid pace. His breathing was erratic, his grunts filling the room as he continued his assault on my swollen and throbbing asterisk. Kane released himself inside me with one final, deep thrust, reaching his own climax at last. Then, Kane's arms wrapped around me, lifting me up and pressing our bodies together. He held me close and firmly against him while we both came down from the high of our climaxes. He reared back, brushing the hair from my face, and gazed into my eyes. Kane's eyes held so much emotion, and I knew this was the moment for me to open up to him finally. I sucked in a deep breath and pressed my forehead against his. I love you, Kane. You are my mate, with or without my wolf, and I know you are mad about the decisions I made, but if I were given a chance to redo things, I wouldn't change a fucking thing because it was worth it for you. Just like it was worth you sacrificing your life for me. I told him honestly, not holding anything back. His features softened, and he sighed, I love you too, Freja, but you shouldn't have done that. I have done a lot of bad and fucked up things during my time on this earth. Giving my life for yours was my way of doing the right thing for once in my existence. Kane said, his tone deep and firm. His words struck a chord with me, and I understood where he was coming from, but I still stood by my decision. I stand by my decision, Kane. I did it for all the right and wrong reasons. You might not like my choices, but you will have to learn to suck it up. I've never felt something so deep within me like one do with you. It nearly killed me at the thought of losing you. I didn't want to exist anymore without you. I confessed, telling Kane exactly how his decision had affected me and its toll on me emotionally. His upper lip twitched before his lips curled up and into a smile. Kane entangled his hand within my hair, gripping the strands with his fingers, and he closed the distance between us, capturing my lips with his. Kane lifted me up and off his lap. He laid down on the cool sheets, flat on his back, and pulled me into him, wrapping his arm tightly around me as he yanked me closer to him, leaving no space between us. Kane kissed the top of my head, lingering there for a moment. Both of us were comfortable, feeling content in each other's arms as the heavy weight of sleep wrapped around us. This moment almost felt surreal, like everything was a dream. Kane had nearly died, I had almost lost him, and I could have died, to be honest. A piece of me did. I got Kane back, but I had lost something that meant just as much to me as he does. I could only hope that she was all right and happy wherever she was. I woke up, and the bed was empty. Slight panic stirred within me, as I didn't know where Kane was. I jumped out of bed, frantically looking around, and noticed a letter on the back of the door. Walking over to the door, I ripped the paper from where it was placed and read it. Something came up. It's important. I'll be back later. Love, Kane. Great. I just got him back, and already he is running off. I threw the paper on the floor and walked into the bathroom. Just as I was finishing up, a knock sounded at the door. I walked over to the door and opened it. On the other side of the door stood Rose, a saddened expression on her face. Panic started to rise inside me, automatically thinking the worst. I fully opened the door, furrowing my brows. What's the matter, Rose? I asked, concern lacing my tone. She stepped into the room and turned to me, straightening herself. I'm sorry to tell you this, but Samara is dead. My stomach churned, and my chest tightened. What? When? How? I frantically fired off questions, my eyes searching her face. Rose sucked in a breath. Samara's body was found down in the cellar. One of the guards said they had seen her with Calyx the day of the attack. Her neck had been snapped, and we presumed that Calyx killed her. I'm so sorry, Freja. I know you were close to her. Rose walked up to me and hugged me, and I froze in my spot, her actions catching me off guard. I wasn't much of a hugger, but it felt nice to have someone comfort me right now. I patted her back in an awkward way, trying to comfort her as well. This sudden news was not expected, and I felt distraught. Samara was meeting with Calyx because of me. It was my fault that she was dead. I felt sick at the thought of losing someone so special and dear to me, especially when their death was because of my actions. I had never meant for her to get hurt or lose her life. I reared back from Rose, needing some space. Will there be a funeral? I asked, my voice slightly cracking. Rose sniffled and wiped the tears from her face before nodding. Yes, of course. Tomorrow there will be a final goodbye, and she will be given back to the earth. She told me, still trying to control her emotions. I scrunched my brows. What do you mean, given back to the earth? I asked, confused. Well, when a pack member passes, they are given a final farewell before being buried in the ground. Once again, becoming one with the earth, just as we are before being born. She informed me, and I found this interesting as our way of burying the dead was completely different. I pursed my lips. Do all packs bury their dead differently? In my old pack, we would say a final goodbye and then send them off on a handcrafted pyre, which was lit on fire by the member's spouse or closest relative. The smoke, carrying them up to the moon goddess. I told her, and then remembered Michael's funeral. Rose raised her brows, seeming to be intrigued by this. I guess I would have to assume that each pack does it differently. Each pack having their own traditions and ways of saying goodbye. She said, giving me a small smile, and I liked the idea of that. I nodded my head. Please let me know where and what time the funeral will be, I asked of her. She gave me a curt nod. Of course I will. Rose then hugged me again, squeezing tightly, before releasing me and walking out of the room. I went over to the bed and sat down, realizing I had just lost another person. Was I cursed to continue losing people? Was everyone around me doomed to die? I rubbed my hands down my face, feeling overwhelmed and defeated. Finally, I laid down on the bed and closed my eyes, trying to ease the turmoil that clouded my mind. Sometime later, I was woken up by Violet barging into the room. Enough of that, time to get up, my dear. She thundered, making me groan at her bubbliness. I hadn't meant to fall asleep, but I guess I was more tired than I had thought. I covered my head with my arm. Why? I don't want to. I whined, still feeling the effects of sleep. Violet smacked my foot. Too bad, you need to get ready, and we don't have much time. She scolded me, and now I was confused. My brows furrowed, and I looked up at her. Get ready for what? I asked curiously. She smiled at me, giving me an enigmatic stare. The Alpha has requested your presence and has asked me to help you get ready. Now, come on, he doesn't like to be kept waiting. Violet clapped her hands, urging me to get up. I wrinkled my nose at her words, as I had no idea what the fuck she was talking about right now. Requested. Violet cut me off, silencing my questions. Violet held up a hand. No more questions, she said while placing a dress on the bed and then directed me towards the bathroom. I was baffled as to what was going on, and the fact that she wouldn't tell me anything was a bit irritating. After Violet had done my hair and makeup, which I was against, but apparently I had no choice, she told me to put on the dress that she laid on the bed earlier. Violet handed me the dress, and I went into the bathroom to put it on. The dress was black in color and had flecks of red near the bottom. The material reached the floor and had an A-line bodice, as the straps rested just off my shoulders. The dress wasn't poofy or too girly and conformed to my body perfectly, making me feel beautiful. I stared at myself in the mirror for a moment, for once, liking what I saw reflecting in the glass. Then I smiled at myself and walked out of the bathroom. Violet stood there, tears brimming her eyes, as she clutched her hands to her mouth. "Oh, Luna, you look absolutely radiant," she said, smiling broadly. I looked down at the dress and then back up at her. Will you tell me why I am wearing this? And what is going on? I begged her, needing information. She shook her head furiously and grinned wickedly. Nope, no time for that. We need to leave, or we are going to be late, she said in a rush, and now I was even more curious, wondering where it was we needed to be. Violet grabbed my hand before leading me out of the bedroom, through the halls and out the back doors. She abruptly stopped as we exited through the doors. I need to cover your eyes, she told me. I furrowed my brows. Why? I asked hesitantly. She gave me a warm and comforting smile. Just trust me, Violet requested of me, and although I was reluctant, I did trust her. I nodded and allowed her to cover my eyes with her hand, knowing that I would be safe with her. Violet held my hand in hers and guided me through the yard, warning me of any obstacles in my way, so I didn't trip and make a fool of myself. Not knowing where we were going or what the fuck was going on made me feel quite uneasy. My heart rate increased, my chest rising and falling heavily as we continued to walk. I huffed in frustration, becoming impatient now. I don't like this, you know, I told Violet honestly, and she chuckled at me. Did she think I was joking? After a few moments, we finally came to a stop. Are you ready? Violet whispered, barely holding back her excitement. As if knowing that the suspense and anticipation were killing me, Violet took her time in lowering her hand from my face. I slowly opened my eyes, only to be utterly astounded by what was now before me. We were at the willow tree, and I couldn't believe my eyes as I looked upon Gunnar, Mom, and Dad standing beneath the tree. Twinkling lights were strung throughout the low-hanging leaves, and a wooden arch stood beside the tree, decorated in white silks and dahlia flowers. Finally, standing within the arch was Cain, a broad and satisfied smile plastered across his face. I rushed over and engulfed my parents in a tight hug, embracing their presence. I had missed them both so much, and it was a huge relief to see them, to be able to hug them once again. I reared back, my eyes flickering between the many faces and the scenery before me, confused more than ever now. What's going on? I asked. Mom clasped my shoulders, tears brimming in her eyes, and a proud look appeared on Dad's features. Honey, this is your mating ceremony, Mom said gleefully. My brows furrowed, and I looked to Cain, who was now grinning from ear to ear, clearly proud of himself. Was this the important business he had to take care of today? Dad held my hands in his, and I softened, thankful they were here with me. Alpha Cain had asked your mother and me to come here, informing us that he planned to mate with you officially, Dad told me, gratitude lacing his tone. Even after losing my wolf, Cain still wanted to mate with me, tying us together for life and making me his Luna. My chest ached at this realization, and he was the one I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, someone who accepted me the way I am. Mom hugged me tightly, nearly knocking the wind out of me. I'm so happy to see you again, honey, and you look stunning, she said, sniffling. Violet then walked over, placing her hand on Mom's back. Please follow me, she told my mother. Mom kissed me on the cheek before walking away with Violet. Dad linked his arm with mine. Are you ready? He asked, and I nodded, swallowing my nerves down harshly. We started to walk towards the arch, and Gunnar leaned down as we walked past him. Don't trip, he whispered. I glared at him. Shut up, I yelled while shoving him in the shoulder. Gunnar chuckled, and I stuck my tongue out at him. Dad glanced between us, silently scolding us, and we immediately ceased our childish behavior. As we neared the arch, I was able to get a better look at Cain now. He was wearing a white shirt with a casual black vest that formed perfectly to his muscular arms and chest, with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. The shirt was unbuttoned at the top, revealing his sculpted chest and causing me to drool over him internally. In addition, he had on a pair of dark jeans that hugged his curves and showcased that gorgeous ass of Cain's. Cain's hair was slicked back lazily, and his green eyes sparkled under the light. He looked breathtaking. Finally, Dad stopped, just feet away from Cain, and turned to me, kissing me on the forehead, before turning to Cain and giving him an approving nod. Cain then held out his hand, and I willingly took it. We now stood under the arch, facing each other, and I couldn't be happier at this moment. Suddenly, Ryder approached the arch, a grin on his face as he glanced between us. He raised his hands in a welcoming gesture and looked at those gathered around us. Today, we are here to bind Kane Lucian Riker and Freja Revna Forrester together as one, Ryder said aloud, and he continued to speak, but my focus was set on Kane as I stared into his eyes and lost myself within those green pools. He had done all this for me and was now giving himself to me. Alpha Kane has a few words that he would like to say, Ryder said, catching my attention. I scrunched my brows together as Kane's grip tightened around my hands. Before I had met you, I was content to live the rest of my life in solitude. I thought I was better off without a mate, but when I saw you that day in the woods, everything changed for me. My future doesn't exist without you in it because you are my future. Freja, you are my everything, and I love you with all that I am. Tears now streamed down my face at his words, at his wholehearted confession. I smiled at him, my bottom lip slightly quivering. I love you too, I choked out. Ryder looked at me. Freja, do you take Alpha Kane as your mate? He asked. I nodded. Yes, I take Alpha Kane as my mate, my lover, my friend, and my everything, I replied, meaning every word, and Kane growled approvingly. Ryder looked to Kane. Alpha, do you take Freja as your mate? Kane grinned. Yes, I take Freja as my mate, now and always, he said confidently. Ryder then clapped his hands together. Then, by the powers of the moon goddess, we ask that she bind you both together as one for the rest of your days, he said gleefully, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Kane wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me into him. His hand snaked up my back before he gripped the back of my head and captured my lips with his, taking my breath away. After consuming my mouth for a moment, Kane pulled back from me, smiling like an idiot, and as I looked up at him, I couldn't stop the goofy smile that appeared on my lips. I couldn't believe we had just done that. We had bonded ourselves to one another, something I never thought would happen for me, and when I did think about it, I wasn't sure if it was something I truly wanted. However, tying myself to this godlike man was one thing I didn't second guess. There was no hesitation. He was mine, and I was his. Ryder howled. It's my pleasure to announce Alpha Kane and Luna Freja. He beamed happily. Kane and I had done it. We had beaten the odds and overcame the impossible. We had faced situations that should have broken us, but we pushed forward with the strength we gave to each other and came out standing side by side. I wouldn't have it any other way or with anyone else. It was him and me forever and always. Epilogue. The beginning. Things had been going well for Kane and me since our ceremony. We couldn't get enough of each other, taking advantage of every opportunity we had to devour one another. Then, the day after our mating, we had Samara and Eve's funeral, saying our goodbyes and laying them to rest. It was a beautiful farewell. Friends and family had gathered around, saying something about the fallen pack members before Kane put them into the ground. Due to their crimes, Kane and I had decided to do things differently regarding a funeral for Calix, Adela, and Eric. Aside from what they had done, they were family and deserved a proper burial. So we decided to bury the trio on the border of both packs and kept things modest, saying a simple goodbye before coating their bodies in soil. As time went on, I slowly learned how things worked around here and adapted to my duties as Luna. Things were a bit rough for a while, but Kane was supportive and guided me through things, being patient with me as he did. I had been feeling off the last little while, not myself, and I didn't know what was wrong. I chalked it all up to the stress of my new role, but as I eased into things, I was still feeling different. I didn't tell Kane about how I was feeling, not wanting to stress him out and thinking to myself that it was probably nothing anyway. Finally, however, I had decided to visit Rose, just to make sure that nothing was wrong with me. I sat in the room, my foot bouncing off the floor as I impatiently waited for Rose to come in and examine me. Since losing my wolf, I hadn't quite felt like myself, and I was less in tune with my own body, which was something that I wasn't too happy about, to be honest. Finally, Rose entered the room, a bright and welcoming smile on her face. "Hello, Luna. To what do I owe the pleasure?" she asked cheerily. I straightened myself in my seat, feeling anxious. Well, I haven't been feeling myself lately. I mean, I've been feeling off since losing my wolf, but the last couple of weeks I've felt different. I told her honestly. Rose pursed her lips and stared at me intently. Losing your wolf is a major transition for your body to go through, physically and mentally. However, the feeling should have eased off by now. Can I have you lie down on the bed so I can do an examination? She asked. I nodded and then stood from my chair before walking over to the bed and lying down. Rose looked over my body, her fingers running over my skin as she continued to examine. Then, suddenly, she froze, her lip twitching slightly as she looked at me with a curious expression. My brows furrowed. What's the matter? I asked worriedly. She smiled and her gaze softened. Well, I think I have an idea as to what's going on, Rose said cryptically. After I visited with Rose, I rushed back to our bedroom and into the bathroom. A few minutes had passed, and I made myself dizzy as I frantically paced around in the bathroom, waiting impatiently. Finally, I walked out of the bathroom and into the bedroom. Looking up from my hands, I noticed Kane standing there, his eyes holding darkness, as he stared down at the test in my hands. Kane came towards me, a curious look in his eyes, before gently pushing me into the wall and getting down on his knees before me, staring intently at my belly. He rubbed his thumbs across my skin, caressing it tenderly. His gaze met mine, and he raised a brow. Well, are you? He asked in a demanding tone. I smirked as I held up the test and then flipped it over, revealing the positive symbol. Kane grinned like a madman, then kissed my stomach. His kisses trailed up my body, and his hands slid up my legs as he stood to his feet. He gripped my ass firmly and stood to his full height before lifting me, then wrapped my legs around his waist. Kane enveloped me in his arms, holding me tightly and securely within his hold as he kissed me passionately. I chuckled at him, finding his reaction surprising and warming. I didn't expect him to be so thrilled about this. I had expected a different response from him, but I guess it was his turn to surprise me. Kane leaned back, breaking the kiss, and stared into my eyes lovingly. A low and satisfying growl rumbled from his chest. I can't believe you're pregnant. We need to tell everyone. He turned on his heels, with me still in his arms, and rushed towards the door, not giving me the chance to protest. My brows shot up at his eagerness. Wait, I shouted. He stopped and furrowed his brows. What? I pursed my lips. Shouldn't we wait a while before telling everyone? I asked him. He raised both brows in astonishment. Fuck that, I don't want to wait. He retorted and then bolted out of the bedroom doors. I laughed at him and his hurry to spread the news. As we walked through the halls and down the stairs, Kane was still holding me in his arms. I slapped him on the shoulder. Kane put me down. I told him, fully capable of walking on my own. He shook his head. No, I don't want to, he said simply and sternly. I glared at him, and he rolled his eyes. Fine, he said while pouting. Then he reluctantly placed me onto my feet. Kane held my hand in his, and we walked into the backyard, where numerous pack members were gathered, socializing with each other. Kane held up his hands, silencing the noise around us, and I swallowed roughly, feeling nervous about their reactions. The Luna and I have some exciting news to share with you all, he said, excitement in his tone. Kane glanced down at me, smiling, before turning back to the crowd. Luna Freja is with child. He roared out, and the crowd cheered, filling the air around us with their approving howls. People started to approach, congratulating us and bombarding us with questions. Suddenly, I felt sick to my stomach, and my head felt fuzzy as my vision doubled. I looked up at Kane. I need to use the washroom, I said quickly, then spun on my heel, practically running towards the bathroom. I made it to the bathroom and hurled the contents of my stomach into the cold porcelain toilet. Once I was finished, I stood from the floor and leaned over the sink, steadying myself. I closed my eyes and attempted to regulate my breathing and erratic heart rate. As I opened my eyes again, I was no longer in the bathroom, but back in the forest of the damned and standing before the willow tree. I glanced around frantically, wondering what the fuck was going on. Helena appeared out of nowhere, scaring the life out of me and causing me to gasp. Holy shit, you scared me, I shouted at her. She raised a brow and gave me a deadpan stare. Watch that tongue of yours. Helena scolded me while pointing a bony finger at me. I gestured around me. Why am I here? I asked curiously. She straightened herself and clasped her hands together. There is something about you, I don't know what it is, but you have caught my attention. I've thought about you relentlessly since meeting you. I feel a connection to you, she said, intrigue in her tone, while her eyes roamed over me as if she was looking for something. So, I have made the decision to spare you, to give you back what is rightfully yours, your wolf. The air was sucked from my lungs as shock consumed me. My lips parted slightly and a small gasp escaped, but the shock quickly wore off, distrust taking its place. Are you playing with me? Is this some kind of joke? I asked, a little leery about this whole situation. She rolled her eyes and then came towards me, an enigmatic look in her eyes. Helena raised her hand and reached for my face, but stopped before touching me. Helena stared into my eyes intently. Take care of yourself, Freja, and always remember who you are. She then placed 2 fingers on my forehead, and everything became blurry, my body feeling like it was falling. I felt a pain in my chest like someone had hit me with a burning, hot hammer. The pain lasted for a few moments, intensifying with each passing second. Then, just as quickly, the pain was gone, my vision returned, and I felt renewed. I could feel my wolf, I could hear her, and I almost cried at the overwhelming emotions that were consuming me. She felt warm and comforting, and hearing her small yips of excitement made me feel whole again, finally getting back that missing piece of my soul. Helena had stepped back and was watching me intently, an unreadable expression on her face. Finally getting my breathing under control, I looked up at her and gave her an appreciative smile. Thank you, Helena. I have to ask though, why did you do that? I questioned, completely baffled by her decision to do this. She snorted and gently shook her head. I'm not entirely sure, but something in me told me I needed to. Helena's features softened. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Freja, she said softly, and then I was standing back in the bathroom, still leaning over the sink. As I came to my senses, I could now hear Kane's insistent banging and roaring coming from the other side of the door. If you don't open this fucking door in 2 seconds, I'm going. I swung the door open, cutting off his words and stilling the beast. Kane glared down at me, his hands balled into fists, and he opened his mouth probably to scold me but froze abruptly. His brows furrowed together in confusion as he narrowed his eyes, staring at me attentively. You, he started to say, but I beat him to the punchline, the which gave me back my wolf. I said happily, grinning from ear to ear. Kane raised a brow and his features hardened. Why? Did you have to make some kind of deal? He asked quickly while taking another step towards me. I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know why, I told Kane honestly, and it was the truth. Not even Helena could give me a good reason as to why she had given my wolf back. He narrowed his eyes. That doesn't make sense to me. I've never heard of a witch doing something like that without there being a price. I exhaled heavily and looked away from him. I truly don't know why, but Helena said something about feeling connected to me and that my wolf was rightfully mine. I reminisced on the encounter. Kane lifted his hand and caressed my cheek, swiping his thumb across my bottom lip. As long as nothing bad is going to happen to you and you are happy, that is all that matters to me. So he told me, honesty in his tone. I never thought I would feel this way with my mate and feel so at home. Kane made me feel things I didn't know were possible, even though I was raised to hate him because of the things he had done and who he was. I was given a chance to truly get to know him, to see the side of him that he hid from everyone else, and I loved all of him. Everyone has a past, some good, some bad, but we can't let the past define us. We can't let it decide our futures. The future is an untold story, and we choose the outcome. I cupped Kane's face with my hands and pulled him to me, kissing him with everything I had, stealing his breath away for once. He was quick to react and wrapped his large arms around me, pressing our bodies together. In the end, this was where I always belonged and who I belonged with for the rest of my days. The end.